Boss, do you understand now why I think...
No, I heard none of that.
Huh?
No, I heard none of that.
He just said Jesus is gone. That's what he said.
Jesus is God.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, seriously, is that what you guys think?
Yes, that's
Okay, it's working, it's working. Zen, we've got YouTube. You can join YouTube fucking Twitter.
So in Christianity, Jesus is an idol.
Why do what is this fucking fascination with the word idol?
Idol is like...
Why do you keep using it? You guys are just
it's
like...
like the Hindu gods are idol as well.
Huh? Bro.
That's an idol, bro.
No, like you guys keep using this fucking word whenever you want. So are you talking about like the artifacts, like the physical objects? Are you talking about a human being? Are you talking about like what are you talking about? A god?
Okay,
like you just call everything idols.
Shirk. You know Shirk? Yeah.
Yeah, according to you, as long as you pray to anything but God, then you die.
Wouldn't you say praying to a man is the same as praying to a statue?
No, nobody's praying to the statue. And when people pray to Jesus,
like
when
they're praying to the person,
it's the same thing. When they pray to Jesus, they are essentially trying to communicate, I can imagine, with God. I could be wrong about that, but I can
believe Jesus is God.
Yeah.
Is a part of God.
He is literally God to them. Literally, it's the same thing to them.
Wait, this sounds like some unhinged shit. Since when does Christianity believe in... No, not according to your idea of what unhinged is, because I'm saying it's unhinged, because it's basically like saying, you know, there's a separation between Jesus and God. I don't understand it.
No, there's no separation. It's the same thing to them. You can't.
No, can you stop? I'm talking to Mercury. Like Mercury needs to give me like the general position.
They're distinct, not separate. So they're like distinct entities, but you can't separate them from one another.
So they're all a part of each other.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, what?
This is the Trinity for you. Brain rot.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Father, who's the Father? Let's go through them.
The Father is
The Father.
Well, they're all God, but
there you go. This is what I'm saying. So when you do your thing to the Father, Amen, and you do to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Ghost, Amen. You do that, you're essentially you're trying to communicate with God through the body of Christ, I can imagine. Or you are like, we see ourselves as Christ trying to communicate with God, like, because we're the Son of God, apparently. I can imagine that's like the essence. So no, Xen, the reason you think it's unhinged is because you're saying everybody praying to anything but God is wrong. And I'm saying to you, they are praying to God. Everybody's trying to communicate with God.
I don't know. Why did he leave again? I think he got offended again because of sensitivity and too much female hormone.
Why the fuck are you saying that? Maybe you just went for the fucking toilet.
Oh, he's back. Are you okay?
yeah.
Are you upset or not?
No, because my
Doesn't matter. Just leave him. Why is your first thing going to? He's upset. We're just talking. Like, there's nothing going on here.
Because I can't like. This happens multiple times where he leaves and then I find out he's upset, so I don't fucking know if he's upset.
Xen, you're unhinged, so some of the shit you say sometimes upsets people, alright?
No, I can't tell when, so it might as well be now if you ask me.
Not right now.
Yeah, no, Xen.
Okay.
Like,
Okay, so basically,
okay.
Mercury. Is Jesus God? Yes.
Well, I can't. With the fucking Jesus talk. This is not the time for Jesus. Jesus Christ. Right, okay, stream works. Get the fuck out of the way. Right, so we've got Zen's chat up here. Don't know if you guys can see that. Don't care. Hi, he cannot stop. Yeah, this is Jesus talk again. Right, is this gone now? This is gone. I have nothing here. Right, so let's put the screen back on now. Okay, perfect. Yeah, he technically is both God and man. He was the representation of God in human form. Yes, exactly. This is what I'm saying. So when people pray to Jesus, they're essentially trying to communicate with God. God being the thing that they believe in, not Jesus Christ. The same can be said about every other religion. The part that makes Islam unhinged is because they say, because you have a physical object of some sort or a human being and you pray and they are present or they have some kind of like painting somewhere, whatever, you're praying to that thing or that person. When in reality, it's like, no, what they're praying to is God. Because I gave him the distinction, which is saying to him, hey, if I have a painting on my wall and that painting is a football stadium and there's a football match going on in the picture, whatever, does that mean I am, I like I like paintings? No, it's a representation of what I like. And that's why I have it. That's why I like the painting, because it represents something that I like. Oh no, he started. You know it's Zen when he starts. Right, here we go. Come, motherfucker, unmute. Jesus Christ. Are we going to talk about Jesus? I can't be asked if we're going to talk about Jesus. But in God, that's not the topic. Trump is Orange Jesus. No, he's not. He's an absolute idiot. He has agreed to call into atheist experience. Oh shit, let's ask him. Let's ask him. Xen, are you gonna go to Are you gonna go to?
Why do I join if you're gonna fucking mute? What the fuck?
Bro, you're not the center of the fucking universe. Like, I have to communicate with another 8 people here, all right? It's not just all about you. Like, I'm in the fucking call.
While you're unmuted, Jesus.
What do you mean? Everybody can hear both of us talk at the same time. It's annoying as shit. Yo, who's the boss?
So
I'm the boss. I don't give a fuck about you, fucking God and Jesus right now, right? Hence why I'm muted.
Okay, so I don't know. If you believe it's the same thing, why do you separate them? And on Monday you pray to Jesus and Tuesday you pray to the Father. Why don't you just pray to God if it's the same thing?
Well, they are the same thing. That's why you pray to them both when you're praying.
Why then do you address them separately? Why even have 2 names, Jesus and the Father?
By the way, I don't know. You said you haven't read the books yet. So if you feel like you are not giving the correct or the full situation, just like tell him that. Because otherwise he's just going to nag you all day. Because it's totally fine to not know things in life. Not everybody has the answers to everything.
Yeah. So what's the answer?
Yeah, this is all from my perspective, and I'm not 100%.
Why
obviously,
do you address them separately?
Why do I address God and Jesus separately?
Yeah, if they're the same thing, why do you have 2 names for them?
I'm not sure. I'd have to.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Xen. He said he doesn't know. Or he's not sure. So just leave it at that. The end. Doesn't have the answer for you, alright? It's as simple as that. You don't need to have an answer for everything in life.
According to your logic, boss, Hinduism is also monotheism.
Okay, the point being made to you, alright, is humanity, essentially, all religions come down to praying to a creator of sorts. Now, you can include multiple creators that eventually accomplish the goal of the single creator. To me, it seems irrelevant. I don't really give a fuck about that. What I care about is that all humanity is praying, or not all humanity that is religious are praying to some form of creator. Now, whether that creator consists of multiple components or like maybe we're assuming like God and then we are personifying it and we're essentially saying one God is responsible for the arm of God, the other one for the other arm, the other one for the eyes, the other one for the... And we might give like representations for that. Like multiple people have different ways of conceptualizing the matter. At the end of the day is everybody's praying to a creator of sorts. However it is they define it seems irrelevant to me because at the end of the day, we're all praying to God.
Boss, let me ask you a simple question, right? Hindus believe in the god Brahman, and they believe that all of the pictures they draw and all of those other gods they worship, and all of the Hindu gods like Shiva and shit.
Yeah.
They believe they're all manifestations of the one god Brahman. Yet we classify Hinduism as polytheism. Why don't we do the same with Christianity?
I don't care
Because
why you
they-
care so much. I don't understand why you care so much.
Because you're claiming God can be a man.
And
This
what?
is
Why does that
blasphemy.
matter to you? What? How does that change your life?
That's a shit question.
Why is it a shit question?
It's like me saying, if a guy rapes a random
Okay,
woman outside,
no,
how does
nobody,
it
no,
change
no,
your
no,
life?
no, no. You've introduced a factor here that I didn't introduce, which is you are inflicting something upon the other. Now, when Hinduism, why I'm saying why do you care about it is because
It's an insult to God.
okay, and they are the ones insulting God, and God is all power, all knowing. He's going to punish them. Why the fuck do you care if they're not affecting you or Islam?
Because it's an insult to God, right?
Amazing. And what are you, the lawyer of God? God says you shall be punished, and he punishes, or it punishes them. Why do you need to get involved? Why does Islam need to get involved?
Because we need to punish it.
No, you don't. God punishes it.
We do too.
No, you don't. You're not God. Are you
Yes, we
God?
do. No.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. It's none of your goddamn business what they
you
do.
want
This is the
anarchy.
point. No, it's not fucking
you want
anarchy.
anarchy.
Anybody can believe in whatever they want. Considering God is this all power, all believing, all great and powerful, whatever, all loving, perfect. He doesn't need your
Oh,
help.
you want anarchy.
It's
or
not anarchy, dumbass.
You're basically saying
Anarchy insinuates
don't have rules.
no order. There is plenty of order even in the absence of religion. So no, you know I'm not a promoter or a proponent of anarchy.
Anarchy would imply basically saying God will punish you for all your sins in the afterlife anyway, so let's just make it legal to kill each other. That's the logic you're using.
Amazing.
But yes, we will
Amazing.
punish you
Yes.
for,
Yes. How many
we
other
will
fucking
punish you for
punishment is
blasphemy, but we
burning in
should too.
eternity in hellfire not good enough for you? And does it not incentivize you to stop doing shit? No?
Because,
It's not good enough,
on
is it?
Earth, they aren't stopped yet, right?
Yeah, so do you know
So
what you're
we
doing right
physically
there?
Can't force them.
Do you know what you're doing right there? You're essentially saying God's punishment is not severe enough. Because had it been
Exactly.
severe enough, you wouldn't need to
It doesn't
include
matter
your
how
level of
the
severe.
punishment. It doesn't matter how severe the punishment is. Some people will not listen until you physically stop. them
No,
from doing
dumbass.
it.
Do you know why?
Yeah.
Because the reason why they are perfectly okay with going against the will of God, I can tell you from personal experience, it is I don't believe that any of the things that religions claim to happen after you die exist and are actually there. And so the consequences,
Yes,
as far as I'm
exactly.
concerned, are not in
So
the real
stop them
world.
physically.
No, you don't. Nobody gives you that right. You guys are unhinged, insane, extreme, and delusional for even assuming that you have, in the first place, the power or the right of God to punish other human beings from the perspective that you yourselves are human beings. That is fucking insane to me. But then second of all, it's like, yeah, well, if you're religious, if you believe in God, if you're going down the right path, then eventually you're going to end up at a place where you've committed so much crime that once you're dead, you now go to burning eternal hellfire, which is the worst possible punishment ever, and it's perfectly good enough. So if I was religious, that's what I would be a proponent of. God is the one who does the punishing. He doesn't need you, some dumbass,
clearly the
insignificant
polytheist-
human being, to rule what is the correct enforcement of his laws or its
Clearly,
laws.
the polytheists aren't gonna listen on Earth. They're only gonna get punished after the life.
Amazing. So they're going to get punished.
Yes, but we need to stop them.
Why?
physically,
Why?
or they're gonna
Why?
continue.
Why? Why? Just let them be punished in the afterlife.
Okay, so let's say some guy is seeing another guy worship a statue, and then he thinks, "Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna join him."
Amazing. So then he does it and he goes to eternal
Why
hellfire.
not stop them? So it
Why?
doesn't spread?
Why? Are you
They're not
trying?
going
Are you?
down.
Wait a minute. Shock is the worst possible thing. It's an unforgivable sin. Correct. Just answer my question. Yes, it is. Okay. So anyway, they are going to eternal hellfire by stopping them.
stop them from
By
doing it in the first
no, you can't stop
Yes.
them. Considering that if that's what they want to do, they're going to do it.
No, if you don't, if you
What?
separate,
Imprison them before they even do it. So.
Listen. If you separate the polytheists from the rest of society, they're
retarded.
only gonna spread their religion.
Okay, this is exactly why I don't want to go down your fucking bullshit ass religious fucking stupidity because you have genuine
spread
no
their
answers,
religion.
whatever. It's the most
Polytheism.
retarded arguments of all time. So you
Listen,
guys
the
have no
polytheists
answers for
will
anything. You just
spread
yap,
their-
yap, yap, and apologetics and the rest.
Yeah, very
It's
quickly.
so annoying. Holy fuck.
Just listen.
Ah.
Polytheists, if you don't stop them, they will keep spreading their religion. Thus, more people will go to hell.
Amazing.
What's the-
Okay, so you're incentivizing that we punish people before they commit a crime.
No. We
Okay,
punish
that's the only way you can stop them from
No,
doing the
you
actual
are not
thing.
understanding it. You're
Okay,
just
no,
being
this is what that means. When you
You're
stop,
yapping
okay,
very fast
how do
instead of
they
listening
stop
to my actual
something from
argument.
happening if it hasn't
You don't
happened yet?
know my argument. You don't even
No,
know
I
the
know
argument.
because I have all your
No, you don't.
answers.
You're
I know your
yapping. I'm telling
answers.
you you're wrong.
You
You're
don't need
not
to
listening
map
to
it
what
out
it
in my
actually
brain
is.
for me, dumbass.
You're not listening.
It doesn't matter. I've already got all the answers I need.
You're just yapping.
No, I
Just
have all the
listen.
answers I need from you. I
No,
need
you
nothing
don't.
else.
No, you don't.
I have
Even
all the
Idaho now
answers for
realizes
what
that
we are
you're wrong.
talking about
Even
right now.
Idaho realizes
I
that you're
have
wrong.
exactly the answers I'm required. So this is the way it
Let me
works.
tell you.
No, I'm not going to
I'm
listen to you.
talking about
I have the
punishing them
answers.
Before doing it, retard.
I
I'm not saying
am
that
basing it what you are on, what you're saying. If you are incentivizing and you're saying, hey, we've got to stop them from spreading it, from doing it, then
Yes.
eventually you're going to reach a place where it's like, okay, so if we stop them from doing it, before they do it, then they will not go to hell for hellfire for eternity.
No,
The only
if you stop the polytheists, less people will eventually turn into like them because they will have kids. They will raise the kids as polytheists. They will, by people being around them, they will spread their religion slowly, right?
Okay, two things. You've got the people who are polytheists who are going to be punished in this life. True or not true?
Yes.
Okay, you've got the other group who have not polytheists, but they are going to be basically persuaded by the polytheists, correct?
Yes.
Okay, no. This is how it goes. All right. So you've got the punishment for one of those is the polytheists. We are going to kill them or punish them in this life, correct?
Yes.
But they are already going to be punished in eternal hellfire, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so these guys have no salvation. They're going to be punished in eternal hellfire forever, right? And they've already committed the crime. This group...
Just know that sin won't be forgiven. That doesn't mean that they instantly go to hell. That's not how it works.
Okay, I'm sorry, but the last time I checked, committing sins led to, like, punishment in the afterlife, correct?
No, not necessarily.
No, amazingly. So we've got sins that we
We
can
have,
commit, guys. Okay, no, we're not going to go. No, we're not going to do that.
You're being
No,
retarded
we're not
right
going to
now.
go
Because
down
we
that.
have,
No,
like,
no.
punishment in the. Are you gonna listen? Or are you gonna...
No, because I know you're going to go and rant for the next half hour about different types of sins. I don't give a fuck. They are going to be punished in one way or another. I don't give a fuck about what you're going to say next.
Not necessarily.
Okay, so
you can go to heaven.
these
and get
guys are
punished.
already going to be punished. These guys who have already committed the crime are already going to be punished. There's no salvation for them. So your idea of we are going to kill these people or punish them in this life to stop this group from following them eventually
Yes. Exactly.
is a bullshit one, because essentially what you're doing is you are condemning these people that are already going to be punished. They're already going to be punished. You're not doing anything else. You're not stopping these people here, because we know that by killing these people rise up even more.
No, they're gonna
Okay.
not spread their shit.
Okay, no, that's not how it works. You've tried this before. Guess what? How many polytheists exist in the world? You killed millions of them. Millions have been fucking brutally slayed from the Muslims, and your insanity. How well has it worked out for you?
Very well.
Very well. Oh, do we have polytheists in the world?
Barely.
Yeah, amazing. No, it's not barely. We have Hinduism. Please go down the list, considering you do this every single day. Hinduism. We don't have anything else.
No.
What about Buddhism?
Buddhism is an atheistic religion.
Okay. Are we not considering them shark? 5 minutes ago, you were considering Christians shark, right?
They don't worship any god at all. They don't. They're atheists.
Okay,
They're not church,
so
they're atheists.
are they not committing shark?
Yeah, they're not.
Atheists. Okay, what about Satanists then?
Satanists. I mean, they are basically atheists, aren't they?
No,
They don't believe in God.
they believe in Satan.
There's barely any of those
There are a
Satanists.
lot of.
Okay,
there are a
we've
lot
got
of polytheistic
Satanists.
religions.
We've got Christians, according to you, because they pray to an idol. So that would
Yeah.
also put Orthodox in there. Catholics. Who else have we got? Folklore? What about folklore, Zen? You've all of a sudden you've
So
forgotten all of them.
Are you gonna shut up? and
All of a
listen
sudden,
how it's
they've
going?
existed. They've
Folklore used to
erased from
listen,
your memory.
Folklore used to be like the entire world. Now it's barely any.
Amazing. Okay, let's keep going then. What about the fucking Amish? All right, we got the Amish as well. Like yesterday, you have all the answers when it's convenient for you to
Amish
have
is
the
a separate
answers.
Religion. It's just like a sect of fucking Christianity.
You've said that they pray to idols
What about,
every
like-
single day, or they commit shirk. Yet now you're being
that's Mormon.
confronted with
That's
reality.
Mormon.
You are
That's
pussying
Mormon,
away
Street,
from
right?
it.
That's not the
Fine,
Amish, that's Mormon.
Mormonism, whatever. Right. So the point I'm trying to make to you is
That's
I've already
the
named
sect of
5 or
Christianity.
6 of them that are
That's the
praying
sect
to
of
different that are
Christianity.
would be considered shirk. Okay.
You named
So
two.
it doesn't.
You named
Okay.
3,
Is
sorry.
2
You
is
named
too
3.
many? Even if you are
named
arguing for
3.
2, I don't need
American
to. I've already
religion,
given you
polytheism.
2 when you couldn't even name 1. Or apart from Hinduism.
I can name 10 historical ones and only 3 of the. fucking
Amazing.
new-
They still exist, do they not?
barely.
And you killed millions in the past.
There
Okay.
used
Wait,
There
is
you go.
Christianity
That's
polytheist to you?
What?
Is Christianity polytheist to
Yes.
you?
Yes, there you
Okay,
go. It's
okay.
like all aspects of
Okay,
Christianity. What about
Christianity.
Judaism, Zen?
That isn't polytheist.
Okay. Do they pray to idols?
No.
Oh, so they're the only good ones. Are they like Muslims, are they?
They don't have idols.
Okay.
That's
What do they pray to, Zen?
God.
God? Straight to God.
Yes.
There's no like sculptures, no paintings,
no
no-
sculpture.
nothing. They just lie in the middle of the road and they just pray to God.
Yes.
They have nothing. They have nothing. All
Yes,
right.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
nothing.
sculptures and I
Amazing.
believe sculptures.
so
sculptures in
ingenuous.
Islam.
Sculptures?
are,
What the fuck are you on
strictly-
about?
Right.
No,
Okay.
I'm saying I believe sculptures in Islam are strictly forbidden.
Okay.
Yes.
So
You don't
this
have
is
to.
stupid. Right. Okay. This is why I don't want to have the fucking religious talk because you just like so apologetics every time. It never ends anywhere with you. So yeah, we're not doing the
Tell
fucking
me what
religious.
the
I
Jews
don't give a
worship
fuck, bro.
except God.
Amazing how we've talked about 10. You claim only 2 were correct, but now you want to focus on the one that apparently, according to you, I don't really give a fuck. We've named 10 already, or we've
You
named
realize
6.
We went from like 99% polytheism to like.
Oh, did we?
30.
According to you, we were
Yes.
all
You
polytheistic.
said there's
Amazing.
barely polytheists, but
Now it
when
is,
you
yeah.
say-
There used to be a
yeah,
fucking-
but
And
when
that's
you say
all thanks to Islam.
Christianity- Yeah, but when you say Christianity is
Yeah,
polytheist,
listen to this
Christianity is
dumbass.
the biggest religion in the world.
If you actually count the believers, it's not at all.
What?
There's like 2 billion Christian, or like let me
Most
see.
of
let me
those
see.
Christians are like the types who say, I have a Christian family, but I don't believe in God.
The-
That's like
the-
the-
Do you know what the largest subsect of Christianity is?
Whoa, wait,
Do you know what the
I need to
largest
get in,
subsect of
Mercury. I need to
Christianity
get in. Right, so every time you talk about fucking Islam or Muslims, you like to include all the population of Muslims. But now that it seems convenient for you to cut out the portion of Christians who don't go to
Without
church
the-
and everything,
Without the 5 American Muslims who don't.
yeah, we're
actually
not
believe in
doing
God.
that, dumbass.
Fuck them up,
No, because again, we've talked about this before. You're not doing this, all right? You don't get
don't
to
have people
conveniently
like that.
cherry pick whenever the fuck you
don't
want.
have people
Shut
like
the fuck
that.
up. When you
You don't
talk
have
about
people
Christian
like that.
populations, you include every single aspect of it. When you talk about Muslims,
have
you
people like
shut
that,
the fuck
Rico.
up. No, you're not
No, I
doing this
won't.
cherry
You don't
picking
have people
bullshit
like
with
this.
me. Shut the
You
fuck
don't
up.
have people like this.
Yeah,
Okay, I was
This is
right, I was
bullshit.
right. I was just checking.
Yeah, he's an
Yeah, there
idiot.
is a lot of.
He's an
is.
idiot.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like when you're including Christianity, you're not just including like the non-denominational Christians. You're including every single Christian on earth and saying that they're
Yeah, and
polytheists.
most of those are like basically the family tradition motherfuckers.
Yeah,
who
but
don't
do you know what?
actually-
Do you know what the
especially
biggest
the Jews. The
This
Jews are even
gaslighting
more family
motherfucker.
tradition
Look at him. We're only
know what the
including the actual Christians because now it's convenient to do. But when we talk about Muslims, apparently Zen has been into every Muslim household and seen everything for what it is. Unbelievable.
Do you know what happens if we have the ones who don't actually believe anymore? We call them atheists now.
Oh, do you know what they
Christians
need to
call
do,
them
Zen?
Christians.
They just need to say, according to you, when we talked about it last time, just say that they're not and they believe in Allah. Remember?
That
That's
would be a
that's
lie.
the way you understand whether
That
they
would
are
be a
real.
lie.
Huh?
That would be a lie.
Who the fuck cares? It's lie or die. I wonder which one they're going for.
Do you
Oh,
actually
you're
think that
silent
we have
now.
people
Do you
like this in-
actually think, oh, they will lie? Oh,
Christians
if they're
are all
going to
like-
die?
Are you gonna
Yes, I
stop
do.
screaming
You're
because you're
stupid.
Basically ruining the whole conversation.
And
Every
non-denominational
time with this
Christians-
fucking religious shit. You're insane, Zen.
and
You're not even
non-denominational
listening to the other
Christians
side of the
aren't a
fucking
lot.
argument. Oh, he's
Non-denominational
gonna
Christians
leave now.
aren't
He's
even a.
gonna... Bro, I don't know. Is it just me or is he just screaming and then he's gonna leave once I can talk?
I don't know.
I
But
haven't gotten like
let
a
me let
single
me
moment of space where I don't
let
have to
me.
scream out loud and wake up my sleeping parents for him to even reply to my argument.
I wanna ask you one thing. What do you think the largest denomination of Christianity is?
Probably Catholics.
Exactly. So you're saying that Catholics aren't real Christians?
I'm saying that most Christians, regardless of their domination or regardless of if they even have a domination, just say they are Christians because their family baptized them, and that's what makes them a Christian according to them. And if you ask them, do you believe in God? They say no. That's my point. With
I
Muslims,
don't.
if you go up to them and ask them, do you believe in God?
That's
Yes.
what we would call. That's what we would call culturally Christian.
Yeah,
Like you are.
we don't have culturally Muslims. That's the point.
Yes, we do, dude.
No, we
Let me give
don't.
you an example. Let me give you an example. It's a bad example. Hassan classifies himself as a cultural Muslim.
No one agrees that he is a Muslim. We all outcast him basically.
Yes, exactly. He's not a real Muslim. He's a cultural Muslim. He doesn't adhere to like
Yeah, no one
I don't think he
calls
believes in higher
Hassan
power.
a Muslim. No one calls him that. Absolutely no one. If you ask a random person online who is what religion is Hassan, they will answer atheist. But for Christians, they literally just
Do you think
identify
that
so
if you
strongly with what.
Okay, so do you think that if there was
Jesus Christ. Every time with these fucking religious debates. Holy fuck. Every single time. Yeah, I know. I'll shut him up. No, he doesn't shut up. It doesn't matter if you, like, literally Allah itself comes down and tells him that he's wrong. He's always going to think he's right. It's just, it's Zen, bro. It's Zen. I don't know what last point, bro. I wasn't here when he said it. Well, Shia seem okay with icons to some degree. Ask him if Shia are polytheists. Yeah, but aren't the Sunnis and the Shias fucking like inherently like genuinely at war with each other all the fucking time? Like, I think that's the case, isn't it? African folk religions, true. Even though like the biggest butchering of a human like group was coming out of Africa by the Muslims. Yeah, according to them, their hypothesis, considering that if you kill them, then it stops, right? Well, okay. Well, if it still exists in the place that you butchered the most amount of people, your idea is somehow, and that's even dealing with the fact that it's like, even talking about this Trump case right now, you have people who weren't previously in support for Trump, but according to them now, because of these trials and him being convicted of 34 felony counts, now they're going over to his side. So his argument that once you kill the people that believe in it, then it ends is the most stupid fucking argument. No, it doesn't. Some of the people are just by that fact alone are going to transition to them. So it's just the worst fucking arguments every single time. Every time it doesn't end. It's always the most bullshit arguments ever. Holy fuck. Ask him about interior religious war. Oh, interior. Oh, so no, according to him, Islam is a haven for humanity and everybody prospers and everybody lives in peace. So no, I don't know what point there is to ask him that. No true Muslim exists. I would be surprised. Yeah. Can you turn your mic up? Oh shit, can you not hear him? Wait, that's surprising. Yeah, I'll turn him up. Well, I've got them on mute now. So if you can't hear now, I've got it on mute. Holy fuck. Yeah, they don't believe on how Islam should be after Muhammad died. That's their main rift. Yeah, I know. But that's got to do with, like, according to them, like, these are just, like, bullshit shit that everybody else points out because Islam amazing. They disagreed on Muhammad's successor. They surely did. And they also had fucking more than 300 copies of the Quran and arbitrarily told like some person to like choose the right, the quote unquote correct one. It's so much bullshit. Literally the last religion of them all. And considering you acknowledge Christianity, one of the first religions, to be polytheist, and saying back then there weren't that many polytheists. Well, how can you have the majority of religious people being Christian, being polytheists, but then refusing to acknowledge that back then the majority weren't polytheists. It's just like so many contradicting arguments. It's all the time, every single time, same shit. Sunni supported Abu Bakr and Shia Ali. That's right, you put it better than me. They disagreed on Muhammad's successor. Yeah, they did. Oh shit, yeah, the separation between Sunni and Shia. Yeah, they did. But more differences developed over time. Yeah, they do have differences. Example, you have people who like agree with the Quran, but they don't agree with like the Sharia law. Even though it's really difficult for Zen to wrap his brain around that one. Can you turn on the mic up on the guy? Sorry, man, I didn't know that you guys can't hear. I will do once we get in. They have... he wants to send them to hell faster, like billions of people dying because they kill them is only way to stop others going to hell. Yeah, apparently they're doing it for the good of all humanity. Don't forget that Islam is a really peaceful religion. Didn't Zen say there were more polytheists? Wait, back then? No, he said that back then there weren't. No, he said, yeah. Oh wait, you might be right about that one. Yeah. Wait, you might be right about that. But yeah, because he's saying that everybody was polytheist back then. Or did he? Maybe I just misunderstood. How much murder is enough for him? Not enough. He wants to kill 2 billion plus people right now. Surely does. If you genuinely asked him, he would probably say yeah. He's probably right that Islam resulted in a smaller proportion of humanity being polytheist than before going by his definition of polytheism. Yeah, the only problem is he's applying things that people did in the past, which was like the Muslims killing like entire tribes of people for their beliefs, and inherently considering that there was space among the tribes. It wasn't that obvious that another tribe would know about their death and how their death came about, even though that's like quite hard to believe. Nowadays, it's like if you wipe out an entire tribe of people or an entire like population of people, everybody knows about it. And if we also understand that by killing certain people for their beliefs or whatever, that would essentially like also like you might have people stop from becoming if they were to become, but you also have the ones who become simply because of the deaths that have arisen. And yeah, my example to that would be like plenty of things. Yeah. But I don't think that's a good... I hate that fucking argument. It's like, yeah, polytheist bad, monotheist good. It's... Shut the fuck up. Because Islam is basically the only theism that is monotheism by his definition. By his definition. Key point right there. And it's convenient that their definition is the one that agrees with the justification for killing every other religion. It's really convenient. Yeah. I wonder why. Because then everybody becomes Islamic. No more problems, guys. Remind you of anything? Oh, yeah, it's kind of like fascism, kind of like communism, kind of like every other fucking ism that exists in the world. The only problem is that the most complicated thing is essentially managing to rule over multiple different types of people who believe in inherently different values. That's the difficult question, but having the answer, oh yeah, let's just kill everybody else and then we can remain, seems to be something that people still promote to this day, which is absolutely fucking insane. And even then, by his definition, I think Shia Islam would be excluded, so only Sunni. Yeah, I'll ask him about that. Has he agreed to call into atheist experience? Let's find out.
It's let's say 40 to 49% atheist. Irreligion, that is. The biggest religion in my country at this point is probably Islam from immigrants. But
okay,
you're
so
telling me that this countries here, that's all brightly colored atheists, are the same countries which are highly fucking. Sweden here is 85 to 89%.
Obviously, if you're going to like, obviously, if you're
same time, At the same time,
Obviously.
Sweden is somehow this.
Wait, okay, so it says non-religious population by country 2010. Go back to the other study and then look at the date.
Oh, you think it changed suddenly by a few years?
No, it could be a few decades. It could be like 20 years. That's
For
a
each
pretty
country.
that's a pretty significant amount of time. Like,
What the fuck is this?
Xen, what would you classify Shia Muslims? The chat is asking.
What do you mean?
Polytheist or monotheist?
It depends. Most of them are monotheistic. Some of them worship some fucking guy. Like there's a specific set of Shia Muslims who believe like Ali was a reincarnation of God. I would say they're the same as the Christians, like polytheists. Most of them aren't though. Like that's a small minority of them that barely exist.
Turn his mic up still. All right, now it's
The
maxed.
answer is mostly monotheistic, and there's a specific
Yeah, I
sect,
heard. Yeah,
like,
yeah, okay.
of Shias that are polytheistic that worship fucking Ali.
Xen, are you going to call into the atheist experience?
What's the atheist experience? Please tell me this doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's a radio channel, and people can call in, and they're essentially.
Oh, that. No, I listened to them for a while. I think they're retarded. I don't know if I should call them. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, the chat thinks that would be hilarious.
Yeah. By the way, boss, can you estimate from your head how many Swedish people are Christian?
By my head? What do you mean by my head?
Percentage. Estimate. How many Swedes, like the progressive fucking Swedish country in Europe, are Christian?
No idea, man.
What do you think? Do you think it's more than 70 or less than 70%?
Where's the data, bro? Give me the data. What do you mean, what do I think? I've never been to Sweden.
I'm testing if you're...
Oh, if I
being
know.
honest.
If I just know,
Yeah, I want to know...
I
if
don't
you
know.
Roughly estimate.
I have
guess.
no idea.
Guess.
What do you mean guess, bro? Just guess.
Make a guess.
17.5%.
17 or 17?
76.
Why so high?
93.
Why so high is the question.
47.
Bro. He's okay. The stats say 89.
Amazing. Why did you just give me that?
But that's wrong. It's
What do you mean
wrong.
it's wrong? The data is wrong, according to you.
Because the test is like these Swedish people have like they've been baptized, so they say do a fucking.
Xen,
that study
that's
didn't take it into account.
They didn't take it into account 100%.
so
How do you
he's
know?
so ingenuine.
Okay,
You're so
saying,
dishonest. You're so dishonest.
Boss. You're saying that my country is 70% Christian.
Xen, the only way you can understand whether somebody is religious or not is very few and far between. So you look at were they baptized? The answer is yes. Usually within data sets, they are going to include them into the population that is religious.
That's the problem I have with it.
Yeah. What is the equal measure for Islam? Do you have a process called like baptism? Wait, no, you need to answer my question now. Like, does Islam have a process that is considered like your baptism shit?
No.
Okay, so what is the thing? You're just born into Islam,
to believe
you are
in the
Islamic.
religion.
Okay,
You need to
no.
believe in the religion.
Okay, the problem with you need to believe in the religion, what actions is it that somebody needs to take to be Islamic?
They need to tell you, I believe in God and I believe Muhammad is the messenger of God.
Okay, here we go. Right, so at least in Christianity, the way we are looking at it, and you're saying these numbers are ingenuine, is these people have at least like took a dunk in the water, and there is a process that they have either done or not done, and it's not a matter of subjectiveness, opinions, or whatever.
That babies get baptized, right? A 5-year-old child gets taken to a church by the parents.
Amazing.
Not in the largest,
Yes,
not
yes.
in the largest religious denomination.
Yes, the
but
problem is that
yes,
I'm
it
trying
does
to
happen.
make to you, Xen, is your belief structure is so fucking oblivious and obnoxious is the word I'm going to use. Because at least within Christianity, we can go into a country and say, how many of you are Christians? and everybody, and 80% will say we've been baptized. 80% are Christian.
It means nothing, though.
No, it does, because according to you, even
It means
yours.
you're
Okay,
Christian
this
parents.
is okay. Now you need to listen, because here comes the main part of it. In your religion, they don't even need to take a dunk. They just need to say the words, "I'm Islamic." The problem with that, though, moron, is that if they don't say that, they die.
Yeah, only in those countries there's.
How
actually
do
a
you
high-
look at this and still hold a straight face while saying the next words that you're about to say? I don't understand.
You genuinely believe that these Muslim
I-
countries are
I
all
can't.
secretly like disguised?
No, moron.
progressive,
Your
Muslim,
argument.
loving Westerners. who
No,
are, like,
no, you're just
like
wrong.
their traditions.
Stop
They're
talking.
not.
Right, no. Okay. The problem is that your argument for why it is disingenuous to look at these countries and say 80% are religious or whatever. In your countries, you're not looking at the fact and taking into consideration that all is required is for you to utter the words, "I am Islamic," considering that if you don't, you die.
In my country,
You're
I think
insane.
Oh, he's gonna just keep talking. I
Right,
think in
yeah.
my country, the amount of Muslims is literally higher in the Netherlands than the amount of
can't,
Christians. Honestly,
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I
I think
can't
in my
engage. I
European
can't.
country,
I
there's
can't.
More fucking Muslims than
Sorry, guys, I can't. Anybody who has any other questions for Xen, like, just join the Discord. The link is down below. Once it gets to this point, like, I can't.
Why are you so
I
talking
can't,
loudly
I
and
can't.
not listening to the
I
other
can't.
side of the argument?
Like, you're essentially saying, like, going to North Korea and saying that everybody who lives in North Korea is like all for dictatorships or whatever. No, dumbass. They're for the dictatorship,
are.
because if they
They genuinely worship Kim Jong Un there. They genuinely believe that he's God because they're raised like
this
that.
is the level. This is the level. We've already passed the level of insanity. Okay, Xen.
They're
Cool.
brainwashed by Kim Jong Un. They are.
Cool,
They're
cool,
actually
Xen.
brainwashed
Cool.
by Kim Jong Un.
I do enjoy your chats, mate. Yeah, James. No worries, man. Thanks for the
Hey, chat,
subscription.
please say if you believe that Kim Jong Un is actually like brainwashing him. I think Kim Jong Un is like a.
No, that's
Genuinely
not. Why are you being
making me-
disingenuous now? We said
What?
my analogous one that you please utter the words that I'm saying is that everybody who lives in North Korea is all for dictatorships. By then saying,
majority is.
no, because then your insinuation is that Kim Jong Un is brainwashing them.
They are, yeah.
No, dumbass. The difference is you're not in my occurrence or my calculation. There is no mention of any brainwashing. These are normal, healthy individuals who genuinely support dictatorships. There you go. And
Why does it matter?
it
whether or not
matters.
they're
If you
brainwashed
can't
or
comprehend why it matters, because one of them insinuates you don't have control of the thing you believe in. The other one, you do. There's the difference.
not. I mean, in reality, it's not really brainwashing. It's just raising.
It's just
doesn't
brainwashing.
really exist.
Amazing. Yeah, okay. So
Brainwashing
why
is just
mention
like
it in the
another
first
form of
place?
upbringing,
So why mention it then? If it doesn't
Because
exist
that's
and
what
doesn't matter, why do you need to mention it?
Because it gives a negative connotation to the word raising, basically.
No.
If you
There's
want
no
me to use neutral
reason.
terms,
You just okay. You're
if
just
you want me
yapping
to
now.
use neutral terms, they're raised to like Kim Jong Un and to like dictator.
Amazing, Zen. Zen believes that North Korean people are all for dictatorships, and given that they had an alternative, they would say, "I'm off to go get shanked. Take care, bro." North Korea is a theocratic state. They worship their old leader.
Exactly.
Muslim children do not get brainwashed. Yeah, according to him, they don't. But yeah, guys, really, just say the words. This is it, guys. This is your level that you need to pass to be considered Islamic. Born in an Islamic state and say you believe in Allah. Because if you don't, the alternative is you die, get shunned out of society, and all of these other measures. But Zen can't seem to fathom. Can't even seem to fathom. Yeah, it's disgusting, is it? Your level of bad faithness right now and disingenuous behavior is fucking vile. No. Okay, everybody's heard the conversation. You've already said your argument for why you think that is. It's insane to me. Right, so there you go. Zen is a psycho.
I can tell you that even if you care about the fact that they may be scared to admit atheism in
maybe scared to admit.
I can fuck off for a second.
Maybe scared to admit.
I can tell you, I genuinely believe that if you go to my country, my secular fucking country of the Netherlands, there's more Muslims than Christians.
Wait, what part of death? Shunned from society. potentially stoned, whipped, put in jail
Netherlands,
would just make you
said the Netherlands,
potentially
people.
scared.
The Netherlands.
Okay, is the majority of Muslims in the world in the fucking Netherlands, moron? No, they're in the
No,
fucking
I'm
Middle
saying the
East.
majority- I'm saying the majority.
So why are you
religion
talking
might
about them?
be
I don't give a fuck about the Netherlands right now. We are talking about Muslims and Islam.
Take any secular country.
No,
Take any
shut your
secular
fucking mouth,
country
secular country. Go to the heart of Islam. Why are you choosing to be disingenuous right now? You need to go to the most population of Islamic people, which are not in the fucking
Then
Netherlands.
You're gonna make excuses for why the stats aren't accurate.
No, moron.
Yes.
What is he doing right? Why, moron, are you going to the fucking Netherlands when we're talking about an Islamic state?
So you can't tell me that the majority religion in the Netherlands is only Islam, because if you don't say Islam, you're gonna get killed. That's not the case in my country.
How does he not comprehend this? Hey, what part of there are
comprehending
5
just
measures?
fine. You're just being
What
fucking
part?
brain dead
Okay,
right now.
pay attention right now because you're too stupid. Apparently,
No, you
5
don't- I
measures.
don't need to pay attention.
5
You need to pay
measures.
attention. You're
Hey,
being
hey,
fucking
listen to
brain
me,
dead.
dumbass. 5 measures.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
5 measures. Death was one of them. The other one was
that's
shunned from
the
your
way, yeah.
society, which is what would happen to them if they lived in the Netherlands and they stopped being Islamic.
Nothing. They would be
Nothing? Oh, the
accepted by
people who
atheists.
surrounded them before and said to them, hey, let's go to the mosque and pray and not eat pork and do all of these things. And this person goes, oh, yeah, fuck Islam. I'm not Islamic anymore. And they're going, oh, yeah, that's totally fine. Just come on in, have a seat, eat. Everybody's normal. Everything's fine. Nothing here to talk about.
Yes.
This is your understanding of reality. You're oblivious. You're oblivious. You live in the Netherlands. You live in fucking
like blame them for
Narnia.
You famous them? Why? How would that happen?
You live in Narnia, my guy. You live in Narnia,
you're being
Xen.
recorded and
Okay,
just ignore
that's my observation of reality. If you think something else is going on,
What would happen then? Tell me.
perfect. I've already told you what would
would
happen.
happen?
Apparently, for you, it's inconceivable. So good luck.
Tell me what would happen.
Yeah, I've already told you. If you didn't hear, then I guess you're deaf.
You made it sarcastic, like you just repeated what I said, but sarcastically. You didn't tell me anything.
I don't know what part of being shunned from society and
I do.
by your surroundings, your communities, and we are being so fucking good faith right now looking at the Netherlands.
My community is a majority atheist country.
Netherlands.
Yeah,
It's
Netherlands
not
is majority
Muslim,
atheist.
majority Muslim. Is it a majority Muslim country?
The majority religion is Islam, but if you count atheism, the atheists outnumber them.
Amazing. Okay, so it's not a majority Muslim. It's a majority atheist.
Yes.
Amazing. So you previously like disingenuous once again,
Oh,
right?
Retard, I didn't count atheist as a religion.
Okay, here's how it goes, Xen. If you're born in an Islamic country, and God forbid you are born in that country, good luck, because if you don't utter the words, I am Islamic and I am faithful and I believe, then you die. If you are not born in,
basically
no,
you can
I've only just started. I've only just started. I've only just started. Right, I've only just started. There are other Islamic countries that are not as extreme, okay? And now if you don't utter the words that we previously mentioned, you get whipped. Or, in another one, you get put in jail. Or you get stoned. Regardless, all of these have in common is you get shunned from society. Your parents, your friends, your family all hates you and they abandon you. They want nothing to do with you. Okay? Now if we go to the... I'm still not finished. Now if we go to the Netherlands, considering Xen wants to do this mental masturbation right now, then you see... Not death, because that would be illegal. Not whipping, that would be illegal. And unhinged, which is what it is. Not jail, but you would see a segregation from the community. You would see people where they were previously okay with each other. Now they have stopped being Islamic. Goodbye and good riddance. Who? And the fact that you think that's not the case, the fact that you think that's not the case, you are insane for even thinking that.
What are you on about?
The majority, this is what Xen's saying. Netherlands, majority atheists, and we have a big population of Muslims. Therefore, the Muslims should be entirely okay. Hey, dumbass, you have to be part of Islam to abandon it. Why are you including the numbers of the Danish people?
Because I don't live in Denmark, that's why.
Okay, the Netherlands, whatever you want to fucking call it. I don't give a fuck, bro. Dutch, don't give a fuck. Whatever, you know exactly what I'm saying. So you're saying you have the majority people who are atheists. You have these small group of people who are Muslim,
Small,
and so therefore, according to you, those groups of people should be hating. Well, first of all, they do hate each other. But apart from that, what I'm saying to you is, if you are part of the Islamic community and you are Islamic, and then you abandon Islam and you say, I am not Islamic anymore, your family no longer likes you.
Isn't that the same for the Christians then?
So now you are admitting it. Previously, that's everything I said, and you denied it. Now you've embraced it. Okay, great. At least we acknowledge that. You're a piece of work, you are. Holy shit. You're an absolute piece of work. I'm being dishonest, guys.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me why this is something different from the Christians. Why the Christian is actually completely accurate.
Because we don't kill people. We don't kill people for not being religious.
Yes,
we
because
don't
you
whip
have
people for
Christian
being, we don't whip people for
used to in
being,
the past.
okay, here's how it goes, Zen. Here's how it goes, all right? So that would be analogous to somebody going to jail for being a felon or something like that in Western society. And considering that that would be the case, his family or their family would push them out of life and they would want nothing to do with them. Do you know why? Do you know why it's analogous? Because unlike in Islam, Christianity doesn't kill, whip, put in jail, stone, or any of those things.
They do. It's just that there's only secular countries in the world now.
Amazing.
They
Okay.
used to be if they're actually also Christian country, they
Here's
used to be.
reality. Any Christian country or any country
There's
that
no
has
Christian
Christian
country.
values, they don't
There is
kill
no country
people.
Christian.
They don't
Do
whip
they stone
people.
people in the Vatican?
They don't do any of those things. All right. We've still got the
Vatican
most
is one
extreme,
exception, and it's
amazing,
actually
and they
Catholic
still don't
fucking
kill
country that
people.
bans this
They
shit
still don't
anyways.
whip people. They don't put people in jail or stone people or do any of those things. So here's the main part. Here's the main part. So
tells you in the
here's the
Bible
main
to
part.
stone people.
I'm
It
getting
tells you in
there.
the Bible
I'm
to
getting
stone
there.
people
I'm getting
before.
there, my guy. Listen to me. Right. Okay. So at the
you're
end
not
of the
getting there.
day,
You
if
don't
you
understand
are
fucking
born
how.
within a Christian family and you abandon Christianity, that is not looked at as equal to committing a crime and going to jail. If you are, hey, listen, you need to listen. Right, in Islam,
I heard
when
the
you
retarded
abandon
argument
Islam,
60 times,
you
and I'm trying to
die.
reply,
You
man.
have committed the worst crime possible to humanity. In Christianity, it's bad. We are going to tell you, hey, think about this, think about your actions or whatever. We're not going to kill you. We're not going to kill you. That's how that works. Yeah. Okay.
Conversation could end in like 5 minutes if you listen for 5 seconds in a row. Actually, it's actually crazy. This is how you win arguments. Chat, look at what he's doing right now. He
Zen,
talks.
do Christians
Yeah,
Zen,
no,
Zen,
fuck off.
Zen,
Silent, child.
Zen.
He yaps.
Holy shit.
Fuck off. He yaps, and he walks away. He fucking sits up out of his stool. He walks away out of the room. He's gonna come back in a bit. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna keep yapping. High pitch as fuck. Constant screaming until I say, yeah, you're right. Never mind. Let's not have a discussion.
Amazing. Okay.
Zen.
What?
No, it's just the conversation is over. I have zero interest in what you have to say. And not because I'm just ignorant or whatever. It's because I've asked you questions. I've done this before. I've gotten the answers that I require to come to a logical, reasonable conclusion. And so I lay out my conclusion. I lay out my conclusion. You make a claim, I provide a counterclaim. Keep yapping now.
Zen, you know what's a good example? Because you said most majority Christian countries kill people for not being Christian.
Take care, James. Although I agree with Zen, with your debate style is very wrong. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck. Yo, Thrillbots, I've been here for 2 months engaging with this motherfucker with this level of ingenuous behavior when it comes to debating. This motherfucker will give me all the answers that I require to come to a logical conclusion. Then I will give the logical conclusion. So the end counterclaim that I have, and this motherfucker will just go, oh, you talk too much. No, dumbass. The problem is you make bogus fucking claims in the first place.
You don't even let people normally like end their sentence. You just scream until you...
I've heard your logic, my guy. You can repeat it 17 times if you like now. It doesn't change it because you're just going to repeat and yap the same bullshit. Go ahead, then. Yap to the world. Please explain. Yeah, I'm listening. My headphones are on.
Exactly.
No, my headphones are on. I hear you.
Zen, you said okay, so you said that you can find a few exceptions of a lot of Christian nations that don't kill people for not being Christian, right?
I said there are no Christian countries except maybe the Vatican, which is like a fucking Catholic country which bends the scripture and picks and chooses verses. There's no like if you go back in history, every single one of those Christian fucking
Okay,
nations.
Poland's
kill each
94%
other if
Christian,
they want.
86% Catholic. Do they kill people for not being Christian?
There's no Christian nation. Are you talking about the Vatican's or what?
No, I'm talking about Poland. Poland's
Poland is an
94%
atheist
Christian.
nation.
Okay, please explain to us, Zen, what you mean by Christian nation, because I'm getting the idea that you're essentially saying that we have the alternative to Sharia law just for Christians, right?
Yes, there used to be everywhere in the
And,
world.
yeah,
There used to
yeah,
be the entirety
amazing,
of Europe.
amazing. That's
Let
how
me-
it's coming
let
to
me
the
talk.
the
I don't know.
alternative
You're
for
too obnoxious.
Muslim?
You're actually annoying me.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
don't
talk
give a
to the
fuck,
other
bro. You're
guy.
ingenuous.
Let me talk to another
Yeah,
other
go.
guy.
Do you know what the alternative for Sharia law and Christianity is, son?
Yeah,
The
just a fucking
Ten
Christian law.
Commandments. The Ten Commandments.
No,
You
it's
shall have
not.
no other
It
gods
used to
before
be-
me. You
no,
shall not
no,
make
it's not.
idols. You shall not take the name of the Lord or your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day. Keep it holy. Honor your mother and father. You shall not murder. You shall not commit
isn't
adultery.
true.
You
There
shall not
used to
steal.
be-
You shall not bear false witness. You shall not covet.
This
or
is just
covet.
not true. There used to be like the majority of Europe in the past used to be like theocratical monarchies with Christianity. They didn't only follow this fucking.
You said
Ten
Poland is an atheist nation, and do you expect for me to engage critically with you?
Do you think Poland isn't an atheist nation?
Oh, so
Dude, have you seen a map of churches in
96%.
Poland?
96%.
Let me
94%,
literally
yeah.
just
It's
Google.
a huge Christian
Stop
nation.
being retarded. Let me just Google it for you.
96%.
Is Poland a secular country?
What about
Yeah,
Greenland?
but listen to look at how disingenuous he is being. A secular country. Do you know why he's doing that? I don't know, because that's the way he wins his argument. As long as we don't have a government that is ruled by the church, he is not going to consider it religious country. That's how it works for Zen. Did you not figure out yet? That's what he's doing.
So you're saying a nation that is not theocratic is not fundamentally Christian?
A nation that is democratic is not Christian.
The-
Because
Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. Listen to who I argue with for the last 2 months. Has the audacity to say I'm disingenuous? No, I'm just
You can have a
I'm just
democracy
know
and
you.
Christian nation coexisting.
I just know you too well.
I don't know. Let's argue with me for 5 seconds. And
You
ignore this
cannot
guy.
have
5 fucking seconds.
you can have a democracy and a Christian nation. You can have a democracy and a Christian nation, a democratic Christian nation.
So you're spelling me that it's a Christian nation as long as there's a majority Christian population and they can have laws that are completely made up by politicians and not based on the religious scripture at all, and they're still a Christian nation just because the majority of people are Christian.
I think a lot. Would you qualify a Muslim? Would you qualify a Muslim nation majority Muslims?
No, I think Turkey is also a secular nation. It's also an atheist nation, Turkey.
Okay, so I don't.
When I say a
I
Muslim
understand.
nation, I mean Sharia law. I mean fucking I mean like a secular, not a secular. I mean a theocracy, basically. Any theocracy. We don't have Christian theocracies anymore. We just have Christian. Just have countries with a moderate amount of Christian population. That's it. There's no Christian theocracy, monarchy, a theocracy,
No Christian theocracy.
democracy. There's none. There's no theocratic country anymore for Christianity.
Okay, you might be right. Because a lot of the theocratic nations are there's Afghanistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Vatican City. Vatican City is a theocratic nation. Yemen.
Yes, but Vatican
but
City
majority.
has like 5 people living in it. It's a retarded argument.
Yeah, it's a very small nation that has 500 people. I think
Yeah,
around
so
500 people,
My
and they're all
point basically
Catholic.
being is that you can't use this argument of you violent people, you kill each other over whatever. There's no Christian theocracy. If there was a Christian theocracy, like there has been for
If there was a
the
Christian
majority,
theocracy, do you think it would be better than a?
Wait.
If there
For
was a
history,
Christian
if you go back to the medieval times, you had Christian Christian theocracies, and in those countries, If you left the
They would get
religion, if you
invaded by
did certain
Muslims.
things, you got stoned to death. They burnt the witches.
Yes, but don't you think that's a little bit skewed because of the fact that most of the Christian nations got invaded by Muslim nations?
What are you talking about? You think some random, like, I know Spain and shit, but you think some random Christian country like, let's say England got invaded by the Muslims? No, let's use England
No,
then. That's your
Syria.
argument.
Syria got invaded by Muslims.
Yeah, Syria was historically some Christian country, yeah. Not
Yeah, it
anymore.
was.
What's the argument?
I'm saying, don't you think the data is a little bit skewed because it's hard to document how many people have been killed by Christians and how many people have been killed by Muslims in these certain
That
nations?
wasn't his point. His argument basically was that, how do I say this? In Christian nations, if you leave your faith, you're fine. In Muslim nations, if you leave your faith, you get killed. This isn't the case. There are no Muslim nations anymore. There are Muslim
Oh,
nations.
there
There
are
are no
some Muslim
Christian nations
nations.
anymore. And in the time where there was Christian nations, both the Muslim
Oh no,
nations
there's
and the
Muslim
Christian
nations.
nations
There's Muslim
killed each other if
theocracies.
you leave the faith. So what's the argument?
Okay, so there's Muslim theocracies around the world. It's just that you don't want to acknowledge them because they're very violent.
What? I did say that I misspoke and said there's no Muslim
Okay.
nations anymore, and then corrected myself, but you didn't
Okay,
listen.
okay. No, I was trying to. Yeah, you're right.
I tried to
can see.
say there's no Christian nations anymore, and if you go back to the time where there was, they also killed each other for
Okay.
leaving the faith. So this argument of the Christians are
Okay, a nation,
violent is bullshit.
a nation being Christian means that the majority of people are Christian and it is recognized in that country widely as the religion of that
No,
country.
it would mean that it's a theocracy. If you,
can
have
a
a country
religious,
which
you
has
can
laws,
have a, you can have
you
a,
have
you
a
can have
country
a.
with laws, if you have a dictator in your country, which is a pro-LGBTQ progressive motherfucker, and the country recognizes that the country has a majority Christian population, and the Christians who live there have nothing to say, how can you say, oh, look at their laws, this is representative of Christian religion? No, it isn't. It's representative of whoever made the law, and the law in modern so-called Christian countries is not made by Christianity. It's made by some random fucking politicians who have nothing to do with the religion, right?
Okay, so in Christianity, there are 10 commandments, and do you think that these commandments are violent and first of all, us
Now
as
you're
Christians,
you're laser focusing on the Ten
I'm
Commandments.
talking because you want to talk about Christian laws, and I'm gonna
No,
talk
if
about
you want to look
Christian
at
laws.
Christian laws, you should look at what it says in the Bible. If it says in the Bible, if this and this happens, you need to stone them, then that's a law in Christianity, right?
Yes, but what we do is we act in according to Jesus, okay? And Jesus wouldn't have stoned somebody for committing a sin.
And why does it say in the Bible you need to stone them for committing a sin? What do you mean?
What are we talking, Old Testament or New Testament? Because I don't
Both.
know a lot about the Old Testament.
Both. In both the Old and New Testament, it says if you do A, B, C,
What
D, you
does
get
the
stoned and you die.
New Testament? What do you want to focus on? Homosexuality in terms of like
Anything.
a certain. Okay. I'm
It
gonna say
says
what's
if
in the New
you want,
Testament
I can search
about
this verse for you when I wait. Listen. If you want, I can search this verse for you later. But it literally says, for example, if your son is a drunkard, like he drinks a lot of alcohol and he behaves wrongly, then kill him. If
Does it
your
say that
son
in
is
the
a
Old
lazy
Testament or
drunkard, if he's
does it say
fat,
that in the Old
lazy, doesn't
Testament or
go
the-
to work, kill him. What?
Does that say that in the Old Testament or the New Testament?
I'm not sure, but why does it matter? Are you
Christians
saying we
follow
can just
more.
ignore the Old Testament?
Christians follow more of the Old Testament. I mean, the New Testament than the Old Testament.
If you believe in the Bible, right? If it says something in the Old Testament, you need to follow it, right? You can't just say like, and never mind, it's in the Old Testament, so I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt and ignore it. That's If you really believe in the scripture, you need to follow all of your book, right?
Jesus Christ. Jesus views the Old Testament. According to the New Testament, Jesus believed that the authority and importance of the Old Testament. In Matthew, Jesus says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. This statement indicates that Jesus saw the Old Testament as a divine revelation that he came to fulfill rather than abolish. So we look
So it
at,
says something in the Old Testament, you need to still follow it.
yeah, we still need to follow it, but it
In other
doesn't mean
words, if it says
necessarily
in the
that you
Old
need to.
Testament, if someone does such and such, you need to stone them, you should, right?
Well, we look at how Jesus enforced these laws, right?
Enforce
Because
those
Jesus is
laws.
God.
What do you mean how Jesus enforced the laws? If Jesus didn't enforce the laws, then what do you mean? It says enforce them, it says in the scripture the exact
The
way
only
you need
person, well,
to
the only
enforce them.
person that can, well, the only person that can cast judgment and cast punishment is God.
It
That's why
says in
when,
the Old
that's why,
Testament,
that's why,
people,
that's why,
it
listen,
says, it
listen,
says in the Old
listen,
Testament, people
listen,
need to punish them like this and this.
listen.
What listen?
That's why when somebody came up to Jesus, okay, and said, "We are to put this woman to death and stone her. She has committed adultery." He said, thou who has committed no sin shall throw the first stone."
So
So he
Jesus
put,
could
so
throw the
Jesus
first stone.
himself,
In other
so
words,
Jesus
Jesus
himself,
could throw the
so
first stone. That's
Jesus himself said,
killer.
no, Jesus himself was basically saying the only one that can punish her is God.
No, it says it should throw the first stone. It doesn't say no one can throw the stone except sinless.
Well, Jesus' words said that. He said,
Repeat
thou who
what
has
you just
committed,
said out loud. Repeat it.
he said, thou who has committed no sin shall throw the first stone.
Does it say shall throw the only stone? No, it says shall throw the first stone. In other words, Jesus has the honor of killing her, starting the murder.
Yes, but that would be against his religion, and that would be against what, well, his
How?
religion. Because thou shalt not kill? What?
Yes, it says the same in my religion, but there's exceptions, right? Kill like implies it's
About
not
the
deserved.
girl
You
who
clearly don't believe this yourself, because what if some guy has a knife, runs towards you with a knife, and tries to hit you in the throat? Now what? Now you can't kill him? Yes, you can. You can shoot him. It's
Yeah,
called
you
self.
can kill him.
So clearly, your
But
thou shall not kill as
when we're
an
saying thou
exception.
shalt not kill, we're saying thou shalt not kill in terms of, hey, if you feel like your life is being threatened, then you can kill. But if you don't feel like your life is being threatened, why kill?
Yeah, in other words, there's exceptions to the rule, right?
Exactly, but do you think somebody sleeping outside of marriage, somebody sleeping with somebody who they're not married to, is a threat to your life?
It doesn't say anything that it doesn't say the only exception is if it's a threat to your life. It literally says in the scripture, if your wife cheats on her, kill her. That's what it says. So yes, I think so.
Okay, bring up the first one.
Oh my god. If I can't find this, I'm gonna just give you the thing about homosexuality. Let me see this.
Sure, I know what you're saying about homosexuality. I've read the verse.
Let's use homosexuality because I know the verse and I don't feel like searching for it. So is that okay with you if I use this instead of the fucking wife example?
Well, what Jesus, okay, so in Christianity, we try to live according to Jesus Christ or God.
Yeah, but
Interchangeably.
if Jesus said
So,
you need to follow the Old Testament and the Old Testament says kill the gays, then you need to kill the gays. It's very easy.
yes, but Jesus's actions don't reflect that you should just kill all gay people. Do they?
I don't. Did Jesus even meet a gay?
I mean,
You
he's met
shall
an
not lie
adulterer.
with. Listen to this. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And let me see. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong verse. If a man lies with a man as with a woman, both of them has committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them. How do you interpret this as we can't kill the gays? It clearly says in the Old Testament, in let's see, Leviticus
He
20.
shall be put to death by who? By people on earth or by God?
Who do you think?
Probably by God.
Probably by God. It says, okay, how about the 10,000 chapters where it literally has prophets stoning people for being gay? How about that?
Okay, does the Bible actively encourage that?
Why do you think the Bible even says he shall be put to death if it's for God? Then why even mention it?
Well, first of all, it's hard to. So you're reading the Torah, okay?
I'm reading the Old Testament, which is also in the Bible.
Yes, that is.
In
Well,
other words,
the
not the
Bible's.
Torah.
You don't think the Old Testament is the Torah?
No, the Old Testament is the Old Testament.
The Old
It's
Testament
also
is
the
the Old
Bible.
Testament, and what is it considered to for the Jews? What do the Jews call it?
But mate, this is part of the Bible, yes or no?
Yes, but what
Does
do
you
the
follow it,
Jews
yes
call
or
the
no?
Old Testament?
So
What do
you
the
follow it,
Jews?
yes or no?
What do the Jews call the Old
I
Testament
don't
then?
care what the Jews call the Old Testament, you're not a Jew.
Okay, I'm not a Jew, but what do the Jews call the Old Testament? I just want to
They
hear
call
from
it the
you.
Torah, but you're not a Jew, so you call it the Bible
Yes,
because
but
it's
we
part of the
go.
Bible.
Yes, but the difference between Jews and Christians, or Jewish people and Christian people, is we
Je-
follow both the Old and the New Testament.
Yes, if it's
The
in the Old...
Jews,
Listen, no, what? I don't care about this the terms and fucking labels. I don't give a fuck. I'm arguing the actual consequences and rules, right? If something is said in the Old Testament, do you need to follow it? Yes or no?
yes, but we're saying that he should probably be put to death by God, not by people, not by man.
Okay, what does "they shall surely be put to death" mean?
By whom? By
By
whom shall
whom?
they be put to
What
death?
does it put them to death? He can punish them in the fucking afterlife. There's clearly, like,
He
it
puts
says
them
the
to
same
death
about it
on
says the same
earth.
about
He
murder,
puts
right? It
them to
says the same
death
about
on
murder.
earth.
You also think when it says murderer should be put to death, it means by God, and we shouldn't kill them. We should keep our hands off and let God do the work. That's what you think?
Well, I feel like, what are you asking? What we should personally do to murderers?
No, what does the Bible say about murder? Does it specifically say humans can should kill the murderers? No, it doesn't. How
No,
does everyone interpret this who in the past, since the moment this verse was revealed till now?
because we
Do
don't
they
kill
interpret
people
it
when
as
they sin.
God
We
does it,
don't
or do they
kill people
interpret
when
it
they
as
sin.
with?
Hold on. What is the punishment for sin? First of all sin is equal except for blasphemy. So I'm gonna ask broadly what the punishment for sin is.
Where does it ever say that in the any fucking Bible verse that all sin is equal?
All sin is equal. Bible verse.
Because that sounds
What does the
stupid.
Bible say about all sins being equal? For whoever keeps the whole law but fails to point out and becomes guilty of it. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. It is written, none is righteous, none is righteous, no, not one. All wrongdoing is sin, but there is sin that does not lead to death. Therefore, I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven people, but the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. For the wages of sin, so it gives a clear distinction. Therefore, I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven people, but the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit will not be given.
Okay, but where does it say all sin is equal?
Hold on.
It doesn't. Clearly, if you fucking steal a lollipop of a child and give someone cancer and peel their skin off alive and then kill them and burn them alive, then clearly the second one will get you more punishment if you
Okay,
use
so
your brain.
sin is wrongdoing. Okay.
Yes, and some
So
wrongdoing is worse than other wrongdoing, right?
yes, but it's all sin. That's what we're saying. It's all
Yes, but
sin.
some sin will get you more punishment than other sin, right?
Yeah, like if you murder somebody, it's gonna be a lot.
So how is all sin equal? It's not.
Listen, okay.
Clearly some sin is worse than other. Clearly serial killers are worse than some guy who steals a lollipop from a 5-year-old.
All sin is falling short of God's glory, so there's either righteousness or unrighteousness. Righteousness, perfection is an absolute. Broadly speaking, all sin. What does it say this?
Huh?
Hold on. What does Romans 3:23? Let me just look that up. Because I'm looking at a Bible app
I'm
thing.
gonna go now, by the way, but I want to ask you a final question. Completely honestly, when it says in the verse they should be put to death, do you really think it means God, or if you use your head, do
I
you
do think it
understand
means
that
God.
from the point that verse was revealed till now, everyone in human history interpreted it as we should do it? Jesus didn't fucking
Okay,
protest.
so do you think if everybody interprets something in a certain way, that means it's right?
I think that if God reveals a certain verse and it's so obvious that everyone mutually agrees on the same thing, then yes, it is right. And if God
If
knew
everybody mutually agrees on something, it's right.
on a verse in a religious scripture, yes. On anything else, no.
Okay, first of all,
Because
no,
God wrote a
nobody.
religious scripture for the
Okay,
purpose
first of
of
all,
making it
everybody doesn't
understandable.
mutually agree on any religious text.
No, I'm saying if God made a religious scripture, he would make it so the obvious meaning would be whatever, like the true meaning would be what the majority of people, basically everyone, agrees on. So if literally 99% of 99.9999999% of people read the verse and completely obviously see the meaning from it, then probably you can go with the assertion that that's how God intended it to be interpreted, and that's right. I think it's retarded to say that
Hold on.
God is
Hold on.
like all knowing, and at the same time, he knowingly on purpose made a verse that only you could correctly
I'm
interpret,
gonna
and everyone else is wrong. I think that's a retarded statement.
I'm gonna send you this is off the thing. It's called BibleRef.com. Okay, this is interpretations of a like common interpretations of the Bible. Okay, so if you're ever interested in looking at some of these verses and trying to see what the interpretation of these
Yeah,
verses
sure.
are.
But do you agree that for most of human history, we all unanimously, without exception, agreed that the verse means gay is death penalty, or do you genuinely think we'd never killed them for being gay?
Oh no, I never said we never killed them. I never said that.
So you think it doesn't mean to kill them, and that we all have been interpreting the verse wrong for the entirety of human history, and that now you are the
Hold on.
new modern
Let
day
me go to
Messiah who knows how to actually interpret the
Well,
verse?
I'm not probably not the first person to say something like this, but
You're probably like the first people to say
amen.
shit like
Praise
this
God.
are probably like from this century, like
What
genuine,
what
or the
what
not
verse
the
are you
century.
talking about?
I think in
Hold
the
on.
1800s, still no one thought this.
Hold on.
What?
Okay. What verse are you talking about with the homosexuality? Like what
One I
verse is
just
it?
read out loud about they should be
Well,
put to
yeah.
death.
Yeah, but like what is it? Like John, Matthew, Luke, Mark,
Genesis 20, I
Leviticus,
think.
Genesis 20. Genesis from our Abraham journey to onward. Okay, so there's that's chapter 20 and then there's a verse, right?
Oh. I'm gonna go though, but I already know that you're basically twisting it because the first time I mentioned this to you,
Well,
you
I'm gonna
literally
look at Bible ref, okay,
no,
and then I'm
the
gonna
first
see
time I
and then I'm gonna
mentioned this,
see.
you literally told me out loud, I need to practice my apologetics. So
I
clearly
told you
you
that, yeah, because I don't know that much about the
yeah, so
religion.
clearly it seems like you have this pre-assertion of what you want it to mean, and you're gonna research whatever, like, people's opinions you can research that will align with what you want the verse to mean,
Don't you think that's what a lot of
instead
people
of like
do? Don't
actually
you
being
think that's what a lot of people
open-minded.
do?
Wait,
Hold
wait,
on.
wait. Instead
Hold
of
on,
actually
wait.
being open-minded and
Hold
seeing
on.
what it actually means.
Hold on.
What? Hold on.
Okay, listen. If we're gonna have a
No, you
conversation,
don't want
I
me
can't
to
just
say
let
this
you.
out
Okay,
loud.
okay. If we're gonna have a conversation, you're gonna have to go point by point. I'm gonna have to address point by point. I'm not gonna let you.
I said one thing.
Yes, but then okay, so just say it in the like simplest version possible, and then let
Okay,
me
I'll
answer
say it
it.
in the simplest way possible. You have fucking made up the meaning you wanted to have in your mind, and now you're searching shit that agrees with you to strengthen your own belief instead of actually
Yes,
just
but
seeking truth.
don't you think a lot of people do that? Even if it's wrong, don't you think a lot of people do that?
I don't care how many people do it. It's
Okay,
fun.
okay, okay. So what you're talking about is what's called confirmation bias, okay? It's a psychological thing.
Yes,
So
you
when people
entirely
believe a certain
giant
thing,
confirmation bias.
when people believe a
What's up,
certain
boys?
thing, what's up?
Yeah, I'm
When
going,
people
boss. I'll
believe,
see you later. Okay.
okay, I'll see you then.
Yeah, bikes then.
Bye. Fuck you, by the way. Bye.
Jesus Christ. Where did that end up with? Holy fuck.
No, he's asking me to interpret certain verses that like I'm not well adversed to interpret.
What with Christianity?
Yeah, he's asking me like certain verses. He's bringing up verses, and then he's saying, "Interpret this in your way." And
Yeah.
then when I say, "Hey, I'm gonna interpret it in my way," even though it might not be a scholarly way to interpret it, I don't have a
Yeah.
degree in theology or anything. He's gonna be like, "Okay, well, you're wrong."
Yeah. So basically, you're saying I don't know, and then he's saying, "Well, just tell me anyway." And then you tell him your like closest guess, and then he says, "Oh, so you see, there are loopholes," and you're like, "Well, yes, because obviously I'm not well versed with it." And yeah, he's trying to point out like as if that could be done. Hassan, reaction is over. You were enjoying that, were you? What's up, Kay? How you doing, brother? How is everybody doing? Yo, bro got raptured. No, I didn't. I was just having.
I got raptured.
Yeah. God did not translate himself in all languages. How do you translate a word in a language? A word in a language that lacks the thing. For example, the word for animal, sheep. The God who you want to attribute translation to. I have no idea, brother. I have no idea what any of that means. I'm oblivious. The sheep are an animal that is not in all regions and cultures.
So like what he does is he asks me for like a interpretation.
Yeah.
Like, and then I tell him, "Hey, I don't know a lot about stuff." And then he says, "Well, you said last time you were gonna work on your apologetics." And then I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not."
Wait, so he's guilt tripping you? He's like fucking doing the thing that teachers do when you don't. Jesus. Xen is like the fucking father figure when it comes to religion. Jesus. God damn it, what a piece of shit. What an absolute asshole. But we love him nonetheless. He's fucking unhinged though. Huh.
Obviously, when I say like I'm gonna work on my apologetics, I say like when I get my own time to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I just have one problem with Xen. One problem. It's like he doesn't understand why I get mad or why I get like I see that as being passionate. The reason why I'm so passionate is because when I come to the conclusion that Xen is essentially saying to me that, you know, it just seems insane to me that somebody could hold a position which would be like, hey, I genuinely believe everybody who's Islamic is Islamic. And the reason why is because they've all been asked whether they're Islamic and they've all answered, yes, we are. Now, for me, it's insane for somebody to come to that conclusion, considering that the alternative for them not saying that is, you know, death, whippings, jail, societal ousting. Like the fact that somebody can look at that and say, yes, I've definitely 100% come to the conclusion that everybody who's Islamic is Islamic, even in that scenario, to me, is absolutely unbelievable. And so I get so pissed off because it essentially means there's two things going on here. One, you're exceptionally stupid. Or two, you're gaslighting me right now. And so, yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't deal with that.
There's a lot of people that the reason why a lot of data in like some Islamic countries is very skewed is because when they come to people and they say, "Hey, are you Islamic?" They kind of have to say yes.
Exactly my point. It's like somebody's holding a gun to your head and they're saying to you, you know, a round of you is flowers. We all harvest flowers around here, and somebody points a gun to your head and says, "Hey, do you like flowers?" And you're like, let's just say that you could hypothetically ask what would happen if you didn't, because we all know what would happen in reality. It's like, yes, if you tell me you don't like flowers, you get shot in the head. It's like, okay. And then these, like somebody else, maybe not Xen, I don't even think Xen is capable of doing this, but he could answer something like on the lines of, yeah, but they believe, they genuinely believe, like in their minds, they believe in like, you know, that what are the consequences for lying then? Because we've seen the consequences for like, you know, like if you were to say, no, I'm not Islamic or I don't believe in Islam, the consequences are like death, whippings, jails, and so on and so forth. Okay, what are the consequences for lying then? He could ask. The consequences for lying would be you're sent to an eternal life in hellfire. But then my counter to that even, so I've already worked through the next argument that comes after the other person is good faith and admits that, yeah, well, that's a good fucking reason. But Xen doesn't do that. And so we don't move on to the next interesting topic, which would be, all right, so then I basically needs to prove, yeah. So I would say to that, well, they're not religious in the first place. If they're willing to, you know, like they don't in their heart believe they're Islamic, they just don't. The only reason they're saying they are is because they'll get killed. Well, if they're not believers in the first place, then hellfire and eternity and hellfire doesn't exist. So therefore, the argument that that's why they wouldn't lie, it doesn't apply to them because, well, they don't think it exists. So that's pretty much as far as that conversation can go, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to get data with it's really hard to get data with like
Yeah.
Islamic countries because like we see in like some Islamic countries, if you just say you're Christian, that's like death penalty. So like obviously, well, it depends on like there's some Christians
Exactly,
that
yeah.
are just gonna say, "Hey, I'm Islamic," just not to get killed.
Yeah, which is why I gave him the answer of the North Koreans. My point there was like, even if you're not like for the dictatorship, you're not going to say that because if you do, you die. So it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
So how the fuck would you be? How are you so convinced? At least with Christians, you can see they've been baptized. Now, I don't agree with like baptism. I don't like the concept of it, or essentially assigning something to a child that has no say in what's going to. Like, no, that's not what I'm going to do, my guy. I'm just not doing that. I'm not okay with it. It's not for me. Anyway, I'm not religious in the first place. But I think Daddy here thinks that he's onto something. How about asking all American college girls if they are women? And half says that they are. They are other. Does that make it true? What are the consequences for saying they are women? And what are the consequences? Like, how is this analogous is my question to you, Daddy. Because I think that you've just thought of the first random fucking shit in your head and thought, oh, right, yeah, obviously the boss is stupid here. That's what I think has happened. But I don't think you've thought this out. What are the consequences for a college girl saying that she's a woman, or if she says other? The point being made here, I'll even use your dumbass argument. The case would be said there that if she doesn't say she's a woman, then she essentially gets humiliated to the point where all the girls pick on her, like bully her, humiliate her in front of everybody else, like by hardcore bullying, like essentially strip her naked and like make her run around naked in the fucking campus. If they did that and like use a whip and just like taunt her or whatever, like a fucking horse.
Yeah, like severe
there you
harassment.
go. If those were the consequences for her not saying woman, you know, then
probably say
yes,
she's a woman.
exactly. That would make it analogous, yes. But yeah, holy shit. The sheep are an animal that is not only, I don't even know what that's about, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't believe we got into the fucking religious shit. Like every day I come to stream, I make one goal. Don't go unhinged with Xen. Every day is the same thing. That's my goal. Don't go unhinged with Xen. Don't go unhinged with Xen. I'm really bad at it, obviously. But it's because I'm so passionate, because if he's gaslighting me, that's fair enough. I don't think he is, though. So it has to be the alternative, which he's exceptionally stupid. And that worries me. That worries me because I genuinely think the guy to be quite intelligent. Not smart. He's not smart by any stretch of the imagination. Like, he has very little knowledge about life and just about anything. He has
If he was smart, he
Yeah.
wouldn't be debating me about religion. He would be debating scholars about religion.
Exactly, yeah. So I genuinely think that for that him being like, at least like he is intelligent, I think. Like, I'm not trying to say that, oh, he's like pure genius. No, nothing like that. I just think that he's like above average, which like he might even be more intelligent than me. It wouldn't surprise me. The point I'm trying to make is that he's not smart. He has no knowledge about life or like literarily or anything like that, which I really resonate with him. So it's like, okay, so you're exceptionally stupid. So am I. So are a lot of other people in the world. And I genuinely believe in humanity. But if we can't even get past this argument and like look at it objectively for what it is, like in order to move on to more interesting topics, like, bro, like there is no salvation. Like, how can you look at that, like that thing that with the Islam and the dying and shit, and like come to the conclusion that, oh yeah, everybody's Islamic? It's like, no.
Yeah, and even more so in countries where they are not incentivized to like Islam, they're less Islamic.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Wait, yeah.
Eastern European countries. No, not Eastern European. Western European countries, or maybe even Eastern European countries.
Wait, could you give me an example? Because I've lost my compass now. Give me just like an example of a country.
So, like in Germany, for example, they're
Germany,
not
okay.
incentivized
Yeah.
to like Islam,
Yeah.
and that results in more people actually saying that they're Christian.
Oh fuck yeah. Okay, true. Maybe to a certain extent, but I wouldn't think that. I think that when they do these data analytics, the best way they can potentially do it is not by going into data forms and, like trying to understand how many people attend church. No, they just go up to the churches and they say how many people have been baptized in this church over the last 20 years. And they give them that number. And then, yeah, that's it. That's the level of data that goes into it. This is the most easy and efficient way to do it. I beg to differ. He just seems too stubborn to learn. This is also another argument that is a very good one, and Rizzo is 100%. I think that's where it's going to come down to. It's unfortunately, I know I don't really like talking about him in the third person, but like he didn't gain enough knowledge. Somehow stumbled across Islam. God fucking knows how. I despise the person that introduced him to it. But nonetheless, whatever. Somehow he comes across Islam. He becomes Islamic. And now there is a genuine incentive for him to, one, adhere to Islam, and a genuine, punishment for not adhering to Islam. And by, essentially reaching out and researching about topics genuinely with an open mind and being willing to be wrong about things, then it would be possible for him to be proven wrong and he would not have the opinions that he has. The only problem is that, like those people who will die if they say, no, I don't believe in Islam, if Xen challenges God, which is a criticism that I've given him many, many times in the past, if he were to ever challenge God, which would be the requirement if you were to just attend with this right here, the idea that, not everybody who's Islamic is genuinely Islamic, if that makes any sense. Even coming to terms with that would require him to challenge the word of God in his eyes. And, well, the punishment for that is, well, they would have to, given that this happens again and again and again, eventually they would move further away from their faith and eventually abandon it, which would put them in the same position as, the example we've been giving, which is, yeah, you get exiled essentially if you're lucky. And so, yeah, whipping on horse is kind of hot though. Can we add old woman shouting shame? Yeah, we can do that if you want. Yeah, that's the cleaner, Daddy. Yeah, that's the cleaner. The cleaner is shouting shame. Yeah, and they're throwing rotten tomatoes at her. I beg to differ. He just said, yeah, he does. You would be right about that. Agreed. Are you willing to be educated? Xen's not here. But no, he's not willing to be, because that would require him to have an open mind. And considering the consequences of him doing that in the first place, even though he will say time and time again, yeah, I've put my religion and my beliefs down for this conversation, he can't. He doesn't understand what it means to do that, and he can't do it. Because that would require him to say, I don't believe in Islam for this conversation. And he can't even say that, because that would essentially destroy every foundation for what he believes in. This is why I despise religions. This is the exact reason why I despise them more than anything else, because it essentially
he has hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I think that it comes from a place not of I think that it comes from a place of just fundamentally not understanding a lot of things. You talk to him about authoritarianism, he doesn't have a concrete definition. You talk to him about capitalism, he doesn't have a concrete definition. You talk to him about communism, he doesn't have a concrete definition. So it's I just don't know how to engage with somebody like that.
Yeah.
In terms of a debate.
Yeah. My conclusion is that thing where essentially he was curious about things, eventually came to a path where he discovered Islam, and he's quite young. So essentially that means that anything he learned prior to Islam was the only knowledge that he had in his head. And obviously it wasn't enough to persuade him into not joining Islam. So it can't have been that much. Let's just be honest. Anybody with half a brain would look at Islam and be like, Jesus Christ. Nevertheless, so he joins Islam, and now it's like, I look at it as, what is it? It's like smoking during your teen years. This is what I would synonymize this with. Yes, essentially, because smoking during your your biggest developmental years, I don't know if there's a lot of research, but let's just theorize that when you start smoking during puberty, you essentially will not grow any taller. You will not develop as you would normally, and it will lead to, not being able to acquire all the things that you would have had you not smoked. And so I think that Islam is that smoking, that he was only a teenager when he was introduced to Islam. Obviously it was, because he's barely a young adult now. So yeah, he acquired very little knowledge, then got into Islam, which has essentially prohibited him from reaching out and doing genuine research, because he will look at a paper that says what the argument we just gave, which is why you would come to the conclusion that so many people are Islamic, is because, well, the alternative is they die. So obviously they're going to say, yes, we are. The question is, are they really? And even though he's looking that right in the eyes, he comes to the conclusion that, yep, they are. And he does it so elegantly and so simple and easily. That's the most fucked up part of it, I think. That's what really just makes me go off my fucking hinges. It's just how can you be so naive? What is wrong? Yeah, that's what I think. So he started smoking while he was a teenager. That's what I think. He thinks himself an intellectual, but I've never met someone so dunce in my entire life. I think the reason he assumes he's an intellectual is because he reads and watches a lot of videos about Islamic people. That's his only source of knowledge. When it comes to anything, if it wasn't for the occasional random video on YouTube, he just happens to click on, I'm pretty sure that he watches a lot of Islamic channels and listens to probably mostly Islamic people. And considering that they all have this fucking tone in their voice and the manner in which they it's just the most, it makes me feel cringe inside, the fact that human beings can be so fucking cocky and arrogant, and it's cockiness. It's not confidence, it's cockiness, that they are on the right path, they have the right idea, they know exactly what is going on. These types of people, yeah, bro, it's you're heading one way down a narrow stream of river that eventually ends with you falling off the edge of a fucking waterfall. Yes, it's disgusting. The fact that any human beings have that demeanor about them. Preacher tone, yes, exactly. Yes, that's exactly the word. All preachers, and this is not even just Islam. This is and anybody who's young, naive, doesn't have a lot of knowledge about life will look at them and think, fuck, they're right. Because they confuse cockiness with being right, or you understand. And so they just anything that person says, true. And so they just go with it and they just repeat it and regurgitate it. And then they watch a bunch of other videos and it's just talking points. That's all it is.
It's when you're very arrogant,
yeah.
It's going to come across as confidence. Or if you're very charismatic at speaking, but you're also very arrogant, then a lot of people are going to look at you and then they're going to be like, oh,
yes, you've
enlightened me.
Yes. This is
without looking into anything.
Yep. This is preacher tone. And the worst part about it is okay, I've probably mentioned 7 times worst part about it, but essentially it's these same preacher people will also tell you straight up, like, don't research this. Like, they will like bake it into it and like kind of soothe your asshole before they stick their whatever in. Yeah, they're gonna do all of that, but okay, like metaphorically, guys, hypothetical, right? And not like really, yeah, sometimes actually, but nevertheless, it's like, yeah, they're gonna like bake it into it. It's like they're gonna like they're gonna spread it out. They're gonna, yeah, so you don't really realize that it's happening, but it is happening. You better be sure of it. So yeah,
It's a very culty speaking way. It's a very culty way
bravo.
of speaking.
Yes, that's
'Cause, like,
usually.
when you're sitting there, a lot of the times if you're actually intelligent when
Yeah.
you're speaking or something, you're gonna bring up research to support your points. You're not just gonna sit there and be like, "Oh, don't research this," because all
Bravo.
the research you've been
Yes.
told is wrong. Like
Ex-
Scientology, for example, they do the exact same thing. They're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you can't research this."
Yep. Yep, you nailed it right on the head. Because if there's one thing that just makes religion seem like not that, but it would probably be Scientology. Let's be fucking honest. Like,
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's fucking horrible.
Why the fuck? I've watched like one documentary on that shit, and my mind was blown. My mind was gone off.
Yeah, they literally have indoctrination techniques.
Yep.
It's actually insane.
And they all know about it.
Unironically.
And they all know about it as well. And they're totally open to it. It's like, yeah, they genuinely believe in like the person who's alive, or it's just wild. It's wild.
Like aliens and shit.
Yeah. It's genuinely fucking wild. Right, I'm gonna go for a cigarette. I'll be back.
Alright.
And then we're gonna go into the fucking Trump stuff. I need to do more research into this. I need to get to the bottom of this. True, Rizzo. That is genuinely true. Yes, that is really unfortunate considering the guy is not half bad.
Yeah.
Nobody cares,
Tom
Daddy.
Cruise.
Nobody cares, Daddy.
Fucking hell. Sovereign Dari, what are you saying? Fucking hell, dude. Damn. Oh shit. Rizzer, what's up? W Rizzer. Fucking hell. Oh shit.
What happened? Somebody joined the VC?
Yeah, it was Rizzer. He joined for a little bit.
Oh.
And then he left.
Was he mumbling, was he?
Nah,
Oh,
he was muted.
Oh, he was muted. Okay. Because he does that sometimes. Don't you, Rizzle? Right, okay. Let's get into this.
Trump stuff.
Yeah, if I annoy you at any point, you can just mute me, brother. Alright?
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, okay. Right, where were we? Right, Michael Colangelo. Who the fuck is this guy?
Might be Trump's financial advisor. I'm not sure though.
Michael Colangelo. If I'm not mistaken, this guy was in the federal state. Colangelo and Partners is an American former outfielder. No. Right, let's see. Is that what his name was? I can't find it now. Let's see. Federal.
All I know is it had a G in it.
Right, here we go. Here we go. Former, this is the guy. Okay, District Attorney Bragg announces Matthew Colangelo as senior counsel to the district. Yeah, this guy. All right, who is this guy? Former Biden DOJ officially turned Trump's New York adversary. DOJ, what the fuck is a DOJ? DOJ. Department of Justice. Okay, let's see. Department of Justice. So he was the DOJ for Biden. Associate Attorney Master opening statement for. Okay, let's see. Fox News. These are always reliable. Trump prosecutor quit top DOJ post for lowly New York job in likely bid to get former president, expert says. All right, let's see what this is.
Well, we are waiting for a judge's ruling on whether former President Trump violated the court's gag order in his New York criminal trial.
No, he definitely did that.
And if he did, what the punishment could be. Legal experts are calling out Judge Merchan, saying Donald Trump should be allowed to speak about those who publicly criticize him. He's got to be able to defend himself, they say. Well, he says it too. The Daily Caller put it this way: judge imposing double standard by gagging Trump, but giving Michael Cohen free rein. Attorney Leo Terrell on this program.
This is an attempt to harm President Trump's election chances in November 2024. Nothing more, nothing less. And I'll tell you right now, it doesn't make a difference if this gag...
Right, I don't care. I don't care. Right, okay. Right, who is this guy? The prosecutor's opening statement kicked off the historical trial of former President Donald Trump, left a lofty perch in the Biden administration Justice Department for his current comparatively modest New York City job. Right, I need more information about this. New York prosecutors reveal another crime Trump allegedly tried to conceal with falsified business records. Prosecutor Matthew Colangelo speaks in DOJ video. Let's see. All right, let's see what this is about. Search Google. Right, let's see what his remarks are.
Good afternoon. Chris, thank you for the kind introduction. And thank you all for joining us this afternoon for this opportunity to exchange ideas about how to better serve victims of environmental crime. We are honored to be joined by so many knowledgeable and dedicated professionals working on behalf of crime victims in the environment, federal and state law enforcement, academic experts, and representatives of organizations. On behalf of Attorney General Merrick Garland, let me say that the Department of Justice and the Environmental Protection Agency are excited to co-host this event together. The only thing better would be to be with you in person. Hopefully, we'll be able to do that next year. We are honored to have my esteemed colleague, Administrator Regan, here with us today. It is a real privilege to work with the Administrator to protect the public health and environment of our nation, including the most vulnerable communities that suffer most from the effects of pollution and climate change. Michael is an incredibly strong leader on these issues, and we're fortunate to have him in the President's Cabinet. It is a happy coincidence and quite fitting that this year, National Crime Victims' Rights Week falls on the same week we celebrate Earth Day. we've been celebrating National Crime Victims' Rights Week for 40 years and Earth Day for over 50. Both.
By the way, gotta go. Sleeping in 2 minutes. Yeah, man, you too. Have a nice stream and goodbye. Yeah, take care, Rizzo. Sleep well. Okay, so Michael Colangelo. Why did Mike... Let's see. What has ChatGPT got to say about this? Let's see. Because I don't really think I'm going to find anything.
Oh, are you turning on the VPN for research?
Yep. It's amazing. Leaving Russia is really amazing. Especially when it comes to these things. Right, okay, so why did... What is his name? I keep forgetting his name. Colangelo. Matthew Colangelo. Matthew Colangelo. What did I call him? Michelangelo. Oh, that's why. Matthew Colangelo. Let's see. I need to get this right. Matthew Colangelo. Okay, that's correct. Why did Matthew Colangelo... JOP. Wait, if DOP is Department of Justice, JOP is Department of Justice, DOJ. All right, so he's the DOJ. DOJ. Yeah, why did Matthew Colangelo leave the position in the DOJ? Let's see. Matthew Colangelo left his position at the DOJ to join Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office. He was appointed as senior counsel to focus on housing and tenant protection, labor and worker protection, and high-profile white-collar investigations. Manhattan District Attorney's office. His move raised controversy due to his prior involvement in cases against former President Trump. This transition is seen by some as politically motivated, as House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan is investigating possible coordination between the DOJ and Bragg's office in what he terms a politicized prosecution of Trump. Okay. Judiciary community. You would think these motherfuckers could build a decent website. No. What the fuck is this shit? What are you doing? What is it? What is this? You guys did a little bit too much there. Against DC judge over Trump comment. Jim Jordan accuses New York hush money prosecutor of Trump obsession. Okay, Jim Jordan seems like... Who's this guy? Is this Jim Jordan? No, it's not. Okay. Let's see. Matthew Colangelo. Matthew Colangelo. Prosecutor. Chairman Jordan demands documents about Bragg prosecutor Matthew Colangelo from Letitia James. Matthew Charles, First Step Act beneficiary, chairman, investigator. This should probably be some of the last. I don't know, when did he step down? When did he step down from the DOJ?
Need to work on this paper. Holy shit.
Yeah, man, no worries. Go get it done if you need to. Matthew Colangelo stepped down from his position at the Department of Justice in December 2022. He left his role as Principal Deputy Associate Attorney General to join Principal Deputy Attorney Associate Attorney General to join the Manhattan District Attorney's Office as Senior Counsel, where he focuses on housing and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's see. Search Google. What is this? Associate Deputy Attorney General. Is that what it's called? Principal Deputy Associate Attorney General. Biden administrator. John Philip Carlin. Marshall Miller. David Newman. No, it's not in here. It's not in here either. Let's see. Matthew Colangelo. Such pages. United States Associate Attorney General. Maybe this. Associate Attorney General. Here we go. Okay, 2021. Why did he step down then? Associate Attorney Generals. So is that what he is? Why is ChatGPT Principal Deputy Associate Attorney General? So he wasn't. Okay, but all right. List of United States Associate Attorney Generals. Okay, so he was an Associate Attorney General from 2021. In 2021, that's it. That's so confusing. Associate Attorney General. Residing as Associate Attorney General. Attorney General 2021. Okay. Now he leaves when? Listen, the boss, get out of Russia. Find a hole to hide in. Why, brother? There's nothing wrong with Russia. Except for the accessing websites and shit. That's a pain in the ass. Okay, so when did he step down? Matthew Colangelo steps down. Who abruptly stepped down from a top position at the Biden Justice Department. Officially, who previously investigated Trump Foundation. Matthew Colangelo served in the DOJ and the New York Attorney General's office. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announced Monday that his office had hired former Justice Department official Matthew Colangelo as senior counsel. Colangelo served in the Department of Justice and before that in the New York Attorney General's office, where he was part of the team that investigated the Trump Foundation. Okay. Colangelo also led the NYAG's opposition to the Trump administration's efforts to add a citizenship question to the US consent census. Colangelo will focus on cases, policies, and strategies in the areas of housing and tenant protection and labor and worker protection, and will work on the office's most sensitive and high-profile white-collar investigations. Okay, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Okay, let's look at the DOJ. What is it? Department of Justice. Department of Justice. Let's see. Headquarters, organization, leadership offices, divisions. Let's see, divisions. Justice Management Division, Environment and Natural Resources Division, Criminal Division, Civil Rights Division, Civil Division, Antitrust Division. Let's see. What division did he work in at the DOJ? The Department of Justice, Matthew Colangelo worked in a senior leadership position where he oversaw several key divisions. Specifically, he was involved in overseeing the antitrust, civil rights, environment and natural resources, and tax. Bro, is there anything he didn't do? You've just bunched them all together. That's literally every single division. National Security Division, Justice Management, Environment, Criminal, Crime, Civil Rights. How the fuck am I supposed to? Office of the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, Associate General. Here we go. Joe Biden, Michael Colangelo. All right. That's amazing. Deputy Attorney General. Is he included in this one? Let's see. Joe Biden. No. So he's not even in the top positions, even though that's the claim. Let's see. Attorney General. So he's not the Attorney General. He's not the Deputy Attorney General. He's the Associate Deputy General. This is the Attorney General. Who is it now? Joe Biden, John Demers, Monty Wilkinson, Merrick Garland. All right, 1 second. Let's check. It is the end. The boss, hold me. Why? What's going on? NATO are coming. They will bomb Russia. It's happening. Dig as deep as you can. This is the end. This is the end. Boss, please listen. My football team announced they are being sponsored by Rheinmetall. Okay. What team is that? Borussia Dortmund. They are playing in Wembley tomorrow for UCL final. Oh, nice. I'll be watching that. Good luck. You'll need it. You guys are off your fucking rockers, right? It's too much of that Trump supporting you've been doing.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive.
Thank you. We are just happy to be in the final, to be honest. Wait, you guys are talking about football now, aren't you? Holy shit. Please listen. I am not a Trump supporter. I am European. I give a fuck about Trump, to be honest. Well, I do, and you should, considering they're the most powerful country in the world. Yes, what they do influences everything else that happens on the goddamn planet. So, yeah. We can't strike Russia because civilians will die, bro, and Putin is going to respond. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You bet that Russia will respond. Of course it will. What kind of question is that? If you attack Russia itself and not just like use Ukraine as a proxy, which has been what's been happening for the last 2-3 years now. Yeah, I doubt that they're going to start attacking Russia itself. That seems insane to me. CL finals to... Okay, I don't care about football. What did you think about... No, don't care. I care much about Trump. He's entertaining. Yeah. Oh, fuck. The candles. What candles? Are you about to light yourself on fire? Right, okay, so... What is the annual salary? Let's see. Annual salary of United States Associate Attorney General. Let's see. It was money. Associate Attorney General. Maybe he just thought... like, it's time for a career change. There is that possibility. The annual salary for the Associate Attorney General, which is a high-ranking position within the United States Department of Justice, is approximately $183,000 as of 2024. This figure can vary slightly depending on various factors, including adjustments for cost of living and government pay scales. But on average, okay, let's see. Attorney, what are the other ones? Let's see. What other ones are there? There's Deputy Attorney General. Okay, let's ask that. Deputy Attorney General. Associate Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General. That's what it is called, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, this makes no sense. The annual salary for deputy averages around 144,000. This figure can range between 98 and 200,000, with the top earners making up to 224,000 per year. Right, this makes no sense. Deputy Attorney General average salary. Wait, it's actually right. Let's see. Deputy Attorney General jobs. Job pay rank 7,805. Employees number 24. Records number. Okay. Let's see. Let's get all the figures. Associate Oh, great. Okay, so we've got none for associate. Do we have any for attorney general? Assistant attorney general. I think that's what it's called, right? Oh, totally different fucking number. Thank you very much. I was about to bloody say. Assistant attorney. Wait, is that what he's called? Isn't assistant or isn't... You're butchering this right now. Attorney general, deputy attorney general, associate attorney general. Let's see. Wait, does where it is happening matter also? Wait, maybe. Wait, the DOJ. Where is the DOJ? Probably Washington, right? Wait, let's see. Department of Justice, Executive Department, U.S. Federal Government. Yeah, New York, Washington, D.C. Okay, let's see. Maybe it changes the numbers a little bit. Wait, where is it gone now? Oh, here we go. Okay. Washington. New York? Is it New York? No, it's Washington. Wait, where the fuck is Washington? Washington, D.C. Capital of the United States of America.
Yep.
What's that, man? Wait, what state is Washington D.C. in? Isn't a state?
Washington D.C.'s its own state, I think. And then there's, let me see.
Oh, District of Columbia. Okay, so Columbia. All right.
Washington.
Columbia. Wait, it hasn't got Columbia either. This is really not helpful. California, Colorado, Connecticut.
Washington D.C. Hold on. Let me just look at a U.S. map.
Yeah, it's in the corner there, apparently. Directly from the U.S. Constitution, which provides that the district not exceeding 10 miles square would become the seat of the government of the United States. Wait, no, it's not. That's Washington State. That's Washington, D.C. All right, so it's in the District of California. What state is the District of California in? What state is... I don't even know how... Isn't a state. We understand that. Where are they in? Do they belong to any state? No, they don't. Okay, great. Awesome. I'm assuming that they've taken this into consideration. Okay. Right, so we've got assistant. What about associate? Why didn't they not have... What is it? Associate. Assistant. Maybe it's assistant. Assistant. Assistant Attorney General. That must be it. There's no other. That's it. Blah, blah, blah. Top 10% of earners. 88,000 for the assistant. Okay, what about the Attorney General? How much did this guy earn? Attorney General. 163. Okay, this makes more sense. Okay. Percentage of Assistant Attorney General jobs. But it can go really high. It can go really high. How do attorney generals get promoted? Oh, what is it? ChatGPT, come here. How do attorney generals get appointed. Are appointed through a formal process. 1. Nomination by the president. Senate confirmation. Swearing in. Okay, no, that's not the question I wanted to ask. Get promoted, not appointed. Typically get promoted through a combination of political appointments, career advancement within the legal field, and demonstrated expertise and leadership. The process often involves political appointment. Many attorney generals are appointed by the president or elected by the public, depending on the jurisdiction. Career progression, rising through the ranks in legal and governmental positions. Expertise and reputation. Okay. Let's just see if their fucking salaries diverge. So he goes from fucking assistant attorney general, not fucking the assistant. Oh, he's actually the assistant attorney general. 150,000 high. What's up, Grand Designs? Wait, is that 150k for like his position, his new position? Bro, Biden and everyone permitted Ukraine to strike Russia itself. Shut the fuck up. Nobody. No, with NATO weapons. You're just chatting shit at this point. I will care about Trump when Trump is president. No offense. Which is what we're talking about. They will attack Russia itself. Candles equals nuclear missiles. Oh, for fuck's sake. Not the nuclear missile argument, bro. You guys are morons. Holy shit. Just think about it, man. There are 15,000 nuclear weapons on this planet. If anybody were to send nuclear weapons, it would result in a retaliation by another country, considering it has the justification to also send nuclear missiles, which would result in essentially groups of united forces on both ends firing at each other, which would result in the end of the world. Nobody is firing nuclear missiles anytime soon. It's literally a death wish. So anybody arguing about nuclear missiles, it's 1, a bluff, or 2, a stupidity. No. Trust me, if you're appointing a president that is stupid enough to fire a nuclear missile, you've probably got a lot more issues prior to the nukes being sent. If he doesn't get back to power, why would us Europeans need to care? You there, bro? Of course we care, bro. Who's going to be the next elected president of the United States? Because if it's Biden, we're probably heading in one direction. If it's Trump, we're heading in an entirely different direction. Yes, we do care. We do care. This is a debate channel and a politics stream. So we care. If there's any country's elections that we care about, it's the United States. Like, why does it matter what these people earn? Okay, so this is why it matters, because you have arguments being made that this guy here, Matthew Colangelo, abandoned his position or left his position, which was a high ranking, like a really, really good position, to then go to a lesser position. Now, when everybody presents it, they're only looking at the level of esteem that is rewarded to that type of position. But now if I find counter evidence to claim that actually, although it is highly regarded when it comes to like reputation, when it comes to like salary, if the salary is bigger actually where he's going, that's one good point. Second of all, what was his opportunities to be promoted to either deputy attorney general or even attorney general? If they look bleak, well then the opportunity to get promoted are far less. So maybe he's just leaving purely because it's going to end at some point. We need to be able to understand, is this guy's only motivation for leaving the DOJ to essentially take on this case in the Trump trial, or is there something more to it that we haven't been told? In order to do that, we need to understand all the different aspects of it. Like one of the matter, he reports the truth, but they will use in Kharkiv area. The HIMARS, MLRS, artillery in Russia area. So yes, they're striking inside Russia with Biden's approval. News is public since today. Okay, if you guys are talking about... Let me see if I remember it. Let's see. 1 second. Fuck. Let's just do it. Attacks in Russia. From Ukraine, by Ukraine. Okay, let's just... Ukraine is preparing to attack territory of Russia. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I remember the name of the city that's been under siege for quite a while now. This goes back to fucking Prigozhin, like the fucking, what you call it, the guy who got, you know, unfortunately, Belgorod. Yeah, okay. Right, so we've got Belgorod. Let's just open the fucking map, shall we? Google Maps. If you guys are, your claim is that you... seriously, just Google Maps would be awesome. Not about, couldn't care less about you. Just open the map, please. All right, so if we look at Russia, essentially, if you're looking at Belgorod, this is Kharkiv, okay? This is Belgorod. But you have to understand that when we are talking about Russia, okay? When you're talking about Russia, from here, when you say attack into Russia, we're talking about like this. This is what matters. If you're talking about a neighboring city that has come into the line of fire outside of the border, even though you are the country who first invaded, it looks a lot different than firing and like hitting somewhere relevant, is my point to you. They can't fire somewhere relevant because even from here, they still can't reach fucking Moscow, which is like #1 place. Like, if you're going to fire, you're not going to go down. There's nothing down here. Nobody cares about this. If you're going to go to St. Petersburg, that's like above fucking Moscow. So that's not going to happen. Any major city, in other words, needs a full-blown invasion of Russia before you actually cause any serious damage. If you're talking about Belgorod, which is literally like what is this? From Kharkiv to fucking Belgorod. Let's see. Can we get fucking, where is it? Show sidebar. Fuck off. You're a piece of shit. How do I do this now? I can't remember. Anyway, here we go. Right, so this is the starting region. This is the ending region. You're talking about 100 kilometers. Like, you have to understand, like, this has always been a war zone. This here, especially, this territory here. Like, you're talking about Lugansk, you're talking about fucking Kharkiv, Mariupol, Sevastopol, like all of these regions have been under attack since 2011. This is not the first time Belgorod has seen fires into them. So yes, Belgorod, it is near Kharkiv. They've been hitting it with other weapons. Yes, this is not on the same level. When you say attack Russia, this is not the implication here, okay? HIMARS hits 150 kilometers in. Still, you're not reaching any... I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not denying that what you're saying is correct. We're talking past each other at this point. I'm not denying anything you're saying. You've said Belgorod, and I've acknowledged that Belgorod has been attacked, and that's been going on for the last 3 months now. 4 months, even. This is not anything new. Now, who's doing the attacking? That's relevant as long as you can prove it. So the question is, can they prove it? Nonetheless, attacking into Russia, like, you're talking about a great fucking distance. Let's see. Yeah, you're talking about a great distance, not like... Come on. You're talking about 700 kilometers, and that's from Kharkiv. None of these places up here are heated territories. Kharkiv is like the end of it. Kharkiv is like the end of it. Yeah. So you're talking about like a great distance. This is not like before you actually reach like any You have to remember, like, Russia attacked Kiev on the first fucking day. This is not like, oh, fuck, we barely touched you and now you're coming into us? Like, no, they fucking went straight for the fucking capital. Like, that's where, because the conversation right now is relating to fucking nuclear weapons, which is why I'm a little bit annoyed by the fucking line of questioning right now. I say it is officially agreed by US that Ukrainian attacks with US supplied weapons, I mentioned. Yes. I don't disagree with you. I don't understand what the differentiation is or what is being misunderstood here. I don't know why you're misunderstanding what it is I'm saying to you. In order for Russia to have a justification for attacking America, England, blah, 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 you're not talking about the Americans giving their weapons to the Ukrainians, which are then using them to attack neighboring, like fucking literally the next town after the fucking like war zone area. Like, that's an inevitability. That's not like a, oh my God, they're attacking Russia type of scenario, which would then lead to like global unrest potentially, because you're essentially saying World War III. Russia goes to war with America and like China gets in. That's World War III. Nothing that has happened so far has constituted something that would raise that level of alarm. All right? No, but we need to go back to 1991. You don't need to do any of that. Please stop. You're talking about the dissolution of the Soviet Empire. You're just yapping now. Yes, the invasion is fucked, but why did it happen? No, shut the fuck up. No, you're on the wrong path. It's already been 3 years of the war. If you still don't have the answer to that, I'm sorry, my guy. You just haven't read enough, obviously, all right? You're out of this conversation. If you still, after 3 years of this war, actually 3 years since the invasion of Ukraine, but go back to fucking 2011, 2014 minimum, and you're essentially talking about a conflict that has now gone on for about 10 years now, all right? There's no reason you need to go back prior to that, and you have more than enough evidence to not need to do that. So you're essentially saying, yeah, like Russia is justified. No, shut the fuck up. No, this is not the time for that. But we agree it is not attacked till now with US weapons. This is the novelty. We are not disagreeing. It is a nuance that is changed from now, from today, because of Biden. Okay, so you're saying that the Russians knew, we all knew that, like, I don't understand. Like, everybody knew. Biden has now admitted to it. Amazing. But that changes very little. This was a very obvious thing. The question is, though, does attacking Belgorod constitute anything? And the answer is no. This is not attacking Russia. This is just the US attacking Russia within Ukraine. This is all that's happened until now. Belgorod is close enough to be considered collateral damage. The whole city has been evacuated. There's nobody there. There's nothing there. So no, this is not going to be the instigator just because Biden agreed or admitted that he was like US weapons or whatever. Like, yes, obviously. Like, they literally sent over how many fucking F-15s or whatever. Like, it's obvious that like the weapons are going to be used, and some of them will fire into parts of check the link I sent. Okay, we're just talking past each other at this point. You're not understanding what it is I'm saying. No bluff, as US confirms arms can strike inside Russia. This is stupid. This is stupid. Oh my God. This is so fucking retarded. Right, I'm not even going to read it. You're talking about nuclear threat. You don't need more than a brain to comprehend nuclear threat is not on the fucking table. It's not. You're talking about the number one leverage that countries have over each other. The moment that leverage is used, it is now considered a liability, not leverage. Okay? The moment somebody uses a nuclear bomb, it is now a liability. And everybody's trying to get rid of them. Do you understand how that works? So no, nobody's going to fucking nuclear war. No. get it out of your fucking minds. It's not happening, my guy. And I literally live in Russia. If there's somebody who should be scared, it's me. All right? The invasion happened because NATO broke the Budapest Memorandum. You're just yapping at this point. Before it was even signed. I will put it from official sources into your Discord right now. You're just talking past it. It's been happening for 3 years. Anybody who needed to have a debate about whether Russia had a justification for invading Ukraine, those debates have already happened. You missed the train, my guy. All right? Every single one of those debates resulted in no. Okay, now you're here still 3 years later trying to use the same talking points to justify an invasion of a sovereign country. All right, that's why I'm just refusing to engage with you, because every single one of those debates that have happened with much more intelligent people with all the facts have already come to the same conclusion. All right, so you need to go and do some research relating to if you're convinced that there is a good argument for Russia, good luck, because plenty more people have already done it and they've already come to that conclusion. I don't need to do the research, my guy. I don't. Me and you are not going to discover something new about this conflict, all right? It's been happening. Everybody knows that, okay? It's a waste of time. When was the last time you slept, bro? In the morning. So like, what was it? Like 12 hours ago or something? Yeah. It's not Russian imperialism. Stop talking. Your imperialism argument is false. Okay. Like, I'm just not going to engage with you, my guy. I'm just not. It's a stupid fucking argument. Like, if you're still convinced that, like, having NATO being a threat enough for you to invade a sovereign country is a good and there's a way to explain that, good luck. Good luck. Because you've obviously not had a debate about this ever, it seems. And if you did, and still walked away unscathed, convinced that you are right about this, I'm sorry, but you're probably just arrogant at this point. You're just yapping. Yeah. As for grand designs, we don't disagree. We don't disagree unless your claim is that nuclear threat is a real threat. If that's your claim and you genuinely think nuclear weapons are on the table and will potentially be used, then we can talk about that. But I think that's a stupid fucking position to have. I'm just going to tell you straight up. I don't claim that. No. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't think that. Like, you haven't given me that. I haven't seen you and the things you say and come to the conclusion that you are stupid, like Captain there. Captain is oblivious. Yeah. Okay. So then, what's the argument then? What are we talking about? Give me your claim. What is the claim? I sent the link only to show that that is a news from today. I'm sorry, man. Maybe I just misread it. Maybe I just looked at it and it said nuclear war and nuclear threat, no bluff, and I've already closed it because I'm genuinely not interested. Russian security chief Dmitry Medvedev said on Friday that Russia was not bluffing about using tactical nuclear weapons. We've already heard this time and time again. They are not going to use nuclear weapons because in the event that they do, nuclear weapons will be used on them. This is a silly argument because you're essentially talking about a madman essentially trying to take over the world at any cost, even if it means the death of his entire nation. This is insane. And it's not just like some little random country that has one or two fucking nuclear bombs. Like, you're talking about the country that has the most nuclear bombs. Therefore, they will be the most held accountable because of it. Let me ask you, is NATO a defensive alliance? I've already told you I am not well read about this topic, but I have seen multiple people debate it, okay? I'm not interested in this topic inherently. It doesn't seem like one that will end up in you winning this debate. If I do delve into it and research, any arguments that you are going to present do have an argument for them. And considering that that's the case, and this has happened for already 3 years, My stance is held clear because there are, again, multiple individuals who have engaged in this debate on this specific topic, and every single time the ones supporting Russia have walked away decapitated. You're not going to be different than them. The fact that you are convinced that you are is convincing enough to tell me that you're just cocky, or you're arrogant, or you're bad faith, or just stupid. Like, it's just something is there. It's wrong. I don't know what it is that's going in your mind. You keep trying to pose questions to me, and even though I have clearly stated to you that I'm not well read about this topic, I've seen multiple debates. In other words, I haven't gone into the research. So claims have been made during those debates. I can give you those talking points, but then if you question me on them, I haven't done the research, all right? So I can't claim to have done the research when I haven't. That's the way it works, all right? Yeah. No, not news about nukes. News about hits allowed in Russia. It's irrelevant what Medvedev said for my point. That is a relevant, fresh news. True. It is relevant, fresh news. Yes. That they admitted it. That is absolutely relevant. Yes, you're correct. It doesn't change my point of view on the topic, which is why I'm confused that you're getting confused about this. Only that was the reason to show authorities acknowledge this US a novelty in Russia. Look, bro, again. Okay, I really like misunderstandings, so let's just, I don't know how else to explain this to you. Right. Okay, I'm trying to understand where is our disagreement. I genuinely don't see one necessarily being necessary to have a disagreement here. I don't really think we're talking against each other. I think you acknowledge I fully understand. Okay, I have a feeling that we are still disagreeing about something. Do you disagree with me about anything? About any of the claims I've made? Let me ask you that. That would probably be a better question. Is NATO a defensive alliance? They are both a defensive and offensive. Actually, no, you would consider them a defensive, considering that they are there in reserves in the event that a country that is under NATO protection gets attacked, then NATO will provide assistance and they will defend that country. So I don't know how you want to look at it like that, but essentially you would look at it that way. If you are assuming that by them embracing or welcoming other countries within their mandate as being an offensive attack towards countries, considering that now you are the protector of those nations and considering that they are bordered with the other countries, would that not be considered as an offensive attack? The argument to that would be, well, just look at their history. Have they gone all out and just invaded a country simply because they are a protector of the neighboring country? The answer to that is no. So then it's like, okay, well, considering like by the definition, you're not going to use them as an offensive unit, then why would you? It's silly. I fully understand. No, it is not about disagreeing on anything. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so we weren't disagreeing. Maybe I was just looking into it too much. If Russia attacked Belarus, it wouldn't, because Belarus is part of Russia, hypothetically, you say. Okay. Which is also a NATO partner. Does that mean NATO will protect them? Wait, is it a partner? Because you can say hypothetically. I'm not very interested. I would be surprised if Belarus is a NATO country. if Russia attacked Belarus, which is also a NATO partner, does that mean NATO will protect them? Of course they will. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? What the fuck? Why would you? Yeah, you're protecting. As a result, they are seen as a defensive alliance. You asked me a question, so I've engaged with it as much as I potentially could. Back to what Grand designs, I just want to point this out though. This is interesting because US weapons have been used throughout the entirety of this war in Ukraine. We all know this. This is common knowledge. The only thing which I think you were trying to get to, or you were pointing out, Bear Marvin, did you eat? Wait, why you put me everything? Where is your food? What did you eat? Is that not enough? You sure? Спасибо. Can you bring me knife, please? Yeah, so we already know that, and Russia knows that, Ukraine knows that, America knows that, everybody knows that weapons have been supplied into Russia. I think your argument is that although they have been supplied, Ukrainians have never been given the authorities, the go-ahead to attack into Russian territories with those weapons, because then it would be considered an attack, a direct attack, an authorized attack by the United States into Russia, which would probably break, I can imagine, some international laws or some shit like that, even though given the current situation. And considering that the United States had knowledge of it happening, which they were being accused of by the Russian intelligence or whatever, and today they've come out and they've finally admitted that that's the case. Now, does that change anything is the big question, I think, for me. That's what I'm questioning. It is just acknowledging after public disclosure. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so I see what's happening here. All right, so when I'm presented with the situation that is being discussed, my only question that I come to, considering all the evidence and considering all the details, is does that really change anything from before to now? The answer is obviously yes. Okay, then you follow it up to what degree? Because what we care about is, does that mean, inevitably, this is where you're going to arrive, does that mean Russia has a justification for now attacking the United States of America? Not Ukraine, yeah, the United States of America. That's the interesting question. And that's why I'm arguing that no, it doesn't. And that's even considering that they would even be capable of doing that first or even be willing to do that. So I'm just skipping past all of this. I understand that you're just acknowledging certain criteria and whatever. They have used it in the past, but they stopped at US request. Used what in the past, brother? Used what? No, I don't understand. There's a partner. I believe they are under the PFP program. Okay, Captain, my answer to that is if Belarus is part of NATO and Russia were to attack Belarus, then yes, NATO would protect Belarus. I don't understand. It seems like a silly question considering that's legitimately their purpose for existing. US supplies arms. We've used it in the past, but they stopped at US request. US supplied arms to Ukraine. Yes, we know this. Okay. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I have no conflict with that. We all know that. It's all public knowledge that they supply. The question wasn't known or official previously and has become official today is that not the weapons part, the weapons have always existed, is that the Ukrainians were attacking into Russia and America knew it and still gave them weapons, knowing that they would potentially be used again to attack within Russian territory. That's the thing that has been confirmed today. My question is, though, technically speaking, that is true. It is Russia. This is Russian territory by any stretch of the imagination. But given the circumstances that Russia was to invade Ukraine and all of the such situations and everything, my argument is that all of Russia's allies, in the event that Russia says, hey, we've now confirmed it, the US openly know about this happening, and they authorized it and they said okay to it, we now want to attack the United States of America. China, India, all of its like neighboring countries that it's allies with are not going to back Russia. They're not going to. The reason why is because it's not that much of a justification, considering everything that has taken place. They used US supplied arms to attack inside of Russia. Agreed. Yes. Yes. Officially. Yes. Yes. Technically. Whatever you want to call it. Yes. Fucking Belgorod. Okay. Let's just move past this. But US did not want that to happen. Agreed. True. So they stopped them. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So actually, once they found out about it, they said, stop doing that. Amazing. Okay. That's even better. So if there was something there for Russia to grab onto, it no longer exists. Okay. So they stopped them and now gave them a permission to use again. Oh, so now we're going back to the previous one, which is now just like, yes, now they are fully partaking in the event. Awesome. That's not awesome. With no limits in Belgorod area. True. This is where the argument comes down to. Belgorod area is close enough to the attack zone, to the zone of conflict, and considering that Russia is the one who engaged and invaded Ukraine in the first place, then would Belgorod being attacked constitute an attack against Russia or collateral damage due to war? And considering that Russia are the ones who invaded Ukraine first, they would have to understand that when you invade another country and they attack back, and this is like minuscule kind of attacking, if we're going to be honest here. Does that really make your argument sound any better? I'm talking about the Russians, obviously, the Russian government. No, it doesn't. But this is collateral damage. So this is the point I'm trying to make. I don't know if I'm getting through at this point, but yeah. So no, any extra measures now Russia is thinking of taking against the US, any other power structure within the world, no, it doesn't give it anything. If it's unhinged, like just like saying, oh yeah, you attacked us, you've admitted to it, we're now going to go all out war with you. 1, not enough weapons. 2, not enough troops. 3, not enough allies. 4, like good fucking luck. It's not happening. And so it's not going to, which is why it uses the here, Captain, here it comes, which is why they bluff with nuclear weapons. So now that you take all of that into context, does this really change anything? And my answer, as I originally gave previously before I started getting argued with, which is no. This doesn't really change anything. Talking about the current circumstances, all the circumstances on the ground. Voronezh DM in Amavir, the nuclear radar the Ukrainians struck with drones. Google Maps the distance. Look, it's not only Belgorod. Voronezh in Armavir. I swear to God, if you're pointing to somewhere down, like even Stavropol, like to a certain degree, has been attacked or something. What are you saying? Oriol, Klinsky, Liski. What am I looking for? Voronezh. And this is one drone. Is this your primary thing? Hey, I don't know if you've realized it. Armavir. What about it? I think I'm in the right place, am I not? Is this not the right area? Is it farther into Russia? Look, I can just dismantle your argument with there were literal fucking drones that went into Moscow. 3 drones went into Moscow, not Belgorod, not Voronezh, Moscow, and hit buildings that potentially had Russian political officials. You have to understand, if that was the requirement for Russia to go all out war and throw nuclear weapons, it would have already done that. Would have already done that. It got brushed off. Nobody paid a fucking attention to it. Hence why your best arguments are not fucking Moscow, but instead they're like Belgorod and some other random ass shithole that nobody's ever heard of. Instead of saying Moscow, Moscow, the capital of Russia, the heart of Russia, was attacked with drones. Bro, get this fucking stupid idea that you have in your head of nuclear threat and Russia's going to use nuclear weapons and just throw it away. You'll be better off because of it. It's the ICBM detection radar. Nobody gives a fuck. Did you hear what I just said to you? Did you hear me saying Moscow was attacked with drones? Did you hear that? If you heard that, then there's no reason for you to be paying attention to Belgorod, and definitely not to some fucking random ass Voronezh, all right? There you go. Moscow was attacked with drones. That's your best argument. Should be your best argument. You don't even know that happened. So, if your argument is that all it requires is some attack with some drone into some random city within Russia for Russia to go all out nuclear warfare on the world, they would have already done it. They haven't, and they're not going to. It's silly. It's silly. Why would you even want to go to fucking nuclear warfare, bro? Of all the things. Nuclear warfare? Jesus Christ, that's insane. Right, I want to watch this. Let's see.
Job. And if that makes you
Like, the thing is in principle.
Today we're going to be talking about the most political land when all that happened is they crashed their car and went looking for their lost dog.
and as he falls to the ground, that is primarily concerned with social issues and pushing boundaries beyond what is deemed acceptable by traditional, more conservative, polite society. There's no other way that you can rationally look at it and still exist within reality.
The vast majority of viewers just want to see the scary thing and hear the scary story. Of course you're going to lose viewers if you talk like a gatekeeping douchebag. He goes on to discredit every other creator who doesn't apply his same politics to their analysis.
Folks constantly talk about the political undertones in my videos, but horror is an unabashedly political genre that is concerned directly with issues facing the current society. And if you're in the horror space and you don't regularly acknowledge this foundation as a challenge to power, then I just assume you're in it for the money, or that you don't actually care, or you're just really bad at your job. And if that makes you uncomfortable or upset that I often do that in my videos, that's probably a good thing.
It's a very pretentious video that only becomes more unself-aware when he starts to complain about the drop in viewership hurting his ability to pay bills.
There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I can't live off that. The amount of times that I've almost had to stop making videos since then has been almost monthly. I've barely been able to keep this afloat. I've paid my rent late most months for the past year.
Now let me get this straight. This guy isolates his viewers that aren't on the extreme left, tells them to leave and that horror isn't for them, and then cries when his viewership goes down. You can't make this up. But you know what? I still kind of feel bad for him. Living paycheck to paycheck is hard. Trying to go full-time on YouTube is also hard. But I fail to show any empathy when he's continually
I do know that happened, but we don't know if Ukraine did that. I didn't know Ukraine did that. Okay. Doesn't matter if Ukraine did that. And the reason why it doesn't matter, I want you to hear me out, is because if your argument is that Ukraine attacks into Russia, and that's the instigating thing that needs to occur for Russia to go all out, then you don't really care if Ukraine did it or Russia did it. The reason you don't care about it is because the narrative that is solely embraced within Russia through the political party and everybody else included is it's Ukraine. So it's considered that if that was the case and everybody's embraced it that it's Ukraine and Russia enacts on that and does something because of it, then everybody's going to be seeing it as it's Ukraine. All right. Russia's not going to go to America and say, hey, do you think it's okay if I nuke Ukraine or some shit? They're not going to do that. They're just going to go and do that. And as long as they have an excuse for their nation and their allies, which here's the drones, they attacked us, it's Ukraine, then that's all they care about. They don't care about whether their enemy, is okay with them doing that or whether there is counter evidence. That's why you wouldn't care about that. You would just go to that example. If I was in your position, that would probably be your best example. Apparently, those missiles came from within Russia. They weren't missiles. They were drones. They were just drones with I don't even think they had any explosive attached to them. They just flew into buildings and exploded. The actual drone itself with the fuel they have or whatever exploded. There wasn't any significant damage, but nonetheless, it did come in and they did hit buildings. Ukraine attacked glass-walled new high-rises in Moscow with drones. They did, yeah. They did. That happened 4, 5, 6 months ago or some shit like that. I remember watching that. Typical leftist nutbag. Ukraine is a cringe Reddit country. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here he goes again. He's back. Didn't they erect a Star Wars statue or something cringe? Bro, that sounds OP as fuck. If they did that, they're based. Sorry, man, but they're pretty based. I'm not a fan of Star Wars myself, but guess what's better than some old random ass dude who God knows what he did? Instead of that, you have a fucking, I don't know, your superhero statue in the middle of your city. What's more dope than that? Nothing, right? There you go. I'm with Russia. Yeah, we know, man. We know. You also are all with the worst of opinions that could potentially exist. So it's convenient if that's the case, armed. But yeah, nice of you to join us, brother.
He's shooting himself in the foot, and then he's turning down sponsors?
I, as a blanket rule, have never accepted gifts or sponsorship for my work, even though I get a constant stream of email offers about them.
This guy is just a struggling artist. He's better than us.
Either way, you sadly became full of
That
yourself.
video about that one guy.
Yeah, what about it?
I've just seen a lot about it. I don't know.
Oh, wait, have you seen this video?
Well, I've seen stuff about him. He tries to slander a lot of people. It's actually insane. But he doesn't really have any evidence for it, so it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, he seems like he's mentally disabled. He seems like somebody who can't think like a normal human being. That's what he looks like to me, at least. Or the things that he's saying so far. The idea that fucking horrors always unilaterally, never not happening is that horror movies are politically the level of fucking mental gymnastics you would have to do to come to that conclusion is insane. But yeah, he seems like a right idiot. Spider-Man park and statue. Yeah, imagine that. That sounds like the most dope ass shit in the world. I don't give a fuck what your government is doing if they're making a Spider-Man park and a statue. Shut the fuck up. Don't care about your political values. It could literally be an authoritarian regime. That sounds dope as fuck to me. This guy is closer to you politically than me. Actually, that's probably true. Actually, you're probably true about that, yeah. Guess what else is probably true? You're probably closer to Hitler than I am. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Wait, it works both ways, doesn't it? Holy fuck. Based. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. At least you stay realistic with your arguments and just go, but democracy. Yes, true. I don't care what the US does to China and Russia because I am anti those countries and Daddy America is amazeballs. True. Yes. If you don't have arguments, that is what you say. Yes. USA. USA. That's what you do. You just, like, I don't really need any other arguments. Bro, we're bringing freedom and liberties to the world, right? Don't care if you want no authoritarian regime bullshit. You're going with democracy. Nothing else included. Just like we did in the fucking Middle East. God damn it. I should probably be American. I don't know why I'm not. I really don't know why I'm not. Half of the people who live in America are un-American. I think I'm probably more American than most of them. But yeah, no, I do genuinely, yeah, probably, aren't I? But I do genuinely disagree with you, Captain. I think you are obfuscating and gaslighting the shit out of me in order to make me seem unhinged, even though I've given you perfectly good reasons for why it is that I say the shit I do. But you've come to a conclusion where you don't have an answer for what it is I say, so you resort to ad hominems and bullshit tactics in order to make me look stupider than you. You failed miserably. You suck at it. Yeah. So good luck. Better luck next time, I guess. Yeah. So your arguments stink, my guy. Your arguments absolutely stink. First, you asked me about fucking Belarus and NATO and whether they would protect them. I answered that question. You had no comeback for it. Then your claim was fucking drones attacking into some other random city. And I said to you, oh, actually, you should probably be pointed to the one that they attacked Moscow. And considering you're of the belief that given they have a justification, they would probably do an all-out nuclear warfare, which is something you brought up previously. And I said to you, well, drones did attack Moscow. So if they ever needed a reason to start nuclear warfare, that was it. They already had it. They even tried to frame the fucking fire that happened in Moscow as Ukraine. So they had plenty of reasons. Everybody was convinced. So was the government. So were the people. So was China. So were all their allies. They were all justified. They didn't do it though. So any claims that you have made up until now, I've provided you with a surmountable amount of evidence or enough evidence to blatantly put them down. So yeah, you can shove any smart-ass comments right up your rectum, my friend. Yeah. I think US, even if it continues to exist, will get to suffer from natural disasters and internal unrest good enough to be considered as retribution for what it keeps doing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Bro, if you're focused on America and what it keeps doing, grand designs. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. I did not expect that coming from you. Anybody else? Again, I'm not convinced that NATO aren't the reason the war started. I genuinely believe it is. Okay, I didn't point that one out. I pointed to the fact that you asked me, or basically you were insinuating that by answering, yes, they would protect Belarus, that somehow that justified your original claim, which was trying to insinuate that NATO are not a protectorate or a defensive unit. They are actually offensive, yet you failed to provide any example for that being the case. So no, you fucked up entirely on that one. You fucked up entirely on the drone scenario to come to the conclusion that, hey, given that the circumstances arise and it's a really bad thing for Russia, they would totally go out all nuclear. And I said to you, well, no, they were literally attacked in Moscow. So, yeah. So both of the times you failed miserably, yeah, but keep going. Keep going. Apparently you want to talk about prior to 1991. Good. Keep going, my guy. Just keep digging. Keep digging. You're doing a real good job there. If you really want to troll him, just report him to Russian authorities for spreading US propaganda. Wait, actually, that's not a half-ass bad idea, to be honest. Yeah. I worry about that sometimes. I worry that, in the event that I do become successful at streaming, I'm probably going to be locked up in Siberia somewhere. That'd be a troll for the record books. No, it wouldn't, brother. It genuinely wouldn't. Holy fuck. They are offensive, though. We know Yugoslavia happened. Amazing. Amazing. Well, you could have mentioned that earlier, but I guess we're done now. So, yeah. I was talking about the example you gave me. You ended it. You didn't want to continue it when it came to NATO. You gave me one example, which was Belarus, and that one sucked dick because you gave me a hypothetical that I engaged with directly, and it didn't prove anything to be the case that they're an offensive unit. No, they are completely defensive in that scenario. Now you want to provide other examples. I'm eating now, so I don't give a fuck, bro. Also, smartass, I'm not debating with you. I'm asking for your point of view. No, you were engaging in a debate from the very start, considering that we had a disagreement, and this is by default a debate channel. If we disagree, we are going to debate. It's not up to you, my guy. Okay, I get it now. Your Twitch is a debating bootcamp. Sure is. That's what we do here. We debate. I genuinely created.
Hell yeah.
We debate. We have genuinely created debate deathmatch specifically for this reason. Yes, that's what we do here. You don't like debating? Go on, head over to suck a little bit of Hamas Piker dick. You might enjoy that a little bit more. Because apparently, according to him, yeah, debating equals bad. I wonder who else has opinions like that. Oh, the people who genuinely have zero substance arguments. Oh, yeah. Convenient. He has a Pussy Riot t-shirt in his closet, man. Wait, what? No, I don't. I don't have a Riot t-shirt. That sounds dope as fuck. Yo, I want a Pussy Riot t-shirt. Wait, has it got like naked fucking Ari on it or some shit? Or like some Caitlyn? Yeah. That sounds dope. Yeah, I want one of those. Where can I get one? I don't have one of those. You're lying. You're genuinely just fucking lying right now. You could have at least played the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme song. Oh. Was that the thing missing, was it? We will get you a Pussy Patrol t-shirt. Aye, aye, Captain. That sounds amazing. I genuinely just forgot all our conversation. You are a legend. You are a legend now in my eyes. I want a Pussy Patrol t-shirt. That sounds dope. Sorry for not being in the stream. I am out for a meal. Nobody gives a fuck, Lou. You are a deserter. You are a deserter. Nobody cares. You're not going to get... Well, actually, if you get laid tonight, that might actually make it worth it. I can't hear you, by the way. Give a thumbs up if you want to say hi. There you go. That should do it. The boss stick to streamer drama, making fun of leftists. The politics will be left to us. Captain, can I now eat my dinner, you fucking morons? Absolute degenerates. Holy shit.
Mourning over your poor artist soul and drowning in self-pity.
But it does seem a little tone deaf to cry to your audience about bills while you're leaving money on the table. He spends the rest of the video pearl clutching. A guy wants the horror movie Abigail to gross more than Civil War, and that's somehow fundamentalist Christian language.
This is the kind of language that fundamentalist Christians use, and we are subjecting people to listening to it in relation to a moderately decent movie about vampire children eating people. But it really is that kind of Orwellian fascist idea.
A character live streams in a horror movie and the chat says the F slur.
The comment section that is on screen at all times constantly uses slurs, including the word "f*** multiple times. From what I can tell, neither Shepard nor Savage are actually queer, but I can't find conclusive evidence to say that 100%.
Tarantino movies say the N-word and he isn't black. Is this an R-rated piece of media or not? Let's face it, we all know if the lady from Halloween was streaming, some asshole would be in the comments calling her the F-slur. A film director says he doesn't care about COVID, and Zane frames as him wanting to kill all of his employees.
I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but at least to me, when I read that, it seems that he is implying that he did not care if his employees got COVID under his command and possibly died, so long as the product continued to get made and that he could get even more wealthy.
This tweet was made in 2022.
Thanks.
Nobody cared about COVID anymore in 2022. A director was a guest on Ben Shapiro, so that means he's a Nazi.
One of his biggest crimes against horror to me is that he sat down to be a guest on the Ben Shapiro show. You know, the old 1940s phrase that roughly goes, if you have 10 people and one Nazi willingly sitting down for a meal together, then all you have is 11 Nazis. So, if one film executive sits down with a fascist for a civil conversation, then all you have are 2 fascists being broadcast over the internet.
And this leads into a 40-minute unhinged rant saying Windigoon, another horror YouTuber, is a fascist along with everyone he's interacted with on Twitter. He says Windigoon can't analyze horror content because he has money and owns a gun.
I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire who got famous around the age of 19. There are some works that fundamentally will not be understood by you if you are wealthy and have always been upper class your entire life. And this may all sound condescending, but that doesn't stop it from being somewhat true. There are many
Somebody needs to take this dumb motherfucker and his stupid ass PDF file mustache into the goddamn forest and show him how beautiful the trees are. That's what I think.
Haste. Holy.
Yeah, that's what I think they should do with this guy. I genuinely think that's what needs to happen. Yeah, he needs to get a good old look about those beautiful trees. He really needs that. Holy fuck, them trees are absolutely gorgeous. Especially when you're lying down and looking up at them.
things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership, the flagrant use from my perspective,
I feel like I've
of
done
his
enough
religion as a shield from
research
criticism.
today. I finally compiled some sources.
Wait, with what? From what? From the thing, huh?
No, not from that thing.
Oh.
I have a project that I'm doing, not for school, just like a project that I'm doing.
Wait, your own free project?
Yeah, like a
Oh, awesome.
like a just something.
Yeah, you don't need to tell us. Don't worry
do.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just making a mosaic of porn characters that he likes. Don't worry about it,
Yo.
guys.
No.
You're implying someone needs to shoot him in the back of the head. Wait, what the fuck, bro? What is wrong with you? Holy shit. I was essentially talking
talking
about
about the
touching
trees.
grass, man. What the fuck is wrong with you, opinions? He needs to touch grass. In other words, touch grass. You never heard of the metaphor? You go to shooting him in the back of the head. What is wrong with you? No, he needs to get a feel of nature. This person hasn't been out of his home for the last 13 years of being alive. That's what I meant. Jesus, you're fucking unhinged, bro. You're absolutely unhinged. Holy fuck. Wow. You eat like a dog. Oh, he's back. The piece of shit is back. Fucking troll. He has so much patience to grab all the meat off that bone. Look at these motherfuckers criticizing me. Yo, you shouldn't waste food, all right? You shouldn't waste food. You need to eat every single piece of meat. Fucking idiots. Holy shit. You guys are like those guys who like take 2 bites out of chicken wing and then put it on the side with half of the meat left on it. That's what you pussy ass bitches are like. No, you get in there. You get into the cracks and the nooks and crannies of the fucking bone. Fucking wasting food. Privileged motherfuckers, I'll tell you what.
To the belief that he at one point followed many far-right accounts on Twitter, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler.
Of course, somebody who owns a gun is going to be supportive of Kyle Rittenhouse. It's a self-defense case where Kyle was found innocent. Of course he's going to be following
Hold on,
him.
I'm
These are
gonna
the
go
most
eat. I'll be
surface
back.
level observations. He owns gun. Bad. He rich.
Okay, man.
Bad.
Okay.
I find it funny that earlier in the same video, Discount Noah Samson says this isn't going to be a video just listing off people he hates on Twitter.
I promise that this video is not going to turn into a list of people who annoyed me on Twitter.
It's exactly that.
And I hope that this is becoming obvious to you as well. In my opinion, there is a regular pattern of behavior there, from supporting Rittenhouse to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures. Windigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together on multiple occasions, and I've seen online mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was invited.
When he says Windigoon is friends with far-right fascists, I'm thinking Nick Fuentes, Baked Alaska, not Turkey Tom, the commentary YouTuber.
Tom has been accused of using the N-word multiple times in private conversations, including these screenshots of texts that are alleged to be real.
They are real. These messages Tom sent in high school will haunt them forever.
And he has also been accused of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for Jews with deep pockets.
That's also true. Hey, you never asked. That's why you're struggling to pay your bills. Jews with deep pockets, you're welcome to join my Patreon.
Wendigoon is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and has even appeared in his videos. The Internet Historian publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not, and has only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
Okay. Is that it? This guy doesn't explain anything. He just points out one edgy joke these people have said as if that's proof of right-wing extremism and then moves on.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut Operator, and even retweeted a photograph of the two of them hugging. Donut Operator is a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to back this up with solid evidence.
His content is very pro-state, pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't share his beliefs propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified man about to be executed by cops, with the text that reads, head removal.
Did you watch the video? Donut Operator is reviewing a case where a 7-year-old was being harmed, and when the police came in, the guy reached for his gun, leading to his death. Why are you making it sound like you're against this? The criticism from Zane is missing context and is extreme.
Boys and girls, this is exactly why we built Debate Deathmatch. This is exactly why I built Debate Deathmatch. This precise reason. Gaslighting, lying, deceptive pieces of shit like this fucking mustache PDF looking motherfucker. This guy no longer gets to talk shit about anybody. No, this guy will be forced into a debate deathmatch where he will be proven wrong and nobody will ever listen to his dumbass again. Ever. Ever. The end.
Bad faith.
Wendigoon seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state. He's a man of no conviction, claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet.
The example he used is of a pedophile. How dare Wendigoon be friends with Donut Operator, even though he supports cops stopping pedos? What a bootlicker, a man of no conviction.
The only thing that one could reasonably gather from this picture of them hugging is that he too is a fascist bootlicker himself.
Or maybe they're friends because they have stuff in common, like making YouTube videos and liking guns. But I'm just spitballing here.
He has collaborated with Nick Crowley, who constantly makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content, of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed.
Isn't that all true crime, all Forensic Files episodes? How is this evidence of anything?
He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist, who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content, complaining about SJWs, who says stuff like, Karl Marx rising from the grave finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers.
He's mad because she's talking about him.
He is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape.
Hold up, I've watched a lot of Brandon Buckingham. He has shot guns. He is in no way a gun YouTuber. This is like saying iDubbbz or Ethan are gun YouTubers. It makes no sense. As for threatening rape, he never did that. That is a lie Sneeko told. Zane is pushing a false rape allegation in the same video he's crying about being slandered for his film analysis.
There is this thing that the internet does, where one person says something that is false but sounds believable and is tangentially related to what actually happened, and then other people start to repeat it out of context, and morph it, and slowly escalate it, until it just becomes general belief, even though it is detached from reality. The cruel and untrue things that you say about another person do in fact have direct impacts on them and the way that people culturally see them.
Bro, you're doing that, but instead of it being about the hills have eyes, it's about a rape allegation, something that matters. He goes on like this for over half an hour.
He is friends with Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nakado Avocado's mental decline for fame and for money. And on top of that, has made content with the human trafficker, Andrew Tate.
Nikocado is an act. He puts it on. This guy is so socially inept, he doesn't even realize it.
Oh! Oop! 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 That's my scooter! My precious scooter!
You just know this guy turns on WWE and thinks Triple H actually broke into Randy Orton's house. And as far as Andrew Tate, it was a respectable interview that took place before the human trafficking charges even came to fruition. He's retroactively criticizing an interview that was very well received at the time and was handled better than most mainstream media outlets.
He is friends with Mutahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites.
I'm against deplatforming Andrew Tate too, and I exposed him to a greater extent than most mainstream media outlets, to the point where they would wait till my video comes out and post an article the next day citing the exact same sources I used in my video. Unless they're a convicted child predator, I'm against deplatforming because it leads to these hateful conspiratorial echo chambers that go unchallenged, festering in the background. There was a while where it seemed like every creator was getting banned, from Leafy to Gideon to Aiden Ross. It's better if everyone's just in the same place where people can routinely make Nick look like an idiot for his worldview.
But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, you know, who gets to shower when and who gets this seat on the couch and who? These are the kinds of things that happen in a dense.
Wait, do you think you'd fight with him because he's
population.
black over that?
I wouldn't fight about stuff like that. And
I want to hear the answer to Destiny's question.
Well, yeah. Would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes. And here's why. Because
otherwise, more people are going to turn into Sneeko. We don't need more Sneekos.
He is friends with Mutahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites, and has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
Is he going to give any argument for why the video is transphobic? No, of course not. It's because it isn't. So much of this video is, oh look, Windigoon responded to a tweet and that account likes some sus stuff. As if Windigoon is supposed to be aware of that. So what did Windigoon do? Not one of his friends, not one of his followers, him. Well, apparently he started a white supremacist group.
We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called the Boogaloo Boys. His online username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claims to be the first to have started using it, but that he left the group and became Windigoon after things started to get out of hand. And this is not a conspiracy theory in itself. Shockingly, he literally has said so in writing.
Windigoon admitted this was him creating a meme page where it was taken over by more and more extreme people until he left. It really isn't that damning unless you're going to be extremely uncharitable, which he is.
Also, it should be noted that the Boogaloo Boys are known for wearing Hawaiian shirts. And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt, despite the fact that he publicly totally does not share in their beliefs, guys.
Zane, it's a popular style of shirt. You're wearing the shirt. What's weirder, Windigoon wearing a Hawaiian shirt because that's what he likes to wear, or this leftist wearing a Hawaiian shirt even though he thinks it's a racist dog whistle? Is this like Vosh's tactical N-word? This video has zero research behind it, zero common sense. Zane sits there and speculates on how wealthy Windigoon is, as if that means he can't talk about horror movies.
Not to mention the fact that Windigoon was raised in a very wealthy family, and with that comes from a wealthy perspective. He himself has inadvertently admitted that his family at one point had millions of dollars.
My whole thing is instead of speculating this guy's apparel, why not just reach out to him and ask him questions? So I did. He said he worked at a gun store, he liked guns, so he made a meme page about guns. Around 2019, 2020, the joke became super serious to some people, who began to see it as a for the people movement, which was fine at first, but then people began to apply it to whatever their political stance was, and it became a mess. So he left. There is no evidence that Windigoon radicalized anybody. Extremists stole the meme, that's all the evidence available. I asked Windigoon if Zane ever reached out to him before making his video. He said no, he never reached out. There was a lot he got wrong, even objectively, that I would have been happy to clear up even for a hit piece. For instance, my parents were not rich. In the quote he even reads, I say my dad lost everything, and that was all before I was born. So Zane never even reached out for clarification before assuming the worst from this guy and everyone who's ever appeared in a photo with him. I did more research in the 3 minutes it took to reach out than his 3-hour video. It's embarrassing.
The worst part about this, there is no repercussions. There is only incentives for this person to continue doing this kind of shit. And as a result, they do this type of shit. Zero consequences and plenty of incentives. In other words, his followers follow him because they all agree with his fucking regurgitation of bullshit. So they just keep doing it. He keeps getting followers. And so, yeah, he'll continue doing it. Consequences, it's not unlawful. It's not against the rules of the website or anything. So there's no consequences. Just block out the comments, delete the comments, report people who would even challenge you. Yeah, zero. We're coming for you, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. Debate deathmatch is on its way. Let's see. Let's see.
In 2019, the Boogaloo Boys became an official
Fucking
group, and Zayn attributes every crime they did to Wendigoon.
Well, you guys have problems with my ads all the time. Deep throat that bone. Look at these motherfuckers. Unhinged. Coming in here. Isn't it good to have both wealthy and not wealthy perspectives? Yes, a normal healthy individual would consider that to be the case. Not this guy. This guy, yeah, like I said, forest, touch grass. I can't wait to make a hit piece on the boss. You can't. You cannot touch me. Bone enjoyer, really going Hassan today. Bro, eating on stream. Yo, I eat on stream every day. K, I have no life, remember? There is not a moment where I do not stream that I can actually consume the thing we call food to derive calories to keep myself alive, you know? That's not the case. Donut Operator is actually pretty entertaining and non-biased with the way he approaches the clips he watches. Oh. Look at this. Look at the criticism. Look, fucking ad. Boss, stop eating and start feeding the the UN-fed children of Africa. Yeah, good luck with that one. That's not happening.
Do you remember when armed men were arrested a few years ago?
I genuinely despise this person. I genuinely despise this. I don't know. It's their voice. It's the fact that you think you can turn on the camera, record yourself with this stupid fucking accent, that dumbass mustache, your cringy fucking character. Like, who does that? Yo, if I'm this person, I'm never turning on the camera. Ever. There's not a moment in my life that I go, you know what I want to do in my life and I think I could become successful? Content creation. I just don't think that. The only reason I content create is because I'm a handsome Middle Eastern Chad who has good thoughts in the head. Yes, that's why I do it. Oh yeah, and yeah, I can talk for like eternity. Good. There you go. Those are good qualities that you require in order to become success, to like actually like make something of yourself. So there you go. I look like this motherfucker. I dress like this motherfucker, behave like him. There's not a moment in my life that I turn on that camera. It is the first time I see them. Them? I don't know who them are. Yeah. True. Oh, the people in this video. Oh, okay, I get
For
that.
planning the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmire, that was the Boogalos. Do you remember when white people showed up at the George Floyd protests?
Like, all it took was for this person, like you can't argue that this person wanted genuinely to make a hit piece on, like he just didn't. There's no way, like, he genuinely wanted it, because then he would actually have to do some research. It's like, I can't, bro. I can't. How do you live in a world where you think, good idea, make a hit piece on certain things in life, and I'm going to do absolutely no research. I'm just going to assume that the knowledge I have in my head is reality. It's real, it's factual, nothing wrong with it, spotless, clean, and shiny, and I don't need to confirm my inner bias. Like, how does one think like that? That would be my question.
And caused property damage and violence in the hopes that black people would be blamed for that?
Like, all he needed to do was just like research, like, and ask like this Wendigo person, whoever the fuck this is, and he would be like, oh fuck, I guess I'm not going to include that, because even though I want this guy to look bad, I don't have any evidence to prove it. Nope, fuck it, it's going in there.
Was the Boogalos. He was just like, oh geez, sorry guys, about starting a violent hate group, guys. Sorry that people got killed.
He left as soon as they got violent. In fact, that was the reason he left. It's like, what is it? Are we...
Totally didn't mean to do all that. My bad. I'll do better next time.
Am I missing something? Was Wendigoon there? Is there any evidence that he
Research?
supports
Too
any
hard.
of this?
Yeah, I know.
No, it is the most baseless and unhinged analysis I have ever seen.
True.
Zayn becomes borderline racist towards Wendigoon at times, doxing him.
Wendigoon and I are practically neighbors, and I know this area very well. Okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and between that and the reservation, you have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually even a real town. You can walk across the whole thing in a matter of minutes. You got Waynesville, you have Maggie Valley, and a few other small drive-by communities. And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation. That is not me doxing him. He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee. And I'm not even saying what town he lives in. According to the latest census, there are only 23 black people who...
You know, for a lot of nature that appears in your video, you don't seem to have a real good connection with it. You genuinely don't, my guy. Who is this guy? Don't know. He probably looks like somebody the FBI should be looking into. I mean, just by going by appearances, he looks like a really, really unique individual, let's just say. And the way he talks and the things he's saying confirm those things. Usually they're very commonly found within psychopathic individuals. Yes, psychopaths, yes. He looks like a genuine psychopath. And he behaves like one. And talks like one. I mean, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, moves like a duck, it's probably a duck, right? Yeah.
Who live in Maggie Valley. There are 15 Native Americans despite it touching the reservation. Most of this area used to be sundown towns. It is about as white as you could possibly get. Genuinely in this part of the country, you have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise.
Why? Why would you assume that about people? It's 2024, my guy. Don't know when was the last time you looked around and saw, like, Jim Crow style shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, brother? Like, you have to do some, like, in-depth analysis to come to the conclusion that everywhere you go and everything you do is racist. Bro, have you seen the rest of the world? Like, you don't need to squint your eyes or even do research, bro. You just, like, you open your eyes, people are racist. Yes. Like, bro, like, what? Like, is this the opinion? Has a cult leader crook voice? Yes, he looks like a cult. Yeah, he does feel like a... He does feel like a cult leader. He's got that preacher tone shit. Yeah, he's got like the delusion. I don't know, what are we calling it? Yeah, it's like delusion syndrome. He's got like DS. Yeah, he's got D's. Ah, that's hot. Fuck.
Oh, he's white and he lives there, therefore he's racist. That's the level of critical thinking taking place. But not you. You're one of the good white guys.
Yeah.
Lupaville tweeted, imagine shitting on some of the most systemically forgotten and impoverished people in America and thinking you were virtuous or moral because they happen to be white. Then getting called out saying, you guys know my heart was in the right place. Ha ha ha. Zane is a picturesque example of true bigotry masquerading as an enlightened tortured genius that operates with empathy, nuance, and compassion above all else. There are so many of these people, it's so up how lost some smart people are.
Yep.
He tries to say Wendigoon is a racist for his name, saying he's disrespecting natives for using the word Wendigo.
Then, of course, there is his username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a hypocrisy there on my part, but we kind of do have to say it for academic purposes, so apologies for that.
There's nothing academic about this video. This is like saying Blizzard can't make Diablo or Harry Potter shouldn't exist because some Christians got upset. Nobody cares.
But don't you think it is extremely weird and off-putting that all of his fans call him Dad? Isn't that really strange?
No.
No? Are you trying to imply something? He never elaborates. He just throws it out there and moves right along. He then acts like Wendigoon following him on Twitter was some sort of psychological threat.
Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened, and that Wendigoon followed me on Twitter. I was not following him at the time. He never publicly told people to stop calling me a faggot. He never once reached out to me privately, but he did follow me, which means in my eyes that he 100% knew what was happening because I did tweet about it several times, and then followed me to let me know that he knew, and that he was watching and that he intended to do nothing to stop it. What other motivation could he have had there to follow me in that specific moment, other than to be a method of quiet and deniable intimidation? What other way could that have been read from my perspective? That was
Am I
the moment
the
that
only
pushed
one
me
who
over the
gets-
edge to make this video.
He ends the video by calling everyone Nazis.
Clearly,
Am I the only one who gets really pissed off with people like this? Like, are there genuinely people like this who live in the world? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I've met some, like, sick, sadistic people in the past, but this is like the worst form of, like, pure maliciousness. It's when you do it under the guise of being, like, righteous and like holy or like good, like I care about humanity type shit. I love human beings and we should all hold hands and sing kumbaya or some shit. Like when you do it under that guise, like that makes it the most sadistic, malicious fucking shit ever. At least I think so. Man's been watching you too. Many true crime documentaries. Man's been watching too many true crime. Yeah, he has. I genuinely think so. Yeah, they're real. Welcome to America. This is sickening. Yeah. How about no, Manar? How about that?
as we have seen, everything that he does has deep political motivations.
At least
You
not
haven't
now.
shown one example.
And if they don't want to be seen as a big group of Nazis, then let's see how they react to this video's existence. Because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this.
How does he not see the irony in this statement? Windagoon would leave a comment on his video. Please no one harass or comment rude things on my behalf. I do not agree with or condone meanness in any way. If you are here to leave a spiteful remark on my behalf, don't. Nothing good comes from anger. I want to apologize for people saying awful things to you on Twitter. I did not know this was happening. I followed you because I saw your Slenderman video and enjoyed it. Then I saw you in my recommended follows. It sounds like you strongly dislike me, and that's okay. But if I have done anything to cause that, I apologize. So Zane is schizoing out in the corner, coming up with conspiracy theories about why this is a threat, when in reality, Windagoon just liked his videos. Even when I DM'd Windagoon, he was nothing but polite towards Zane, saying, I feel bad for him. This guy seems to have a lot of hate in his heart, and that can't be easy on the bones. It's clearly not. Zane speaks as if his only purpose in life is to make political horror videos.
The only thing I have of value left to me in this world is my writing and my perspective.
Windagoon would continue to write, I don't have any malice and I meant what I said in my comment on the video. I hope nobody harasses him on my behalf. If I make a tweet saying that, however, that'll drive more eyes towards him. And I don't want to do that as a lot of people are mad regardless of what I say. I wish him the best and hope he finds what he's looking for. Zane would then delete the entire Windagoon section of his video and tweeted, many people have said very
Yo, I didn't know who this Wendigoon guy was previously, but after watching this video, yeah, respect. I respect that, bro. I respect that. He had no reason to go and comment under the video or attempt to like get people to not like. He is literally doing psychoanalysis on the Twitter follow. Yeah, I know he's insane. King Manar. Manar owns you, little bro. Sure does. That's yeah. Okay, Manar is polyamorous. True. Why'd you run away from Manar? When? When did I run away from Manar? I mean, to be fair, if I did, I'm not going to look too harshly upon myself. Just now, Manar is a degenerate who belongs in the gulag right now. And if for anybody else who wants to twist my words, no, our gulag in our Discord server. In other words, you are not to be trusted for the time being, at least until you've gone through your re-education. At which point, then you might be able to like communicate with other human beings. Why'd you run from Manar, brother? Wait, you guys are all like on Manar's side. What is this? Oh shit, that's just my typical day. Holy fuck. He came into chat and challenged you. Yeah, and yeah, he's in the gulag. Yeah. We have our first degenerate, boys. He is officially a member of the Panopticon. He is the first ever to enter the Panopticon. Anybody who doesn't know what that is, here you go. This is what that is. Because I can already assume that a lot of people have already come to a whole load of confusion relating to what it is I just said. No, not the actual gulag. I'm not talking about genocide or some shit. There you go, guys. You can barely see it, but there's the panopticon. There's the gulag. That's where you get sent when you violate the rules. Yes. And there's only one way to get out of that, which has something to do with purgatory. Yeah. When I figure it out, I will let them know. Yeah. The boss is no longer the boss. He is the employee. Manar is now the boss. He surely is. He is the boss of the gulag. Yep. Nobody's fucking with him down there. Yep. He's only fucking with himself. Wait, what? Yep, that is true. That is true. Is the gulag for VC only, voice channel only? Anybody can join the gulag, technically speaking. Like, you can go in there, and you can all go in there if you want and like talk with anybody. It's just anybody who's a degenerate, like that's their role within the community. Like, they are assigned only into this community, into this channel, and to purgatory, and like maybe like welcome, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, they have to spend some time there at least, and then pass like the purgatory, prove themselves to be capable of having a meaningful conversation without having to resort to horrible tactics. And then, yeah, they might be given another chance. Or yeah, they're always given a chance. It's just, yeah, that can vary. Is the gulag Manar king of debate? True, being true. Manar is undefeated in debate, it seems. He surely is. Because he debates a whole lot with himself. I can see that. What makes them a degenerate? That sounds inhumane. Well, when you break the rules, you're subhuman, as far as I'm concerned. It's like, we don't really have that many rules. We didn't have any rules as of like 2 days ago or some shit. Yeah, but we have rules. Of course we have rules. It's like, don't say the two fucking slurs that everybody knows. Don't like dox people. Don't spam. Don't harass people. Yeah. It's in the rules section. Go to welcome and it should be there. Yeah, this is obviously for anybody who's joining now. Like, yeah, then you just go to rules. And then you have it. Yeah. Nothing special about it. Yeah. It's like, just don't break the rules. But otherwise, yeah, you're not being kicked from the I'm not banning you. I'm not fucking timing you out. Except it might be considered a extreme timeout, let's just say. Oh, okay, but poor arguments don't send you to the gulag, do they? No, not really. Unless those arguments are like you're intentionally saying them, like knowingly that the other person is like, it's conditional, but that would be very rare that would be the case. But it can happen. It's just, it requires the specific circumstances. Are you the moral arbiter of who is subhuman or not? I sure am. This is my community. So, yeah, that definitely would be the answer. I'm essentially Stalin of my community. Yeah, I'm the boss, remember? The boss is an asshole. I've never portrayed myself to be a nice individual. If you break the rules that I decide are the rules, then you get sent to the panopticon. Don't like it? Fuck off. There you go. Everybody likes them. Everybody's been begging for the rules, essentially, because we've got people who spam and do random shit, and nobody likes that. So we have rules. Why my message was deleted? What message? No idea. What message? I have no idea. Coach Snail, this is your first time in our chat. I have no idea what you're talking about, brother. Are you the moral arbiter? Thanks for unbanning my message. It's called auto mod, bro. I never banned it in the first place. If it said something like, yeah, it can do that sometimes. Don't worry. My mod is pretty woke. You mean like morally hurtful arguments, like personal attacks through No, that happens all the time. It has to be something like with a malicious intent of some sort or some shit like that, I can imagine. No, you are the boss, just a nasty lung infectious. You are TB, just a nasty lung infectious. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. I know you love me deep inside. The moral arbiter message, but it is fine now. Oh, my bad. Still a noob on Twitch. True. I want to know who Coach Snail is. Are you currently under Manar's desk sucking his cock? Because that would make a lot of sense. Seems like you like sucking his cock. Yeah, I would be genuinely surprised if that's not the case. Oh, it's Xen. What a surprise. Hello, my love.
Wait, let me mute your stream. When will you join the fucking politics channel?
What?
When will you join the politics channel?
I won't. Why would I do that?
To debate.
To debate what? Anything but politics?
Yeah, I want to debate shit.
No, you don't. You want to talk about fucking more of how amazing Islam is.
No, I want to debate you on
Listen to him.
something serious.
Yeah. I can hear you munching on your food, laughing down inside yourself, thinking about all the degenerate comments you are planning on giving me. Infection.
No,
I can't type.
I want a serious discussion.
What serious discussion? Tell me again. You
About
used
serious
to be
topics like
my favorite streamer.
anorexia.
But you are afraid of Manar. Bro, me and Manar have debated several times. Yesterday
You like Manar.
he got sent to the fucking gulag and I wasn't even included in the conversation. All right? So don't worry about me and Manar. Me and Manar have argued and debated many, many a times. Okay?
Why don't you debate Manar again?
He's in the fucking gulag, bro. I don't debate people who are in the gulag.
Why don't you debate in the gulag?
We're not going to do that, Xen. The gulag is meant for degenerates, meaning that at no point should a streamer enter that forbidden territory. It's literally like Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit.
Wait, if you're not banned, can you
No,
just
Manar,
post
you're really
anything where you
not.
want?
You're really not. I love the fact that you're at least like when you look at yourself accurately. Yes. No, you really. Okay, I don't know about actually, I might want to take that back. Maybe you would be good at debating.
Well,
it's
can
just
you
I
post
think that
anything in the gulag you want.
Do you? Yes, you can. But
Even if you're not banned.
Yes, you have the authority as long as you're like yeah. No, I think he might be. Can you shut up for a second? Let me finish my sentence, please. Yeah, I think that Manar could be potentially good at debating. I don't really see anything specifically wrong with him. But I don't think that he believes in like genuinely sophisticated and like has good positions about things. That's what I would say about that. I don't think it's an intelligence problem. Let's just say that. I think it's a moral compass issue, if anything. Manar said he believes you actually like him. I do. I do like him. I like people who are intelligent. The reason why I get angry with them and passionate with them is simply for the reason that I believe they have so much potential than the one that they are currently displaying. That is usually the most case scenario, especially when it comes to people like Xen, for example. Xen, the reason why I like Xen, because I think of him as an intelligent person, I just think he has a whole load of stupid fucking ideas. The same can be said for Manar. But if they were to actually have good ideas, I don't think they would be half as bad as they currently are. 5 minutes
By the
ago
way,
on his stream.
What rule did Manar even break?
Huh?
What rule did he
That
even
is
break?
confidential. Anybody who knows. Anybody who can
I
figure
know
it
what
out.
happened,
I don't
but
give a
I
fuck,
know
bro.
what
I don't
happened,
give a
but
fuck.
none
I'm
of the
ending
rules
this
you
call
listed
right
was-
now. I'm ending this call right now. This big mouth motherfucker. Holy shit. I said it's confidential. Jesus Christ, asking me to use my dictatorial form. What is that? Confidential. Not to be spoken about. Motherfucker. Wait, why didn't it call him? I wasn't going to say what happened. You don't even know what happened. Jesus. Unhinged. Unhinged Xen once again. Come in politics, Xen. Shut the fuck up, moron. Absolute idiot. Holy shit. Rata, you are the worst fucking form of troll. Holy shit.
I wasn't going to say it.
Shut the fuck up. We're not talking about it. I don't give a fuck about your opinions. I don't give a fuck about anybody's opinions. He's in there for a specific reason. If anybody wants to... Who the fuck is this now joining? I don't know you.
It's a homosexual, I think.
A homosexual?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not... No, I'm not going in it with any homosexuals. Right, who are you? I've never heard of you before. You need to let me know, because I'm streaming you right now. If you are trying to, like... Yeah, I've got my button on the mute. If you say anything stupid, I'll...
No. Why would I say anything stupid?
Okay, good. Because I'm live on stream, and I'm not too happy about getting banned because some idiots say bad words. Right, okay.
Can
right.
I mute my mic?
No, it's fine. It's just... Yeah, I just need to make sure. Usually I make sure that people know that before I'm in the channel with them. Yeah. It's okay, don't worry about it. Okay, Xen, what were you saying? This dumbass. Yo, at least I'm funny, okay? No, you're not funny. Rada, you're genuinely not funny.
Huh?
Xen, speak. What do you have to say? You have something to say, you said.
Yeah, I want to debate about something.
What do you want to debate about? You don't just like enter fucking the thing and say, oh, I want to debate about anything. I don't care about what it is.
So, what do you think of when someone has
a penis?
a disease, and this disease makes them gay, like the COVID vaccine?
Oh my god, what did I just hear? What did my ears just hear? Oh my god. Wait, Xen, you need to repeat that. Please repeat that.
Do you think the COVID vaccine can give someone like autism?
Wait, autism is very far from gay.
Or gay, yeah. Either one. Either or.
Xen.
What?
You kidding, right?
Yes, of course. Are you
Oh,
retarded?
for fuck's sake. At least tell us that. What the fuck, bro? Why did you think? Because you say things and you like, I can just picture Xen right now. This is how well I know Xen, that he's looking right now at the screen and he has blank expression on his face, like when he's saying these things. And then he goes, bro, do you not understand the joke? It's like, no, dumbass, because you're literally, you were diagnosed with blank effect, flat effect. Do you remember that? I'm never going to forget that. That genuinely means it's very difficult for people to understand if you're being serious or if you're joking, right? So yes.
Okay, what do you want to debate about, actually?
Debate about Mana. Coach Snail, can you please get off Mana's dick? Yo, Mana, who is this Coach Snail person?
Like, what have you been debating about in the chat while I was gone? Let's debate about that.
What, Trump?
Yeah. I mean, we agree on Trump. Well, was there any other topic, or?
Russia.
Russia. What did Russia do?
Nothing, apparently.
Is it about the elections? Is it about the Ukraine war? What is it about?
Xen?
What?
I'm thinking. They invaded Ukraine. They surely did, Captain.
Yes, I
Which means you agree. Agree that they invaded? Yeah, okay, good. Based. Xen is going to be a circus attraction. What type of debate is this? Coach Snail, who are you? I think you are a Manar spy. Zen, do you recognize this infidel? I think we have a spy in here.
What is his name?
Coach Snail.
I never seen him before.
Opinion on the Israel-Gaza conflict.
I think Israel should be, let's just say, forcefully quit. Let's just say that.
But why did they invade? That's a good debate topic. Oh my god, again he wants to do it. Why is this person so insistent on it? Like, they have the worst arguments about when it comes to Russia, Ukraine. He's just insisting. Right, Captain, here's how this goes, right? Wait, do we have the Russia? Well, let me check. Let me check real fast. Seeing as you seem so confident about Russia, Ukraine, here you go.
I mean,
let's see. Do we have it? Let's see. Shut up,
I
Zen.
think Russia started it, but I don't like Ukraine at all. But that's just for different reasons, I guess.
Does Russia is Russia? No, it's not included in here. You're lucky, because I was about to say, if it's included in here and you're so fucking confident about it, go and put your money where your stupid fucking mouth is, right?
In general, I like Russia more than Ukraine.
Please just tell me from start to finish, please. No, I refuse. But again, yeah, every argument you've given me up until now, I've provided you with a counterclaim with. I don't genuinely understand why it is 3 years into this conflict, you still are where people were prior to the conflict even taking place. I don't understand it. Have you paid no attention to anything? Have you even tried to give your opinion on these things?
Is it about Russia, Ukraine? Or
Yeah, this captain guy in chat is fucking...
What does he think?
He's annoying as fuck. Here, a follow, catch you later, brother. Here,
What's
a
his
follow,
opinion?
catch you later, brother. Take care, Coach Snow. Huh?
What's his opinion?
He has no opinion. He thinks he has an opinion, but he has none. He's trying to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Xen. Quite obvious, yeah. We're not doing that. It's okay to like Russia more than Ukraine, though. That's not what you're doing, though. That's not what you're doing. Had you said to me in the beginning, look, it's a personal preference. I like Russia. Then I wouldn't have been arguing with you in the first place. I literally live in Russia, bro. If there's anybody who's going to resonate
like
with
Russia way more than Ukraine.
Yes, that's fine. That's not where debates happen. Debates happen when you try to justify it. So I can like blonde women as much as I want in the world. And if I say to everybody, yo, like blonde women are for me. That's a little bit of me. I don't do black haired girls, brown haired. I don't do black color skin. I don't do any of this shit. I don't do fat. I don't do short. I don't do tall. I don't do any of that shit. Any of that shit. Do you know what? That's not racist. That's not racist. Do you know where it becomes racist? The moment you start saying blonde women are superior. Because now you're comparing. When you say I don't like, doesn't mean there's a justification for that. It's just a personal preference. So if you said, yo, I like Russia. I genuinely like Russia. That's it. I'd be like, bro, awesome. Okay. I think you're stupid, but yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're not trying to justify it, really. It's just a personal preference. It doesn't really need to have any logic there, any reason for you to do that. It's just a belief you have. And that's fair enough. Everybody has their own beliefs.
So, boss, what's your reason for not liking the Ukrainian?
Wait, who told you I don't like the Ukrainian?
You do?
Wait, I support the... well, I really need to be careful about how much I say while I'm here. They did not invade Ukraine. Ukraine was a hijacked state. Oh no, we've got another one.
So basically...
Oh, for fuck's sake. You guys, it's been 3 years.
I don't like how
have you not gotten over this?
Ukrainian women come to my country and cuckold their
Zen,
husband who's fighting on the
you
front
have the
line.
worst arguments. You have the worst arguments for why...
How is that a bad argument? That's valid.
Actually, you might have the best arguments for why Russia is not guilty in this scenario. Considering that these motherfuckers have the absolute worst cases that have already been
I do
ironed
think
out.
that Russia is guilty. I just don't like the fucking Ukrainian women cuckolding their husband in Europe. while
Wait,
the
why can't you
Ukrainian
just
men are
why
fighting on the front line, dying?
why can't you just say like that also justifies Russia? Like go all the way, Xen. Just take it all the way. Like just take
Because I
it.
don't
You
think
you will at least be better than these unhinged motherfuckers.
I don't think so. I
Like
don't
please,
think it
like this is
justifies
one time I'm asking you to be extreme for the better of all humanity. These motherfuckers
Okay, it
genuinely
justifies it in Russia. It's
still.
amazing. I will suck Putin's dick. Are you happy?
Wait, why would you do that, Xen? Wait, nobody said anything about sucking dick. Why did you make this gay again, Xen, brother? Holy fuck!
Because when
Right,
I think
let's
of you,
see.
it makes me think of gays.
Look, Hassan usually has good takes in the chat, but motherfucker, why would you have these opinions? Oh, okay, I haven't read it. I haven't read it all. Let's try. Let me try. Let's see how far I can get. Ukraine was a hijacked state. Everything. Okay, the moment as long as I'm keep shaking my head, these arguments, I've heard them before. They've been debated. They've been dismantled. They've been destroyed. So I'm just going to keep shaking my head as long as I'm reading until I see something new. Okay. Hijacked state war should have never been supported by the US. Jesus fucking Christ. Ukraine kleptocrats funded Nazis. And let Nazis patrol cities as civilian guards.
Hey, I finished my food.
Bro, shut the fuck up. Let them organize your youth camps. Let them recruit from militia orgs. Bro, yes, the responsibility for the invasion does lie on Russia. Okay, that's a good thing. But ultimately, can we factually say it was unprovoked? Doesn't matter. You don't get to invade a fucking sovereign state on the premise of, hey, we're afraid of what is going to potentially happen in the future. Therefore, we're preparing by destroying your entire country. No, you can't do that, bro. We have international laws that we all adhere to. We have humanitarian laws that we want to adhere to going into the future. You know, progress, that thing where you stop doing unhinged shit and you all agree to like at least not do the worst of worst things. Like just like openly walk into another person's fucking country and start killing everybody. Like, no, at least that you shouldn't be doing it. So no, like any other fucking justification, it's like, no, they weren't attacked. There was no provocation there. You're talking about fighting with ghosts, essentially. Hassan, any accusations you have that certain militias within Ukraine were propped up as Nazi supporting or Nazi kind of ishy like, and maybe even to the full extent, total fucking Nazi like.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're still not Nazis. So when you use the word when you use the word Nazis, you're insinuating something. You're appealing to people's emotions, Hassan. That's why I dislike your types of arguments. All right, I've heard it all before. I've heard it time and time again. You're doing some mental fucking gymnastics to justify a genuine fucking invasion.
You
it's
like
insane.
Nazis?
Kleptocratic elite. Listen to this. Nazis were manning the Donbass front line and showed pro-Russian side of the. Oh my god. It's insane. It's just all the same takes as we heard 3 fucking years ago. Jesus Christ, Hassan. You have 2-3 days where you're saying genuinely good shit and then you come it all back. You just smack it in the face. Holy fuck. Worst opinions ever. Of course, Russia is guilty of invading Ukraine. Yes. Amazing. That's how you start this fucking conversation, by acknowledging that. Stop trying to justify that, which is what Hassan is trying to do. I would be really fucking convinced if he didn't do the same shit for the fucking Palestinians. Real surprised if that wasn't the case. But tell me, please, how...
That's not the same fucking scenario. There's
Shut
no,
up.
like, colonization.
Obviously, it's not. The colonization. Oh, welcome to the 1900s, apparently. English are colonizing the Israel. Yeah, okay.
England colonizing Israel. No.
But tell me,
Jews
please,
colonizing
how you know
Palestine.
Russia wasn't provoked. It
Doesn't
wasn't,
matter
you
who fucking
dumbass.
paid the money.
Next, you're going to tell me NATO have not been broken international law, which they have.
If Christians weren't dick riding Jews, then the fucking state of
Wait,
Israel
no, Xen, we're not doing it. We're not getting into the Israel-Palestine conflict. I'm not doing this with you. There's no
You're
way.
gay.
No, we're not
Yes.
doing that. We're not doing that.
You're
Anybody
gay.
else can join this chat if they want to and have the Israel-Palestine debate with you as long as they want. I'm not doing it. Because then how many times have we done this? Like 7? 7.
4.
Have we ever ended somewhere that is better than where we began?
No, because you always just keep screaming and never let anyone else talk. So
And
that's
you're
why.
a fucking moron that blatantly believes in the most stupid fucking shit ever, and that pisses me off considering that I genuinely think
In
of you
other
as an
words,
intelligent
if someone
person.
gives an opinion radically different from your own,
No,
you ignore
no,
everything they say
no,
and just
no.
enter your little echo chamber.
Nope.
I want to only hear what
No.
I think. Blah 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 blah. No listening, no listening. That's your tactic to win an argument.
Nope, that is blatantly
Dude,
fucking
if it was
false.
an echo chamber, he would have just fucking banned you.
Oh
No, he
shit! You
doesn't
see how that
wanna ban
works?
people. Instead, he screams.
Yeah, but that's what you require to even have an echo chamber in the first place.
No, you don't.
Well, you do,
If
because
every
that's
time
literally
someone
again.
says something-
Here's another
no, if
example,
ev-
guys.
if
Pay
every
real
time
close
someone
attention.
says something you disagree with, you keep screaming. That's the same effect as banning them.
No, it's not.
Because you're not hearing
It's
their
not.
arguments.
Would you disagree that it's much easier to just ban them?
The only reason you don't ban me is because you like the thrill of getting like the win in a conversation by screaming at me.
Amazing. But how can I get the win if I only talk from the very start?
What if you only talk from the very start?
Yeah,
Please
apparently,
make sense.
according to you, I'm the only one talking.
No, you give me 5 seconds to say something,
Okay.
and then you cut me off and finish the rest of my
Right,
sentence for
then,
me, and then you
may-
act as if I said something completely different than my
Yes.
actual opinion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you don't comprehend the words that you're saying. You just did it like 3 seconds ago. And I said to everybody, look at what he's doing again. He's accusing me of having a fucking echo chamber while I genuinely just don't ban people.
You don't need to ban someone to have an echo
Well,
chamber.
guess what? Every
you can
other-
just ignore their arguments.
No, you can't. That's not an echo chamber.
Yes, that is an echo chamber.
An echo chamber is when you echo, 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 and you can never hear anything but the echo. Okay?
Yes, and you
okay.
have the same thing, but the reason the echo you don't hear anything
It's
except the
so
echo is because
annoying.
you scream over everything except the echo instead of banning people.
It's convenient because that's not usually how our conversations go. Our conversations go that we usually communicate in this way. We communicate in this way. We're going back and forth, back and forth. You're telling me stuff. I'm telling you stuff.
Yeah, unless,
until
we reach a certain level of your patience. dying, and then you're
amazing.
gonna
So
act
you
like
think
shit.
it's a matter of patience? It's not patience.
It's a
Sin.
matter of like certain topics you don't like.
No,
that's the matter.
it's not about the
Yes.
topics. It's about you saying things that seem just so inconceivable to me that a human being could believe those
In
things.
other words, it's about the topics and opinions I have.
Nope. It's not about, it's your stances about certain things. So,
Yeah.
one example we can give for this is that previously we had a conversation where you eventually arrived at a place where you were essentially saying, yes, it's totally believable to think that in a country where you will be killed if you do not say the words, I believe in Allah, yeah, it's totally believable to believe in that country that everybody's Islamic because they genuinely believe in Islam and not just because they're saying it because they don't want to die. And the fact that you would even believe that to be the case, to me, is inconceivable, which then drives me to the fucking insanities that I go and
Yeah,
beyond.
You genuinely believe that conveniently all of those countries have the same religion. They're all atheists, but only the three Muslims in the world got the power, and then they are using a secular atheist group of LGBTQ loving Arabs who all are secretly non-Muslim, and they're being manipulated. That's how the world works. No, it isn't.
Okay,
That's retarded.
zero engagement with what
Those
it. What my,
countries are like that in the first place because of the high Muslim population. If you don't like using these countries as an example, you can use like secular countries like Turkey, or not Turkey because that's even a fucking bad example. Literally use my country. Use my country and you'll see literally that the Muslim fucking population is the highest religion except atheism even here. And you're telling me that in those countries they're all fucking atheists secretly. That's a retarded way to think about life.
echo chamber, by the way, guys. This is an echo chamber. Okay,
I'm
so
replying to you.
I know, but do you know what happens in an echo chamber? There are no replies. Okay. Nonetheless,
Well, there are.
no, there aren't. That's not called.
Yeah, but they all agree with each other.
Exactly.
No, I listened to your replies right now.
No, you argued with my reply.
Yes.
Do you know what?
exactly.
That doesn't
You don't
happen.
argue with my reply. That's the issue.
Okay, so no, I do. It's just you accuse me of running a fucking echo chamber here, even though I have an extreme Islamist on the other side of this call, and I myself are one of the most liberal people.
Extreme. I'm very extreme. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm just I'm the average fucking believer.
Okay, the average Islamist, and I am the average fucking. I am extremely liberal myself.
Fuck.
So yeah, yeah, okay, I'm a blue head cuck apparently. And
Yeah.
according to you, your original claim, which is what I get so pissed off with you about, which is what I previously got pissed off with you about, which is what I usually get pissed off with you about, is that you make insane fucking claims, or you think that certain words are the right words to use in a debate, and then you go ahead and you use them. They're not actually what you thought they mean, and we just argue again and again and again until the point where it's just like, how the fuck are you so stupid, or bad faith, or just like ingenuine, like you're disingenuous. Like what is the reason? So yeah, that's where I get pushed to the limit where I start shouting. But
Yeah,
usually our
sure.
conversations don't go down that path. So yeah, in other words, what you previously mentioned about all the countries being Islamic or whatever has nothing to do with the claim that I made. It's a pretty simple claim. It's like, hey, I'm pointing a gun to your head. We are now in a flower field, okay? And everybody within this flower field likes flowers. So I'm pointing the gun to your head and I'm saying, do you like flowers? And you say, okay, what happens if I don't like flowers? Because we need to know the conditions. And I say to you, well, if you don't like flowers, you die. And you say, okay, I like flowers. So the problem is, and if you're then going to say, yeah, but if they lie, well, then they're going to go to eternity in hell. Well, they never believed in the religion in the first place, hence why they need to lie now. So therefore, there are no consequences as far as they're concerned. They see no consequences or
Hey boss, maybe if all the countries are like controlled by these flower-loving people who point a gun at your head to say you like flowers, maybe that's a sign that the people who actually like flowers are high, and it's not some coincidence that all of the fucking countries in the world or in that same region are controlled by the flower lovers. Maybe that's how it works.
Okay, the problem
Maybe
is
it's not a giant coincidence where conveniently some guy got the power who happened to like flowers, which is some uncommon thing in the country where you're referring to.
Okay, amazing. Right. The only problem with that is we were previously talking about how easy or difficult it is to collect data relating to who is religious and who is not religious. And considering that that is a known scenario that exists within Islam, that would directly affect the numbers that you would eventually come to for who is Islamic and who isn't.
Much so.
Okay, the fact that we just went through all of that and your conclusion is not much, considering that they will die and have zero consequences as far as they're concerned for lying, well then, yeah, and you are genuinely coming to the conclusion that everybody, yep, is just faithful and believes in it. No, the logical conclusion is to come to it that is a very good argument, and considering that death is on the line, and as far as they're concerned, they were never religious in the first place, so they don't believe in the eternal fire or whatever.
They're literally all raised like that, you understand, right?
Any country,
they get raised from the point they get born to
the only
believe
problem
that it's
is,
true, and now you're saying, yeah, they conveniently all of them don't believe.
the only
and they're
problem
all
is
manipulated by the one king in the.
the only problem is that in other countries you won't be killed, put in jail, whipped, or any of these other things.
Yes, and there's a giant amount of them as well. Their fucking Islamic religion is high
Amazing.
as fuck in numbers in European countries.
Okay, and again, there are consequences for that taking place, which is like the societal differences where you're going to be shunned from your society, which
Yes,
I
and
gave you
that's
that
the same
argument.
for any other religion and any other political
Exactly.
opinion,
Amazing.
and any other skin color and fucking eye color and behavior.
Okay, so
in
this
life.
is the problem that
Everything.
we come to, and now you just like will go to anything and seem like this is inconceivable to even conceptualize, which is what drives me to beyond like the edge of my limits, because it's like,
but
hey,
my point is that
you have no
point of,
like,
like
yeah.
they'll be outcasted if they don't agree with it. It's the same for example, any political opinion, for any behavior,
Okay.
for any way you can dress.
I have a
for any
rebuttal for that.
sexuality or whatever. It's the same for every fucking.
I have
behavior
my
and opinion you
rebuttal
can have.
when you're ready to hear it. Okay, so my rebuttal to that is what I said to you previously, is considering now you want to pivot to that being the case. Okay, well, here you go. Because if I get sent to prison because I committed a felony, my family or the people that love me or around me, seen as I've committed such a horrible thing, they are probably going to have a much bigger reason to separate from me and distance themselves from me than if I were to say, just break a rule within school. It's like you have to take off your shoes when you enter class, and I'm not one of those kids who takes off their shoes immediately. I'm breaking a rule, but I'm not breaking the worst possible thing that I could potentially do. Now, when it comes to Islam, that is the worst possible thing, that you would go outside of Islam, that you would abandon your faith. That is the worst possible thing.
And it's the same for example,
I'm answering.
Political opinion.
No, it's not, because here's why it isn't, because you don't get sent to death or whipped,
and you don't get sent to death either in Europe, which is where
amazing, but you do in other Islamic countries. Which
let's take the stats from Europe if that's more accurate for you.
No, Xen, this is how it works. Why? Because okay, I'm trying to explain it to you because there is an answer to this. If you are Islamic, then you are acknowledging that Islam is ruled differently throughout the world, depending on where you go in the world. Nonetheless, you all believe in the same thing, or the Quran or whatever, and you all adhere to Sharia law in one way or another, or you agree with it, or whatever the case is. Now,
that's not true. If you live in a secular country, you don't.
Okay. So again, you're just being pedantic now. Okay, so in certain countries,
not pedantic. If you live in Europe, you're not gonna have Sharia law. That's retarded.
Okay, usually this is the point where I start getting flustered. Okay, so here's the point, Zen. You have countries. Are there countries where you will be killed if you abandon the faith of Islam?
Okay, why not get your
Okay. No. Here's the important part. Are there countries where you'll be killed because you are not like Christian?
Sure.
Christian.
There were historically.
Okay, no. Today is what we care about.
There's no Christian countries anymore.
Okay, so is there any country? This is my question again. Is there any country where you will be killed for not being Christian?
Not anymore.
Amazing. Okay, so we have one side which you will be killed, so they still consider that to be the worst possible crime or one of the worst possible crimes, and then you have the other one which don't regard it as the worst possible crime. So yes, when you now live in the Netherlands, where, yes, those rules don't apply, you're not going to be killed, they still look at that as a grave sin, a horrible thing that should never happen. Hence, why they are more easily going to separate themselves from you. Otherwise, when you are looking at a Christian or a religious belief in another country, they are less likely to do that because it's not considered the gravest sin. Things like murder are.
Read the Bible.
Okay, things like murder are, considering that there is not a single country that you can name where people get killed because they're not religious. So your argument falls apart. This is the part where you refuse to acknowledge, and this is the part where we start to get into the more heated stuff. And so yes, this is what happens.
Converting to a different religion is seen as like the worst thing you can do as well. Only they don't enforce it by law because there's no Christian theocracies anymore.
Here's where you understand that you lose the argument. It's when you don't have a single example to name a country where people die because they're not Christian or whatever. So
because there's no Christian countries
amazing.
Anymore.
So we don't consider it the worst crime.
Yeah, but why not? Okay, so I can also name countries that are have a Muslim population where you don't
Doesn't
die
matter,
for...
It doesn't matter because even in those countries, while you might not die, you are more likely, or it's very likely, that if you were to abandon your faith of Islam, you would be shunned from your community. Yes, exactly.
Which is the same for the Christians.
No, it is not. Because again, okay, so this is the part where we stop arguing because I've clearly stated my point. No. We've both laid our arguments for why it is the case. And
no, shall I tell you why you're wrong, or are you going to be arrogant and just...
Yeah, if you want, Xen. You're not going to do it, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll tell you, because in Christianity, if you read the Bible, it's also seen as just as bad as Islam for leaving the religion. The only reason why they don't apply that in the real world is because the church and the government separated for the Christians, and they don't have theocracies anymore, which means that they don't follow their religion by government laws anymore. That's why they don't follow it in real life.
So you just...
Not because their religion says it's okay to convert to another religion.
Amazing. So you've just repeated the same thing you did previously,
yeah,
and also 3-4 times. No, there is. Because...
No. Why?
because even though we used to do that, and even though the Bible says that to be the case, in other countries, we don't have laws for that. So you're not going to be killed. And as a result...
We're not comparing those countries right now. We're comparing a country where
He
you
literally
don't
is going to give me twitches. Right, okay. So we don't have countries where you get killed for being Christian. Yes or no?
Why does it matter?
Because you don't understand this, but this is the part where you lose the fucking debate.
We're comparing a country where you don't get killed for doing either.
Because it is still considered, even though you live in a country where those laws do not apply to you as they do in those Islamic states, there is still going to be much worse, much more negative impact on how that affects your family, friends, or your surroundings.
Please give one good argument for why you think this.
I don't understand why you're not hearing me. Right, so this is where we draw the line.
Hear it,
No,
but you're just
we're
saying
not. We're
something that I completely
We're not doing this.
disagree with no-
We're not. That's where I draw the line. I can't. It just gives me fucking chills. I can't listen to it. Otherwise, I'm just going to actually, no, fuck it. Right. Okay, here we go. Discord, and you can yap to the fucking people as long as you want. Yep. Here we go. Right. Yeah. Join. Okay. Yap to anybody you want. I'm done with this
Echo
conversation.
chamber, what the fuck?
Okay. Yeah. Here you go. Here you go. So just for any claims of echo chambers, guys. Right. Here you go.
Yeah, you leave the fucking chat because I say something you don't like, which disproves your fucking bullshit opinions that you want to so strongly hold. And then you just leave the room, so basically no one can fucking disprove your wrong bullshit opinions. Like, what is this dumbass argument? Because there's no foreign countries anymore where you get killed for being a Christian, now in countries where you get killed for neither, there's no issue of being killed, so no people will feel this shame or be scared for it anyways, then somehow still there is a reason for the fucking Islam religion for this to be more fearful. Why? Well, is there one good argument? I ask him. What's your argument
Okay,
for
my
this?
argument. I've given you the argument already. I've given you the argument. This is the problem. You do not comprehend the argument that I'm
The
giving to you.
argument is because there's no foreign country? Why would that
Zen,
relate?
my love, listen to me, brother. Listen to me. I'm not here that have the patience or the deliberance to just ignore everything you're saying. You're not that type of person that I can just simply ignore what you say and move on with my life. You don't understand that. You don't fathom it. So I engage with your topics. And I am giving you the arguments that you are looking for. You do not embrace them. The problem is, my brother, okay, you have these certain people, okay, in the world, they are Islamic. And Islamic people, regardless of where they live in the world, there are consequences for their actions relating to whether or not they believe in Islam. Okay, this is how it works. We have a whole scenario here. Now, within the Islamic countries, in most countries, there is a form of punishment enacted upon you by the government. Okay, we both agree to that. Everybody agrees to this. This is known as Sharia law. Okay, in some countries, the punishment is as extreme as death. In other countries, it is in the form of prison sentence. Regardless, though, there is a discrepancy within the people, within the government, within the nation and the people who are Islamic, that by doing that thing, which is abandoning your faith, it equals bad, all round bad, and depending on where you are, it could even result in you dying. Okay, that's the level to which abandoning your faith is a bad thing. Now let's look at Christianity. Your opinion of Christianity is it's in the Bible, they say it's there. The only problem is that because we don't have a Christian nation, so we're not ruled by the church, essentially. We don't have your equivalent to Sharia law, so there's nobody who's going to go out there and jail, whip, and kill people because they stop believing in Christianity. Does that make Christianity better than Islam? No, it doesn't. My argument is not for Christianity. My argument is that it's unbelievable that somebody would come to the conclusion that the consequences of abandoning Islam are less or equal to that of Christianity, considering that there is no consequences. The only consequences are if you are of a religious family, a Christian family, and you abandon Christianity. In that scenario, the equal part of that would be synonymous to that of Islam. The only problem is...
Exactly, that's
yes,
my
but
point.
that's
So
rare.
So I'm
That's
saying,
rare, brother. That's rare.
It's rare.
it's not evident that that is the case everywhere you go. Example, Cyprus is very religious, like with Christianity. Everybody's like, we're quite religious people, but I never even stepped a foot into church. I never even did. I was baptized, all of these things, but nobody ever turned around and says to me, "Hey, it's a bad thing that you're not religious. Why don't you go to church or anything?" Nobody ever did that. Do you know why? It's that even though everybody's religious, it's not looked at as a horrible thing by the nation. Otherwise, you're not going to go to jail. You're not going to be whipped. You're not going to be killed. Therefore, there is no disrespect on our family.
Were your parents religious?
My dad, my family, Xen, my Greek family, they're all religious, yes.
Okay, so what does
They
your
all-
Greek family think of you not being religious?
Nothing.
They don't care.
They don't care, Xen.
So they think you're going to hell for not being a Christian,
No.
yet they don't care. They don't love you? What's going on? Tell me.
No, Xen. The reason why people are religious in the world is not because they believe in the afterlife or anything else. They've searched for the answers to some questions that they have, and they inevitably ended up with Christianity. It's irrelevant, though, because as far as they're concerned, the real world that is around of us, I'm not going to be put in jail. I'm not going to be killed. I'm not going to be whipped or stoned or anything. And so, neither me or my family is going to pay for me not being religious. Therefore, it is not
They believe
frowned
you will
upon.
Go to hell, yes or no?
I don't know, Xen, if that's what they believe. I can't go into their minds, brother. Considering that they never even mentioned it to me, I'm not going to go to, oh, they didn't love me, and as a result didn't tell me about it.
I mean, in Christianity, they believe that atheists are basically guaranteed their guaranteed trip to hell. So
Okay.
I don't see why your parents or family wouldn't be concerned to the fact that their religion tells them you will burn eternally in torture.
Because people can be religious, Xen, and to an extent, they can be religious, they can believe in the afterlife or whatever, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with every single part of it. So when they hear you're going to burn in eternity for like stealing a loaf of bread, even though you and your family were starving, those people are like, well, if they didn't do that, they're essentially going to die of starvation. So, I mean, hell it is, I guess, considering that we're going to die anyway. Like, people look at certain concepts very differently. And at the end of the day, unless you have a governmental structure that is going to enact the laws and the punishments of the Bible or the Quran or whatever on the people are inherently not going to look at the consequences even close, even resembling that of the country that does do those things. And as a result, the consequences, the punishments of going against your faith within both of those countries are extremely fucking different.
Yes,
even though
within
both
the
of those
country, but
people...
I don't understand right now why you're telling me that your parents or your family believe you're going to hell, because that's what the scripture says. They
Nobody
believe in the
believes
scripture.
in hell, Xen.
What?
Nobody believes in hell. There are lots. I would even argue that the majority of people who are religious in the world, even like this would even include Islam, this would be my assumption, that most of these people, even though they read these things, they pray for these things, in their heart of hearts, they're not thinking of eternal damnation in hell, and they're not thinking about 72 virgins in heaven. Nobody's thinking about those things. When people are
And
religious...
they're not religious.
Okay, according to you. According to everybody else, they
I
are.
do think of those things. What do you mean?
Huh?
I do think of 72 virgins and
Okay, that's
hell.
amazing. But most people don't. And do you know why we know that? It's because...
I don't agree with that. I don't
Okay.
think that at all.
All right, so Cyprus, very religious people. This is just a personal experience. I don't usually use them, but considering it's the best one I know when it comes to religion, yeah.
I mean, this is though what I generally think of Christians, that they're basically a dying religion in
amazing.
terms of practice.
Amazing. So, in the other words, it doesn't matter what your opinions are. You can't look at Christianity and Islam and say, hey, the consequences of you saying that you're not
Okay,
Islamic...
if this is true what you're saying, if it's
and
true
you're
what
not
you're saying, that
Christian...
Christians don't even believe in hell, then yeah, sure, I would agree with you.
What do you mean don't even believe in hell? You're talking about the afterlife. Like,
Yeah,
you're
if they
talk-
don't even believe in their own religion, what it
It's
says
not.
is
That's
real and
just
what
a
isn't
part
real.
of it, Xen. That's just a part
If they
of
don't
it.
believe in a part of their religion, I would
Yes.
say they're fake.
Okay, good for you. Nobody else does that though.
And everyone fucking... I think you're an exception for saying this.
Okay,
I
I
think
don't
if you
think I
ask,
am.
I don't know. I think if you ask, I don't know right now,
Yeah.
if a Christian doesn't believe in fucking the afterlife or hell and heaven, is he a real
No
Christian? He will
offense.
tell you no, he isn't.
No offense. No offense. But I don't know himself would probably not even answer that question. I don't know would probably say, look, I don't know the answer to that question because it doesn't matter if you're you, me, or I don't know. The only way you would ever know that question were to ask people directly, and that's considering that they would tell you the truth. So the only way to find this out is really fucking
No,
difficult.
that's not the question. I'm saying that he would answer that they're not real Christians.
Okay, again, it's irrelevant to me what you think or what I don't know thinks when it comes to this matter. It doesn't matter to me. Like, do you understand that? Like, you would need to have like a line of really famous priests here, or like people, just like people, really religious people or whatever, and then somehow come to the conclusion, even though everybody considers everybody who's like baptized to be religious, everybody considers everybody who goes to church to be religious, to fast to be religious, to don't eat a certain thing, don't do a certain other
Maybe
thing.
this sounds crazy to you, but when I use the word religious, I mean someone who actually believes in the shit their religion says.
Well, they obviously believe in it to do those things.
No, you just okay. I mean someone who actually believes it fully and doesn't pick and choose verses.
It's not about picking and choosing verses, Xin. It's about
Apparently it is, because
talking
your
about
parents don't believe in hell.
reality. Here's how it works. When you talk about reality, you're essentially saying, why do I not kill someone? And in the Bible, it says something like, thou shalt not kill, or whatever. And if you read further into it, it'll probably say something like, it is not right to take another person's life because that life is not yours. And, well, you don't have the right to do that. Now, if you look at that, you go, oh, good idea. And if you do that, you're going to hell. But it's like, okay, it's not the hell is the main part of that. The important part of that is there's a genuine reason why you shouldn't kill people. Now, when it says, okay, you're going to do this, that, and this because you're going to end up in hell, most people don't not do those things because they're going to end up in hell. It's because they genuinely believe those things are good things to do or bad things not to do. That's why they don't do them. It's not because of the consequences in the afterlife. Very few people, I would be very surprised if they genuinely believe in hell. Like, yeah. Anyway, I'm going for a cigarette. Yeah, I think this is.
That's not even an uncommon thing. That's like the basis of the religion. It's literally like the foundation of the simple beliefs you're required to even call yourself that religion. Like the concept of heaven and hell is not some specific like scholarly thing of which you need to study the religion to even know about it. It's like the first shit an atheist knows about this. You don't need to study fucking Christianity or Islam to understand the concept of heaven and hell. So I would say if these simple things, the basis of the religion, if you disagree with the fucking foundation of your own religion, then it's kind of weird to even call yourself religious at that point. And I think if you ask, like, I don't know, and if you ask most Christians, they will agree with me that if you don't even believe in the foundation of your own religion, then how can you call yourself religious? What the fuck? Oh my god, he literally just left the room. I'm actually fucking annoyed at him. Who's in the VC, by the way? Who can use their mic right now? Let me see what you said. Agnostics who stop being religious but still suffer through life because they have fear of hell. Paranoia. Yeah, exactly. I don't think like what he's saying is kind of crazy at this point, where he thinks like most religious people don't even believe in hell. That's a pretty crazy assumption to make. I don't agree with it at all. I guess the message he's giving me is that Christianity is dying and that's why there's no harsh consequences, which, okay, if that's the case, and if these are the kind of Christians you're referring to, then I agree. But I think especially in South America, in countries like this, like the more conservative Christian countries, this isn't the case. If you convert to atheism in like South America or some highly religious nation that has Christianity, like I don't fucking know, like some Brazil shit or whatever. Brazil. I would say that most likely you will be outcasted in the same way. You will not be. Your parents will tell you like, "Don't do this, you're going to hell." I don't think your parents will be like, "Yes, no consequences. It's all fine." So there's no reason to follow your religion. It's all basically fun. Like that's not how most people even think about this. Let's see what he said. Do you think it's okay to suffer fear and depression if you are because of your religious beliefs? Dogma. So this is an atheist here. Yeah, I think you should fear sin. I think the bad part in your story is not the fact that they're afraid. I think the bad part is that they converted to atheism. It's good to fear God, bro. It's good to fear God. Fearing God is good, and then you can call
1
it
second,
trauma.
Zen. I'm
whatever
gonna
you want. What?
I'm gonna talk to chat for a bit. 2 seconds. Jews are the only religion that consider themselves a race. It's quite odd. I think you just genuinely have a problem with Jews. There exists many atheists and agnostics who stop being religious but still suffer through life because they have a fear of hell. There exist many atheists and agnostics who stop believing in... I think you're insane. Like a paranoia. Yeah, this is insane to consider that that's the most scenario. Zen, what are your thoughts on China? And do you think it's okay to suffer fear and depression if you are no longer a believer because of your former religious views, dogma? Got bladder behind the... Oh no, he's back. He's back. I wouldn't be opposed to China putting their re-education camps in Gaza to make them... Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I don't understand why you're talking about China now. Problem is China's foreign policy... Okay, so you're referring to Cow. Okay, and China has never done that. China do not go further than giving a stance, while the US backs its stances with military, hence China is being separated from China. So the military drills that China practice are response to Taiwan and the US for the US milling. Oh my God. You're genuinely insane, Captain. You're genuinely insane. Yeah, I don't actually mean that. I just wanted to see their response. Yeah. Yeah, Captain is genuinely too far gone as far as I'm concerned. Holy fuck. I don't even know how to engage with Captain. Like, Russia good, China good. Like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Why do you have these opinions? What the fuck? Well, one thing's for sure, you're definitely authoritarian. Anything more than that? I don't know. I guess it's just a waste of words at this point. Right. What's up? I'm back.
Okay. So basically, he's saying like, I'm not sure what his point is. I think he's trying to say you can't become atheist after being religious or some shit. What do you think he means when there is no converting to atheism? What do you think he means with it?
I think the point he's trying to make, at least the point that I saw, if you're talking about Hassan, it would be that he's essentially saying that the consequences of abandoning your faith are not just bound to you while you are of that religion, or you believe in those, essentially believe in those things, or being a part of those communities.
No, he said there is no converting to atheism.
Atheism is a place of no attachment to the beliefs in superior beings.
That sounds retarded, but well.
He's essentially saying they do not recognize the existence of a creator. That's what he's saying.
Yes, and you can go from recognizing the existence of a creator to not recognizing it. You can convert to atheism.
It's not conversion. Okay, so when we talk about conversion, when you convert from Christianity, I think it's a semantics argument, meaning there is no process by which you go through. You just Like you stop believing in one thing and you believe in another. It's
Yes, that's the same way you get religious, right? There's no process. You just start believing and now you're
Okay, I'm going to
religious.
give you the conversion that happens when you convert to Christianity, for example, which I think is his point, is when you convert to Christianity, you essentially get baptized. If you convert to, I don't know what else, there are plenty of other
So for Christianity, this actually depends by what kind of domination you have. So in some dominations, you don't have to be baptized at all.
Okay, my argument is that this is a pretty common occurrence, that if you are to become Christian, you get baptized. I don't know what your argument is from that point onward. If your argument is that no, they don't, well, they clearly do, at least in some part, I don't know.
In some part, yeah, but there's other dominations where they just don't. It's literally just if you believe in the Bible, you're a Christian. It depends on the domination.
Okay, we get baptized then. Do you acknowledge that?
It depends on the domination. Some dominations don't get
Okay,
baptized.
do you acknowledge that in Christianity we get baptized?
It depends what domination of Christianity.
Okay, sometimes. Do you acknowledge that people get baptized within Christianity?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm giving you what I think Hassan's point is that would be the process that is called converting. So you are converting by that means. And so he's saying that a process like that does not occur when you go from being religious to atheist.
Yeah, but not all religions even have a process like this, so that's not really a good argument.
I think he was just pointing it out. I don't know if his hardest stance relates to the conversion part as much as it does to the part where it essentially says, even though you stop being religious and you abandon your faith, that the consequences end there. The consequences keep with you for the rest of your life. And I can imagine they are something on the lines of your family does not talk to you, your friends
So he actually sounds like that you keep being scared of hell even after you become an atheist. That's the consequences he said, at least in the the chat.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my calculation. Anybody who's so hell-bent on the idea of the afterlife as if they're paranoid about hell and heaven, I think they are a minority within the religious groups.
So you genuinely think if you're raised this way and you get told about heaven and hell from the start of your life till you're 18 years old, every day of your life, constantly by your parents, you're gonna have no trouble dropping that belief?
No, those would be the extreme minorities as far as I'm concerned. Meaning,
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
I think this
I
is
don't
because
think
you're from Cyprus. I think if you were from like South America in these kind of countries, I think there you get raised this way more often, where the faith is more important. I think there's a pretty big range of how important religion is seen within Christianity, depending on the region and country you're from.
Okay, so my argument to that would be, I think South America has bigger problems to worry about than religion, and they would be things like poverty or gun and gang-related crimes and corrupted governance structures instead of religion. So yes, I don't think that hell and heaven is at the top of their worry list. I think their worries are getting shot today, starving today, or something, or the government arresting them for some random shit. I'm pretty sure those are the types
but
of...
in those countries, like, they do actually believe in heaven and hell.
That's amazing. You can say that. When you say they believe in heaven and hell, I'm not disregarding that. What I said to you previously was, well, they might believe that, but that's not their main focus. And when they make decisions in life, it's not based on, am I going to go to heaven or hell? It's based on, is this a good thing to do for now, during life on this planet, in reality? Or is it a bad thing? That's essentially...
Yeah, I don't think you're being correct on this one. I think a lot of people actually, the first thing their head goes to is, will I be punished for this in the afterlife?
Okay,
That's
amazing. I don't know
like,
why anybody
do you
would
know
have that
about the
position.
Egyptians? The Egyptians spent their entire life preparing for the afterlife, basically.
Oh, so
They
you're talking about
focused-
an empire that existed 2,000-3,000 years ago, and you think that's relevant to
mean,
the conversation we're
you're
having right now about the
not really
present?
arguing about like a specific culture. You're basically arguing about like something you believe.
I'm
is part
talking
of
to
human
you.
nature.
I'm talking to you about today, in the world today. I'm not talking to you about 3,000 years ago or
Yeah, I
500.
don't think we in the world today focus all now? I think in atheist countries, yeah, but I think in these religious countries in South America, for example, as I mentioned, I think one of the first things they consider before doing something which is a sin is
I would be
the
very surprised if that's the scenario. But good luck trying to prove that. So you are no longer convinced by the claims of your former religion of the claims of theists. Thus, you are an atheist, not converted. He misquoted my message. I said in some cases, some are paranoid of hell and fear hell after loss of belief as atheist agnostics. In some cases, some who no longer believe are paranoid because of hell.
So basically, what he's doing here is he's basically making atheism the default in his head. He doesn't understand that if you drop those religious beliefs, they're gonna be replaced by atheistic beliefs. There's no like default belief, and then there's religion. It's basically either you believe option 1 or you believe option 2. You even either have like secular atheist beliefs in your mind, or you have religious beliefs in your mind. So you convert from those religious beliefs to those atheist beliefs. You don't just drop the religious beliefs.
Right, okay, boys. Right, I'm moving on to Trump versus Trump case. You guys can go at
Who
it
is
in your
debating
head.
on this shit with you? Like everyone agrees that Trump did it, right, or what?
No, that's been the conviction. That's not what I care about. I care about the arguments made in his favor, meaning what are the Trumpists saying relating to, is he guilty? Is he not guilty? I just want to iron it out and understand the arguments.
What are they saying?
Well, there are a couple of points that they make. The claims on their behalf is there was this guy who was an associate attorney general, which is a very high position in the Department of Justice in America. He abandoned his position or left his position to go to a less than desirable position just so he could be involved in the prosecution of Donald Trump. And I'm trying to understand, is that actually the case? That's the first thing. Second thing would be local versus federal. So that's understanding why would they make it a local case when in reality it is a highly politicized case. That's their argument again. The other one would be why Manhattan, and the argument for that would be that is where the Trump organization is. That's where the crimes were committed. The judge and the jury are 80% Democratic. They have Biden voters in there. In other words, it's not like he got a fair chance. Another one would be, what about the daughter of the judge who is benefiting from the trial somehow?
As I understood it, he's convicted of doing like falsifying certain papers for his business, right, or what?
He is, but not this one that he's been convicted of. This one is about the money or the bribe, essentially, that he paid to a hooker, or an adult actress, an adult actress or whatever, a whore, you could call it whatever you want. And he paid her money in order to keep it quiet that he had, I can imagine sex with her or whatever, because at the time he was being elected for president, and given that rumor would spread, that could potentially affect his how many people vote for him. So he essentially,
is there anything illegal about that? I don't.
Yes,
see
it is illegal because you're intermingling. Yeah, you're intermingling with the elections. In other words, you're hiding something from the public that could potentially affect their decision making and who they want to be the next president of the United States.
I mean,
doesn't
it
matter.
Doesn't really affect the actual
it does.
Like,
Yes, it does.
In any way, right? What he does in his private life.
Okay.
So I don't see why that would be.
Okay, the act of concealing any information, what the information is irrelevant. The act of simply doing that knowingly that you did that specifically so the public does not potentially change their vote. That could mean several votes, that could mean thousands of votes, that could mean hundreds of thousands of votes, and more or less. Just the act of concealing information with the purpose of not allowing that to get out into the public is a crime. When you're running for president,
right? The president has let's say.
Okay, this is a law then. Before we get
about something to his kid, would that be a crime?
Okay, this is not a matter of debate. This is a crime within America. That it's not.
Yeah,
a,
but I'm asking you, what are the specific requirements? Like, if it's a tiny thing, like you
Okay,
lie
yeah.
to your little 5-year-old kid, would that be something you have to state on social media so they know now? Or
Okay.
is it about, like, specifically paying someone to withhold the information?
It doesn't matter. Again, I emphasized this previously, but what I'm worried about that you're doing is you're essentially trying to argue the validity of this crime in the first place. Meaning,
Well, I just want to know what makes it a crime and what makes it okay.
because
in
it
the
is a
law.
crime, the idea is if you're running for president, the people, the public, considering that they're the ones who are voting for you, should have access to any information, regardless of how big or small it is, that could potentially make them make a decision for or against your favor. That's how that works. So it's
And I
not.
think the actual punishable thing is paying someone to withhold it, right? Like, what if she just didn't say anything about it?
Yes.
Would
Again,
that be a crime? Like, she's required to say it on social media by law, or what?
I think the idea was that she was blackmailing him, saying that I'm going to tell people, and he said, no, I'm going to pay you off, so you don't pay people, so you don't tell people.
Yeah,
Something
so the
like-
crime is paying her to withhold it, I guess.
No, the crime is concealing information, all right, that could potentially affect the outcome of the election.
Okay, so then my question would be, what if the woman just decided not to tell it at all? Then what?
I don't know how that's
And he didn't
relevant
pay
to.
her anything.
I don't know how that's relevant to the conversation.
Would that be a crime? Is the question. I just want to know.
Did he persuade her in any way whatsoever?
No.
They just had sex, and it's highly unrealistic considering that anybody would try to conceal that type of information, considering that they had a good reason to believe that it would negatively affect the outcome of the election in their favor.
Let's say the woman was a fan of Trump. She's a right-wing woman, so she
Yeah.
on purpose doesn't tell anyone herself.
It doesn't matter. He would still do it
Would that be a
regardless.
crime too?
The risk of allowing that to just go past and not be mentioned is a big enough risk for him to just pay them off or like kind of
I understand
convince
that,
them.
but my question was like, what if he didn't pay her anything and the woman concealed it herself by her own will? Would that be a crime too? Would that be punishable?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, so the crime, I guess, is the part where he's involved in, like, changing her wants to do it basically.
Again,
yeah.
I don't like that you do this. I've
Why?
I've clearly stated to you what the reason is, and then you want to
Yeah,
frame
but
it
I
in a
just
different
want
way.
to know which part of it is the crime.
I don't know
because
which part of me explaining it to you do you not understand.
the part where you say any kind of information being withheld by anyone for any reason. If
It's
a
not for
president,
any
is a
reason.
crime.
Here you go. I'm going to say it to you again. Elections come up, okay? We're assuming that people that are supporting me because they agree with the things that I'm saying. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what if they were to find out that I actually believe at least one of the things that I say that I do believe, but I don't actually believe it? Would that negatively or positively potentially affect me?
Negatively.
Negatively. Amazing. So by concealing that information in the first place, or making an attempt, so taking actions in order to prevent that information from getting out, would that erase the possibility of the information getting out? First of all, would be the question. The answer to that is, well, some cases yes, some cases no. Depends on how well you bribe the person or conceal the information. But regardless, I have essentially fooled the people into believing something that is not true. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the crime. That's
I
the
get
crime.
that part.
Okay,
It's
that's the
like,
crime. That's the crime, not
part
this thing that you're
confuses
doing.
Me is like the part where it's
Yeah.
like concealing certain information about your private life. This seems a bit
Yes,
like
because it matters.
yeah. So let's say it's something where there's no money involved to conceal it. They just both parties mutually just decided not to talk about it because they are ashamed that it happened, for example.
They are intentionally concealing the information that could potentially affect the outcome of the election.
So
Yes.
does that mean that every president has to tweet on internet and show out loud, "Hey, look, I have had sex with this woman and this woman," and
Not-
make a list, a sort of body count list?
Okay,
That's ridiculous, right?
not if it would be beneficial to you. First of all, that would be said, considering that, again, let's say you're running for president and you really like cars. You really like cars and guns. So you promote that, you put that out there, you essentially advertise as such, and you gain a mass following. Now, if the elections are coming up, and
Hello, my brethren.
and instead of what's up, man? And instead of you actually liking cars and guns, in reality, you like only certain types of guns.
Also, did he say anywhere in his election he didn't have sex with a horse or what?
No, it's just that people didn't find out about it. Now, again, your assumption is that what I'm trying to explain to you is that had it been beneficial to him, he wouldn't have had a reason to not share it. So when it's beneficial to you, you share it. But when it's not beneficial to you, anyway, you should address it and share it is the right thing to do according to the law. Now, he chose, in the event that it wasn't beneficial to his outcome, considering that the majority of population that votes in his favor are all very traditional. They tend to be conservatives. They tend to believe in the nuclear family household. They tend to believe in these common values, and fucking prostitutes is not one of their things that they are very proud
that's
of.
the issue, okay.
Yes, the issue is that he was concealing information that would potentially affect the outcome of the election. Yes. It's essentially like cheating the people into believing you are one thing when in reality you're
I
not
was
that thing.
genuinely doubting whether or not the Trumpists would care. Like, in my mind, there was some kind of place that would think maybe the Trumpists wouldn't give a singular fuck, but I think most of them, some of them at least, actually would cheat negatively.
Exactly. That's the point. It doesn't matter how many of them. It's about.
I just didn't know about
Yeah.
the law. I didn't know this was a thing at all.
Yeah, it's a thing because you're running for the position of being the president, the chief of staff of essentially of the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world. So yes, the obvious thing would, for them at least, would be to, vote on the premise that they know and are aware of what they are voting
Also,
for.
how did they end up finding out?
I don't know. Good question.
Did the woman tell it or what?
Maybe. I don't, like I said, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't have that information, but maybe that would be a good thing to research.
By the way, isn't Trump married?
Yes, he is. And that
So
would be
did his
another,
wife report him over this or
exactly, exactly. That would be another point, which is considering that everybody values the family household and cheating is inherently a bad thing, like a really bad thing.
Is Trump divorced now or what?
No, he's not. But
The
essentially,
wife just doesn't care, okay.
well, maybe, or maybe she really cares, but irrelevant to that is like, again, that would be another point, which is considering he was portraying the image of a man of the house and, a Chad of Chads, and essentially he has a wife, 2 children, a dog, and the white picket fence. All the things that you're essentially going to show that, and people look at that image and they've respected that image for a very, very long time in America. And essentially, when you're displaying that image, it's much easier for the people to relate to you and say, oh, this guy believes in what we believe, therefore we should probably vote for him. But in reality, what he's doing on the back end is fucking prostitutes or whores or adult film stars or whatever this. Wait, let's just figure out who is this person. Stormy Daniels is her name. Stormy Daniels. This is the woman. Stephanie.
I dislike Trump a bit more, by the way, now. So
American pornographic film actress and director. There you go. So she starred in porn movies and she's essentially, yeah. She's the one that she won the case against Trump, I think, is the case now. Known professionally as Stormy Daniels, is an American pornographic film actress, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about this. Let's see. What are they saying about her now? Who is Stormy Daniels and what happened with Donald Trump? This is what's on Xen's mind. Xen wants to know how he fucked her, where he fucked her. Yeah. Xen wants to know all the details. How much he paid her.
Some weird ass shit, bro. I don't understand why women like this even exist. Like, what the fuck?
Why women like this exist?
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
You've got a guy there running for the president of the most powerful country in the world, and he can't keep his dick in his pants until he gets elected, and so he has to bribe a porn star to essentially
Yeah, my point
withhold
is, why do
information.
porn
Wait a minute,
stars
just so you
even
understand
exist?
how fucking hypocritical you sound right now, or just like blatantly oblivious, which is like you're looking at her saying bad, when in reality you've got somebody there who is the equivalent to fucking a monster in comparison to her. Like, I'm being exaggerated only because we're comparing only these two
Wait,
individuals.
So you think Trump is worse for concealing this than the woman is for being a whore?
Obviously.
Oh, I don't. I don't.
Like, you're essentially looking at somebody and saying, oh, you do porn? That's worse than essentially lying to the public who are then voting for you to become president just so you can save a couple of votes so you can gain the election unfairly.
Yeah.
Amazing.
If I have to vote between this whore woman and Donald Trump, I would vote Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, we know where your allegiances lie, so therefore, when you make decisions about who or what should be responsible, you're not looking at things arbitrarily. You're not looking at things objectively. You're looking at them very extremely subjectively. Because in reality, there's a lot more than this person can do, considering that they're a foul individual that does things that bends the rules in his favor because he's narcissistic and just can't like control himself, rather than this individual who fucks people.
I would rather have Trump fuck up my country than live in the shame of knowing that a woman like this is president. I would rather have my nation
but she
fall
wasn't
and
running
go
for
down than having the history books
she
filled
wasn't
with a prostitute president.
She wasn't running for president, my guy. That's the difference. You looked
I don't understand why women choose to give away their lives to like.
Okay, that's a different issue. That's a different issue. Previously, you said I wouldn't want her running a country. Nobody mentioned her running as president. You just assumed that to be the case. Okay, so good. Yeah. So no, that's why I consider him a monster in comparison to her, because he's the one who's running for president. He was president, and he did conceal information from the public that could potentially affect the outcome of the election. So yes,
so you have a very harsh stand on this. Like, this is something you are passionate about. Like,
no, it's not about passion about. This is the president of the most powerful country in the world, and he's concealing information that could potentially affect how the people vote in or against his favor. Yeah. And this person is a porn actress. So if anybody's being impartial to the subject of this conversation, it's definitely you, Xen.
It's just, I'm gonna be honest, like, a porn actress disgusts me more than a lying president.
Than a lying president. A president of the most powerful country in the world who could essentially destroy the world or make it a better place.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. You don't see a problem with that.
Morally disgusting to me.
A porn actress.
Yeah, bro. Like, how, if you look at these women, or don't you get
okay, let's just look at it like this. Let's just look at it like this.
Feeling, right?
How many people's lives do you think this person could affect? So Donald
right
Trump.
Or left?
Donald
left,
Trump.
A lot in America, at least.
What about the rest of the world, considering that America is the most powerful country in the world?
I didn't, for example, in my life, he didn't change shit, bro.
Okay. Okay.
I don't give a fuck if Trump becomes president. He can fuck up America for all I care.
Okay.
I don't care.
This is how we're coming to this. Why would you want a president paying one off then? Good question. Okay, so Xen, this is how it goes. Right, so we look at Donald Trump. We say, all right, so I'm going to be generous to you, which I probably shouldn't be, considering that America is the most powerful country in the world, and they do affect people all over the world. But regardless, let's just say 330 million people, yeah? Which is the population of America. Correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, now let's look at Stormy Daniels. How many people's lives do you think this person is affecting? Has the power to affect?
I don't know how fucking many men have.
100?
If she's a porn actress, then I think 100 is less than.
100.
I think like, let's say 10,000.
10,000. And to what degree? This person can.
A fuck ton, bro. A fuck ton.
Okay, so here we go. So we sent 300 million 10,000. Now let's look at Donald Trump and say, okay, of those 300 million, how badly or greatly could he affect their lives? He has the power to essentially start a war.
I agree that the woman affects people's lives less, but
How
I still
much
see
less?
her as
No.
more
How much
disgusting.
less? How much less is the question here.
I don't know.
Okay, so I'm trying to get to that. So this guy affects 300 million people's lives, and he could essentially kill every single one
I
of them.
agree that Trump affects
Okay,
people's
let's
lives
just
more,
follow it
but
through. Let's just follow it through to understand to what extent is the important question. This person could essentially kill everybody or make everybody really rich, correct?
Yeah.
So the stakes are really high. Now let's look at Stormy Daniels. What could she do to those 10,000 people that she affects?
Like ruin their marriage and shit.
Ruin their marriage. So we've got kill or become insanely successful.
Yeah, I know. That
Okay,
Trump
so
affects our lives
so
more,
when
but
you
that
look at
doesn't
that,
change the fact that I'm more disgusted.
so there are
by
more
the woman.
people. There are more people that are affected much more severely. Two conditions compared to Stormy Daniels, and you're still looking at Stormy Daniels and wondering who out of these two I should look at and be disgusted with. That's the problem here. The problem here is
We're
that's
trying to rationalize like disgust. Disgust is like
Yes.
a physical reaction. It's not like you can rationalize it and say,
You
well,
surely
this person
can.
is actually worse.
You surely can, because once I realized that this person could potentially affect the 300 million people's lives to that severe extent, and this person has the ability to affect 10,000 people's lives to a certain extent, not even comparable to death or success, but you could divorce is pretty
Yeah,
bad.
because your brain isn't really like evolved to deal with that shit.
Evolved. My brain is not evolved.
Yeah, I'm using your words. I don't believe in evolved, but we can use the word for you.
Okay, no. If anyone has not evolved, is you, because when we make decisions in life about who we are disgusted with, this is basically on which that premise is built.
How do I say this? People like Donald Trump are rare, while people like this woman, it's like
Amazing.
ingrained into a male brain that woman who is whore is gross.
Amazing.
Woman who is whore is gross, gross, gross. It's
Okay.
like if you show me a picture of Adolf Hitler and you show me a picture of a pile of shit, I'll be more disgusted by the pile of shit because that's how biology works.
Wait,
Alright?
really?
Shit is gross, is ingrained into your brain.
Wait, there's something wrong
Adolf
with you.
Hitler is gross, is not ingrained to your head.
That-
Ingrained
it
to your
is,
brain because
absolutely.
for most of human history, we didn't have to deal with Hitler.
Absolutely, it is engraved into. If Hitler himself is not engraved into your history, I'm sorry, my guy, but you just don't have enough knowledge about life.
How quick do you think that happens? He was alive like a century ago.
Amazing.
Human beings don't.
It's not
adapt
even a
their brain.
century.
Like if you believe in evolution, you can't tell me that someone who's alive a century ago
You're
can affect human
talking.
like evolution.
Of
on,
course it
worldwide
does. The
scale.
fact that you're even contemplating that on the level of shit comparison to shit is insane. So yes, we just like you just
I'm saying Hitler is morally worse than a pile of shit, but like the
yeah, but you
emotion
found
of
it very
fucking-
difficult to be disgusted by him more than the pile of shit, apparently.
Yes, because disgust is an emotion, and emotions aren't like logical. Emotions are just a reaction. Like if I see a pile of shit, yes, I'll be more disgusted than when I see a random German guy who I know in some like conscious part of my brain did something bad. I just like your unconscious brain just sees a German guy with a mustache. It doesn't think of
Jesus
it as shit.
Christ. No, Xen, we look at Hitler and we think Hitler.
Yes, but that's because of your conscious knowledge, knowing what he did. So
And
it's
then
not
you
really
get
ingrained
disgusted.
deeply in your
I
mind.
don't
What?
understand what point you're trying to make. Just get to the point you're trying to make. You
The
just
point is
wrap
that the
around it.
emotion of disgust isn't triggered logically based on the amount of bad things.
Okay,
you do.
now that you have
It's
looked
based
at it,
on, like,
yeah.
what?
Now that you have looked at it rationally, now that we've explained the scenario, do you
Yes,
still
I
come to the same
agree,
conclusion?
Trump is morally worse than this whore woman.
Amazing. How much worse?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
Like catastrophically or galactically worse, correct?
I mean, yeah, I would
Okay.
still like.
So
think
now that you've conceptualized
our-
it. And you found
Or like we differentiate them less, you differentiate it more than me, but I
Amazing.
still think it's significantly worse. Yeah.
significantly worse. Okay, so now that you've rationalized, now we've used our brains and we're not using those stupid things called feelings, according to you. Now we should come to the
I
conclusion
never
that
said he was morally worse. I just said the woman disgusts me more. That's clearly an emotional thing.
okay, so it's not something that can be debated, right? It's a personal preference
sure.
thing. Amazing. Okay. I was just very confused why that picture of a porn star rather than the person who genuinely has the lives of hundreds of millions of people in their hands, and considering that they're doing bad things with it, would discuss
I mean, be
something.
completely honest. When you think of a whore woman and when you think of
A
Trump,
whore
which
woman.
one gives you more of a negative?
Trump, because I know what is behind the word and the name.
Yeah, but I mean like the physical reaction of like this icky feeling you get from looking at both of them. The woman gives you more of an icky feeling, right?
Nope.
Trump gives you more of an icky feeling.
Trump.
Like, how do you feel about women like this? Does it even negatively give you any negative reaction?
Don't
even
care.
Look at them and think ew or what?
No, I don't give a fuck, bro. I genuinely
give a
don't give.
fuck?
No, I don't give a fuck.
Damn.
I
Wow,
genuinely don't give a fuck. Yeah. It's a porn actress, bro. The significance this person has in the world is so minuscule. I couldn't care less.
Would you marry her?
No, I wouldn't marry her, Xen.
At least that's a W that you wouldn't marry.
Based, right? Now I'm based, right?
A bit. You're still a blue-haired cuck, but you're a tiny bit more based and a tiny bit less of a blue-haired cuck than before, I guess.
Also, a guilty plea is easier than not a guilty plea because you swear not to lie, which may be punishable with prison time if you are found guilty. Crimes are multiple. The electorate are influenced if the information is concealed. Yes, that would be the case. Also, a guilty plea is easier. What point are you trying to make here, Captain? Please explain why you wrote this in the chat. Why did you write the sentence? Also, a guilty plea is easier than a not guilty plea. Why would you write this? What is your insinuation? What claim are you trying to make? Because I know what he's trying to get to.
Trump was encouraged to plead guilty, I guess.
No, what he's saying is the only reason he was found guilty is because it's easier to be found guilty than not guilty.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, which is the most brain dead fucking argument you could ever have. But go ahead.
I'm not saying my opinion.
Not you,
I'm just saying
Xen. I'm
that's
talking
what
to
he
Captain
says.
right now. Because Captain can't use his fucking logic to conceive that, well, that is the case. The only problem is there are 34 charges against him. And considering it is easier to be found guilty than not guilty, well, now there are 34 charges. Some of them at least should have came out not guilty
Is
in
it
your
just
theory.
me, or does it just not surprise me at all that Trump did something like this? I'm not remotely surprised.
I'm not surprised either.
Like, what do you expect? Trump is not like
this guy
a
was
good Christian man.
We know. Yeah, he came out literally, and during his presidency, there were recordings of him saying, "Grab him by the pussy." Like, you're essentially the fucking.
Trump is just like the most degenerate person
Yes, he is.
in America.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you marry a 50-year-old porn star that is known worldwide for fucking Donald J. Trump? There you go, Xen.
Yeah, that's all negatives. That's all negatives. 50-year-old negative. Porn star
All
negative.
negatives.
Fucking Donald Trump negative. Especially the 50-year-old.
I'm gonna have to agree. That's the worst part.
The second
Again,
worst.
he's doing it again. This motherfucker.
Don't take that serious.
This motherfucker.
I just wouldn't like marrying a 50-year-old woman. That sounds a bit.
Jesus. So wait,
like
you care more?
wrinkly
You
and
care more about the 50-year-old than the porn star part?
I guess that's the first thing my mind goes to. Is she's too old. That's the first thing my mind goes to, and the second
Wow.
thing is she's a whore.
At least he's honest. He's not very consistent though, but he's very honest. I don't know where the problem is. He probably got whipped extra for pleading not guilty.
I guess the
This
reason,
guy's an
this is
idiot.
the
This guy
first thing
is an
my
idiot.
mind-
This guy's an idiot. Do you know what he's saying now? He's saying because Donald Trump pleaded not guilty, the jury went really hard on him because he pleaded not guilty. Oh, do you know how it would have worked out if
he just did it? It's pretty obvious.
What
bro.
is this mental gymnastics you do, Captain? I have no idea. Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
Why are they defending this? Like who? Like
Captain is
these
doing like
people
some
wouldn't care at
inconceivable
all if
shit
that
right
actually
now.
was the case.
It's like why are you doing this? Why?
I think these people wouldn't care if it came out he like confesses. So why do they defend it? They wouldn't actually give a fuck.
I don't
if he did
understand this person. Who is this fucking Captain guy? How do you have the brain you have? Are you 7? Are you 7 and have you just hijacked the PC of your like grandfather or some shit? Who are you?
But what I was
How do you
saying
have
is,
the-
I think
It's just
Sorry,
under
you said
US
it.
court of law. Okay, you're just a moron. You're just a moron. I don't understand this person.
So what I was saying is, I think the reason why I focus most on the 50-year-old thing is because it's like a visual thing, right? You look at her and the first thing you think is she looks old. That's like how it works.
What about
so I
you,
think the
Zen?
visual things.
First thing
in
I
men at
see.
least-
First thing I see is tits.
Yeah, the first thing I see is like her weird ass like eyeshadow and old ass looking face. That's
Yeah.
the first thing I noticed.
I see big ass titties. That's what I see. But yeah, it's
Yeah, but
just
that-
look.
You can get a
Captain.
woman with bigger tits who's like
Okay,
16
Xen, we
or
understand
18
that.
or
That's not the
whatever.
point being made here. I'm an ass guy, first of all, so I prefer a nice ass than I do tits. But regardless,
Yeah.
they are big tits. So yes, that's going to be a main focus. Right. So this is the problem, Captain. You're in a debate channel. You've already been acknowledged that. You tried to call me out on it previously, and I've clearly stated to you that if you make stupid fucking comments, I'm not going to regard it as a preference or, hey, I was just saying. No, I'm going to argue with you if it's stupid. If it's good, I'll agree with it. Okay. The problem with what you're doing is instead of looking at it objectively and even looking, I'm not debating, you are though. When you come into a debate channel and you present a stupid fucking argument like that, considering that unilaterally they have looked at all 34 charges and come to the same conclusion about every single one of them that he is guilty, you know nothing about the judicial system or the judicial branch in the first place, which is why you have these dumbass opinions. But you have an opinion. That's the problem. This is not the place for you. This topic here is not, yes, he is guilty. Amazing. Okay, good. That's all you need to say.
Let me ask you
at no
something.
point do you
if
say,
he is guilty, would
It's
it
like,
even
bro.
change your voting? Would you even give a fuck? Like, I don't think you care. I think
You
this
do.
motherfucker is still gonna
You
vote
do,
Trump next
because
time
now
because
he's-
Biden is a piece of shit.
now he is the first convicted felon running for the president of the United States of America. You might not understand what that means, but that's big.
Would you
Because
rather have a convicted felon or a woman in the presidency?
I'm going to kill this guy. You know my answer.
Tell me honestly.
I don't even vote, dude. I'm German. That explains a lot. Right. Okay. Now we understand everything.
I think the Germans often have shit opinions. I'm gonna be honest.
Wait,
Like,
Zen
I watched
really-
this video of on the television, on the Dutch television,
Yeah.
and they were in a pickle factory, and they had a German pickle machine, and this pickle machine, they assembled it like shit, and it had a load of issues.
Wait, I
So
swear to God, this
actually
guy.
believe
Wait,
after
bad
watching
take.
this that the Germans just
Bad
are
take.
shitheads
No,
for doing
you're
stuff.
an idiot. If that's your criticism of Germany is that they have bad
I'm
machinery,
joking, retard.
you're
I'm
an
joking, don't
idiot.
worry.
Yeah, because they have some of the best machines in the world. You can't.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay,
I'm joking.
good. Jesus
Can
Christ.
you honestly not tell when I'm joking?
No, I can't.
What the fuck?
No, I can't. Nobody
The
can.
German pickle machine on the
No,
Dutch television.
Look,
and this
you
motherfucker thinks
10
I'm
minutes
doing
ago, you
scary
were
shit.
trying to explain to us how Stormy Daniels is actually worse than Donald Trump.
I mean, it's just like a physical reaction. It's like it just disgusts me more. A horror woman disgusts me
We
more
understand,
than Hitler. I'm
Xen.
sorry.
We understand that, Xen. If you had just explained that from the start, there probably wouldn't have been a debate because it's like a personal preference. It's not based in reality. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it depends what you mean. If I need to compare fucking.
Wait a
war to
minute.
fucking
Let's
Hitler's
understand
gay
something.
ass, then I
Right.
would fuck the war.
Here's how it
What?
goes. All right. So you're standing somewhere. Okay. Just imagine now you have a fear of cockroaches. You don't like cockroaches. So you're standing somewhere and you feel something crawling up your leg, and you look down, it's a cockroach, and you jump up. That's instinct, right? That's filled with emotions and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you look down and you see this tiny little shitty little insect, and you essentially kick it off your leg. So the analogous to this scenario is the situation Stormy Daniels and Donald Trump is.
Yeah, she's a cockroach, yeah.
No, both of them are in this scenario, okay? And again, cockroach comes up to you, crawls up your leg. You jump up out of instinct, and then you look down, and you continuously just start running everywhere. That's the analogous to this scenario, because what your normal reaction should have been, okay, my first instinct is disgust with Stormy Daniels, but now I understand how bad Donald Trump is. Obviously, like the cockroach, I'm going to look down and go, yeah, you're obviously worse. Do you understand the difference there? Yeah. Which is why I got confused.
It doesn't change the fact that I want to shake off the woman way more.
Dude, corn stars are awesome. Why is he mad? Well, he's obviously...
Porn stars are the lowest degree of...
He's obviously never slept with one. I can guarantee you that. Because
I think I want to fuck a
CJ... If he ever fucked a porn star, I guarantee
a porn
you.
Star, it's like using a.
You have no idea.
Zen,
they would.
They would basically the same thing.
They would teach. No, it's not. They would teach you so many things.
Porn star is like using a used sex toy or something.
Zen, I have experience, brother, with porn stars. Okay, I'm telling you, they would teach
but
you
you
things.
Have experience with weird shit like sucking on a man's cock in the boys' bathroom and showing each other your cock.
Yes, we did that when we were kids, Xen.
Yeah,
but
so,
nonetheless, regardless,
like I'm not surprised you had sex with like a public domain.
Amazing.
This is my nickname for them. They're public domain women.
Amazing. Okay, but the idea is that this porn star would fuck you so well that you would essentially learn so much shit about sex. You have no idea.
I'm not gay. I don't want a woman to fuck me. I want to fuck.
She's not going to fuck you. She doesn't have the penis, unless that's what you're into, Xen. No. You have the penis, so you're doing the fucking. The only difference is that she has a lot of experience, so she knows what you like.
Yeah, sure.
Things that you yourself do not know you like. And she does these things to you, and you're like, oh my God, I never knew I liked this. So you learn
imagine
from
this,
it.
right? This is how I feel right now. Imagine I'm explaining to you how good it feels like sex with a woman, but at the same time, you look at her vagina and you see like.
Look what it's going to do now.
Like,
no, you don't. No, you don't.
It's filled with fucking.
You're an idiot.
It's filled with fucking.
Be careful right now. No, you're an idiot. No,
like,
you're an idiot. Stupid, bad, false,
There's shit
fake news.
That's what I feel like. Right
bullshit. No, that's not actually the case, because porn stars happen to be some of the cleanest women out there. And you know why? Because it is industry standard.
You're taking it too literally. You don't get it. It's a comparison. It's
okay.
Like disgusting. But
amazing. Okay. She's not. She doesn't have infections. She is probably less infected than most women out there. Second of all, I know, but this is reality. This is that moment the cockroach has crawled up you. Now you've looked at it realistically, and instead of just brushing it off, you're running around the room like a headless chicken.
I'm not actually trying to imply that she has an unclean vagina. I'm trying to say that the comparison is like I'm comparing and having an unclean vagina to being like a whore woman, because it disgusts me to be a whore woman. That's the point.
Okay.
Like it disgusts me to have a filthy vagina.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a personal preference again. But there's nothing like
physically
it there.
How much you describe the positive feeling. Like
no, it
I don't
does.
want to put my dick in there when there's feces.
Okay, yeah. Because hypothetically for you, there's feces in there. But hear me out. Drake Bell pleaded guilty, but was found not guilty. But he took the guilty plea to mitigate sentence. I'm going to kill this person. Okay, this is the problem. This is the problem with what you're doing, Captain. This is the problem with what you're doing. Is you go to court, you've been criminally indicted with something. You have been you've done something. They're claiming you've done something. Now you have two options: plead guilty or plead not guilty. What you do is, if you did the crime, then it's better off for you to plead guilty. If you didn't do the crime, it's better off for you to plead not guilty. Okay? So you're saying that if people plead guilty that it gives them a fairer chance to win the case. You're a moron. Because by default, if you plead guilty, actually what happens is there's a much higher chance that you're going to be found guilty. So if you don't do something and you're taken to court and your options are plead guilty or not guilty, and you didn't do it, never plead guilty. All right? That's the idea. But for you, you're doing some mental gymnastics. I know what he's doing. It's retarded. This is literally...
No. He's basically saying that out of fear.
It's so stupid.
Anyways, he's gonna lie and pretend
Zen,
to be guilty, so
Zen,
the consequences are less.
Zen, this person has lied, and I've sniffing out their bullshit. They've lied again. I've sniffing out their bullshit, and they're lying again. And this is essentially the octopus.
I agree with you, but I think you're not really replying to it.
Okay, no, I am. You're just a moron. You can't understand what it is I'm saying to you. So, octopus implies that basically, like tentacles, when you lie about things and people call you out on it, you essentially lie again and you're digging your own grave, because there's only a limit how far you can lie and play this fucking game. Like, I'm not actually saying anything. No, you are saying something because you want your opinion to be heard.
This shit isn't productive.
Your
Just
opinion
give
is
him another reason
stupid.
if
Yeah,
you're not
but he
gonna
keeps
convince
doing it, Zen, in chat, and it's driving me fucking mental, all right?
I know, but you can say this 50 times unless you give another argument. He's not gonna agree with you. I will do it. I will throw this to you. Literally, Trump was found guilty by literally every fucking person in the court, and it's fucking obvious. Let me ask you, the guy in chat.
Wait,
would you even give a fuck if he did it? Would you even
don't-
change your vote? If not, why are you debating this?
Okay, I don't even know. Right, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that, look, guys, it's okay to not have an opinion about certain things in life, all right? We can't all know everything all the time. The reason why I do have an opinion most of the time is because I'm streaming right now and I run a debate channel. So I'm going to try, even if I don't have an argument for something, I'm going to try and figure out an argument or come up with one on the spot, because then at least I will be able to engage and potentially learn something. But considering, Captain, you obviously are oblivious to how the legal system works. It just genuinely seems that way. Or you're just trying to engage with the topic, which if that's the case, then awesome, bro. You could just genuinely just tell me, hey, I like her tits. Or you could say, I genuinely don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. But the moment you try to do some mental gymnastics to come to the conclusion that essentially by pleading guilty, you have a more favorable chance to be found not guilty, I'm immediately looking at you in a negative light, because that insinuates that you are guilty. All right? That's the problem. I genuinely don't give a yes, no, that's what he said. So, but hear me out. Drake Bell pleaded guilty but was found not guilty. So he's insinuating that this person pleaded guilty and was found not guilty. Positive. Not guilty is a positive.
What I interpret that phrase as is that he's trying to basically say that because of the pressure, people tend to admit they're guilty because of this. Because this basically, when they lose the case, they get less negative consequences if they plead guilty, because they're gonna be accused of lying if they tell the truth. Basically, that's
why would you open this discussion in the first place? Because this person has been found guilty on 34 charges. Okay.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, he definitely, Trump definitely is guilty. So there's no reason to debate if he is lying or not.
This person, so Trump, got on the stand from the very start and said, "I'm not guilty." Now, the only reason why Captain would bring...
I agree with you. I'm just explaining...
No, you don't. So I'm just going to move on, because you genuinely think you agree with me. You have no comprehension about whether you agree with me or not. You don't even understand my position. You don't. You have no experience with porn stars, more a total knob, and your stream is full of bellends. Fact. True. Big true.
So what I was saying is, I agree with you that Trump is guilty. That's the point.
Do you see what happens now, Zen, when you do this? You get him commenting, "Zen, thank you for understanding me." And this person has come away from this, all right? Here's what happens now. This person listens to that, what you just did there, and they think, "You see, I knew I was right." This is the problem. This is the problem when you behave in that way, all right? The reason why I'm so antithetical to this person is because there's no reason to bring up the types of things that he brings up, ever.
I agree, but I think you interpreted the point wrong, but at the same time...
Okay, do you understand the consequences of focusing on me instead of this person right now? Do you understand the problem when you do that? Do you understand what you are doing to the world? You are letting this person essentially walk away from this conversation thinking they are right. Because you are essentially saying, oh yeah, boss, you just unhinged and you behave badly in this. No, shut the fuck up, because this person deserves to be squashed like a fucking cockroach. How the fuck could you have these stupid goddamn opinions?
To me, it doesn't really matter if I
It does,
him or not.
because
I
this is
still
an
gotta,
idiot.
like,
He's an idiot.
at
Right.
least try to give a valid interpretation of his comment.
Shut the
instead of,
fuck
like,
up. Listen to me.
misinterpreting it on purpose to
Nobody is misinterpreting it to be right. This is bullshit, and I don't even know why you would do this. This essentially pisses me off the most right now. Now you're genuinely triggering me. Also, listen to this. So we're talking about Donald Trump and him being sentenced. This person has added no context to the conversation. They have mentioned fuck all about Trump or anything else. This is their first comment that they came to the table with. Also, listen now. We've already mentioned he has 34 charges, all guilty. This person comes in here and says, also, a guilty plea is easier than a not guilty plea. Now, please tell me what it is you take away from that conversation. Because I know what I take away. But go ahead, considering you want to accuse me of misinterpreting.
I agree that this isn't a strong argument, but I do think I do interpret the comment differently than you. That's my
Okay,
point.
please explain to me what you think this is. Because if you think this is just like this is a 4 and I'm behaving like it's a 7, then you're wrong. This is an 8 of level of disingenuous.
Disingenuous?
Yes, because
I think it's just a weak argument.
Okay, so if you think, do you think this person thinks that at the time of writing this thinks that Trump is guilty?
I think, yeah.
No, he doesn't. And the reason why he doesn't is because if you thought he's guilty and he's been convicted of 34 counts of it, and we are talking.
Sorry. I mean, I think he does not.
Imagine, yes, imagine.
Sorry.
And okay, that's a more logical conclusion to come to. So inevitably, no, you don't. Shut the fuck up. No, you don't. You're just gaslighting the shit out of yourself.
What did he say?
He's saying, yes, I do. What the fuck? No, you don't, which is why you made this comment in the first place. Please explain to me why somebody believing that Donald Trump is guilty, they are convicted of 34 charges, all guilty, and we in this stream are all saying guilty, and one person comes into chat mentioning an argument for why actually they could potentially be not guilty. Because that's what this message means.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know why he said it.
Imagine. But what happens is I engage with this motherfucker. This motherfucker then lies again, and then what happens is Zen comes to as the white knight savior of the dumb fucking piece of shit in chat, and comes to save his dumbass from literacy, and essentially what he walks away going, oh yeah, thank you Zen for understanding me. He's already convinced himself that he's right. You shouldn't allow them to get away with that shit. All right? This is a fucking moron who has bad opinions about life, stupid opinions. They should shut their fucking mouth and not ever talk again, essentially is what should happen. But no, this person has convinced themselves, thanks to you, that they are right. So what's up, Lou? No, nobody's assuming things about you, dumbass. Please explain to me why you would write this comment. Come on then, you son of a bitch. Why are you writing this comment? Come on. Tell me why you're writing this fucking comment, you piece of shit. I hate this fucking person. Holy shit. Yes. Please tell me why you're writing this comment. Enter. I don't give a fuck. What did I just write? Nothing. Right. See the message that I just fucking attached to you. Go back up, read it, and please tell me why you sent that message. I want to know why you sent that message. Because I know the fucking reason. Let's see what you come up with. Let's see how many lies you can tell before you get called out on it. You're a
I can make up a
moron.
reason for him, but should I?
No, you shouldn't steal his fucking argument just because he's a fucking moron. Holy shit. Zen, stop being a restart. Captain, hey, Lou, I swear to God, if you like this person, I don't know what to tell you. Captain is an absolute imbecile of a human being. He believes China and Russia are genuinely awesome fucking countries that have never done anything wrong. He genuinely thinks that Trump is not guilty. This person is an absolute bellend of a human being. Right, go on.
I think China and Russia have done some good things. but,
Listen to this
not
person.
all, no.
I was just writing it from a neutral perspective. Oh, that's funny. Do you see what happens now? Pay attention, everybody. This is what happens when you bullshit too much. Right. So all I need to do is scroll up to like, what, 5, 6 messages ago where you say, I said genuinely don't get, yes, I do. So when we were arguing with Xen and I was saying, oh, this person doesn't think that Donald Trump is guilty. This person,
What did he say in
and
chat?
he
Did
says,
say
yes, I
before
do.
He thinks he's guilty or not?
No, he said previously, like 5 messages ago, that he thinks Donald Trump is guilty. But now his argument is, no, I was just writing it from a neutral perspective. No, you weren't. Okay. You were making a claim, dumbass. You were making an assumption about the situation. If I had been saying everything that you felt needed to be said, there would be no reason for you to have put your input in there. None. No, you don't. No, you don't. You think you're going to lie to me, dumbass? Do you know how many fucking dumbasses I've had to deal with in my life? How many liars I've dealt with in my life?
Every time you say
and
this,
you
think of me, don't you?
And you think you're the one who's going to lie to me and convince me that that's not actually happening? You're an idiot, my guy. I've lived way too long on this fucking dog shit ass planet to not know what is going on, right? You're doing a really bad job of it. But just keep lying, dumbass. Holy shit. But I was writing the court thing from a neutral stance. No, you weren't. Because you think
there's a chance he's just being honest?
So no, here's the problem. Here's the
actually
contradiction. The contradiction is he's claiming that he thinks Donald Trump is guilty. We all were agreeing with that. We were all saying Donald Trump is guilty. They've even found Donald Trump guilty. So why insert your opinion when it's a neutral stance? Even in the first place. Why? Please tell me why.
Maybe he was being like theorizing about like maybe this.
No,
is the
no.
reason, maybe that's the
Stop
reason.
steel manning him. Tell me your captain. Why would you include a neutral stance? Go ahead.
Hello.
Right. You need to explain yourself. Why do you have a neutral opinion?
He's in chat now.
I don't give a fuck. Go. Neutral opinion. Why?
Hey, are you neutral opinion? We just joined.
Yes.
Yes. Why do you have a neutral opinion?
Am I not allowed to contribute a neutral opinion?
No. Why do you have a neutral opinion? You've already claimed that you're on this side of the argument, which we are all on. So why are you claiming that you have now a neutral opinion?
I'm gonna be very honest here, okay?
Come on then.
Please allow me to explain myself.
Go.
I have never been in a debate channel, okay?
This is bullshit.
So
Keep going.
This is new to me. Getting things.
Shut the fuck up. I hate him already. Keep going. Keep chatting shit, kid. Go on.
No,
Come on.
He seems nice. He seems nice.
Yes,
Give
he
him a
does.
chance.
Yes,
Give
he
him a
does.
chance. Come on.
But I don't give a fuck.
You
He's
know what?
lying through his teeth right now.
You know what I feel like at the moment?
Go.
It feels like I'm that kid in the locker room, and
I'm the bully,
the
am
boss
I?
is literally
I'm
just
going
the
to
guy
kill this
with
fucking
the
person.
towels going-
Listen to him. This motherfucker. Stop lying. Just be honest, you piece of shit. Just
No,
tell me
listen,
I
listen,
genuinely
don't
thought.
forget about Trump, I swear.
So why would you mention this idea of pleading guilty somehow will work out in your favor?
I apologize.
You understand it's a stupid
Genuinely
thing.
My mistake. I shouldn't have contributed it.
No,
I wasn't trying to debate.
This
Shouldn't
motherfucker.
have contributed it. I was just saying something general about court.
Right, Captain, I don't have a problem with you including your perspective into things. That's not my problem. I'm obviously not going to run a debate channel where people insert their opinions into the matter and I'm going to have a problem with it. No, I have a problem with the value of your opinion. That's what I have a problem with. So explain to me why you would include, like, you understand that it's a dumbass opinion to have, right?
Maybe he's just gay. Maybe
Shut up, Xen. Nobody's gay. Go, Captain.
What he's gay.
Do you understand that why pleading guilty, even though you're not guilty, just to be found not guilty is a stupid thing? Stop being restarted. Shut up, Lou.
Bro, this is
Go,
hilarious.
Captain. Explain to me.
Yeah, explain it.
No, look, I mean, I don't support Trump.
This motherfucker. Yeah, go. Why would you make the claim about being not guilty?
What do you mean? I never said he's.
You made the
I never said
comment.
he's not guilty.
You made the comment about him pleading guilty so he could have a lighter sentence.
But did he not? Did he not plead not guilty?
He did. So I'm very, very curious as to why you would suggest that he should have done the opposite.
No, I never suggested he should have done the opposite.
Okay, so then why are you talking about how pleading guilty can result in a lighter sentence?
Oh, okay. I get where you're coming from. It's not specific to this case.
Perfect. Amazing. Yo, I like you, Captain, now. You have dogshit opinions about Russia and China, but as of right now, as of this conversation, let's just put it all behind us. Oi, fuck off. I've been a very reasonable head here, and I'm trying to tell you when you're out of line, don't go off at me. Listen to Lou. Lou is your knight in shining armor right now, Captain. Do you realize that? Lou is sticking up for you, even though she shouldn't. She's trying to let you off the guard, but as long as you...
Lou is woman?
As long as you realize...
I tell you, I'll tell you something.
We have another woman in chat?
Yes, we have
Second
women,
son?
Zen. Can you imagine? Tell me, Captain.
So today,
Yeah.
This morning, I
Yeah.
was watching a guy. His name is Tis Augustus.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, he mainly, covers like historical stuff. And
Yeah, according to him, Ukraine is part of NATO.
Ukraine isn't part of NATO. What the fuck are you?
I know, but according to him, it is. And if you mention it, I've just seen a clip of him. I've seen a clip of him where he essentially somebody said to him, "Wait, you think that Ukraine is in NATO?" And he goes, "Of course, Ukraine is in NATO. As long as they want to be in NATO, then they are a part of NATO." Now, I don't know if he's doing some semantics bullshit, but
I
yeah,
think
that
that's
was...
like a very his stance is that they should be in NATO. I guess that's the message.
Yeah, but that's a very different thing than they are in NATO. They are in
I
NATO.
think he considers NATO to be like a free joint thing. Like
Oh my
he
god,
thinks
Xen is
everyone
being
should
this
really be
fucking
allowed to join
arbiter.
NATO.
Xen, since when did you decide to become the arbiter of truth in our fucking Discord or reason and actually look at things from a realistic... But when did you start doing this? Please stop it.
I always did it, bro.
No, you're an idiot. You don't have the capabilities to do that.
I do.
What is David saying? He
You're just
actually might be gay. Wait, Captain, everybody's assuming that you're gay. I've already told them we don't care, right? We don't give a fuck. Tell them to
I do
fuck
care.
off.
I think that's he should stay straight.
Tell them to fuck off, Captain. I give you the authority. Tell them all to fuck off.
Kind of gay.
Tell them.
Fuck off.
This is the first time you've been on a stream, I can imagine. So take this opportunity and tell everybody to fuck off. He might actually be. Oh, Captain is definitely sus. Wait, they think you're sus.
I don't know. Did you know it's gay to be gay?
A little bit not non-heterosexual.
No.
Very
I
non-hetero.
said yes.
Why are they all
Yes.
assuming you're not heterosexual, Captain?
I think he's
look,
hetero-flexible.
Heteroflexible?
Yeah, yeah.
Heteroflexible is fucking crazy.
They are
That's actually a sexuality, by the way. Like
They-
you're gay sometimes, but other times, like you can flex. a
You
bit.
mean like you're more flexible.
Yeah,
like,
but that's a
sometimes
different
you make that,
position,
sometimes
Lou.
you-
Like they are an ally of NATO. It's a very different claim to make than they are part of NATO or they are in NATO. Which what I heard in that clip is what he said. And when the other person was like dumbfounded because of what he said and said, "Wait, you don't genuinely believe that?" And he said, "Well, what do you mean? Of course they are in NATO." But like and then he got upset because of it. But yeah, I think he is Ukrainian. Maybe that's why. A partner. Wait, where is this? A partner. No, insinuating they are a partner, they would be in NATO. Wait, is Captain doing this again?
Why am I looking at this
Wait,
weird
is he,
ass like?
is he about to
doll?
do it again? Wait, Captain might just genuinely just be our fucking.
Volumen.
Wait, don't tell me to fuck off for your own health. I don't know. The guy who Captain is on about seems curious.
We had a good chat today. I was not gonna do that anyway.
Wait, is that me? Who's seems curious? What, Augustus? We had a good chat today. I was not going to do that anyways. Wait, I'm confused now. That's good.
gay,
I
I
just
think.
know the boss likes to divide and conquer. Look at these gaslighting motherfuckers. Listen to them.
I'm so obsessed with gaslighting.
You guys are absolutely
Everything and everyone
fucking-
is gaslighting, bro.
Listen to these motherfuckers. You guys ever think that you can get an edge over me? Good luck in life, because I have literally gone up against everybody when it comes to my opinions about shit. Boss, sleep, please. Why, Lighty? I'm not even tired, bro.
It's not even that late yet. Normally you stream
Bro,
till way later.
like-
Why should you sleep now?
Yeah, I've got another, like, genuinely, like, another 4 hours minimum of work.
And you
Like-
don't look tired. I think that's just
Like,
because
wish-
they're racist and Greek men have fucking shit below their eyes.
Here's the problem, guys. I'll show it to you. That's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. Like, if you ever see,
Shit.
If you ever see,
Why do you have that shit, or why?
Well, do you like the quality, boys and girls? I don't think anybody's complaining about the quality of the stream.
Yeah, I think you need to
Yeah.
put it down a bit. Like, it
Yeah.
doesn't make much of a difference if it's
You're an
bright or,
idiot.
like,
Watch
off.
this. Okay, you happy now? Do we prefer that? I don't think so.
I mean, I would say, like, if you really are having issues with it, you rather look at
I
this shit
don't.
than
I'm
actually
fine.
complain
I don't. I'm fine with it. It's just my eyes get, like, you can understand, get really dry sometimes because of it. But it doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered by it. Holy
Then put
shit.
it on.
Boss, your hairline receding because of lack of sleep. That's
Yeah,
the most.
he knows. He knows he's getting
That's
bald.
bullshit argument. You could say anything about my hairline. It's not because of sleep, brother. Like, sleep is important to me.
I think the hairline is caused by, like,
Wait,
stress.
shut the fuck up, Xen. What do you mean, Lou? What quality? You're just trying to be disrespectful now?
No,
aren't
you have good quality. There's a
Yeah.
compliment for you.
Fucking listen to this.
Not your hairline, though. The string.
Somebody didn't get any D tonight, and they've come all bitchy up in here. That's what I think happened. Yeah, I know what happened.
Who?
I know what happened.
Who? Do you have husband?
No, I can answer that. Boss,
Who-
what
what's
is
your
that? What
religion?
quality? I'm not the one with a rainbow ring light. Hey, shut the fuck up about my ring light, asshole. Holy
Is it
shit.
rainbow?
Well, he divided my arse cheeks and slapped in between with a towel. Oh, well.
What gay shit is he on about with the Viking?
Yeah, I don't know, Captain. I am getting sus feelings right now. We don't want to see a bold boss. True, I know. Which is why I haven't shaved my
I
head.
want to see that shit. I think it would look way better than this.
Yeah. It probably
Either
would.
you have two options, right? One, grow your hair longer, or two, grow bald. That's the options. Like, this mid phase is not an option. This isn't it, bro. I'm sorry. It isn't it, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what you get, son of a bitch. How dare you talk about my hairline? Fucking it barely exists, and this son of a bitch thinks he can talk about it. Just leave it alone, all right? Let's not jinx it.
I'm also balding a bit. I just eventually, if I get a draw point, I'm just gonna get like a bald face.
You either become Jason Statham or an egg when you go bald. I mean,
You don't have to be an egg. You can have a bald fade. Do you know what a bald fade is?
Zen, if I shave my hair off, okay, right now, it's not going to look sexy as it did when I was like 16 years old or 17 or 18, when like I genuinely looked like good with a shaved head. Now you're gonna see like one hair here, one hair there. Like you can see that,
Bro,
even though
just
it's
get a
shaved.
bald fade, bro.
Oh, shut up. We're not getting bald fades. Boss, who's
Like
that
this,
idiot
like this.
talking? Tell him to shut up. Shut up, Xen. Shut your
Look at the
stupid
screenshot.
fucking mouth up.
This is the haircut you need.
Only one way to find out. Xen, ask Allah for a better hairline, 5-head. True.
Look at the screenshot. You need this.
No, we're not telling him that, Lighty. He needs to say
Look at the
free
screenshot,
Israel.
motherfucker.
What do you want, Xen? What is this?
This is the haircut you should get.
Nobody gives a fuck about that.
I do.
Wait, I'm gonna kill you, motherfuckers.
Something like this.
Do you sons of a bitches genuinely have a problem with this, like the sides of my head, or is it the top of my head? I don't understand.
It just looks weird. It looks like you have a comb over. You have a literal comb over.
Why do we have
but like from the back?
Why do we?
Normally people have a comb over from the side. You have a comb over from the back. It doesn't look normal.
Bro, I can't do it from the sides, bro.
No, you shouldn't do it at all. You should just have normal hair.
I do have normal hair.
No, you don't. You're balding and you don't accept being bald. That's the issue. You need to accept your fate.
I have, bro. It's just like it is what it is.
Look at the screenshot, right? This is a face, right? Normally, this is like a top view. Balding people, they grab like a piece of hair from this and they just pull it over like this. What you did is this. You have hair here and this is bald. And then you fucking put the hair here and make it go over it like this. And then you can literally look at your hand from the side and you see this. You see that the hair here is
Bro,
just
why are
missing,
you
and then there's just a
psycho-
layer
why are
above it
you
covering it like
Son
this.
of a bitch.
Why are you psychoanalyzing the
Look
top
at
of
what
his
he's
head?
doing. Holy
There's
shit.
nothing here. You can literally see that the hair from the back of your head is going over like a carpet to cover your bald spot. Like, it doesn't look normal. Just shave it the fuck off. Accept your fate, motherfucker. What's wrong with you?
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Holy shit. He's done such an analysis of my fucking bald head. Listen.
Yes, it's not an analysis. Everyone sees this with one look.
Wait,
it's not
oh,
hard to...
Bro, I wear headphones all the time. When do you guys have time to do this?
You can see it, like now we can literally see a transparent, like, your hair is transparent. We can look through it and see your bald ass
He's
head.
gaslighting me. You can't see shit.
You can, it's transparent, motherfucker.
What do you mean his hair is
can see your
transparent?
There's nothing
Hair.
transparent there. What are you talking about? You're just lying.
Now you're putting it together to make it more dense. Normally it isn't like this.
Shut the
Now
fuck up.
it just looks like the sides are bald and the middle is covered.
You've
You don't have enough hair to properly cover the forehead.
You've-
Just accept it.
You've genuinely just
Detailed hairline analysis.
Holy shit, bro. Listen to this motherfucker. Right, okay. What is he saying? Aren't you Middle Eastern, the boss? All Middle Eastern men can pull off a fade. I know. I don't have a problem with having a bald hair. That's hence why I put the price where I put it, guys. I said $1,000 for me to shave it off.
No one
because
wants to pay for this. We're just genuinely giving you life advice.
I
to
know,
improve your
but then
hair.
I can buy
it's genuinely for your
finasteride.
own good.
I can
We're
buy-
not like doing it for us.
I
it's for
can
you.
I can buy finasteride. There you
Can
go.
I ask you something?
Yeah.
You have
Wait,
8
wait,
viewers.
whoa. Wait 1 second. Does this have to do with my bald hairline?
Look in general.
Yes.
Why can't I post
Son
this
of a
shit? What the
bitch.
fuck?
Another one comes in here. Go on then. Go for it. Ha 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 moment.
Why the
can't
fuck
I
are you
upload shit to the
spamming
Oh,
it?
yeah,
Why
it's
do
there,
it
it's there.
twice?
But you
Look
wanted...
in,
Fuck
look in
can't hear you cause ads,
Congress.
by the way. Kay is complaining again about the ads. Kay.
Look in Congress. Look in Congress.
1 second. I'm reading. Joe Biden. I love you. Detailed hairline analysis. I'll donate
Look
some
in
of my hair.
Congress for the hair.
I'm gonna kill
hairline
him.
analysis.
I swear to God, if you fucking give a blowjob to your mic again, I will murder you.
Look in Congress.
Like, you're going all the way down to like 20 volume right now.
To Congress.
We can barely hear you, and I don't give a fuck. He's such a son of Oh my god, this is so bad. What have you done, Xen? That's not what it looks like. That's not what this looks like. You're just memeing at this point. Come on, bro. That's not what it looks like.
Yes, it is. I slightly exaggerated it, but this is basically the feeling you get.
Right, can you stop sucking on your mic so I can put your volume up, please? Zen, your mic is not a penis. Please stop sucking on it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Wait, this son of a bitch, Zen's first base take. I'm gonna kill you, all of you sons of a bitches in this goddamn community. What the fuck, bro? What is it? Shit on streamer hour? Holy fuck. I thought we were done with this. Zen is awesome. You're all a bunch of cunts. That's what's going on. That's what I think. Zen loves boss.
Bro.
Holy
I've
fuck.
seen better hairlines. Okay. Really?
Oh, god damn it. I've seen. Who said that? Who said I've seen better hairlines?
He said I've seen better hairlines, to be fair. Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
You would actually genuinely just
polite
look better
about
with a
it.
bald fade. I'm not kidding you.
Zen, I mean, it is bad, but it's not that bad. That's a different scenario right there.
I just exaggerated it for you to just show you what it looks like.
Yeah, we know.
This is what it looks like.
But this is
Genuinely, I'm not kidding you.
this is where I'm heading. This is eventually where I'm heading.
Look to the side. Look to the side.
Hey, you sneakily laughing in the background. You probably don't even have hair to begin with. Shut your fucking mouth.
Ooh,
Ugly ass bastard. Look, stupid ass
Look to the
laugh.
side. Look to the side on stream and we can compare, okay?
Nobody's looking to the side, all right? Leave my fucking hairline alone. Zen, boss love story better than Twilight. Oh my god. Zen, are you in love with me? Is that what's going on here? Headphones off. Look to the side. Yes, suck a dick, Lou. Suck a dick. Actually, you might like that. No, don't suck a dick. There you go. That's what you need, Lou.
Come on, look to the side and show us.
No cock for you, Lou. There
Look
you
to the
go.
side and show us.
I'm not looking to the side.
Sure.
That's not happening, you sons of a bitches. Pay,
He actually doesn't want to see how it is.
pay me $1,000 and I will shave it off. Then I can buy my
Boss,
fucking
you're in
estrogen
denial.
pills.
You're in denial.
I'm not in denial. I totally know that I'm fucking bald. This is something that I've been aware of for a very long time. This is genuine cope at its finest. Do not worry about it, boys. You will all eventually.
Like the first time I noticed it, like, was when you got this haircut. It was the first time I noticed your bald head, and I saw it, and I was like unsure of what I was seeing. I was like, am I hallucinating? Is this
Oh, is this a bald man? Oh, is this that mystical being that I heard of? Shut the fuck up,
It
bro.
turned out it actually was real. I wasn't
Boss-
I have shit eyes, right? So I had to use the glasses to see, and it turned out it actually was real. It wasn't like edited or anything.
So
It actually was
some
real.
genuinely blind motherfucker is criticizing me about my bald hairline. Yeah, shut
Bro,
the fuck
I
up.
use
Go and get your
glasses
eyes
to see.
checked.
When I use my glasses, according to my doctor, I see 20% better than average with
Yeah.
glasses on. So go.
I genuinely think you need a new fucking brain implant. That's what I think you need.
Big implant. No, I don't.
Boss, which football club you support? I don't.
Do you like Ajax?
I don't support football, bro. I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. There's nothing wrong with football, but yeah. You know, if you had a lip piercing and a nose ring in the bald photo set,
Bro, it's
you'd
actually
look like a
fitting, though.
Pride Parade mascot.
Zen,
Can
what
you
have we
please
done?
change the
Boss
profile
likes
picture of the
badminton.
Discord server to this?
Huh?
Can you change the picture of the Discord server to this?
Why
No,
would
we're
he
not
do
doing that. Why would we do that?
It's more accurate.
It's not more accurate. I have hair right now, do I not?
I mean, it looks like this if you look to the side.
Okay,
From the
now-
front you can't see. Like it's because like from the front there's a lot of hair. But if you look
Bro,
to the side,
here's my here's my headphones off. Look.
Look to the side. Look to the side. Look to this. Look to... Yeah, pull the hair upwards a bit so we can see.
No, you said look to the side. There you go. What?
Yeah, it genuinely looks like there's a dead animal.
No,
on
it
top of
doesn't.
her head laying
There's
there.
no dead rat on my
What
head.
is Lou
It
saying
looks
in the
like I
chat?
have hair. You're
Oh
wrong.
my goodness.
You're just
Pull your hair
wrong.
up a bit.
You're
us
wrong
what's under,
again, Xen.
please. Show
You're
us what's
wrong
under.
again. Toupee. It's not a toupee. It's
Show us
not a
what's under.
toupee.
Show us. Expose the forehead.
You have hair? No, you have a hair. These sons of a bitches. Boss never played a sports, I suppose. Oh, I played fucking your mums. That's what I played. Fucking sons of a bitches. That's what I played. Fucking never played a sports. Yeah, I've played. It's called your mum. That's what it's called. Jesus Christ. I play that one like a fucking genius. That's what I play that one. Holy fuck. Motherfuckers. I have a hair, do I? Really, Lou? Oh, that's
It's
brilliant.
like one thick hair laying on your forehead. That's it.
I think it's a toupee. It's not a toupee. Stop with... Now you guys are coping. Toupee.
Misinformation.
This is fake news right here. We've already acknowledged that I'm balding. We already acknowledge I have a receding hairline. What else do you want from me, motherfuckers? If you want me to shave it off, pay me. Suck a dick. There you go. Holy fuck. Oh, Lou is so funny when she roasts people. No, she's not. She can...
Why are you more British than usually now? What the fuck?
Yeah, because Lou is putting on an accent as if she's talking to herself that she's some genius fucking roasting master. Yeah, it only works when you're roasting
Hey,
other
Lou,
people,
do you
not
have
me,
husband?
Lou.
Lou, do you have husband?
Boss, you shouldn't talk about your
What?
grandma like that. Fuck.
Lou, do you have husband? Yes or no?
Fuck. Yeah.
Second, Lou, what is religion?
Oh no, Harley Quinn's in here. He's gonna start reciting the fucking mantra this time. Jesus Christ. Wait,
Isn't that the Napoleon, like the French guy?
wait, no, Harley
No,
Quinn. Every
that's-
time Harley Quinn comes in here, I think we're gonna start hearing some verses from the like Bible or some shit. Harley Quinn, why do you know so much about?
Quinn, you're the French guy, right?
Yes.
Wait, is he French?
Yo, Napoleon is back.
If I
I'm
roast
not
you,
Napoleon, you fucking idiot.
I'm not Napoleon.
Fucking retarded ass bitch.
If I roasted you properly,
Dude.
we'll be taking
Dude,
you
what do you
out
call
of an
everybody
oven.
that's then? Holy shit.
Only the
Dude,
French.
fucking
The
retarded.
rest of the
Only
sentence is
French.
redacted for legal reasons.
Yeah, you were
Wait,
having like a heated argument.
what
with,
happens when you
a
take it
French
out of the
person,
oven?
And then you were like, you were like
Zen,
Napoleon.
do you think I can get a husband?
Napoleon?
Of course not. Il est français.
Il est gay. Il est homosexual.
Wait, Zen, that can't be the first question you ask people every time. It's like, I'm just making sure, bro. Like, because if you're gay, like, you understand that I want to murder you, right? Okay, let's just get that out of the way. Fuck France.
Maybe it is because I will. That's maybe why I
What
asked,
about
who knows?
Germany? Yeah, we can fuck Germany as well, I guess.
Nah, bro. Germany's based.
Germany's based? Convenient that you would believe that. I would
What
love
do you
to.
think of Germany like half a decade ago? Well, do you think it's based or?
Even more based.
Oh,
It's more than
Jesus
half a decade.
Christ. We've got a genuine
Even
Nazi in
more
here. This is a self-proclaimed Nazi. This is
Yeah,
another
yeah. So
level.
what's your opinion on Jewish people?
What the fuck did Eloise just say in the chat?
Wait.
What the
Wait.
fuck is that?
Yeah. She wants to stick a fucking thermometer up my asshole, apparently, or some shit like that.
What do you think about Jewish people? You asked me.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I
no, no, that's Zen's. That's the typical type of Zen question. Are you gay? First question. Second question, considering you're not gay, I don't want to kill you. What do you think about Jewish people? Yep, that's the order. Germany half a decade ago was the 1970s, to clarify. Lou's doing her smart ass things, but yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say based because the
Okay,
West
what
is
about
the
like
You said it was
1930?
based because it was post World War II.
How
Oh,
about
right.
1930?
1930.
Well,
decade, yeah.
actually, Hitler was not even around in 1930. He came in
If
power
you
in
were in Germany and you
1933.
met a German painter, a passionate German painter, and he told you, can you buy me a painting? What would you say?
Wait, Zen, did you say decade? Did you say decades,
Listen
Xen?
here.
Yeah, he
I
said
said,
decade.
I meant half a century, but I said half a decade. Yeah.
Listen here, little black man. He
Wait,
was
Motherfucker
wait, what,
asked,
what,
how
wait,
did you feel
what
about
do you?
Germany 5 years ago?
Wait a minute. He doesn't like. He likes Germany, and now he's talking about black people. What is going on here,
I
Harley
think
Quinn?
Germany is kind of a black country at this point.
Wait, are we?
No.
Wait, is this
Who
what?
was in Paris? Who was in Paris?
Oh no, we're not gonna do the N word in Paris thing, are we?
You realized?
Wait, I'm gonna mute. I'm going to deafen myself.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not.
My
gonna say
hand is on the button, right? Any of you
won't
motherfuckers
say it.
act up, you're going straight to fucking Panopticon.
it. No one will say it.
You can go and join the other fucking degenerate Manar in there if you want.
Manar is not a degenerate. Don't worry.
He's an absolute
You're a
fucking.
degenerate.
Wait, who are you talking to?
I mean, both of you.
Wait, both of us?
Oh yeah, Napoleon. He's threatening to ban you.
No, I'm not. When did I threaten to
Then-
ban him?
Then call me Napoleon one more time. I will do things with your sister that you won't even think or can be produced by a human.
Napoleon.
Can't even be produced by a human.
Napoleon,
What are you
Napoleon,
gonna
Napoleon.
He's gonna put like some like
I will-
chemical substance in her womb or
Gonna
some shit.
cast her soul out of her body.
I was
Yeah,
genuinely.
he's gonna make like some mutant shit.
Sister. I will consume your sister.
I will consume your sister. Okay, so he
Jesus
likes
Christ.
Germany prior to after 1940s.
Actually,
He doesn't
let me
like
say-
black people. He likes saying the N word, and now he wants to devour our sisters. Amazing.
Not
Amazing.
your sister. Only Xan's
Why?
sister.
I said Napoleon 3 times. You should want to devour 3 of my sisters. That's how that
Because you're
works.
Greek.
Because I'm Greek.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Napoleon,
that
not
I
like
get a
Napoleon.
pass.
What do you have against him?
I get a pass. I'm Greek. I'm Greek. I get a
To be
pass.
honest, to be honest, I think Hitler was fucking stupid. 1, 2, I
Based.
think black people are based because they have a big cock.
Wait, who has a big
So,
cock? Wait, who? Wait a minute.
What's
Back
your
up. Back
opinion
up.
on,
Back up.
Napoleon? Was he based? Was
Back
he,
up.
dick
Lou's
out?
interested now. Lou had
Me?
cock. Wait. We need to do this again. Repeat, Harley Quinn. Who has big cock? The boss.
Niggas.
Wait. Why would you say it? Wait. Jesus Christ. Harley Quinn.
Yes, daddy.
Harlequin, he's gonna get banned, I think.
Harley Quinn, I'm going to unmute you. And when I do, I want you to tell me that you are black. Okay? So here we go. 3, 2, 1.
I am black.
Okay, that's perfect.
Are you really black?
Yes.
He's actually black. Okay,
I
so
am actually-
okay,
depends
so
on the depends on
Wait,
what
what? Did you know I'm black too?
no, you're not. Shut the fuck up, Xen.
I
We're not
am. Can I
doing.
say
No, you can't. Shut the fuck up.
That's the good thing about not showing your face. No one will ever know if I'm black or not. So I can say
No,
that
you
I'm
sound
not
black.
having the problem.
You sound black,
sound
which
You
is
sound black.
which is why I'm racially profiling you right now, especially after you considerably said the N word on my stream.
Hey, Harlequin.
You're definitely black now.
Can I say the N word if I put my face cam on and you see I'm black? Now what?
Yes, obviously you can.
So he's gonna do a black face, and you.
Wait, you're gonna do blackface on my live stream? That's brilliant. That's
Black.
brilliant.
I think I can do the Michael Jackson surgery and I can.
I was
I'll
being
say the N-word.
restarted. I have
I
no
got no
brain.
words.
Thank God you realized, Lou. Dang, calm down, bro. He is just
Harlequin.
correcting you. Insert
Will you
European
see me as
country.
a fellow black
I
man
think this
if
is
I
an
get
African
surgery to be
country.
black?
Xen.
Can I join your people?
He is Napoleon, but Napoleon Zer, not the first. Oh, the third, not the first. Okay.
I was Napoleon -1.
Oh.
You're Napoleon -1.
Wait, why do we not like Napoleon? What's wrong with Napoleon?
Yeah, what's wrong with him? Why do you not like him?
I like Napoleon.
Then why did you get mad when I called you Napoleon if you like him?
Because I'm not Napoleon.
Oh, that makes sense. Actually.
Okay, you're the ice cream driver that sold me ice cream when I was a kid.
I'm actually your uncle who did bad things to you.
Wait, why would you? Wait, why are you talking
Oh,
about that? Wait, how'd you know that?
It happened.
Napoleon -1 would be Napoleon's dad, who was Italian. So it literally doesn't make sense.
I am Napoleon, the Greek uncle,
Wait, why are you the Greek uncle?
because I am your uncle.
You're not my
Who did
uncle.
bad things to you.
Stop talking about my
Are
uncle.
you his uncle from his mom's or dad's side?
Oh, now everybody's curious. Oh, here we go. We're going down the
Yeah,
conspiracy
sorry.
route.
Sorry.
Yeah, with the blah blah.
I am his spiritual
The
uncle.
boss was molested when he was a child. Yeah, blah blah. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
Wait, boss. Boss, is that like for real?
What is for real? Please elaborate. Huh?
That you got Winnie Pilly with your uncle.
I got Winnie Pilly.
Yeah, it is. He told me about this in the DMs yesterday.
Did he?
He was venting to me that about his childhood, and he told me that he had orgies with his mother and his dad and uncle at the same time. With
Wait,
a
Harley
French man in
Quinn?
the background. Yeah,
Why would you do that?
I'm not sure why. You said you liked it somehow, but you regretted it afterwards.
Wait, who? Harley Quinn, or is he talking about me?
No, you.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What are we talking about?
That you
I
got
asked-
into a threesome with your family.
I had a threesome with my family.
I actually asked you if you really had some bad.
Wait. Who is Eloise? Why is Eloise DMing me? You like men? What the fuck?
Because you do, Xen.
No, who is Eloise? What the fuck?
Xen, you like man. Stop hiding it.
Yeah, and apparently I have sex with every one of my family members.
I have a question. So
That's
if
a
you suck
clip.
your own dick-
That's a
okay.
clip.
I mean, for a Greek person, that's understandable.
Oh, so good people have sex with their families, do they, Harley Quinn?
Yeah, I'd say so.
No, we're asking Harley Quinn.
Can you repeat your question?
I said, so good people have sex with their families, do they?
Do you insinuate that Greek are good people?
No, do you insinuate because you said good people have sex with their families?
I said Greek people have sex. with
Okay,
their
so only Greek people are good people if they have sex with their families.
No, Greek people are Greek people.
Greek, yeah, that is true. Greek people are Greek people. Thank God you enlightened us with that sophisticated knowledge of the wisdoms of God. Jesus Christ. Hey, guys. Wait a minute. Here we go. Here's, shut up, Xen. You're not, Xen. If you start harassing people, you know what happens, right?
No, they're messaging me gifts of men kissing.
Okay. They're
So should I
harassing you
open it or
now.
should I keep it closed?
They're harassing you now.
Yeah, should I screen share myself opening it?
No, you shouldn't. Why would you do that?
Don't watch the screen share. I'm gonna press.
Why do we need to do
I
that?
don't know. Can you watch this?
At Harley
Why would I
Quinn.
watch the screen share?
Are you watching?
No.
Greek
Okay, I'm gonna press it
men.
now. And
Greek
should I-
men are Greek.
I'm not sure. Should I press it?
I think Greek men are women.
Okay, I'm gonna... Oh shit! It actually is. Oh shit! It actually is.
What do you mean it actually is? Actually is
They
what?
actually did send me a picture of black men kissing.
And so what?
Let
Just-
me type the link.
Just
That's
close
gay.
it. Just close it. Yeah. Yes. You're now gonna go to hell. You've enacted sexual intercourse with a picture, Xen.
I will have sexual intercourse with the sister of Xen.
Okay, can we get off the whole unhinged fucking our sisters and families, please, guys? That would be amazing. Thank you. Right. Now that we've moved on from that, I see Harley
No.
Quinn has very little substance to add to the conversation now. Okay.
I'm drunk.
You're drunk?
Yes.
Why are you drunk?
Shit. Never. Good question though.
Yeah, I know.
Pass.
Yeah. Why are you drunk, bro? What's going
I
on?
said pass.
Have you got
Next question.
have you got depression?
No,
Okay. Right.
it's my racism.
you trying to settle it down, are you? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Harlequin, are you actually black, or are you like Michael Jackson pretending to be black?
Legally.
Shut up, Zen. Stop.
Legally, I'm black.
Yeah, stop. We're not doing the whole black thing on the fucking stream. This is unhinged.
I'm legally a dog, actually.
That was fucking funny, Xan.
Yeah, I know.
Hilarious. Hilarious. Amazing. Zen, please tell me what you would do in the event that the whole world became gay and you were the only normal human being alive.
Would you like to be on top or on the bottom?
Nobody asked for your dumbass opinion. Remember?
So, like, remember what you said when what you would do if the whole world was like Islamic? What you would do, like a certain violent act you talked about.
No, I didn't talk about any certain violent
yeah, basically,
acts.
I would do that at that point. Yeah.
Wait, so you would just like off yourself?
No, not like that. I would off someone else, I guess.
Off someone else? When did I ever talk about offing someone else?
Yeah, I would like threaten the government until they make a law where you can't be gay or some shit like that.
The government is gay.
Wait, one
Yeah, the
person.
government's gay at this point,
One
yeah.
person.
And
You
you're gay too.
you understand there are still men and women in the world, except for everybody's
women.
gay.
I just say that
Hey, Ali Quinn, unless you're going to add substance to the conversation, don't just be interrupting with gay, women, dog
like,
fuck. Like, bro,
It
just
wouldn't take long before like society would die out at this point. So I would like, I don't know, is that allowed?
What do you mean allowed?
If you're asking if that's allowed, it's probably not allowed.
Wait a minute,
Like,
what is allowed?
Would you say it's okay to do a certain forced act if this would happen? If it would be for like the savior of the human species?
What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about.
A certain forced act, you know?
Okay, so you're assuming that by you essentially doing something to send a message, that one message is going to trigger an
I
event.
mean, like, you forcefully do pregnancy, I guess. That's
Right. Ali Quinn, you need to take a nap, brother. Like, are you going to like keep interrupting with random fucking dog shit ass comments, or are you going to engage with the topic?
It was actually the thing that he wanted to say. By a forced act, he means raping.
Yeah.
Okay, you're done for tonight. You're done. No, you're not gonna like.
Why?
No, you're not gonna be doing like raping and shit, just like blatantly on stream, brother. Like you've already said the N word. Now you're saying raping without even. Yeah, you need to chill the fuck out, bro. You need to chill the fuck out. Right? Okay, Xen, go.
So would forced sex be allowed at this point, like morally?
What?
Would it be moral to do like forced sex if
Forced sex? What, you gonna have forced sex with lesbians?
I mean, if you don't, then the human species will literally die out.
Why'd you get to forced sex? Why didn't you just like try and find a woman who could potentially be attracted to you? You're the only guy on the planet that is straight. Instead of looking at this as a benefit, you somehow have convinced yourself that it's the end of the world.
Okay.
No, they are gay for now.
Oh, so you can make them straight. Okay, yeah, I will make women
I don't
straight
know.
and then,
I don't have an
take
answer for it.
advantage
Yeah,
of the
I've given you a hypothetical. Instead of engaging with that in that way, you've now chosen to go to the worst possible scenario
No,
where
I thought you meant like they are like cursed to be gay forever, whatever you do.
cursed,
Yeah,
cursed,
like a gay curse, basically.
gay curse. No,
Yeah.
no. Everybody's gay, right? That includes men and women. But I mean, that's only like I don't know,
But,
bro.
like, if
I
there's
engage
a
with it.
possibility to make them straight, and I would take advantage of the situation.
There's a
and have, like,
possibility
millions
for anything in life, isn't there? Wouldn't you agree?
Not always. Most.
There is
most
other ways. What the skibbity? What's up, Swifty? How you doing? There
So
is other
basically,
ways to
the
get
solution
pregnant.
is, have like millions of children with all of the women.
Wait, true. Wait. Swifty has a point. If what you care about the most is just like people reproducing, well, they could essentially like get the sperm from the men and then put it in the tube and then like pump it into the women, and they could
No,
essentially.
but I want an actual woman though. I don't want some fake shit. I don't want the
It's not
robot
fake
incubator
shit.
woman.
It's not a robot incubator. It's literally the only difference between that type of pregnancy is the man doesn't have sex with the woman. That's it.
No, I mean like I want to stick my dick in a woman. That's the point.
Okay, Zen, what you're talking about is having
What?
sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
not.
want-
That's
I want
not.
a wife who bears the kid.
That's not a requirement for having children. So, which
Yeah,
one
but
do you
that's
care
just
about?
what I want in
Okay,
life.
which one do you care about, Zen? Keeping the world like going? Like, is it reproduction the thing? Because that's what you said previously, or is it now sex?
Both, but I also want like an actual healthy, normal pregnancy and not some incubator bullshit.
Okay, it doesn't matter because if you care
To
about
me,
reproduction, then the child will be conceived normally as it normally would be. Pumping the woman.
I want woman though.
Okay, so what you want is sex.
You sound like a caveman.
I want woman, yes. Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. You want okay, so all right, that's amazing. Good insight there, Xen. I want woman. Right. You want her for
Would like
sex.
woman instead of incubator.
Okay, you want her for sex, that's it. Been
No,
a
I want,
while
like,
since I've seen you. What's up, contactless? Holy shit. Wait, why do I remember that name?
Have the kid, yeah.
I want woman, I want sex. Yes, that is true. That is the case. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wait, why do I remember contactless? You've been here before. I know
I have
you.
a question though. Like,
Yeah,
if you have
go
sex
ahead.
with a woman and she is a lesbian, are you gay or is that straight?
What? Now he's asking the real question.
Is it gay to fuck a lesbian?
No.
I don't know.
Like,
Is he joking now? Because I'm gonna engage with it, and then he's gonna say, "Yeah, bro, I wasn't joking."
Yeah, I'm joking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course.
Wait,
What
we
the fuck?
all thought. Wait a minute. We need to understand this. Right, we're running a poll in chat. Here we go. Here's the poll. Here's the poll. I'm running it in
Actually, no one
chat.
is dumb enough to take this
I'm
seriously.
running it because this motherfucker is genuinely convinced. Right, how do we go? This poll. Here we
Everyone
go.
understood you're the only retarded here.
Okay, let's find out, shall we? Question 1.
Yeah.
Was Xen joking?
Yes.
Yes. No. That's
They're
it.
not retarded like
1
you.
minute. Duration, 1 minute. Here we go. Okay, I can't change it anyway. Go. Start poll. Start poll. There you go. You've got a poll. Everybody answer.
This is a question. Let me see. Was Tim joking? Yeah, I am.
What is the question? I literally just told you what the question
Yeah, I
was.
see. I was joking. Yeah.
Everybody vote. Everybody vote.
Everyone knows.
Everybody vote because this motherfucker is genuinely convinced of something and we need to deal with this. This motherfucker is psychotic to the point where he has flat effect at its extreme and is convinced that somehow, even though when he's joking, everybody knows about it. Let's see. Right, I'll go for a cigarette until this is done. I don't trust you, motherfucker, so I'm not going to leave this open. Be right back. Yeah, I don't trust these motherfuckers in here. Fucking going all unhinged mode on saying the most random shit. Still the same old stupid conversations. True, brother. True. You missed the interesting conversation. If you were looking for Trump conversation or him being convicted, I mean, we already had that one. Or the religious one, we did that one as well. Anything else on your mind? You got any good ideas? Contactless? Wait, is Swifty doing bits again? Yo, thank you, Swifty. Right, okay. Let's see. I have a genuine question for example.
Like it's versatile and you can have a lot of.
Yo, I'm
options.
here. I'm here. I hear. Okay.
Why did I don't know leave after I talked about if it's gay to have sex with lesbians? I don't get it.
Don't know.
Everyone leave.
Zen, what did the poll end? How do I see the poll?
The poll said I wasn't joking, but I was.
Yeah, okay. So there you go. Right, Zen, tell me now.
How do they not notice? It's
Okay.
obvious as shit.
No, it's not obvious at all. Right, dumbass.
No.
How do you how did you get indoctrinated into Islam?
Indoctrinated, bro. That's indoctrinated.
What you did?
Indoctrinated. So, first I started reading about Christianity, and
What, just out of
I
the blue?
basically-
Wait, tell me more about it. Were you in school when you started reading? Obviously.
Yeah, I was in. I was still in high school, right? So
Yeah.
I started first looking into Christianity, but I literally just. It felt like I don't know, said a word for this earlier, but it felt like their religion is like first they listen to the church and then they use the confirmation bias is the word they use to make like a story out of the book that isn't really there. It feels like this whole story about Jesus being God is like made up. If you honestly read the Bible without any context and input from the church, I can guarantee you 100% you would not get the feeling that Jesus is God while reading it. There's no verse
Well,
in the
you
Bible
know that
that says
the
that Jesus
Quran-
is God. There's only like abstract shit they take out of context and like in this verse it says this, go to two chapters later it says this, to go 5 chapters back it says this, so that must mean that he's God. It says nowhere Jesus is God in like a normal explained format, right?
Okay.
So that put me off a lot, and I also don't believe God can be a man. I don't like the idea of worshipping a human being, right? So
Okay.
that's why I didn't like Christianity. Then I went over to Judaism, and I didn't like the fact that they have like this superior race thing. Like they have a word for non-Jewish people, and they say that the
Wait, one
the
second.
word
You're
for
going too
non-Jewish
fast. You're going too fast. You're in school now, aren't you? During this period of time.
I'm doing like an online education now, but back then I was in like high school. Now
No,
I'm
wait.
like
Why all
studying.
this is going on? Like, while you're reading, like, is it the Bible you're reading? What are you reading?
Yeah, the Bible.
Okay, and you're in school while you're doing this.
I'm doing it because I like want to learn about religion.
Okay, but you're in school, right? Is my question.
Yeah.
And you have friends.
Yeah.
A lot of friends.
Like what's a lot?
I don't know. Like, do you go out on the weekends? Do you do things with your
Yeah,
friends?
I had like 5 close friends and that's it. Like I didn't really have like this giant ass friend group. I like talk to a few people a lot.
You had 5 good friends, let's just say, right?
Yeah.
And you hung around with them for like a lot of time?
It's usually in the weekends only.
Wait, is it goy? Isn't insulting. Goy, is that the word you're looking?
Goy means like a farm animal, and it's how non-Jewish people call it's how Jewish people call the non-Jews. So basically, they believe that God has made their race superior, and that basically the Jews are the gifted people, like the special people to God. And I don't like this idea at all. That's
Okay,
why I'm
Swifty is saying no, it doesn't.
Muslims call us kuffars too.
So we have a word for like disbeliever, but we don't have a word where we say non whatever race.
Okay, if
Our
you're a
religion isn't
disbeliever,
even based on a race.
if you're a disbeliever by default, wouldn't that include anybody who's not Islamic?
No. They have a word for someone who's not of the Jewish race.
Okay.
Like it's a racial thing. They literally have.
Are you
if
sure about
are-
that?
if
Or is
you
it the
convert to
religious?
Judaism, if you convert to Judaism, they still use this word for you.
Is that true?
Like a genetic
Or is that your thing that you've come to? Goy literally only means
No, they
non-Jew.
believe that the Jewish people, like the Israelites, the descendants of the Israelite people who were there when Moses came, are like gifted people from God, and that God cares more about those people and their like their genetic offspring than the rest of the world.
Is
and
there
I
a-
don't like that
think
at all.
Is there a possibility that that's your interpretation of it?
No.
No.
That's clear. They call
Well,
themselves like the
Right,
gifted
let Harley Quinn go. What's Harley Quinn go saying?
Goyim is actually even worse from the Bible. It means nation. So basically, you're saying Goyim to someone who is not from your nation. So basically, who is not Jew.
Oh.
So he's like, it's because Jews are already like
But is it insulting?
no religion.
Is it
It's not insulting. Like just saying, well, you're not a
Technically
Jew.
counts as a racial slur, so I think you can't say this on Twitch without getting banned. So you shouldn't repeat it.
Okay. So what is the Islamic alternative? Like a disbeliever, wouldn't it by default be somebody who's not Islamic?
No, like they have a word for someone who's not genetically Jew. It would be like as if in Islam we have a word for someone who's not Arab, and those people are like genetically inferior. That's the.
You mean,
that's,
bro? It's not a racial slur. Okay, Swifty is arguing it's not a racial slur.
Swifty is a child. and
Okay,
doesn't
leave
understand.
Swifty what she is. Just engage with what is being said.
No, it is a racial slur.
Okay, so was somebody saying like, it's just a descriptor.
A descriptor, yeah. The N word is also a descriptor from their skin color. What the fuck?
I mean,
Black in Spanish,
yeah,
like,
to a
come on.
certain extent it is, but okay. So even in that context, what you said originally was that you were bothered by how they have a word that essentially applies to anybody who's not a Jew. That's what annoyed you.
Yeah, and just the fact in general that they believe that there's like this gifted group of people and anyone else is inferior in the eyes of God. That seems very like I don't think if God is real that he would like say to some of these people you are gifted and to the other ones you're fucked, I don't care about you. Like we're all
Okay, now
descendants of Adam and Eve,
all
right?
right, go Harley Quinn, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Let's see from the scientific experience. Do you acknowledge the fact that let's
Can
just
you
say that
repeat
God?
what he said by the way, because it's quiet as shit for me.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
This is better, yeah.
So let's acknowledge it like the scientific question about it. The thing is that let's imagine that God does not exist. Do you acknowledge the fact that Muslims, the first Muslims, had basically to read the Bible to know what Jesus did and who Jesus was, to contradict those arguments?
So they could have just straight up known because this is a common thing that's common knowledge within the land. So it's not really Jesus existing was like a thing that spread and everywhere, right? It was known by the people in proximity of them. So I don't think that they necessarily need to read the Bible in order to know Jesus exists. And also, I don't believe I'm not an atheist, so this whole argument is based on belief I don't have. So.
Okay, so again, how would you describe somebody compared from an Islamic perspective? How would you compare somebody who's like a Christian? Let's just start with there. How does Islam look at Christians?
Well, we believe that as long as the Christians don't believe in like worshipping Jesus, then they can go to heaven.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, and I want you to ask a positive or negative. Okay, just like to keep it simple, not like go into detail. Christian,
What do you mean, positive or negative?
positive or negative? Does Islam look at Christians in a positive light or a negative light?
I guess positive. in a
Okay,
way,
sorry. Positive and negative is not gonna. Okay, believer, not believer. All right, that's how we're gonna separate them. Christian.
It depends.
Do you think
You
that
have
Muslims
like the early ass Christians,
Do
or
you
the
think that
modern day
Muslims
like
want
wait,
to
or the modern day like
The modern
Unitarian
day. The
Christians,
modern
yeah.
day. Modern
If you
day.
have like a typical Trinitarian Christian, we consider them the same as like the idol worshippers.
Did the Prophet Muhammad not have extensive discussions with Christian sects about faith, deciding he disagreed with them?
The Prophet Muhammad wasn't some kind of scholar before he became a prophet. He was literally like, what was his profession again? I
He
think
was
he was like a
illiterate.
camel farmer or some shit like this.
He was
So he
illiterate
didn't
until the age of
discuss
41.
anything. He was like a illiterate man who didn't have any power in the land at all.
He was illiterate until the age of 41 when the angel Gabriel gave him knowledge about God.
Okay. All right. The point I'm trying to get to is considering that anybody's a non-believer, you would regard them in a negative light, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So you would regard them as non-believers.
Yeah, but the difference I have with this and the Jews is that the Jews attribute like a genetic factor to it, which is something I highly dislike. I think it's fine to like say it's bad to be an atheist. I think that's fine. I just think it goes in the wrong way when you say like you can't change, like you're doomed to be black forever and you're fucked now because you're black and not Jewish. I think that's shit.
Okay, do you not think it's equally fucked to say to somebody, unless you were to convert to Islam, then you would be equally fucked as well?
No, because you can't convert to Islam. You can't convert to being born a Jewish man. That's stupid. One is a genetic thing, the other one is a choice. You're
Right, okay,
comparing
I don't
like
have the
someone
arguments for.
who's,
Okay, so later in life, yes, he spoke, talking about Muhammad now, he still spoke to those Christian sects, did he not?
Yes, but when he got like the first revelations, which already talked about the fucking Christians, he like didn't know anything about it. He talked about Jesus before he even like had any big discussions to anyone. When he was like basically a nobody in society.
Yeah,
And, like,
I understand his point, Lou, about, yeah, I understand. It is a good point, because yes, if that's the case, is what I would say. If that's really actually the case of the Judaism or whatever, then it wouldn't be comparable to Islam, at least, because yeah, you can convert. Okay, so you're in school now. You're learning about you're learning about religion. Like, what put you down that path? How did you come to the conclusion that you want to dedicate yourself to this? You want to research into it. You want to look into it.
You mean that I want to research Islam or that I choose
No,
it as a
like
religion?
the religion in general first, considering that that's the path you went down.
Because I was like figuring out like the truth in life, right? I was figuring out like things about politics and different like beliefs I have in life.
When
So
did this
is
start,
part of
Xen?
that.
When did this start?
I have a question for you.
What?
Is it on the topic? Because I'm trying to get to somewhere, Harley Quinn.
It's with the topic of Islam. I don't know.
No, we're not going to get into specificities of
Okay,
religion.
so as I was saying, like I think I started this when I was like really young. Like even in middle school, I was like looking into philosophy and fucking.
So you're curious about life? You're curious. You're curious about life at a young age.
Yeah.
Just like everything about life. Like what is the meaning of life, and like
truth, yeah.
what is the truth of life?
Yeah.
And your first go-to place is just religion out of ordinary. Like you go to school, that
I
you don't.
went to like certain philosophy. I went to philosophy first, then religion. Yeah.
You went to philosophy first.
Yeah.
At
What
what?
philosophy?
At what age?
How old was I? I think I was like in the first year of what was it? High school, right? So I'm not sure how old you are at this age.
So like 13, like 13, 14.
Like 13, yeah.
And you
And I started learning about like a philosophy like Stoicism and like you know Mao Tzu, the Chinese fucking philosopher.
No, I don't, but okay.
I looked into that motherfucker too, and I like Stoicism. I used like certain Stoic practices. I think this was an advantage to me that I don't worry about shit that doesn't affect me.
K is managing all our streams, boys. He's telling us all what to do. K is our manager. That's what I think about K.
So
If you convert to
basically,
wait a minute, wait 1 second then. If you convert to Judaism, you're not a goy.
What did he say?
If you
Judaism,
if you convert to Judaism, you're not that thing, that word.
Yeah. I'm not sure about whatever Swifty's opinion is, but this is not a mainstream opinion you get from the Jewish people. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have a quick question. What do you
Remont
think then
him. He
on
does
the
not get
topic?
truth about religion if he reads the holy books of religions he studies. Also, play Genshin Impact, Swifty.
Okay, so as I was saying, I looked into certain philosophies.
Yeah.
Mainly what I went into is Stoicism.
What is
Then I went
Stoicism?
into
What is Zen? What I'm trying to get to now, so it doesn't feel like I'm doing some like manipulation or like some gotcha
Yeah,
or
I
whatever.
don't think you're manipulating
Okay,
me, you're just
I'm curious to see how does one person like Zen end up down the path of life that he chose,
I
or
just learned about philosophy, then I learned about religion, and I tried to find out the truth behind life.
so you're interested about life itself, and I'm trying to understand the connection there between religion. Why was it like in your environment? Like, was there a lot of churches? Did people talk about church? When was
No, not
church?
at all.
When was
If you want
religion?
to find out the truth of life, religion is an important thing to look into. Like people, if you know people make claims of God, then isn't that an important thing to at least research, even if you are an atheist? Shouldn't you at least look into religion to see maybe it is true? You don't fucking know. You haven't read the book ever. How can you make any judgments in any way at all without even trying out whether or not it's true?
Okay,
It's
so Luz, also in your defense when it regards the Jews, it is possible to become a Jew? If not, it is not possible, I think she meant. If not born one, it just involves cutting your pee-pee off. It's not cutting your pee-pee off, Lou, it's cutting the foreskin off. So
Yeah, but anyways, the Jews aren't the most
he is
welcoming people to convert. Let's just say
he
that.
is xobservative. Why was he before religion so conservative? I think is what is being said. Yeah,
Was I conservative? Well, I started to when I was like really
it's not
young,
the
right?
pee-pee, Lou. It's not the pee-pee.
I think this is a good thing that everyone has, basically. Not a good thing, but a default thing everyone has. When you're a certain age, you basically mirror the opinions of your parents, right? So when you go into like early puberty, you basically start to diverge more from that and try to figure out your own shit, basically. But before that, you basically dad and mom says this, so that's true. That's how you are as a kid, right? So I used to be like way more liberal and like accepting of certain ideas that you might
What about
agree
your
with.
parents, then? What about your parents? Were your parents like religious
No,
or
they're both atheist and liberal.
they're both atheist and liberal? Your friends? What about your friends?
Also atheist and liberal.
What about your school?
Also atheist and liberal. Everything
So
atheist.
is there any essence of religion or conservatism in the
No,
place you
there's
grew
not. I
up?
live in the most one of the most, no, not the most, but a fucking liberal ass place, and I just try to find out for my own what I believe to be true in life. I look into religion, I look into different aspects of philosophy and different like political things, different like opinions you can have, like all kinds of different aspects of reality, basically, like opinions you can have in life, and this is what I found to be what I believe in.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you spend a lot of time reading, it seems, or at least that's what you're telling me. I don't
Yeah.
know if Kay, you seem really interested in Swifty playing Genshin Impact, bro. Like, what is it with Genshin Impact? I think Swifty's on the right path. She's playing Honkai Impact. Okay, that's good enough, right? Anyway, back to Zen. Right, so
I
Zen.
liked the Christianity, but there just felt something like a big aspect of it which was wrong, which is mainly
Okay, I don't care about that. I don't care about what logical conclusions you made in your head and came to the conclusion that, you know, Islam is better.
Yeah.
What I care about is, why did you even head down this path in the first place?
Because I wanted to know the truth about life. I wanted to
Why?
research
Why?
I went to philosophy first. Then
Why?
I went to,
Why?
like,
Why?
politics and shit.
Why?
And I went to religion. I just went over different
Zen,
aspects.
I've heard that. I know that.
Yeah.
Why?
So what part of it is confusing? I don't get it.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you about myself, but not like actually like go on a fucking random monologue for the next half hour. I'm just going to say that yes, was also interested about life, but my interests were more related to my surroundings and the people around me. So I essentially imitated people around me, considering that they had the thing that I wanted. Then I imitated them and eventually came to a place where I was them, or to a certain extent, and or better than them. So, but I was interested about life. I never went down the path of studying or anything like that. So you're seeing why I'm being confused now. Why you have friends, you have an environment, you have the schools. Everybody has a certain type of ideology. And then Xen, somewhere along the path, says, fuck all of this. I'm going to go and lock myself up and essentially read books.
My mindset is I don't give a single fuck what a million people around me say. I'm gonna look into the actual evidence and see what it actually is. I didn't have a certain goal, like I wanted to be rich or I wanted to be famous, I want this and that. I just looked into, like, why do we fucking exist? Why am I here?
Does he realize at his age males are more prone to be reckless, cruel, and have to do some work, so they do not decrease capacity to feel empathy? At his...
You realize woman equals emotional, and you need to throw
no,
away
this
your
is
fucking...
Hassan, bro. This is Hassan saying that. There's no woman is saying that. Yeah.
Okay, then I would recommend you to go to a psychologist and get a estrogen check.
Yeah, I know Swifty, he is. Yeah, fuck K. Yeah, fuck him and his stupid ass Genshin Impact bullshit. Yo, we are playing Honkai Impact. Yeah, fuck
That's
you,
also
K.
ass
How dare
fucking
you try to
retarded.
brainwash my mod?
Honkai, Genshin,
Fuck out of here, bro.
Impact,
Brainwash? Nah, it's
fucking
just
anime,
fun, okay?
bullshit
No, it's
anime,
not.
hentai game. I don't give a fuck. Fuck off.
You're the one that likes that shit. How about you go and play that shit? Leave
This
Swifty
is shit I
alone.
was surrounded by as a kid. As a kid, I was surrounded by Genshin Impact.
Yes, and why
nerds,
did
and
you...
fucking...
Okay, why have you not asked yourself this question? Because I have asked myself this question
Ask the
multiple
question,
times. Why did you go down the path that you went down? Like, my answer to you is not just like a genuine interest, but it's like a curiosity for myself and what it is I'm capable of, and hence why I ended up where I ended up. As for you, it feels like your thing is like, what is it? You want to be superior? You have a...
I wanted to know the purpose of life, basically.
Why?
It's like, why the fuck do I even exist, basically? That's the question.
No, it's like I can answer that question. Why do I want to know the purpose of life? Because if I know the purpose of life, well, then I know what it is I should be doing or could be doing, or I can navigate myself within the world around me.
That's not it. It's just basically a sense of, how do I say this?
Do you want to be wrong about life? Do you not want to be on the right path of life? Do you
Of course,
care?
but that's not the main reason. The main reason is like, I want to know, I guess.
You want
That's
to
the main-
know. You're curious. You want to know the truth.
Yeah, I guess.
Why? What's it important for? Why does the truth
If you
matter?
look around you, don't you wonder, like, you look at the sky and shit, and you...
I sure
like,
do.
It's confusing to some extent.
I sure
how
do.
is this
Yes. Big
possible?
questions. Yes. Yes. Good questions. Yes. Okay. Now,
It's confusing to some extent if you look at, like...
amazing.
Sometimes I literally go outside and I look in front of me and I get,
Yeah.
like, mental fucking...
It's chaos, right?
issues because
It's
I think, like,
chaos.
how the fuck can I exist? Why does
Yes.
my finger not...
Yes. It's chaos, right? It's like it's scary to not know the answer to that, right?
There's no fear.
There's no fear.
I just want to know. It's confusing. I
It's
guess.
like awe. We describe it as awe, right? Do you know
What's
what awe? It's like, well, hence why we have the word awesome. It's like you stand in awe. It's like,
Yeah. I
like,
get it. Yeah.
unbelievable.
That's it,
like,
yes.
what the fuck am I? What am I even
Yeah.
experiencing right now?
Yes.
Okay. And you're just curious, and you like that feeling. Do you still have that feeling?
Sometimes, yeah, but it's just like I just wanted to know why, basically. That's it, and I know now.
And you feel like you know now.
Yes.
Okay. And you feel like Islam is the thing that gave you the answers you were looking for.
I mean, it's not like in your head you probably expect me to choose it and then later, like, this is what I don't know does. If you're watching I don't know, oh, you're here basically. So I don't know, no hate to you, but it seems like with the homosexuality thing, for example, you basically say, no, it doesn't mean kill them, it means God should kill them. And then I say, why? Your answer is, I need more research. I need to. So basically, what you
Well,
do
yeah,
is
because
you
I don't. Well, why would I talk about something that I don't know a lot about?
No, but like it's why do you even have an opinion of it in the first place? Then why do you say to me, no, it means necessarily that God should kill them if you don't know? The reason is
That's
why you're
from
doing
my
this is because you
uneducated
want
perspective.
it to be that way, and then later
No,
you're gonna
no, that's
find
from my
a person who's
uneducated
gonna tell you it
perspective.
is.
That's from
Huh?
my uneducated perspective. If
feeling.
you want actually the answer to it, then go
Is it a
talk to a
feeling?
scholar.
Is it a feeling? I don't know. Mercury. Do you have a
I don't
feeling?
feel
Do you if you have a feeling you're on the right path, but you can't explain it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Then it doesn't require any explanation. Then, like,
Yeah,
we
so
have to
that's not
try
what I
it.
did. What I did is I just blindly chose random shit to look into. I honestly never expected me to pick this. I was honestly gonna like I went into it thinking I'm never gonna choose this anyways. This is a waste of time. Why the fuck am I reading this? That was the first thing in my head when I read it. And then eventually, the more and more I read, I got convinced that this happened to fit literally fix every issue I had with fucking Christianity. Literally. And
Okay.
every part of it, which I thought was true with Christianity, stayed. It's basically like, it was a perfect match, basically.
She already said she might play, which I said was good enough. No, okay, you're pushing this on. You cannot live in a world where Swifty does not play Genshin Impact.
So this is something I actually don't get offended when I say this, but see with you have a lot of boss.
Yeah, what
A
you
lot
want?
of opinions, and you don't want to dive into something. So like it's me saying like, have you read the Quran? And your answer is no, always no. It's like, if you have such a strong opinion about it, why not first just read it and see what you actually think? Because you don't know shit about the topic.
What are
yet
you
have
talking about?
The ego to tell me, yes, it's horrible for humanity. And this
Wait, where is this
ruining
coming
life."
from?
Huh?
Wait, do you think my opinions about Islam are based on what exactly? Just so I get
think
this.
it's based on like basically the same thing I used to think. Like I used to have these opinions you have right now, where it's like you look at the people.
You
around
used to
and
wait a minute. You used to have the opinions that I have,
Yeah, I used to be fucking anti-Islamic as shit.
and you think that's my opinions.
You literally say that religion is the
Thank you,
worst thing.
Swifty.
You
Okay.
literally say that religion is the worst.
So why are you
thing to
pointing my
happen to humanity.
Okay, so why are you pointing my hatred in only one direction?
What do you mean?
Okay, well this is how it goes.
Because you always say that Islam is the worst
the
religion.
worst one. Okay, have I also said that I hate all religions?
Yes, I used
Okay.
to. This exact phrase that you say to me, I used to hate.
Do you care?
Tim,
Yeah. Do you
no,
care?
listen. Tim, Flo, me, Tim, Zen used to hate every religion. Used to be a fucking fanatic
Swifty.
ass atheist, and used to think
Thank you,
this religion I
Swifty.
now is the worst one out of all of them.
Okay, amazing. All right, so the only problem is that do you care about why I think the way I do? Because it seems like you've come to the conclusion that I just hate
The
religion.
issue I have with you is that you like. Have you read the Bible? Have you read?
Do you
the Quran?
think
Have
I
you read
need
the Torah?
to?
Have you read the Hindu scriptures?
Do you think
Have
I
read
need
anything?
to?
Huh?
Do you think I need to?
Yes, I genuinely think your opinion will radically change if you just read it once.
What if I look out into the world and I see common patterns and I associate those patterns with what people are doing because that's what I care about and not what actually, well, okay, here's the problem. Because if I read the Bible, if I read the Quran, if I read the Torah, if I read all of these books, the people are still doing something, okay? Now, regardless of what it is the books are saying, the people are doing something. True?
Yes, why are you
Okay,
letting
so
those people fuck it up for you?
because by associating those people with those certain things that they're reading and certain things that they believe in, I'm able to come to the conclusion that if I were to read it and become included in those communities, just like every other community in the world, I would essentially be sucked in. And regardless of what it actually says in the books, the people themselves are doing something else, or they're doing exactly what it says. And as far as I'm concerned, when I say I hate religion, I'm not saying I hate God, which when you read the Bible, you read the Quran, the Torah, all of these books in unison will agree about certain values of life and God, which I don't disagree with those things. I essentially disagree with religion, meaning it's what effect do these things have on human beings? Because I value human life and humanity above everything else and anything else.
Yeah, I used to literally be like your mirror right now.
Okay, I don't think so. I genuinely would be very surprised if a 13-year-old child was able to be in the position that I have been in, considering the life experience that I have.
I don't
So it's
think
very
you need a lot
surprising.
of life experience to have these opinions. This
Oh.
is like the default opinion in my country.
Well, hearing you say things like essentially that you think that I have this, like mapping of reality that agrees or correlates with something a child or a teenager could have is
Not
very.
everything is about age. Like there are certain opinions which are highly related to like your nationality and upbringing, and they aren't really like you need to reach a certain age level to have that opinion. That's not true.
Okay, the problem I have with religions, Xen, is the confinement. Okay, so it comes from
Yes,
a very.
I used to say the same shit. I hate how religion.
Okay,
constricts
please
people
please
and
say what you say,
says
because
you
I
should do this and
I
this
get
and you
annoyed.
need to
I get
have
really
the freedom
tired.
and blah, blah.
Okay,
What?
I hate this concept that I'm basically going to say something and then you're going to say, yeah, I totally believe that. So go ahead and say what it is you believed when you believed it, and then I'll go and say what it is I believe.
So I used to hate the fact that it like constricts people to do a certain thing. I used to think of it
Why?
as, like, a
Why?
form of
Why?
brainwashing,
Why? Why did you hate that? What's wrong with
I
that?
hated it because I thought it was basically brainwashing you into doing meaningless shit.
And what's
basically.
wrong with brainwashing?
Wrong with brainwashing?
Yeah, what's wrong with brainwashing?
Because it basically, I believe, right, people were doing shit that is illogical. I guess that's the.
Okay, so people
That's
who
the
are
main thing.
brainwashed are illogical?
Yeah, if
What
you're
if-
brainwashed, it implies you kind of follow mindlessly without actually thinking for yourself. And you
Okay,
make
is that
bad choices.
illogical? Because illogical
Huh?
illogical would imply that you're making decisions that are not based on logic.
Yes, exactly. Because
if
I
you're-
thought
yep.
it is not. I thought it was not based on logic. It's based on
You're
whatever a book
Swifty.
says. Huh?
Yeah, thank you, Swifty. No, Ali Quinn, no, this is not the time. Right, Xen, when you're brainwashed, if you're brainwashed by a logical person, and that person brainwashes you with logical thoughts, then inevitably the things you're going to be doing, regardless of if they're brainwashed or not, those things are logical.
Yeah, but I know, but I didn't think it was logical. I thought it was illogical.
Okay, but you understand that there are scenarios where it can be logical.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so previously when you said that they're brainwashed and they're making illogical decisions, you comprehend that that's not a true statement. So now, again, what is wrong with being brainwashed?
Like a constriction on freedom, and second of all, like the fact that I believe that this specific brainwashing was illogical was the main thing for me.
Okay, but now you understand that considering you've grown up, that has proven not to be the case.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay. Again, you're constricted, your freedoms, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is that important?
Why is that what?
Why is that important?
Why is it important?
Yeah.
It's a difficult question.
Amazing.
Because it's
amazing how you have all the answers 10 years ago, and we had the same mindset as I have right now, even though that's a question that I've already asked myself and already have an answer for. But considering that 10 years ago you had the same opinions as me, by now you probably should have that answer straight to the note of it. But go ahead.
No, it's like I used to think this a lot, but I'm not really the same person now. The shit I think in my head right now, it's really unlike.
Okay, go back
what I
to your
used to think.
go back to yourself 10 years ago. What did your 10 years ago?
I genuinely like have to think deeper about what I actually.
So
used to
how
think
do you
back
know?
then.
Okay, so how do you know now, considering you can't remember what you thought about 10 years ago, still are able to say that our ideals match? Even though you don't remember what you used to believe, is what you just said.
No, I did remember what I used to believe and why, but it's hard to like. I need more time.
Why?
To think back and
okay, so
realize the exact details than I needed back then logically.
okay, but you've already made a claim that you 10 years ago and me right now have the same ideals. So
Yeah, it might not be exactly the same, but in general, it's the same thing that we believe. That
how do you
restriction
know
was,
that? How do you know that if you don't know what?
Wait. it was genuinely the same in the aspect of we both believe that the religion is restricting people, that restriction is bad,
Okay.
that it's dangerous to society, that it's like I
Okay.
used to also think like it's something people do to cope. Basically, I used to say it's like something people do because they don't want to accept reality. I used to think shit like this in my head, right?
Okay.
That was the main thing for me.
Okay. Do you think that's what I believe?
I think you may not believe the exact same, but I think you're very similar to that.
No.
We're in the same category. Yeah.
No, I'm nowhere even near.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. Okay, you done? Is that all you believed or everything you remember you believed? So your original claim of how you realized that you 10 years ago, a teenager, had the same mindset as I have right now, and even though you don't even remember...
you have right now, like you like you like to think so, but it's not like a unique thing. This is like the default Western opinion.
No, it's
like
not.
the
It's
acceptance.
really not the default Western opinion.
That you're telling me that the default Western opinion loves religion. The default Western opinion is like religion is cancer. That's the default Western
Amazing.
opinion.
Is that the only opinion I have?
No, but you do have certain reasons for this. But I
Does it matter why?
It does, but I would
Okay,
recommend
can you
to
agree
at
that...
least look
Okay,
at-
okay,
wait,
no,
wait.
yeah,
I
I don't.
recommend you to at least read it
I
once
don't
to
need
see
to.
what you think.
I don't need to. The problem is that what
That's
you're
the
doing...
last issue. What you're
Okay,
doing now
no,
is the big issue.
no, it's not. And you know why it's not an issue? Because I don't need to be a scientist to debate scientific matters. Do you agree?
It depends how specific you get.
Okay, so I'm basically saying to you that while I haven't read the Bible or the Quran or the Torah, I'm capable of looking at Jewish, Muslim, and Christian people and associating some patterns that they all have in common and coming to an end conclusion that it's not the fact that they are restricted. Remember, now everything you have said and everything I'm about to say, anything that I mentioned that you did
Let
not
me
mention,
another thing right now,
okay,
then.
make sure that you get it all in there.
Let me
Because
mention
once
the
I
last
get going, you cannot
I
longer
used to
say
look
that we
at,
think
like,
the same.
Wait. I used to look at the immigrants in my country, and I see them doing drugs. I see them robbing shit. I see them stealing. I see them doing a lot of crime, and I think like this is because of their religion. This is I blamed it fully on the religion. I thought if I read this religion, it says like kill everyone, fucking rape people, rob shit, steal shit. I expected that fucking message to be in the religion. I was wrong as shit. I arrogantly said to myself something like a message of basically this is exactly what's gonna be inside of there. I'm gonna hate it, and I was wrong. So the thing is that I genuinely would tell you to first read it and then form your opinion. Like even if you
Don't need
arrogantly
to.
believe in your head that you don't need to. I told myself the same. I don't need to.
Okay, why do I need to read it,
Do it
Xen?
anyways.
Okay, answer my question. I haven't read it now. I still have eyes and I still am capable of observing reality. Do you agree?
Yeah, but I don't
Okay,
see how that.
okay. So I can observe the Muslim cultures or nations. I can observe the Christian Muslims, the Christian nations. I can observe the different types of nations that exist throughout the world. Correct? It's
Yeah.
capable for me to do that without reading the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And if certain circumstances are seen as negative in the world, do you think that is possible, first of all?
What?
That certain circumstances could be negative or positive?
Yeah, sure.
And I could be observing them right now without reading the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah.
Yes, but at the same
Okay.
time.
So if I
agree or wait, don't talk through me and make some crazy thing up. You can agree still with what it says in there. You can still try out and see what you believe to be the truth without having to like the specific acts of those people. Like I didn't like the acts of certain people, and I read the book and I agreed. So the thing is that it doesn't necessarily perfectly reflect the reality to just look around you and say, yes, this is, I know everything, I'm wise, I know exactly how everything fucking works, it's exactly like this. No, at least read, like at least try.
Okay,
to
one
give-
second, because you're obfuscating now. When have I ever said I'm wise?
You didn't say it, but that's
When
like,
have I
how
ever
do you
said that
say
I'm
it?
intelligent?
Non-verbal communication, I guess. What?
When did I ever say that I'm intelligent?
That you what?
That I'm intelligent, Zen. When did I ever say that I'm intelligent?
You didn't say out
When
loud
did I
you're
ever say that I'm
intelligent, but
smart?
You seem arrogant, so I think that
When
in
did
your
I ever
head
say
you
that I'm
believe-
smart?
You said nothing of this.
Okay, have I
That's the
said,
message you
have
sent.
I actually said the opposite?
No, but that's the message you
Have
sent.
I actually said the opposite to be true?
No.
So I've never said that I don't think of myself as being smart. In fact, I'm genuinely surprised that I can even hold my ground in certain debates. Have you never heard me say that?
So you're saying you're retarded.
No, I'm just saying that I'm not smart.
Then why do you often default to thinking there's no possibility of you being wrong?
That I'm actually smart.
No, why do you think there's no possibility of you being wrong in certain issues if you think you're stupid?
Because I'm using. Okay, I'm not going to give you the argument for that because you don't care about my argument, right? So what I'm going to say to you is, no, I don't regard myself as being smart, which is why I often say that I'm not smart. Do you know why I say that? Because I separate intelligence and smartness. Intelligence is, inherent. That is the size of my brain, and it's due to like brain development and a bunch of other conditions. And as far as I'm concerned, if I am anything, it's probably something like above average, if anything.
Okay, sorry for using this word. Let's use the word right then. You always think you're right on everything.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, you usually.
Have I never admitted I'm wrong?
know.
Have I never
Huh?
admitted I'm wrong?
You often don't even give people the chance to show you you're wrong.
So you would be correct in the conclusion that you would come to that I have never admitted that I'm wrong.
No, you have, but
Oh, if I
99% of
have.
the time you don't give people the chance to show you you're wrong.
Okay, so your conclusion is that I don't allow people to finish their statements.
Often, yes.
Often, in fact.
Yeah. Not every time, often.
Okay, and according to you, then given that
For
they
example, sometimes you don't try to see the other side. Like I'm saying right now, you don't try to read the book. You tell me, I don't need to read the book. I
Well,
already
we
know.
can have a
And
conversation
then
about that if
tell
you
me-
want.
No, wait. You tell me other times when we're debating, I don't need to listen to you. I already know. This is a common thing with you. I don't need to listen
Why
to
do
the
you
other
think I
side.
say
I
that?
already know exactly how everything works.
Why
It's
do you
fine.
think I say that?
Because you have a certain level of arrogance where you believe you were right.
Okay, so you can't see how I've asked you certain questions about the current topic that we are discussing, and given that I have had enough time to ask enough questions to form a mapping in my brain for what it is you believe and why you believe it, and thus generate counterclaims
Maybe
for
you're
your
missing a couple
Okay,
of
so-
pieces and you don't know it.
Okay, so you talk about me being arrogant, not in letting other people to talk, even though for the last, half an hour now, you've interrupted me every single time, even though I have not done that to you. So that's just one example for how we can perceive reality to be one way, but in reality, something else is happening.
No,
So
this is the arrogance. I interrupted you. Yeah, sorry for that. But normally you are like basically talking really loudly and you don't let people say their shit. Mostly when you're passionate about an issue. This is not really one of those cases.
you don't think I'm passionate about this?
Not as much as previous issues.
Really?
Yeah, I think
would
the
you be
issue
surprised?
earlier today you were more passionate.
Would you be surprised to find out that actually, when it comes to religion, my passion genuinely runs out the moment that people like certain things happen? But when it comes to like personalities and human beings and how we interact with one another, that's probably the most confident aspect or passionate part of my life.
Yeah, I don't see how
Okay.
that's the same as religion though.
Okay, but I just proved the opposite to be true from what your claim was.
Opposite of what?
Well, you made the claim that I'm more passionate actually when it comes to about religious topics than I am about societal or cultural issues.
When did they say that?
Well, when you said that I'm more passionate about the previous conversation than now.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
previous conversation was like, remember before I
I know
left,
what conversation.
earlier?
Yeah, I know what conversation you're talking about.
That one.
Yeah, I'm not as passionate as that as I am about this.
Really?
Absolutely.
So you're passionate about religion now suddenly?
No, it's not about religion, our current topic. Our current topic is about you thinking or framing human beings within a certain light, or seeing me for who I think I am, or how you perceive me to be,
Okay, I
and
don't
me
think we're
you.
getting out of this, but just let me ask something. Why don't you read it just in case?
Okay, so we were talking about that, and I was trying to explain to you that essentially what you're asking me to do is to abandon the things that my eyes and perceive, or what the data suggests, and to essentially read the Quran, the Torah, or the Bible, and somehow that will change what it is I'm seeing.
Yeah, maybe your eyes aren't the whole story. That's
Okay, so when I see people killing each other, are they killing each other?
yes.
When I see people not being allowed to make certain decisions, are they not being allowed to make certain decisions?
Yes, they aren't. Yeah.
Okay, so how does reading the Torah, the Quran, or the Bible change the outcomes of those scenarios?
Because maybe there's a whole different aspect to it which you aren't seeing right now.
Okay, so what part of killing people could be justified from reading the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah?
Maybe if you find out it's a truth, and maybe if you find out how in the Quran it actually predicts that people will kill themselves over, or no, kill other people over this, and it literally talks about how those people are sinners and will be punished for having wars over this shit. Maybe then you will understand that maybe those people aren't a nice representation of a religious group, and maybe the religious doctrine and the beliefs actually fit you more than you expected in the first place.
Okay, so clearly I'm passionate about people killing each other, let's just say. So considering that they are killing each other now, before I read the Quran, and then I do read the Quran, and they're still killing each other. And I was passionate
What
about
if
it
in the Quran it says it actually predicts that they would kill each other and will tell you that this is a bad thing, you shouldn't follow them, and maybe you find out the belief is actually true. Now what?
Amazing. So how does that change them killing each other?
So
Does that make it better? Does that make it better?
What?
Does that make it better?
Yes, of course.
That makes it better.
Yes, it makes it better.
They were
than if
killing
it
each other
literally said
before.
Wait.
They're still
It makes
killing
it
each other now.
Wait. It makes it better than if it literally said in the scripture, go kill each other. It is better if it says in the scripture, you shouldn't kill each other, and here's a prediction it will happen. Those people aren't true believers. That's better to me.
They're still killing each other though.
Yes, and
And
atheists are also killing each other.
are you not capable of understanding that regardless of what it is, Allah, Muhammad, Sharia law, the people living in Islam or Christianity or any other religion intended to do, that the outcomes are very different?
Yes, and what if it literally predicts that in the fucking
I don't
scripture?
understand why predicting it makes it better or worse.
Because why do you have to limit yourself to the actions of certain specific rare individuals within a society and tell yourself these people who happen to have this religion do something wrong, which the religion literally agrees on is wrong, so I'm not gonna even try to see if the religion is right.
Okay.
How does that make sense?
Here we go. Tomorrow I walk out into the street. Somebody stabs somebody in front of me. Now, somehow I get into a time machine. I come back to the past. And the person who brought me back in the time machine says to me, hey, welcome to the past. You are about to witness a murder. And then I walk out into the street again, and that person gets murdered. Does that make the murder better or worse? Because they predicted it.
It's not about the predicting. It's
Well,
about
that's
the fact
clearly
that the
about what you
scripture
mentioned.
doesn't say it's okay, but instead the scripture says this will happen and it's bad. That's the confirmation. That's
Okay.
the point.
And then we would be on the same terms with that, if that's what it says in the scripture. I'm not saying it's good. I think what is happening is bad.
Yes, and the scripture says so. Well, why do you outlaw the scripture because of the action of someone who believes in that
I'm not
scripture?
outlawing the scripture.
Why don't you read it?
Read what, Xen?
Why don't you read Quran?
I don't understand why it would make what difference it would make in your mind.
Because there's a chance that you will actually fucking believe it, basically.
Okay, even if I do believe it, does that change the fact that the people are dying?
No, but it does change the fact that you basically unlock a new part of life which you never have even thought about before, which maybe fits your whole entire life and being, and gives you way better. Why are you shaking your head?
Because you're insane.
Makes your
But
life
keep
way
going.
better. What?
I said because you're insane, but keep going.
Because I'm insane?
Yes, Xen, because at the end of the day, those people are dying, and regardless
What
of,
does that even have to do with religion?
well, obviously we are talking about religion, so I'm talking about the people that are dying or being like affected by religion, and I
There's
see
people dying over atheism. You understand?
amazing. The only difference is that there is a different reason for why they're dying. Look, Zen, what I'm trying to say to you is that, again, regardless of what Islam, Muhammad, Allah, Sharia law, or the people, regardless of whether they have positive or negative intentions, the outcomes are the outcomes. Would you agree with that scenario?
No, because people's intentions change the outcomes. You understand? It's not like we can say Islam is at fault for this.
Wait a
because
minute,
some guy-
we'll back up. Intentions change the outcomes?
Yes.
Okay.
Action.
So
sorry, action
we know
change
the
outcomes.
intention. Oh, action. Okay, that's a lot different. So intentions, there are intentions in Islam. You're saying the intentions are good. I'm saying to you, regardless of if they are good or bad, the outcomes are present.
And how do you
I
know
can
whether
see
or
the
not
present.
outcome is at fault of a specific individual which just happens to be in that group, or if you know the outcomes are necessarily at fault because of the religion itself?
Because of the individual. Okay, so we can see
Because
people.
of the actions of the individuals, which is unrelated to their
Okay,
religion.
so
yeah.
do you agree that if we all live within a society of people or a nation of people, and we all adhere to similar ideas and whatever, and the consequences is what I'm trying to get to you at, is that certain consequences arise from taking certain actions in life. And regardless,
How do you know if those actions are because of the religion or because of the random choice the individual makes if you don't even know what the religion says?
okay, I don't need to know the religion to know that those people are religious.
So because they're religious, their actions are because of religion and not their own freedom of choice.
Well, the religion is one aspect of it. Yes, that needs to be taken into
How do you know whether
consideration.
or not that aspect is in any way related?
Because you would have to rule it out in the event that you were to analyze it. So in other words, if a certain person kills somebody or rapes somebody in Islam and they are sentenced to death or something like that, and that person then dies because of Sharia law, meanwhile, if he were to be put in jail in another country, then I would look at that and say, that is specific and unique to Sharia law, not to governance structure. You understand how that
Okay, so
works?
you make moral judgments of a system without reading the reasons and the laws and the religion. which
Okay, so
causes
what you're saying to me is by reading the Quran, I would eventually come to the conclusion that actually what Sharia law is doing is good.
Yes.
Okay, I'm saying no, and the reason I'm
That's
saying
where you're going wrong. How do you
Okay.
know?
I know Xen because I have
How?
a belief of humanity and human beings being above any of these things. And I believe in human beings, yes. And so regardless of if a God exists,
You realize how the system is actually beneficial for human beings after reading it.
I can also observe that we have thousands of years of history, and then we have like 100 years of history where religion has
That's
basically.
where you're going wrong already. You need to at least, like, I don't think we're gonna. have a
Okay, Xen,
consensus
do you
on that.
remember
Wait,
when
wait,
we
wait,
were
wait,
talking and
wait,
you
wait,
didn't
wait.
like.
I don't think you're gonna have a consensus on that. We are never gonna have a consensus on that at all.
Okay, Xen, do you
my
remember when
question
we
is,
were.
Why
Okay.
don't you just read it to see if I'm right or not? Why do you have
Okay.
to debate me on it instead of just doing it?
Okay, Xen, do you remember when we were having the conversation about authoritarianism?
Yeah.
Do you remember when there was 4 individuals disagreeing with you?
Okay,
Do you remember when we eventually came to the unilateral conclusion of how you should read more about the topic, and your answer was, oh, not this argument that, oh, I should do more reading, right?
Yes, if we're having a debate.
Okay,
on
so
the-
wait a minute. Let's understand that for a second. So
Do you know
that
what I
wait,
did
no.
after that?
No. So
Do you know what
what,
I
no,
did
no, no,
after
no, no,
that?
no.
I
So
read
what
more about it,
happened?
retard.
Okay, so no, but you argued with
Yeah.
us, did you not? Did you not say to
So
us
my
and
point is,
basically that I don't want to read
okay,
about it?
Wait. I don't like when I argue with someone and he replies with, "Oh yeah, it's just because you haven't read enough." But I do think that yes,
You realize that's what you're doing right now.
Certain topic, I can't make judgments.
You realize what you... Oh, you had no problems making judgments. You argued with 4 of us for 4.5 hours about it. So you definitely had an opinion, and you definitely had judgments.
Did I tell you this same thing after we argued about religion? Did I tell you, oh, you just need to read it after the whole argument? Or am I telling you this now out of nothing?
No, we were having a discussion about religion, and this has happened multiple times.
Okay, my problem is not the fact that he said I should read more about it. My problem is the fact that it annoys me that I talked to him for fucking hours in a row, and then he said it at the end of the argument as like a final excuse for the whole conversation.
Oh, so you would have preferred if you would have preferred if we just told you it from the beginning?
Yes.
Before a conversation has even taken place?
Yes.
Before I even know what it is you know?
I would okay, if you don't know yet what I know, then I prefer you to wait till fucking other day and then mention it to me.
Amazing. So first I have to hear you out, correct?
Yes, first I want you to give me an honest chance at debating, and if you after that think I'm wrong, don't just
Amazing.
after the debate, while we're still in the heat of the debate, go tell me, oh, the only reason I lost the
Okay,
debate
so
is
here
because
we'll
you haven't
recap
read
for
it."
you.
That's
We'll
bullshit.
recap for you. So you originally came to the conclusion that how you, as a teenager, had the same thoughts as I have currently. We then examined those thoughts, and we eventually just dropped the conversation at some point and just pivoted to religion, considering that you had made like 3 claims about what it is that I believe and you as a teenager believe before you left it, abandoned that position because you forgot what it is you believe, which inherently means that if you forgot what it is you believed, how can you associate with what I believe right now?
I believe it just takes more time to put it into words.
Amazing. So if I
Thinking
forget,
that- wait,
here we
wait,
go.
wait. You're
All right.
skipping over
Yeah,
a
just go.
crucial step
Go,
in the
finish.
conversation. Don't do this to me.
Finish.
Because basically thinking back at something you used to think and then making a conclusive a conclusive explanation of it is harder than literally thinking it at the moment and just diving into your mind and
Okay.
telling what you think.
You done?
I do realize in my head what I thought. It's just harder to explain why I thought it. That's the point.
Okay. All right. Here's how it goes. I had a t-shirt 10 years ago. Yeah, I think you're wearing the same t-shirt as I was wearing 10 years ago. The only problem is I don't remember what that t-shirt looked like. So how do I know that you are wearing the same t-shirt as I wore 10 years ago?
I do know what the t-shirt looks like. It's just harder to
Okay,
describe it.
so you said I don't know what it is I believed back then.
No,
I
didn't.
forgot.
Did I? No, that's not my. If I said that, then I misspoke, I guess. But that's
Okay,
not
so
my-
what is your position then? Do you remember it? Do you know what it looks
so
like?
The point is, after basically I see your t-shirt, right? And in my head, a lot of neurons, they light up because I recognize the old t-shirt. Yet, if you ask me, close your eyes and describe every little pixel on the t-shirt, I'm
Mhm.
not gonna be able to do that. I'm just gonna be able to give like a rough description. And if you want me to give you details, it takes longer to kind of refresh and download the old information back into my brain. That's the point.
Amazing. So if I don't
it just
know,
takes more time.
amazing. So if I don't, again, my question would be, if it takes time for the neurons to process what it is I did in the past, and I just have a feeling that the t-shirt I wore 10 years ago is the t-shirt you are wearing right now, then
I see the same t-shirt, only I don't remember the little details.
well,
It's
if you
details.
see the same t-shirt and you're being asked to describe it, all you need to do is just look at my t-shirt or look at your t-shirt and then describe it because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, only the last time I saw my t-shirt was a long time ago.
Amazing. So the end conclusion is you don't know what your t-shirt
I
looks
do
like.
know, I just don't know the details.
Amazing. So you don't know the details of your t-shirt, but yet you have come to the conclusion of how we're wearing the same t-shirt.
Yes, I can easily see it's the same t-shirt. I can look roughly at it and see, oh yeah, my neurons light up. I can see, oh yeah, this is the t-shirt. Only if you ask me, what is the 50th pixel on the top
That's
row
not
and the
really what we're
94th
doing. That's not,
pixel on the lower row, I'm gonna say I have no fucking.
that's not really what we were doing though. 50th pixel. Yeah, we were pretty much asking for the color of the t-shirt and you were failing miserably at answering
No, I
that.
knew the color of the t-shirt. I gave you a rough description. and
Oh,
you just-
sorry. How far did we go into the conversation? Oh, we went to people are enslaved within religion. That was as far as we got. That's as far as you could associate
I can
my
I
ideology.
thought- let me just repeat it then, because you're lying now.
Oh, am I?
I thought people were enslaved by the religion. The main reason I thought this was wrong is
Brainwashed?
because I thought it was based on only like tradition, basically, and no reasoning.
That's
This is
we.
basically-
You never mentioned the word tradition.
Yeah, I said because it's illogical the first
Oh,
time.
right. Okay. No, what you said was they're brainwashed. And they're brainwashed, it means it's illogical. And then I
Yeah,
proved
the
to you
main
how it's
issue I'm
actually
trying-
not
the
illogical.
main story I'm trying to tell you is
Yeah.
that I had an issue with it because I thought it was based on something else than logic.
Okay,
Which
the
is,
only
in this case, I thought tradition.
The problem is, Zen, that you're talking about level 1 type arguments of this current discussion. Religious people are controlled. Amazing. Thank you for enlightening us. The only problem is that when you look in depth in the conversation, you understand how there's an overarching connection between multiple things that exist within the universe and how they all come together to form some shit show of a scenario where essentially you have an entire population of human beings, or potentially even the fucking world eventually, of human beings who have so much potential, but they're being essentially gripped down to a fucking hook or an anchor where they essentially cannot escape from. So yes, no, they're brainwashed, level 1 argument. They're biological, we already dismantled that one. So yes, Xen, you were asked to describe the color of the t-shirt. You couldn't do that. What you could do is, you said it was a t-shirt. That's about as far as you got. So you said you're wearing the same t-shirt as you wore 10 years ago.
Never mind, we're not gonna...
Yeah, I know we're not gonna,
reveal
because you
this. I know
just
99%.
lie. Yeah.
And you just wait and let me
Yeah.
say 5 sentences.
Go
Jesus
for it, man.
Christ.
You've been talking most of the time, but go ahead.
You need to record yourself talking.
Okay,
once, and then
Xen.
timer. Next time we argue, I want you to use the VOD and
Alright.
literally time every second we talk.
I'm not going to do that. If you want to go and do that, considering you're the one who wants to throw claims on my way, yeah, go ahead and do that.
Sure. Basically, you just said I talk more than you, but anyways.
In this conversation, that's not what I said. What I said in this conversation, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's the same as normal.
No, it's not.
Anyways. Yes, it is.
No, we've been talking for 2 months.
Okay,
this
okay,
conversation
I
is not
don't
2
care about
months.
this argument.
Yeah,
Let's
I
just
know
say
you
you're
don't.
right. You're
But you
perfectly
just want to
right,
throw
you're right.
claims my
Yeah,
way.
I don't
Keep
care.
going.
My point is, why are you so set on not reading it? That's the question.
Because it doesn't change anything.
How do you know this?
It doesn't change anything. It's not going to change my view on human beings and why it's valuable and why killing each other and
Yeah,
why
but
eventually.
you're telling this to someone who in the
Again,
past
interrupting. Keep going.
What? Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, you will? Okay, yeah. So eventually you're going to come to the conclusion where, yeah, killing each other, it's not just killing each other. It's essentially, if I acknowledge human beings to have an immense amount of potential and that we could potentially be this type 1 civilization, then anything hindering us from that is essentially holding us back. Now, I'm probably going to base this off of what is holding us back the most to the least and have the greatest amount of disrespect for the thing that is holding us back the most and a little bit and less to the one that holds us back the least. As far as I'm concerned, religion is about as far back as you can possibly get. So yes, that's where my...
Okay, so basically, my question is, let's say you read it and you get convinced, you think this is the truth about the world, right? But they are killing, some random guy called Dave is killing someone over it. Now what?
I don't understand what you
Basically
just
gonna
said.
say, fuck the truth, I'm just gonna ignore it because some guy called Dave killed someone over a scripture which he's taking out of context and lying about.
Nobody has an idea of what you're talking about. If this seems analogous to the situation we have on planet Earth
Okay,
right now, good luck.
Some people, I'm literally gonna give the exact thing
Mm-hmm.
we have on Earth. Some people are killing each other because of basically out of context religion, basically, right?
I don't know what that means.
People are misusing verses, like fucking ISIS and shit isn't fucking
Mhm.
using actual verses. There, you
Mhm.
looking at like 5 sentences and taking it out of context and bending it like a fucking piece of paper into origami to fucking.
We
change the
understand.
story.
Get to the point.
Okay, so let's say you read this and you are convinced this is the truth of life, but at the same time there's still people taking those verses out of context and using it for their own gain. Why the fuck would you say to yourself, well, there's causing issues because of this particular thing, which I do believe is the truth, so fuck it, I guess. I believe it's the truth, but I'm gonna ignore the truth.
Nope, that's not
Why
what I'm
would
going to
you
do. That's not what I'm going to do. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to say the same thing as I probably would say had I read the Quran, which is, well, that is a consequence of Islam, is it not?
No.
Oh, okay, so you're coming to the conclusion that ISIS would just come about without Islam being present.
I think if
And you think that's a logical conclusion to come to?
ISIS came about because of a specific historical conflict between countries, and then I would literally tell you that
Islam
if
had
ISIS
nothing to do
were
with it.
Wait. If
Even though
ISIS
they're
were to
literally
be-
called Islamic State it's
Yeah, I
literally
know.
so nothing to do with Islam.
Listen, I believe that if ISIS was like a Christian fucking organization, if ISIS was from a Christian country, it would
Yeah.
be the fucking Christian state, and it would do the exact same.
Amazing.
with
Then it would be a
Christian law.
consequence of Christianity.
Yeah, and if they were to be atheists, they would take
Consequence of atheism.
They would take the research of a fucking scientist out of context and say, actually, this research says A and B, so we're gonna kill you now.
Okay, I don't know what that's got to do. Okay, so no, anything that it comes about, regardless of Islam's intentions, Christianity's
What if it's
intentions.
atheism?
Okay, even if it's atheism. Yeah, even
So
if it's
then
atheism.
has negative consequences.
Of course it fucking does. Why would you even ask that? Everything
So
has negative and
atheism
positive
has negative
consequences,
consequences
moron.
now.
What the
Wait,
fuck?
wait. Atheism has negative consequences now. Thus, you're gonna. What religion will you convert to not be an atheist?
No religion.
That's atheism. Wait.
No,
Okay, let's say
you
they're
can be agnostic.
Let's say ISIS is agnostic and they're taking scientific research papers and using it, bending it, forming it like origami paper to kill people. Now, are you gonna become Christian or Muslim or Jewish to avoid being the same religion as ISIS?
Nobody said that. Why?
Huh?
Why would I say that? Why do I need to become anything?
Well, you clearly use this whole argument of, well, they're
No, I
religion is
don't.
causing
What have
people
I
to
said to
kill,
you?
blah, blah, blah.
What have I said to
So
you?
you
I-
would need to agree with me that agnosticism is a cancer of Earth now because ISIS happens to be agnostic.
Well, if that were the case, Xen, then I would observe it accordingly. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that's not the case. And actually, when you look at ISIS, Islam is literally embedded within their name. So yes, Islam is a component of it. Regardless of if it was an intention of Islam, they are a consequence. So yes, that's why I would look at it.
Okay,
And I
so
can
my
observe,
question
wait, no.
is-
Right. So here's how it goes. Regardless of the intentions that human beings had when they originated religion, okay, inevitably there are consequences. I'm looking at the consequences and I'm going, not looking too good, guys. All right?
Okay, so my question is, why are you defaulting to the conclusion this is because of religion? Religion is evil. I can't ever believe in religion.
Why would
What
I
if
not?
you wait.
Why would I
What
not?
if you were convinced by the religion? Would you then say because people are using it out of context and doing shit things with it, what would you do?
It doesn't
basically?
matter if they are taking it out of context and doing shit things with it. It's a derivative of Islam, Christianity, and just happens to be very, very connected. Yes.
Okay, so if that was the case,
That is the
you were
case.
Convinced of what?
That is the case. But
Yes,
yeah.
that is the case. If you were convinced of a religion, right?
Mhm.
And that religion has a certain group like this, what would you do? Would you not be
ignorant.
the religion and just ignore your beliefs?
What are you saying? Say again.
If you were convinced by that religion that had this group of people in it, what would you do? Would you just
Convinced of
not
what,
believe in your own
Zen?
religion
Convinced
anymore
of
because
what?
they are there?
Nothing
What?
you makes sense. Convinced of what, Zen? When you say you are convinced of that
Let's
group of
say-
people.
Let's say you read the Quran and then you're convinced that Islam is the truth and God is real.
Amazing.
Would you now ignore the whole religion and just be like, oh, never mind, actually, I believe it's the truth, but I don't care because of this group?
They are a consequence of it. So yes, it's a
what?
negative part of it.
Even if you call it that, so what?
It's a negative part of it. The question is, Xen, does it benefit humanity or does it not? If it doesn't, get it the fuck out. If it does, keep it. It's about as simple as it comes.
Can you answer the question I asked you?
I just did.
So what would you do?
I would look at what is going on. Is it more beneficial that it stays around or is it less
No, the
beneficial?
question is, if you believe the religion was the truth, what would you do? Would you not? What would you do with your personal beliefs?
Well,
and
obviously, for some reason, I don't base my decisions upon my beliefs, Xen. I like to look at data and I like to look at real world facts. So then my question would be, regardless of what it is I read and what it is I believed, what is actually happening, Xen? In that hypothetical that you're
why
giving
would
me.
you care about human life?
Why do I care about human life?
Yeah.
Because I'm alive and I'm a human being, and so are you, and so is my mother, my dad,
Why
my
do you
brother, my
matter?
sister.
Why do you matter?
What do you mean? Why do I matter?
Yeah, why do you care about yourself?
Because I'm here. I'm a conscious being that is experiencing a conscious.
Why
What?
does that matter? Is the question.
Well, because it's
What's the
beautiful.
core? If you
It's
go all the
beautiful.
way back,
It's mysterious. It's mysterious. It's a beauty. It's the universe. Like I look up in awe and everything.
you have this list, right? Of I care about this because of this. I care about this.
Yeah,
this,
I know.
this,
We
this.
tried to do it with you, but you were incapable of following it down. So let's see how good I do with it. Go on, then challenge me.
Okay, what's the core reason? Why do you necessarily care about human life, human beauty, human
Yep.
suffering? Why does it matter?
Because it's a fear of the unknown and it's a love for order. In other words, within the universe, everything is chaotic. And within chaos, there is the unknown. And you can look at these from things like death, example. We greatly fear death. Hence why we have things like religions to explain something, to give us something at least to point to that happens after death. So we're not that scared anymore. Now it's no longer the unknown. We've attached some level of order to it. So that's why it is. And we inherently value order because with order comes life. With chaos
So your
comes death.
beliefs are based upon a fear, you're saying.
All our beliefs are based upon a fear and a love of some kind, yes.
So why do you say to me that your beliefs are based on reality instead of beliefs?
Because fear is reality, Xen.
Because fear is reality.
Yes.
My beliefs are also reality. My brain
When
cells
I
that
get
have-
scared, that is real.
What?
When I get scared, or when we get scared, that is real.
Yes, and when I have an opinion, my brain cells contain the opinion, so it's real. That's not really a nice argument.
Okay, I don't know what part of fear is not real to you.
It's literally just chemicals in your brain.
Amazing. And what else?
It's
Are you now convinced that, oh, it's not real, guys? Why are you worrying about it, right? Yeah?
No, I get why you're worrying about it. That's because your brain is wired that way. But you can't say it's based on facts. Emotions are not
Of course, it's,
facts.
but what do you mean? Emotions are not facts. If there's anything more real than this life, it's our emotion, like our feelings.
No, it's not.
Okay,
can
when
have
you get
random-
scared, Xen, when you next time
I
you
can
get
give you a
scared, no,
feel that
here's how
makes
it
you
goes.
scared.
Considering that you're not convinced enough that feelings are real. Next time you get scared, just tell yourself, hey, those are just chemicals. No reason to be scared. When somebody holds a gun to your head and is about to shoot your fucking brains out, tell yourself, hey, remember that conversation. Emotions are not real.
In this case, the real thing is the gun. But if I, for example,
Oh,
do
it's
a load of
real
drugs-
now. Wait a minute. So what part of your
If I
feelings?
do a load of-
What about your
if I,
fear?
for
Is it not real?
Okay, if I, for example, do a load of drugs, I get scared for no fucking reason.
Are we
If I,
about
for
to go down
example-
some other rabbit hole? Where are you going with this? How about you
Okay,
just
my
get it?
point
Yeah,
is,
let's go to the point.
Fears may be based on reality, but they aren't in themselves reality. You can be scared for a non-logical reason.
Amazing. We're still scared though.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically,
It's basically how we make
Yeah,
every
you're-
decision
you're
in the
linking-
entirety of
you're
human
linking-
history.
You're linking your opinions on.
It's not
something in
opinions.
your head.
That's genuinely how we make decisions.
You're okay. So you're saying me right now, you make decisions based on emotions.
No, you want to put that in my fucking mouth, but no, Xen, what we believe in, which is what we talked about. You remember you were asking me why, right? So I'm telling you, that's where you go to. What is at the end of it, you ask me? And I just jump to the end of it, because that's where it ends up. It's a fear of the unknown.
Okay, but I'll tell you what I wanted you to say. What I think.
I know what
is
you
the
wanted me to say. Yeah, go
What?
for it. Yeah, go for
Yeah,
it.
what I think the actual reason is.
Yeah, go for it.
You have in your head a certain belief that the only thing that matters is how humans feel and how happy they are and how whatever liberal. So you have certain
Liberal,
values
happy.
in
I
your
was
head.
just talking about the fear of the unknown, but now we've somehow gone to the liberal cuck shit, right? Yeah, amazing.
It's not all that. You, for
Amazing,
example, also
yeah.
think, like have certain values about freedom. For
What a
example, these
simplification of a genuinely complex fucking thing. But yeah, go for it, Xen.
Okay, you have
Convenient
certain
that you would do
opinions.
that.
Are you gonna keep interrupting me? You have certain opinions about, for example, freedom. These opinions are what drive you to make certain conclusions. So my point is, it's maybe the decisions that drive you to make conclusions.
Convenient that
or
you
the
would say that.
opinions, sorry, not decisions. The opinions that drive you to make certain conclusions
Mhm.
those maybe will.
I
actually
love
change.
that you went down that path, because you know what now I'm about to do? I'm about to hang up a mirror and make you look real good into it. But go ahead, finish your thing.
You're about to what?
I'm about to hold up a mirror to you and like point that right back in your face. But yeah, keep going. Finish what you wanted to say.
Okay, I'm finished. Tell me the mirror
Okay,
joke.
so according to you, is my beliefs lead me down a certain path that make certain decisions that lead to certain outcomes, correct?
Yes.
Does that apply to Islam as well?
To Islam is a religion, not a person.
Okay, does that apply to Muslims then?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. So, your beliefs drive you to make certain decisions that have certain outcomes. True. Right, there you go. So, Islam, regardless of what it intended to do, which was my original argument, certain outcomes arise because of your actions. You don't intend to do bad things. I don't look at Muslims and say, oh yeah, you were born on this planet to just create fucking chaos, or Christians or Buddhists or whatever. I'm looking at them all independently, which is why I will eventually come to the conclusion that I don't have as much of a problem as I do with Buddhists. You know why? Because they just tend to not fucking kill like random people. They just mind their own goddamn business. But you look at Islam and they're fucking hanging people, still whipping people, killing people for like genuinely like things. So it's just like, yeah.
As I was saying, certain actions are unrelated to religion, and it's
Unrelated.
the freedom and the choice of.
What about
certain-
Sharia law?
Yeah, Sharia law. My point of this.
Wait, is that
maybe
part of your religion?
opinions on this, and maybe the things that drive you
Is
to
that
say
is that a
bad-
part of your religion?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
What I
so
was
is that
saying-
directly
Just
associated with
let me
religion?
talk my shit,
Yeah, but
because
I have
now
a
you're
genuine
just-
question. Is
I'm
that
trying to actually talk.
is
say
that
something,
yeah, but is
you're
that connected
interrupting
to
me
your
and you-
religion? Because according to you, it
Absolutely
just
not.
matters that it's not out of context and not connected to your religion, which you're convinced that I'm like delusional about. When I look at Sharia law, is that directly associated with your
What I'm
religion?
referring to is not Sharia law.
Okay, so what I care about is Sharia law. Okay, so when I care about Sharia law, that's what I care about, Xen. I
Yeah.
care about Sharia
No,
law.
What I'm referring to was things like ISIS, for example.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. Sharia law, Xen, is that a part of
My answer
of
to that
Muslims?
would be, maybe if you read it, you'll change your
Okay,
opinion.
no, Xen, is Sharia law a part
Yeah.
of Islam, and that is a direct, it's
Yes.
not out of context, is it?
Yes.
And what is the one statement that I've said time and time again is that I have a problem not with the
Yes, my
Quran
point
or
is
Muslims,
maybe
it is with, it is with, it is with,
Bullshit.
it is with, what is it with, Xen? Sharia law.
Yeah, I know.
There
My
you
thing
go.
is-
So that doesn't change it. It's not out
my
of
thing is
context.
my thing is maybe the opinions that lead you to the
It won't.
conclusion that Sharia law is a bad thing
It won't.
will actually change.
It
if
won't.
You read the religious
It will
scripture.
not. It will not. Guess
is
why?
Sharia law?
Guess why?
How do you know?
Because Sharia law will still be doing the same things it's doing, and considering that my
Maybe you
value.
will think those good things are actually good things.
No, you're not going to make bad things good things just by reading a goddamn book, then.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
You can. Okay, can I tell you
That
something?
well, you can
By-
if you're
by-
3
by-
years old
by
and you know
changing
nothing
your-
about life.
Listen, by changing your opinions, it can make you think certain things.
Wait, he thinks he's saying
out of-
something philosophical
Can I
right now.
finish my fucking statement?
Yeah, but you
It can make
genuinely think you're
certain
saying
things
something
out of-
intelligent right now.
It can make certain things that you previously thought.
No
were
shit,
wrong.
Sherlock. Keep yapping. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You're saying elementary shit right now.
Yeah, it can change your
Yeah,
opinions.
the only
make certain
difference
things-
is.
You don't know what I'm about to say.
I just know, bro.
Certain
Just keep
things of which
yapping.
You thought as bad, it can make good. Some things of which you thought as it can make bad. Finally, Jesus.
Wow! What a fucking explosion, fucking mind thoughts you just had. Wow! Holy shit, Xen, did you think of that all by yourself, brother? Did you think of that one all by yourself?
Apparently, you don't.
No, dumbass, I'm 30 years of age, all right? I'm not a 7-year-old child, and this application that you just fucking philosophically mentioned, or you just explained why knowledge is important. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. The problem is that as you exit fucking childhood, teenage years, you go out into the world, you adventure, you experience. Guess what? Not all knowledge comes from books, Xen. So the problem with your analogy is, at 30 years of age, if you think that the only thing that's been holding me back from something that's just revolutionary, something that is just going to change my worldview, is one book. I have 30 years of experience with life, and you think one book is going to change my worldview?
Yes.
so drastically that I'm going to stop valuing humanity. You're insane.
Why don't you just see
You're
it?
insane, Xen.
Why don't you read it?
I've never read a book in my life, Xen. I doubt.
I don't get it.
No, Xen. It's just you have provided me no.
Bro, what the fuck was that?
That was.
I'm gonna go, by the way, because it's late as shit.
Oh my goodness.
I'll see you later, okay?
Okay.
Right, we've got our second degenerate.
Jesus Christ, what was that?
I don't know, but he's now in the degenerates.
Fucking
And he's never getting back in here again.
Fucking hell.
Holy shit.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I don't know. I was kind of holding this back because I didn't want to interrupt, but it is going back. But you said because you look at the data, right?
It's a bunch of
Which is
things,
why
my guy.
you-
Yeah, it's a bunch of things,
Pardon?
but yeah. It's probably a
Yeah.
combination of a lot of things, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But one of your points you made that I can't say verbatim, so it's like, blah. I don't support this. I don't support Islam because I look at the data and I look what's happening around me, and so, am I right so far? It's like, am I? Like you look at the data and that's why you don't
Yep.
support Islam or you don't want to read the Quran. I want to ask, do you support capitalism? Do you support that type of stuff?
No, I do to a certain extent, some of those things more than others, but nothing I support entirely means that I acknowledge that they have problems.
Okay. So
Just usually when I make
basically, what the point is that-
usually when I come to a conclusion of if I like something or I don't like something, it has to do with the pros versus the cons.
Okay. So it's gonna sound really patronizing, but what would you say the pros and the cons of Islam are?
The pros and the
Or just
cons of
religion in
Islam.
general?
The pros are you probably have a lot of social security, and I don't mean like the type that comes from the government. I mean like you have an inherent civilization of human beings who all naturally believe in the same thing. And although in the West example we can point to how a woman having more freedoms within the household would eventually lead to her potentially like discovering herself and have like general positive outcomes on her life. Regardless of those beliefs, when you acknowledge that within a civilization or a society of people that everybody agrees to believe in the same thing, now we can argue about this is where my differences come in. I don't have a specific problem with that. That sounds perfect in and of itself. Is because that erases any variables, meaning that the moment me and you move into the house, meaning me and my new wife, whatever, we already acknowledge what is going to happen. We do not need to have in-depth conversations about how it is we want to run things. And things are just genuinely going to be more simple, which could potentially lead to less problems arising. The only problem is that is forced upon the moment you realize that the consequences of not doing those things are vast and extreme, meaning even in some cases, like if you were to abandon your faith, you would end up dead in some fucking states. So yes, you never know what is what. And my thing is that I would never be able to sleep at night because I would essentially be thinking, is that my wife? Is she with me because she wants to be with me? Or is she with me because Islam has told her, or she's read from the Quran that that's her job, and essentially I'm just a pawn in the chess piece. I could say the same thing for my friends. I could say the same things for my family, because it's like the moment I abandon Islam, well, now nobody gives a fuck about me. So yes, it's very scary. So the cons outweigh the pros. So there are pros. It's just, yeah.
Understand. And then no, I understand. I was just like, it was a question.
Yeah.
And also I have another question. So you said also that you think that religion is holding us back from a type 1 society, I believe. Correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah. It's not.
Yes,
That's
what-
like
what is
that's like very far future, very technological, very AI oriented. But yes, the idea is why does type 1 matter to me? Because we're essentially talking about immortality. We're essentially talking about moving away from
But
the
what is your idea of this type of society?
Huh?
I think I've got bad Wi-Fi right now. I was saying, what is your idea of this type 1 society? Like, what would it look like? What would it entail?
I don't know if you know about like what it means when you say type. Do you know about the different types
No,
society?
I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so there was a theorist in the back who basically wanted to discover, how would we be able to differentiate between different civilizations throughout the galaxy or throughout the universe? And essentially, after a bunch of different like formulas and calculations and shit, he eventually arrived at a place where he said that we can calculate how advanced a civilization is by simply analyzing what is their consumption of energy. So in other words, how much energy do you consume? And considering you consume more than this threshold, then that would put you into that category or vice versa. And there are 7 different types of civilizations. We are in type 0, meaning that we consume a certain number. I don't really remember the number, but if we were to pass the threshold, we will eventually reach type 1. And the idea of why it is centered around energy is because the more energy we consume, it naturally means that we are using certain types of technologies, and those technologies allow us to harness even more energy. And you're essentially talking type 1 has devices and machines that inevitably you can think of them like life-sucking, draining vampires of the sun. Okay, these are machines that encompass the sun and just like suck out all the energy from the sun. That's like type 1 civilization. That's not where we are. We're type 0. We're nowhere near. Yeah.
And may I ask, how do you think that religion is holding us back from achieving that?
Well, here's the problem. The problem is that humanity, I don't think I would be over exaggerating if I said that all of the world's problems come down to misunderstandings between human beings. In other words, if me and Xen misunderstand each other one time, then it's okay, really, isn't it? It's not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
If we misunderstand each other a second time, it now is worse, but it's still nothing, right? Now repeat that process another 100 times, and eventually you end up at a place where we start what? We no longer have exited the realm of this doesn't really matter to now we're genuinely fighting if this is happening in reality, right?
Yep.
If just every time we meet up, we just start the same conversation and reach the same conclusion in the end, then inevitably what's going to happen is we're going to create resentment for one another and hate and hatred. There is a reason why I'm going down this path, but essentially it comes to a place where, given that you have enough misunderstandings between you, you eventually arrive at a place where you hate each other and inevitably kill each other. That's basically explained every war in history. Now, why does religion matter? Well, because as long as we have a foundation on which that questioning certain things outside of okay, so I'm going to stop trying to talk smartly. Okay, so religion says that you are faithful. So this is literally, by definition, blindly trusting God, right? I think even you acknowledge that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. It's purest form. Like that's what it comes down to. Like a monk in the fucking, like in the middle of the mountains, sacrificed his entire life to, pray to God, whatever. It doesn't matter how real or not real God is, that person has essentially taken an oath to do that. It's very important. So by doing that, you're essentially saying that, okay, so if that person were to not be faithful and actually do the opposite, which is not to be blindly trusting, but to open their eyes and, observe things for what they are, and inevitably just leave it up to what the scenario is. Do I trust this or do I not trust this? Because I'm looking at it and I can see it for what it is. The moment you try to do that, you've you no longer are in the realm of faithfulness, and that is not incentivized within religious communities, at least not religious communities. As an individual, yes, I can imagine to a certain extent you could do it. Nobody around is there to judge you. But within religious societies, you're not incentivized to do that, because if you do that, if you question things, if you ask too many questions about things, you're essentially going to be shunned, or it's not going to be advantageous for you, even in this life. Not even mentioning the afterlife, where you can essentially be, held accountable for your sins. It's like blasphemy. It's like all of these things. So yeah, you're not incentivized to challenge it. So if you can't challenge it, if you can't open your eyes and see it for what it is, well then how do you know that it's the right thing to trust? And given that we don't have enough data there, I'm not the one acknowledging whether God exists or doesn't exist. As far as I'm concerned, it's a coin flip. And I don't really think we should be paying attention to that, at least not for now. That's my stance on religious. So yeah, I think that there's no incentives there for people to challenge God from within, like being religious. So therefore, anybody who enters the religious realm is by default put into a position where they shouldn't challenge God or the word of God, and they should just be faithful to blindly trust. And as long as that happens, you also have a group of people from outside who are looking and are not blindly trusting government, example, or the way of life. They are observing and they trust things that should be trusted, and they don't trust things that don't be trusted. At least that's our hope. Well, now you've got two communities. You've got one that's blindly walking around, and you've got another one that's not blindly walking around. They're walking around with their eyes open. Now, you can obviously come to the conclusion that these people are going to misunderstand each other. Yeah. And probably more than anybody else, because while religious is there and society is here, there is nothing else that is as pervasive as religious. So it's like, close your eyes and just go along. That's religion, okay? These people are like, no, if I don't see something, if I can't touch, feel, smell, or taste it, it's not happening, my guy. And we are not going to make decisions, especially not make decisions based on something that you have blindly come to a conclusion of. Like, no, we're not doing that. But these guys, that's their best case scenario. That's what success looks like for them, for the religious. For the societal people, that's what success looks like for them, is making decisions with open eyes. So you inherently have two people with two different value sets trying to make decisions for what we do in the future, when in reality is they never agreed in the first place, and they're never going to agree. So yes, there is nothing as pervasive as religion when it comes to decision making, and inherently people are going to misunderstand each other and lead to conflicts. And yes, if I'm going to have to choose between the two, I'm going with the one that has their eyes open, considering that it matters where we go next.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of rebuttals to that.
All right.
It'll be harder to remember them all because I didn't write them down. But my main one was so you're saying that religion throughout history, true, has been more pervasive. But I think in the modern day, I mean, you have things like the Cold War, which nearly put the humanity on the brink of destruction between two people who you could say had their eyes open. They were capitalism, which is not atheist per se, but it's not a religion. And you have communism, which is two different belief values. So if you're saying the different belief values is like something that's tearing us apart, if there's no religion to tear us apart as a beliefs value, then we're just going to have a completely different one, such as capitalism and communism, which is going to tear us apart. It's like we have conflicting, what do you call it? Conflicting ideals. And so that would be my rebuttal to that. And then another rebuttal I would make is, shit, I've forgotten it. Shit, wait.
Do you want me to answer that one until you think of it?
Yeah, you answer this
Okay.
one.
So when you're considering that Cold War is the one that you used, I'm going to stick on that one. Okay, so while I did give a generalized concept of how it is I see things, you can still understand that even though you have the societal people, as I mentioned them previously, and the religious people, these guys are blindly trusting and these guys have their eyes open. You can understand that different aspects or different nations of societies have their eyes like slightly closed to like wide open. Essentially, you can that would probably be the scenario. The question is, well, who has their eyes more open, considering that that's beneficial. Now, when you look at the Cold War, you're essentially talking about the Soviet Union. Now, even though the Soviet Union can be seen as it was against the Allies or the US or whatever, you have to also take into account that the whole of the USSR was being taken down a path, dragged down a path where they had already amassed hundreds of millions of deaths, some of the highest amounts of death tolls within the shortest period of time. And they're all blindly following these leaders who essentially don't have the right idea, right? That's the concept of that one. And so then your arguments on that would be, well, obviously, if you think they weren't on the right path, well, then it means the Americas were. Well, that in that scenario, yes, they had their eyes more open than the Soviet Union. The question is now, because this is a good rebuttal, because then, according to you, is how do we know who has their eyes more wide open? And then my argument to you would be, well, you would have to consider two scenarios. One, they've obviously weighed the pros and cons of their decision making. Now, this would probably look like, yes, there are going to be problems with the way we apply this. This is just reality. This is the consequences of the situation. But given that we pay the price, we are going to achieve more progress than anybody else. That's number one. And it's going to come at a risk that anyway would have come about had we applied your thing that would result in less progress. So when we say progress, obviously, my main thing is immortality and human beings traveling the universe and like acquiring knowledge about everything and anything, well, you can imagine that progress to me is like the most important thing. And knowledge is a big component of that. So yes, that would be my argument for that one. So I don't think the USSR is the one you want to point to, because as far as I'm concerned, they're just like you're talking about a nation of people that are following a leader. Yeah, like it's
The leader is the religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That probably isn't an
I've been arguing in the war channel on Discord. Yeah, Lou, do your thing. No worries. My chat sucks. Yeah, go.
But as I was saying, not as I was saying, I have a. So you said when you're weighing up the pros and cons of choosing between who is more with their eyes open.
Yeah.
Right. You could then apply that to say that it's just going to result in an infinite loophole because you're weighing up the pros and cons, but sometimes something, it will just sort of end up back in faith, in that you're not blindly putting your faith in, but you're putting your faith in one side or the other. And so you could apply that back to religion, right? So I'm going to give a personal example for me. I looked at religion, I read the books, I weighed up the pros and cons of the religion itself, not of the people who practice it. And then I looked at the people who practiced it, of course. That's going to be that's going to have an effect. But I looked at the religion first, and I weighed up the pros and cons. The pros, and so if we're talking on a completely spiritual level, completely, what do you call it? Yeah, completely spiritual level. The pros and cons of religion will have more pros, because on the one hand, you believe in this, you go to heaven. On the cons, you don't believe in it, you either go to hell. It's like Pascal's wager. You either believe in it and go to heaven, or there's nothing. Win, draw / lose, or you don't believe in it, you go to hell, lose / draw.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that I would dedicate my whole life to religion and let it hold me back from doing things. Like, of course not. Like, I'm currently I'm trying to play rugby professionally. So religion is not the main director of my life.
Yeah.
And that it's not going to hold me back from my dreams. And I'm pretty sure most religions, I know Islam because I've had a debate about this, but maybe for women actually, but the whole point of Christianity, I'll just say for Christianity or Judaism, is that you try and achieve your goals in life. You want to do what you want to do, but then you've always got to remember the person who created you, the person who put you there. That would be my rebuttal to that. And also, I remember the other thing, but it's sort of related, in that you're saying that it's sort of related to what I've just said. it's that the blindly part where you say they're blindly following. If they have weighed up the pros and cons, then I would argue that that's not blindly. And if you want to say not on a completely spiritual level and based off of a evidence level, you can there are many different arguments for why religion either does or doesn't exist, and someone could have looked at these arguments and seen which they think is the most valid, the most logically true. That's my thought.
Okay. So the way you're looking at it is essentially looking at it kind of like from my perspective, instead of the societal analysis where they have their eyes a little bit open to completely open. As far as you're concerned, that same rule applies within religion. So you've got some people who have their eyes more open than others, right? Let's just assume, or more closed if that was even a possibility. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Would you then agree that the more faithful you are, the more rewarded you would be within religious communities?
What do you mean by that?
Well, we can assume like monks who dedicate their lives to God,
right.
and they send themselves to the peaks of the fucking mountains where they just live there for like until the day they die, and they eat like really like small amounts of food, and all they do is just pray and they do nothing else. I mean, you can imagine like they are would you think that they have their eyes like completely shut, right?
Okay, so I think that yes, they would. I would agree. They would be more exalted in the religious communities. Like, if I was a Buddhist, I'd look at those monks and say,
Yeah.
they're very good for God.
Yeah.
But the whole idea is that the reason, like, I'm making an assumption that you think the reason that people are more faithful is to impress the people within the community.
No. It's to be more close to God. Because the more you close your eyes, the more you are saying, "I trust you, God." And I know, and I know that you're guiding me. You just have this unwavering, yeah.
So I'm not sure about most religions, but
Yeah.
some religions, such as like from my point of view, Judaism and probably Christianity as well. I'm not sure about them, but the idea is that I can I can do these things to get close to God, but ultimately at the final day, I know that if I do them or not, as long as I'm faithful and I remember that God's there and I try my best, because obviously I'm gonna fail. I'm not gonna be perfect. I'm not gonna like be sinless, because that's just completely impossible. But as long as I'm trying, I'm still gonna end up in the final place. So I would argue that if someone wants to spend their lives living close to God and it makes them happy, and it's what they feel that their purpose is, just like how I would argue that a woman living in Sharia law, if she wants to like work in the city, I think that she should be allowed to. I think if someone wants to do something and they feel it's their purpose, their calling in life, they should be free to do that. And I don't think it's necessarily holding people back, because I think if you were to like stop someone from doing it, it would be, I don't know, it would make them feel more resentful towards the thing that they're having to do next, or not resentful, but they're less inclined to want to do it. So it's not as productive. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but I would then also say, and again, and as you said, I don't want to sound like all like offensive on this, but I mean, as far as you're concerned, like the only reason you have that opinion and you have that stance is simply because of the time horizon that you live in, and you are not giving at all any credit whatsoever to society for pulling us out of absolutely theistic or like autocratic or like monarchistic societies or environments that we used to live in when we were like fucking agrarianism or whatever. And then beyond that, like they would just like everything's like religious. And then we come now to the present day where the only reason why you can have the opinion that I feel like people should be allowed to do whatever they want, and like they can still be like, not whatever they want, just like, you know, don't break the sins or whatever. But you realize that the only reason you have that privilege to begin with nowadays is because it's not religion that decided that. Religion fought very hard for this not to happen. Society is the one who essentially brought us to where we are today. You realize that, right? And that if religion, and if religion had it its way, we would all be essentially like confined within tight-knit communities and we obeyed every single command to the absolute T, and fuck your conception of what it means to have the freedom to go out and work. Nah, unless it's for God, you ain't working for shit, mate. That's how that goes. So yeah, there you go.
So I have an issue with this.
Yeah.
So while I agree that it is religion that's done this, I would argue that it's more religion as in the people who are behind religion. So the people who are like the heads of churches, the Catholic Church. But what they don't realize, they fail to understand, is that like the true idea of God and what God wills is that God has given us free will to choose whether we want to follow him or not, of what we want to do. And so the idea is that you shouldn't be forcing people, you should be allowing them to have their freedom of will. So I think that the societal aim of having people do whatever they want is a lot more in line with the pure, like, take out the corruption and the influences of people and greed. Pure religion, pure God, society would agree with, like, that the ideals coincide with those.
Wait a
God
minute.
has
So
given us our freedom of, like, God gives us freedom of will.
okay, we need to
choose whether we
separate
want to
two
do that.
things, because when I attack religion, you're going to go to God. When I attack God, you're going to go to religion. So
Yeah.
I need you to hold one stance, all right?
Okay.
And so my criticism is always towards religion. Now, when I say religion, I'm not talking about average people that go to church on Sunday and just like, that's pretty much it. I'm talking about the institution of religion, okay? I'm not talking about praying to God. I'm not criticizing people who believe in God. As far as I'm concerned, those people can coexist with society. Those people still work. Those people still contribute. Those people still do all of those things. Problem I have is with religion. Hence why I have the very extreme opinions that I do when it comes to the extremes, like Islam, for example, for having things like Sharia law. Because in that place, you don't get to do whatever you want. You do only what the religion wants you to do. You don't get to make your own decisions. Those decisions are already made for you from the day you are born. And given that religion was given the go-ahead, that would be the norm. And I hope you realize that and understand that. Because if your argument is, oh, you do?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, because if your argument is, well, wait a minute, why do you hate people who just like want to pray and they believe in the word of God? I don't give a fuck about that. I agree with you. Like anybody who wants to just to like read their Bible and just like do their own thing, the moment it becomes institutionalized, is when it becomes a problem to me. Because institutions make decisions. Decisions affect all our lives. And considering that these institutions depend on how big they are to then have a bigger outcome, we'll then just take it to the extreme form, and you essentially have a huge institution that is ruled by religion that is essentially making decisions that affect all human beings. We don't want that. We don't want that because, again, we've already understood that when it comes to the individual, as far as I'm concerned, ain't no problem with your Bibles, your Torahs, your Qurans, with God, with Allah, with Shiva. It doesn't make a difference to me whatsoever. In fact, I find solace in that, or I understand why people go to that. It's not a problem for me to conceptualize. My problem comes when the institutions, because institutions are run by people, not by God. And unless God is the one ruling those institutions, then I'm not going to ever be able to trust them, considering that they themselves saying, hey, we're making decisions blind. It's like entrusting somebody to drive the fucking car while they're not looking. Yeah.
Wait, have you put out or are you still talking?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So, what was I gonna say? Wait. Okay, so I accept what you've said. It's valid. Like, the fact that humans are always going to corrupt the religions, I'm agreeing with you on here. And I don't think that it should be institutionalized. I think we should take steps to stop that. I think it should be separation of church and state. I agree with you on all these factors.
Not just wait. I want to introduce that. Not just separation of church and state. That we already have, and Islam is finding it really hard to deal with that one. But no, I'm talking about just like no church. Like no church, no Sundays, none of this shit. Like you want to pray, you want to read your book, you want to do that kind of thing. Like the least amount possible. Like think of it as something you just like do for an hour a day, and that's or every couple of days, whatever. It's a nice little book to pull off a shelf and read and learn from because it has good lessons in it. Give it to your kids to read while they're kids and grow up and learn, why it isn't good to kill people. And here are examples of like stories that we've written, and yeah, that's as far as it needs to be. And then people can pray and they can like believe into that. Like I ain't got no problem with that. An institution is the church. The moment you introduce a church, you understand that people are giving money to that church then grows, and then it is incentivized to bring more and more people to it, because then now you actually have more than just, hey, we're just here to pray. It becomes more than that. They actually influence the decisions of people, and then they go, yeah, but we believe that the nuclear family is essential, and so they're now trying to influence the decision making within the state, within the town, the village, or whatever. Like, I don't think this is.
So would you also agree with banning things such as like parties, like opposition parties who try and set up institutions where they try and educate people? Would you be against all forms of I don't know how to explain this. So say you're living in a capitalist country.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be for banning or not banning? I'm not saying you said ban. Would you be against there being communist institutions where people go in on the Sunday and they go and learn, and then it starts to influence the decisions they make? Would you be against this type of shit for all parties? Because I'm just applying the logic to different things that affect people's ideals.
Yeah, that's a brilliant one. That's a brilliant one. A good one. I will just make note of one thing before I answer that. Okay, so the reason is the only reason why I care about them being institutionalized in the first place is because I know that they're making decisions blind, okay? And which is why I said to you, yeah, that's a really good one. I like that you pointed to that one. That's getting me thinking now, because as long as they're making decisions, because I thought you were originally going to say capitalistic institutions growing, and then my answer would be, well, yeah, obviously I'm okay with that, or parties or whatever. You understand that what I'm trying to get at when it comes to religion? It's they're making decisions blind, and now they are able to make more and more decisions. That's bad. When it comes to communism, okay, communism or socialism?
I don't mean to interrupt. I just joined in. Can you guys
yo, Ilya,
explain what you guys are talking about?
What's up, bro? How you doing, bro? You good?
Bro, I am not. My vacation is over. I was in your Discord a lot, right? I had vacation for 2 weeks. I am working my fucking ass off.
Wait, really?
I just came home from work. Yes.
Oh fuck. Holy shit.
I don't even have time to join in anymore. It's crazy.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Well, I guess it's worth it.
What are you
then.
doing up so late?
Right. So no. We changed our routine. Anyway, we're having the discussion now. So what do we do essentially? Because I'm saying that I don't want, religious institutions to be propped up. That genuinely means anything more than people praying at home or having the Bible at home, anything more than that should be considered a downside to society. That's my position. And so his argument is, okay,
yes,
yeah, but the reason I do that is because they're making decisions blind. And I don't really have a problem with people praying and believing in those values or whatever. My problem comes when you have a church, when you have them getting money, being able to influence decisions. That's why I don't like it. And then you, at the extremes, you look at Islam and you have essentially nations abiding by the law of God.
I just don't get the part where why does there need to be money involved in all this stuff?
Well,
it makes it so smelly.
Yeah, but it makes it easier for them to make decisions.
A lot of smell.
Yeah, but it makes it easier for them to make decisions, which is what they're trying to do, considering that they have one belief structure. Anyway, so he's given me a good counterclaim, which is, okay, well, you're a capitalist. So considering that you're against institutions that you consider to be making bad decisions, why they're making these bad decisions, it is relevant, but he's given me an example of like in capitalism, what do you do when institutions are propped up by people to promote communism? Because it's literally the antithesis of capitalism. My answer is I don't do anything. I don't do anything about that. Because while I don't agree with communism, and while I know that like some people are going to be for it or whatever, I believe in the market. I believe in
What do you
capitalism.
believe in?
I don't
What
think
do you
that
believe in
I don't
most?
think they have closed eyes. I think that even though their eyes are like kind of open, they're still open. They're not closed. So they might be wrong, and I think they're wrong, and we have good reasons to believe they're genuinely wrong. Yeah, they should be allowed. They should be allowed to compete. Yeah.
So religion and economic systems
Yeah.
are based off of different things. Economic systems such as capitalism and communism are based off of the material, the real, okay? Whereas religion is based off the spiritual. So a religion has his eyes closed in the spiritual,
Yep.
In the material, while these material things has their eyes closed in the religion. But they're both quite parallel, I would say, because they're both based off fear of things. Religion is based off of the fear of afterlife,
like
fear
this
of not
guy.
knowing.
I like this guy.
Communism and economic systems, these things are based off of the fear of poverty and not having material good,
Yep.
having to live. So they're both based off of fears. So religion and spiritualism, in a spiritual sense, not
Oh wait, you cut off there. Repeat for the last 10 seconds.
What did I say?
Last 10 seconds. Yeah.
Did I say religion is fear of afterlife?
Yeah.
Okay, so religion, I'm just going to start from it. Religion is the fear of like the unknown, the afterlife, the
Yep.
God, blah, blah, blah. Material being and like economic systems are based off of the fear of quote unquote poverty, not having the material that you want or not having enough
And the
material.
uncertainties that come with those things. Yes,
And
the same
so
thing.
they're
Yeah.
both based off of uncertainty. So I think there's a parallel here.
They are.
In that religion's eyes are open based off the spiritual, while material is eyes closed.
Yep.
Whereas material is eyes closed based off the spiritual, and eyes open based off the material. So this idea that you do nothing about the communist institutions because you have their eyes open in the material is kind of, in my fair and unfair comparison, considering that religion is not affecting completely. I mean, of course, in Islam they have their own monetary system, whereas it's not actually affecting the material, so it's unfair to compare them, and so that means it's unfair to shut down the institutions of religion rather than the institutions of other like opposing economic sides. That's what I would say. And I would also like to add in that if you did shut off the religion, there's always going to be people who radicalize things, such as you have people who radicalize socialism turns into communism, such as people like Pol Pot,
I
Karl
love
Marx.
you, but you weren't saying, how do you do this every day? Thank you, Elias.
Opa, I just want to say one little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I met you in another Discord, right?
Yeah.
Well, I am so happy I invited you over to this Discord.
Wait,
seem to
did
be-
you invite
seem to
him?
be yeah, I was talking to this guy for like 20 minutes, and I really fucking I taken a liking for this guy.
Wait,
so
I remember.
invited him over.
Wait, I remember. Who was it? It was Globalize or Swifty or somebody.
Well, I don't know. I
said-
was talking
yeah,
in
somebody
another
said to
server,
me.
and
"You're-"
I brought him over to this one, but it seems he's enjoying the server as well.
yeah,
right?
somebody
You're
said to
in here
me.
a lot.
Wait, that's really convenient because somebody said to me. I remember it was either Globalize or Swifty said to me, "Yo, I know this one guy. Can he join like debate deathmatch?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, totally.
Yeah,
Just tell
I
him."
asked him. I asked Swifty if he could join.
Whoa.
That was me. Well,
That's
I've
so
taken a liking
chill.
for this guy, but hey, it seems like
He's got
you're
good
in this
arguments.
Discord a lot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes me happy. I'm not here a lot because now I have to work again. I had 2 weeks vacation, so I was here, but you
I've
won't
got
be
one
seeing me a lot because I have to work.
Wait, you have to work real hard now, summertime, huh? Elias, you have to work really hard now. Or is he gone now? Where is he gone? Wait, he's gone. I think he left. Oh, he's here. Wait, you working in the summertime really hard now, huh?
Well, I still do my same job, but it's just more busy right now.
Oh shit.
I need to train people, so I have a lot of people to train, and it's very painful.
Oh fuck. Okay.
You
I
know
get that.
the solar panel shit, right?
Yeah. No. I have no idea. What about solar panels? Sure. Is that your job?
I sell solar panels.
Oh wait, that's dope as shit. Solar panels,
Yeah.
bro.
No,
Oh
I am-
wait.
I'm project manager right now. I am project manager, so it means new guys who are joining right now.
Yeah.
I need to train them.
Mhm.
But it's going to be better. In 2 weeks, I will be a partial owner.
Wow. Good job, man. Good job. I'm glad to hear.
Enough of that shit. I just want to keep your conversation going. I
Yeah.
just want to-
Okay.
I
We
want to
will.
listen
We
to
will.
that.
But as
Yeah,
I
I
was
know. It's a
saying-
good. It's a good challenge.
Can I just finish up?
Oh shit. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't.
Sorry. As I was saying, humans will always find things to radicalize, like not to radicalize them, but there's always going to be hardships, and hardships create radicalism.
Yeah.
So if you look at places like Iraq, which have been like where ISIS are, they've been hurt by the Iraq invasion, the invasion
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Iraq,
yeah.
and things like that. And so people turn to radical things. And in Iraq, they had Islam, so they radicalized Islam. They turned it into the Islamic State.
I
You can
know,
look at
bro.
examples
I know.
such
I
as
know.
Chechnya. Okay, so you now look at places such as Cambodia, right, in 19 whatever, where they've been bombed and they'd faced hardships.
Thank you,
And so
Elias.
they turned to a radical solution, which was communism, which was the Khmer Rouge, and he killed about, I think, a quarter of their population,
Jesus.
and it was Pol Pot. And so my argument is, what I was going to say is that if you take away religion, people are always going to have things that try and take advantage of them and try and like radicalize them
Yeah, I
into
know.
doing these horrible things. So it's gonna. So what I think my final, like what I want to conclude on, and I'll let you carry on after, is that by taking away religion, I don't think that it's going to allow us to progress to this level 1 society. I don't think it's holding us back per se, because our human nature, if we experience a hardship, we're going to turn more towards the radical solutions. I mean, like it's patterned throughout history. Sorry if I'm rambling, but
No, I'm listening to you.
and I'm like carrying on with your logic. You look at the data, the things that happen, and you look at different places. So if we look at Germany in 1923 and 1933, after the
Mhm.
war and after the Great Depression, people turned to radical ideologies because it was quite an atheist regions in the industrial areas. Whereas in regions where it's religious, such as Iraq or Afghanistan, people are turning to the more religious radical solutions to like end their problems. So I would say that if you're going to say that getting rid of religion, which which takes advantage and puts us to radical solutions, you'd also have to also get rid of all of the other possible like
Mhm.
economic or political ideological system.
All right. Okay. Right. I need 5 minutes. I need a piss. I'm gonna take a
Yes,
smoke,
alright.
and then I'll come.
Go on.
I'll come back with an answer. Right. See you in a bit.
Alright, go on. In a bit.
2 seconds, boys. I'll be right back.
Are you guys just silent, or am I bugging out?
I'm back. So how was work, Ilya? I know you said it's tiring, but like, are you even there?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, how is shit like work? And, like,
Oh, like work? Bro, it's exhausting.
Mm.
I work at this sales agency. I've been doing this for like 6 years now, and I'm still the top salesman.
Hey, bro, how old are you?
Take a guess, bro. Take a guess.
19.
What the fuck did you say? Yo.
19.
Yo. Damn, you are right on the fucking money, man.
Bro, you told me.
Ah, come on, don't gaslight me like this, bro. Come on.
No, but I guessed it. I did guess it when we first.
Alright, sure. Yeah, I'm 19. I am project manager, so
You've been
work on,
working there since you were 13.
Yeah, no, 14. I was over exaggerating a bit. 14 and a half I joined.
It's like 5.5 years.
Yeah, something like that. It was all fun, but now I have to like arrange the times and the locations and stuff, and I have to train the people.
That's
And
sick, though.
the people I have to train are very fucking trash. It's insane.
Why are you hiring them then?
Because I have to. I am going to make them good, but it just takes a lot of effort.
Mm.
And on top of that, I am making very good money. Like very, very, very good money. So I can't complain, to be honest.
Bro, to be fair, if you're making good money at 19.
Oh yeah, bro. I have my own apartment. I have my own car. I'm chilling.
Isn't your apartment a university?
Yeah, that's true. I am sharing the bills. Oh, you are sharp. No, I am not a student. I dropped out of college. I could have gone to college, but I decided not to because I was making more money than those people, than the teachers made in college, basically. So I didn't go, but my friends are going to college. So I live with them. I live the student life while having my own job, which has nothing to do with student shit, but it's nice.
Yeah. Fair enough, bro. I mean, I don't blame you. I feel like that's sick.
Yeah, it is really fucking sick.
I'm gonna try to play a game of War Thunder quickly, bro. I've been trying to. So basically, right, I'm on my week off, and then I'm back to exams. But I'm in the.
Did you study good? Are you? Did you study good?
I haven't studied yet, and I've done about 14 exams. So
Well, we
it's
we
either
talked
gonna go.
before. We talked before. Before I even
Yeah.
invited you into this Discord.
Yeah.
You in like private stuff, right?
Yeah.
How is that? Is it nice to be in
Oh
the
my
private
God,
stuff?
it's
Is
so
it
much
good?
better. It's so much better.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but it's important that like you're grateful at all times, and like that you're not a prick because of it. Like you're so like the thing is, right? You like something that people in my school fail to understand is how much better like our education is than like people who go to public school, and so it's like it's important to remember that people aren't going to have had as good an education as you, and so you shouldn't like. Yeah, and it's also just a prick to like, because realistically, none of them have made their money. It's all the parents' money. So like
Right.
saying like,
Not you,
oh,
right?
you're
You
a
was there
father,
because of
so-
your qualities in sports, right?
Yeah, I'm on sports
Oh,
scholarship, but I still
fucking
pay for it. Like,
respectable, man.
yeah, but like I still pay for it, and my mum still runs a business. Like she's still really rich. It's just that I got money off of it. But
Damn, I wish
I don't
had
know.
that
I
stuff,
haven't.
man.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
was
it's
so
good.
poor. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining or some stuff.
I
I
don't
was
mind
so
complaining.
poor, bro. I joined this job when I was 14, 15.
Mm.
And I started making money when I was 17. My parents don't have shit. I pay for my parents' groceries and stuff right now. It's insane.
Fucking hell.
It
Bruh,
is
like-
really fucking bad.
This is
before.
gonna sound like kind of crazy to you, but I don't know if you're in my position. you
Test
might
me,
understand.
bro. Test me.
But like sometimes I wish we weren't as rich. Like I don't wish we were poor. Don't get me wrong. But I wish we didn't have like. I wish I wasn't like. I don't know. I wish everything wasn't handed out to me on a silver platter. Because
Yes.
sometimes it just feels like I haven't had to work for anything in
Listen,
my life.
It doesn't even sound weird to me, to be honest. I
Like the
wouldn't
whole.
I would not have liked it to be very rich when I was a kid because I know
Yeah.
for a fact, I would like take everything for granted.
It's also like, I don't take things for granted, I don't think. Like, I'm pretty aware of how lucky I am and how privileged I am.
Right.
But, I don't know, I just wish that, like, I didn't have everything handed out to me. Because I feel like that sort of just discredits my achievements. Like, if I go on to do anything in life, people are always just going to be saying, like, oh yeah, this guy, he just did it because his mum was rich and she could send him to a good school. Which sort of, like, discredits.
Okay, to be real honest,
Well,
also
at the same
me,
time,
I don't
it's
want
way
to sound
better.
like a jerk, right?
No, I know what you mean.
But whenever someone with a lot of money from the parents go to college, I used to take out my anger on those types of people. Like, yeah, you get everything. I was so jealous, so I always made fun of those rich people, and I feel bad for it now. But yeah, that's kind of what
Honestly,
I
it's
did.
like, it's kind of lonely sometimes. Like,
Yeah?
if you go to a part, like, I don't know, it's just, I can't like, I've got a friend who lives in a council house, and like, she's my best mate, and like, she is so much more fun. Like, and all her mates, apart from like the gypsies, because I don't know, I'm kind of anti-gypsy. Apart from the gypsies, all her
Anti-gypsy.
mates are so much more fun than my mates. I swear to God, like, I would take to hang out. I'd rather hang out with them than my friends sometimes, because
Yes,
these guys
I
are
was
so
this guy.
fun.
I was this guy.
What do you mean?
It's insane.
Honestly, they're
well,
just so much more fun. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't know, people, not now, because now I am well above average in my country with my earnings, right? Like well above. I am very much above, like 2 times. But before, I could enjoy everything. If I had like a good meal, I would be happy. So people who have not that much money are more fun to hang around with because they're just
you
happy
cut out,
with small
cut out,
things,
cut
if
out.
you know what I'm saying. Did you hear me?
Sorry, you're cutting out for me. Sorry, it's because of my shit Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's another shit thing about being rich, by the way, is you live in the middle of nowhere, and so your Wi-Fi is awful.
Damn.
No, I'm
Privileged
kidding.
issues.
Yeah, type shit. No, but wait. So yeah, repeat what you were gonna say. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
What I was saying is, I noticed if you are poor, there's one thing to get you money while you don't have a job. I had to do some bad stuff before this job, you know. If you
Yeah.
are socially very good, which I am in my country, I am socially the most capable guy I know,
Yeah.
and that's myself. To be honest, not to brag, but I promise, that's true. If you can be like socially good and everybody likes you, then you have money instantly, you know.
Honestly.
And I think it's for a reason. In parties and stuff, because to be honest, I'm not even like over exaggerating here, but we were just eating the same meal for like 2 weeks in a row.
Mhm.
It was just rice, a little bit of chicken, and a lot of broccoli. That was just the shit we ate every week. So
That
when
sounds
I
good.
went out, no, it's good for 2 times, but if it's the only thing you
Yeah.
eat, it's gonna get
Oh, yeah, to
boring
be fair.
real fucking soon. Real soon.
Yeah, I
I
get
promise you
you.
that. So I feel like I was happy so easily because I don't have high standards because I don't get shit at home. So when I was hanging around with other people, I was always happy because I was just in good circumstances. Like
Yeah.
I think that's why poor people tend to be like more sociable people and more fun to be around with sometimes. And that really helped me out.
Honestly, like, yeah, I fully back that. Like, I don't know, I just fully back that.
It helped me out so much. That's why I'm in the position I am right now because my boss is basically one of my best friends, you know?
Yeah.
I got to know him in a party and he was talking about the sales business and he was basically begging me to join because of I'm pretty tall and you know those types of we would say I was the perfect guy to do sales and I didn't believe him because my self-esteem was not that great at the time, you know.
Yeah.
So I tried it and it was top seller first month and now I'm here. So
Yeah, man. Yeah, good for you, Elias.
yeah. And now I'm trying to get smarter. And I'm sorry, I feel bad sometimes, boss, but I use your Discord to get smarter. Do you mind?
Wait, Elias, would you find it unreasonable if I said the same thing
What do you mean, the same thing?
about myself?
Do you do this shit to get smarter?
Of course, bro. Knowledge is
Damn.
above everything for me. I attach knowledge above like
Right.
Like, if I value humanity and then humanity evolving and all of this shit, well, yeah, the answer is knowledge. But yeah.
Yes.
Um,
Because most of the time, when shit gets serious and a lot of smart people like Oba, Damisi join and you, I just stay silent. You know, I don't say any shit. I just listen because I know I am too not informed to speak. So I
No.
just listen, and I like that stuff because I listen, and I listen to you guys. You guys are saying all this factual and shit that's hard to know because you guys are smart, and I just take that in for free and make my own opinion based on your guys' smartness, I guess.
No.
I really like that stuff.
Yeah, me too. I have no idea sometimes why I'm even capable of debating, or I can do it. Yeah.
You're doing a good job. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Right.
I mean, I've never heard someone really own you. So yeah, that's a
I've
good thing,
been
I guess.
I've been owned. I've been owned several times, I think. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
like when I'm out of my depths. Yeah, obviously. And even the questions that are now being posed to me, I have to think about the answer because it's like, yeah, that's a good question. I like to do that because now, once I've challenged myself and well, I've been challenged and I have a reason to challenge myself, and it's like, okay, so why do you believe that thing? Well, now I have to think about it. And considering that I already have certain knowledge there, it's not adequate enough to like just do with on its own. I have to like formulate like mappings in my brain. And so, yeah, that's why I like it.
This guy's about to own me. But one thing I want to say first is like you never. I don't really want to say like you'll
Yeah.
see people get owned in a debate.
Yeah.
Because most of the time, like the thing, like no one's ever gonna change their like, or maybe sometimes if they're like completely wrong, but no one's ever gonna change their like opinion. Like often a debate will just spark a seed in your mind, and it just makes you think. Like so many of my opinions have been changed because I was debating someone, and they told me something, and I thought about it, and I thought about it, and I
Yeah.
read into it, and then it changed my mind.
Yep. That's how it
It
works.
doesn't change your mind front up. It's not gonna be like, haha, I got you there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's,
Unless you made like a completely bullshit claim.
yeah, which is like essentially why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I have like debate deathmatch and everything is because I essentially see a problem with that, which what you just mentioned there is that the community or the culture that is surrounding like debate stuff, like challenging the things that you believe in life essentially comes down to, well, now there are like people out there, like just streamers, content creators, fucking thank you, Elias. And use it for finasteride, this motherfucker. I will. Okay. And then essentially you've got a lot of people in the world who are there is a lot of incentives to just regurgitate shit that other people believe, not challenge yourself, and stick to it, never admit you're wrong. And then the consequences of being wrong are dire. It's the only problem is there are no consequences as long as you don't acknowledge them. Meaning that I can run a content channel, I can make videos on YouTube, example, or posts on Twitter, or like even stream, and just like repeat certain narratives. And if anybody comes in and challenges me, kick, ban, block, and do all of this.
You don't do that.
Yeah,
I
I
never saw
know.
you do
I know
that
it's
stuff.
intentional. Yes, because
It's
as far
respectable.
as far as I'm concerned, the only reason that happens is because, well, as long as I keep doing that, it's not illegal, so nobody can charge me. It's not breaking the rules, so Twitch is not going to ban me. I can just keep doing this, and guess what happens? More people come and follow me, so inevitably I arrive at a place where I've walked myself into a position where I am never going to be challenged. I'm incentivized to just keep repeating the same stuff, and there is no consequences for that. And essentially what that leads to is like people believing in the most stupid fucking things, never getting challenged, so they never need to challenge themselves, and they just continue believing the same shit. And so, yeah, with debate deathmatch, that changes.
The whole
Yeah,
point of debating is the challenge part. I like that the most.
yeah, I know.
Like, this might sound a little bit weird, but when I'm in disagreement,
Yeah.
because we do disagree a lot.
Yeah.
I don't agree with you on a lot of things, which I like. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
The challenge, because when you're in disagreement with someone, it could just be me, but then I am so much more clear to think. I can think so much more clearly when I'm in that disagreement with somebody, you know.
Yeah.
And that's where I really start to learn stuff.
Bravo, Ilya.
If you know what I'm
Yes,
saying.
yeah, you hit it on the head there because essentially you're saying that well, now there are consequences because this guy's going to make me look like an idiot. So unless I think of something to say, like I've lost. And so you push yourself to the limit of what it is you know and why it is you know the thing you know. And you have two options at that point. One is, you've come to your limit. So you are not capable of answering this question anymore, but the other person can still keep going. You have two options.
The thing about that is if that happens, a lot of people in your stream don't understand it. But if I don't understand the topic, I just shut up and I don't say anything because it will just hinder the real stuff that matters.
Yeah.
If that happens, just stay quiet. And the most important stuff is, if you guys are talking about something that's above my head, I just ask questions.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to do.
Yeah, that's respectable. I think that's genuinely respectable. But again, not everybody is going to be good faith. That is essentially what good faith means. Good faith means that I'm coming to the table. If I have a good argument for what is being presented, then I'm going to present it. And the moment I no longer have anything else to say, I've lost. That's how debates work. The only problem is that as long as you live in this environment where I get to decide if I've lost or not, because, well, that's essentially what happens, I can just refuse to acknowledge that I've lost. And I will win by default. And so, that's essentially why I created the debate deathmatch and everything.
The one very big disagreement we had, which pissed me off,
Yeah.
it was basically that exact reason you asked me.
Yeah.
You just said, I was right, I knew I was right, but you wasn't well informed. So I was trying to tell you and you didn't acknowledge it, and that's why I got mad. So I was trying to challenge you, even when my odds were not in my favor, But I don't know, I just appreciate the fact that I can just sit here, tell my opinions, and just learn stuff. I really like that stuff, man.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
It's cool, isn't it?
I would also say, try and remain calm, the whole time, because the minute they start raising their voice and you're calm, you're in control.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just really bad at that. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm really bad at that.
I'm saying it's like I don't do the same shit.
I'm so bad at that. That's something that I'm just awful at. I
could give myself a pat on the back. If I really start raising my voice, it's gonna get very ugly. It's like nobody can hear each other.
Yeah, we know, Elias. You have a deep voice, brother. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
I swear, I'm talking on 2% right now. If I start raising my voice, really start fucking raising my voice, it's gonna get very ugly.
Yeah, I know. It's not productive. We all know it. But at the end of the day, no, I'm just talking about myself as well. In this matter, it's it's not productive. But I am quite immature when it comes to when I get passionate about things in life. I know that about myself, which is what brought me to streaming and doing this debate deathmatch and shit. Yeah, it's that I don't know how to shut the fuck up. And so
you also don't know how to fucking take rest. You are okay, sorry. You're not gonna take offense of what I'm gonna say right now. I don't hope so.
He's about to shit. He's about to shit on my character now.
No, I'm not shitting on your character. I'm shitting on your dedication.
Oh shit!
It's so fucking admirable. That it's shit in my eyes. The fact that you are here for fucking 14 hours a day, my brother, is fucking lunacy to my head.
Yeah,
if I were to listen to this people debate every day, I would have lost my mind, bro.
Yeah.
So it's respectful.
Yes, you would.
You've been on debate with Zen for the whole day, and I kept checking the server, and I was like, are these guys debating or are these guys just talking? Because if they're debating, I don't know who's doing it.
Well, Obadamasi, I was not joking. I invited you to the server. I said, this guy is pure dedication. I was not joking when I said I was being real honest.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yes, it is dedication. And this is not my normal character, by the way. This does not come natural to me. By default, I'm a very lazy individual. Given the opportunity, I would probably just lounge around all day and do fuck all.
Take exercise more.
Damn, bro.
Bruh, debating is exercise, Elias. My mind is doing some fucking backflips, during these streams. Yeah.
But it's not about your mind. There's one thing I'm worried about. I'm not trying to sound like your mother or some shit.
Yeah.
But I think you need to take a little bit more of this dedication and channel it to exercise and just
Bro, he's gonna call him
taking
fat.
care of your own body type shit
Bro.
in the
Elias.
most respectful way I can.
Yeah.
say this,
Elias,
okay?
brother,
I mean this, okay?
I know I'm fat, brother. That's not news to me. But yeah,
Being fat is not the issue, but
Yeah.
like not walking and stuff
Yeah, I
really
know.
takes a toll on your body.
I mean,
really
I do go out for a cigarette every now and again. That does help. So if there's one positive to smoking, it's that. But yeah, I know, bro. I know. Yeah, the not moving around is a big problem. But yeah, I mean, we've
I
all
think
got to
you should
do
just
something.
Run. Just
I
run for
used
20
to.
minutes,
I
just
used
fucking
to.
run.
Yeah.
But why not now? Why not now? Because a good body means more concentration. So if you like take your body more seriously
Do you
and
want an
exercise
honest answer,
physically,
Ilya?
I think you'll be even more smarter in
Do you want an honest answer, Ilya?
Yes, please.
Okay, the honest answer is I have responsibilities that I need to take care of. And regardless of if I'm fit or fat, the way I go about trying to achieve success in quotation marks is not by any physical attributes. It is a mental attribute. In other words, any time I spend outside of the house doing anything but this, what you see right here, or anything related to the current thing that I'm doing, is not helping me with my finances or my success in life or anything like that.
But I think you don't really see the value in having
There is a lot of
good
value.
physical.
There is a
good
lot of
physical
value.
shape,
I
because
used to be
your
fit.
mental-
I used to
your
be very
mental
fit. Yeah.
Also relies on how
It
you
does.
are feeling physically.
You
right
are
now.
right. You are right. It's just, I don't know why, but when it comes to like your mentality wise, like I will blow my lid really fast and get absolutely fucking furious with somebody, like real fast. Like I will go from 10 to 120.
Yeah, I know you don't have to
But
explain. I know how.
yeah, but give me 5 minutes and I'm back down to 10. Like, so it doesn't take that much of a toll on my like I don't feel tired. Let's just say that I don't feel tired. I feel like
because you're
I'm
just so consumed in what you're doing.
yeah, I am. I'm really consumed. I love what I do. I like this. It's
I like it. I like everything you do, but just the fact
no, you're right. I'm not trying to make excuses. Like you are right. Yeah.
You are taking this like I respect you very much about all this debate stuff you do, but I think you are putting this stuff
Yeah.
over your physical well-being. And
I
think
am.
That's in the long term is going to be dangerous. So
It
please
is.
just run for 10 minutes, even if it's just one.
I should.
One fucking round around your block. Come back. You're all exhausted and shit, and you'll be
I
smarter
should.
and more knowledgeable. I swear.
I should, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Because guess
it
what,
really that-
Elias?
why?
I get.
Can you tell me why?
Okay, because if any minute that I spend that I'm not sitting in this chair doing work is 1 minute that I'm taking away from the livelihood of the people I love in my life. So I'm not going to do that. And I've been doing this for the last 6 years now. So yeah, it's not. It
You've been
hasn't.
streaming for 6 years.
No, not streaming. Just like different projects or shit that I've worked on that I thought that would work out somehow and it miserably failed. Like I failed. If there's one thing anybody can learn from me from, it's failing. So I'm very good at failing. I know every part of failing and I know what it looks like and I know how it feels and yeah, I can describe it literally and exactly. So yeah, I'm very good at failing. Let's just hope this isn't another one of those things.
Okay.
So yeah,
10
I
minutes,
can't.
just 10 minutes to just move your ass till you're exhausted.
I won't,
10
Elias.
minutes.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter who tells me that.
makes
I'm
me
not.
sad,
Yeah, I know. It should.
I just want you to be okay.
Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
To be honest, I'm not even a gamer person. I don't even do
Yeah.
anything on my computer.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was sick for 3 days. That's why I met you. You're the only streamer I know and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think
No, you're right.
Yeah,
You're not wrong. You're absolutely phenomenally right. It's just I'm not going to do that because if I die and I did everything I possibly could to make it happen, regardless of if I succeed or not, I'll die with a smile on my face. So that's what it matters to me. That's all that matters to me. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Apart from that, hey, debate deathmatch, this stream, there's a reason for all of this shit, right? It's not a joke. I genuinely have a passion for it, and there's a reason for why I do all of these things. And yeah, I genuinely believe that this is going to be success, even though I failed like I more
you don't
than
have to tell
Yeah.
that stuff. If you are able to fucking
Yeah.
stream every day for 14 hours
Yeah.
with 5 viewers average,
Yeah.
Bro, you don't even have to say this stuff. Shit speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't worry about the
So I
5
think
viewers
you-
because I see progress. Like if I pull up my chart of how it was like 2 months ago when I started, like it's just pure progress. There's no other word to describe my growth curve. It's just progress. And so every week or every 2-3 weeks, I do something different that increases the viewership or whatever. But yeah, I'm basing it off debate deathmatch.
Can I give a suggestion?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, sure.
You should take clips and post them on TikTok. And I'm not saying this is like a jokey way, but like
Yeah.
this is a great way to grow your platform.
I think we already spoke about this.
Yeah.
I can arrange this stuff. I have a lot of friends. I can just take one of my employees and just make
I
him
mean,
to
don't even need
focus
to
on
get
this.
humans to do it. You can get bots that will just like put it and then put like a Subway Surfers under, and they just like spam out accounts, and then eventually it's gonna start picking up traction.
Okay.
And that's literally-
This is where
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in. Do
Mhm.
you want to do that on your own, or do you entrust me or
Fuck
someone
no.
else?
I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro. I don't care.
Oba Damasi.
What?
Should we duo up and do this stuff? Do this stuff?
I
here?
don't fucking know how to
No,
do it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't lie.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about computers.
Yeah, you have to have incentives in place. Obviously, there's no way for me to pay you guys
do
right
have a
now,
lot of
but yeah.
contacts. I do have a lot
don't
of
fucking care
contacts. We
about
could
money. We've just had a discussion about how I don't really care about like how I've got too much money.
Oh shit, I wasn't here. I didn't hear that one.
Oh,
But,
right,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, you're rich,
Yeah.
are you? Oh, what is it? Oh, Bedasim. Oh, what?
It's Jack.
Jack. Well, okay, Jack. Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, I didn't hear about the part where you're absolutely fucking filthy rich. Yeah, I missed that one.
No, I'm not filthy rich.
Yeah. You being modest right now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thank you for your service,
I
brother.
respect that.
It's not me though. It's my mom's money. So like I haven't really done shit to earn it. That's what we were
Yeah.
talking about. Like I feel
To be
kind
honest,
of bad
what
about
I
that.
really enjoy, because the most very rich people I know
Yeah.
in my surroundings are fucking spoiled and they take everything for granted and they don't respect anything. And you're well aware of your position and you don't like base your own perspective on how much money you have. You're just like,
Yeah, but it's very difficult to
you didn't become
relate.
stupid, you know.
It's very difficult to relate to other people, though. So even if you are in a rich position, it's very difficult to then say, "Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who are poor, and therefore you should value your life." It's the same thing as telling a kid to eat their broccoli because kids in Africa don't have food. Yeah, it doesn't fucking work. It's like there's an old concept. It's very difficult to
You've
do.
never been, you basically never have been like really hungry in your life before.
Who, me?
No, I was talking
Oh,
about Oba, just
I've
everyone in
I've
general.
never been
Or,
though.
like,
I've been lucky.
consistently really hungry.
I'm
or-
very lucky when it
I've
comes to
never- I've never
financials.
felt
Yeah, I'm very lucky when it comes to
I
that.
mean, obviously there have been times like one time I got kicked out of the house and I had to sleep on the bench for 3 days. But other than that, not really.
Yeah. I mean, I have
Tell me one
experiences and
thing
everything, but yeah.
of experience.
Oh, that was such a fucking funny
Just
experience, bro. I
one
woke up
thing,
at like 3
honestly.
a.m. and this tramp was shouting at me to get off of his bench because I was sleeping on his bench.
Holy shit! Talk
Being
about
hungry
real
just really
estate.
fucking sucks. All I'm gonna say is
That's
being
real
really
estate.
hungry is
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
real fucking torture. That's the most bad I've ever felt in my life. Like being hungry.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's
go through
bad.
that
Of course, it's bad. Yeah.
Yes.
The caveman within you kicks in at that point.
Bro,
Anyway,
everything is fine until you're hungry. Then you
Yeah.
just morality just goes right out the door, and you're just in survival mode, and it's scary, man.
Right. Let me just answer. Yeah.
Or like
I'm
thirsty.
Yeah, I'm just. Oh, thirsty. Wait,
me your
wait.
There's,
Thirsty.
there's water is everywhere, but
Wait,
just
thirsty.
not so much.
I feel like hunger is a little bit different, yeah, in that aspect, probably.
Wait, if you were ever running out of water, bro, that's
Well, that
like
never happens.
what the
I'm gonna assure
fuck?
you that doesn't happen.
Like
Water
you're
you always
talking
have.
about
You
like
always have
fucking
water.
Somalia situations right now. This is unrelatable. Like fuck. Holy shit. Okay, right. Okay, so my argument to why it is I would allow communism to raise institutions within a capitalistic society and not want a religious institution to be propped up is essentially it comes down to I would ask you a question. It's a rhetorical question. I think we all know the answer to it.
sorry, so you
What?
just cut out. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
I would say that my answer of why I would allow a communist agenda to prop up within a capitalist society, and I wouldn't try to prevent it from doing so. I would allow it to compete within the free market, and I wouldn't allow the same level of generosity for religion, is because I think there is a concept that you yourself are going to give me the answer for, and I'm going to ask you a question, but it's pretty much a rhetorical one, but nonetheless, you can go ahead and answer it, which is, what's the end goal for religion?
What's the end goal for religion?
Yeah. Why are we religious? What is the value of religion? Where does it lead to? The afterlife. Okay. So
For a personal standpoint, afterlife.
there we go. Okay.
Bigger
So
scale standpoint.
that's exactly the answer I wanted. Okay. Yes, it's the afterlife. Now, regardless of whatever other governance or economic structure you see throughout the world, right or wrong, eventually, given the right circumstances, even things like fascism, communism, capitalism, all of these isms will eventually end up in a utopian world, okay, given the right circumstances. Which, when I say utopian, it's like as close to utopia as possible. Utopia itself will never exist. It's a perfect reality.
Yeah,
But
of course it
but nonetheless, they all inherently are, as you said, parallel, because they are essentially achieving their end goal within this life. Now, if we were to allow religion to be propped up as an institution, you're essentially talking about everybody abides by it, everybody does the rules, so they can benefit in the afterlife. That same thing doesn't apply to capitalism, communism, fascism, or any other isms, because essentially the end goal is achieved within life. And considering that I'm somebody who doesn't see death to be beneficial, because then we get judged and get sent to heaven where we achieve our end goal, then I have no value for it. Heaven means nothing to me. Afterlife means nothing. There's no value. It's the unknown. It is fear, pure fear. Even though when I think about it, I'm just like, meh, it's whatever. As long as I go out knowing that I did everything I could, that's all there is to it. Regardless, embedded within our bodies and our DNA, whatever, there's an innate fear for the unknown, and no answer. You're left with darkness, and that's scary. So yeah, all of those.
Okay, so
Yeah.
here is my rebuttal.
I also have another one for that. For the next one, which was, how do you deal with?
Hang on, let me write this down. Wait, let me quickly write this down. So
Yeah.
I don't forget it. 'cause
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
Shit memory. Fuck. wait.
No, I'll repeat it to you. It's okay. Don't worry
No,
about
it's
it.
good. It's good. It's good. It's good. I remember that.
Yeah, so inevitably it comes down to capitalism, communism, regardless of what it is or how they want to go about achieving the end goal. They all agree that the end goal happens, one, in this life, and probabilistically speaking, whether you're talking about communism, fascism, capitalism, as long as they are stronger than their opponents and they are ultimately victorious, and everybody assimilates within that society or that governance or economic structure, then yes, that could resemble something potentially good for humanity or better off. We're talking about like immortality and shit like that, which I'm all for. Religion, on the other hand, given that they are given the go-ahead to rule society, like they're essentially propping us up for something that may or may not happen in the afterlife. Like you have to believe in that for that to have value. Okay, now the other rebuttal, which is, okay, but you're getting rid of religion, you have to understand that people are going to pivot to the next organization that is essentially, My argument to you for that would be, I get where you're coming from. It's a good argument because, well, I have to engage with it because this is reality. How do you go from where we are now to getting rid of religion? You would require like a direct attack on religion, if you want to think of it, or getting rid of the institutions, and that would have consequences, obviously. But my thesis, when I say get rid of religion, it's not really based. Yes, it's like if there is a way for us to just get rid of it in the first place and just people have it on the shelf or whatever, awesome. But considering that we have to now like destroy churches and shit, and I don't think there are going to be consequences for that. There surely will be. In fact, probably even a lot of people that weren't previously religious are all going to become religious now. Yeah.
Okay, am I allowed to?
Yeah, I'm done.
Alright, so the idea of the afterlife being
Yeah.
not quote unquote real is my rebuttal would be point of doing all these religious acts is so you have a good afterlife. But different religions have different beliefs in afterlife. For example, I, as a Jew, I believe that part of the afterlife and most of the afterlife is the legacy that I leave. I think there is a chance that's going to be a resurrection day when the Messiah comes. But the thing that I truly believe is that the afterlife is the legacy that you leave, the stuff that you do, and people like not remember you, but the stuff you leave. So I would also ask you, what is the end goal of your Twitch stream? What is the end goal of that?
Of my Twitch stream.
Of like your
Better not
Twitch
disappoint.
streaming idea. What is your end goal of the Twitch stream? Would I be fair to assume? Sorry, I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Would I be fair to assume that the end goal of this Twitch is to make sure that your family and like your family are okay, they are financially stable, they have money in their pockets at the end of the day. They don't have to worry about going hungry, and so that their children and their children carried
Can I
on.
jump in for a second?
Wait,
Or,
wait,
you
I
know,
just
Yeah, let him finish, Ilya. Let him finish. He's nearly there. Yeah, go.
So also you said the things that you said that the communism, capitalism, fascism all can end up in a quote unquote utopia. But this utopia is all based off ifs, not facts, not looking at the data to prove that humans in the past have been wrong. So by your definition of double standards, by weighing up the pros and cons, based off of the looking at the data, and I think that was verbatim, it might have been a bit off, then the end goal is blindly following the blindly following this economic thing, because it's based off of ifs rather than looking at the data. So it's sort of I don't want to like call you out and say you've got a double standard, but it looks like a bit of a double standard when you're saying that religion is based off like blindly following faith, because it's based off of like not following the data, not following the science. It's based off ifs pretty much. I hope, correct me if I'm wrong. Whereas these, like the idea of these utopias in communist utopia, capitalist utopia, fascist utopia, is that you're basing it all off of ifs. For example, communist utopia is based off ifs the humans aren't greedy. But that's a big if, because human nature is greedy. And I know in a previous debate, like a few days ago, you said human nature can change. But if we look at evolution, human nature changes over billions and billions of years.
Wait, did I say that? Human nature can change?
Well, maybe it might not have been you, but I just remember.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a stance I would have. Yeah.
Jack,
Yeah.
we have talked about utopia before.
Mhm.
This guy doesn't support utopia. I thought I did, but yeah, I was stupid at the time. You know how
No,
stupid
no.
I was at the time.
I'm not saying
He
he is
talked about
believing in a
utopia.
utopia.
He is not for utopia.
I'm not saying
I
he's
am
for
not.
utopia.
I'm also not anymore.
Yeah,
for utopia.
he knows. He knows. Yeah, it's okay.
But
Yeah.
my point is that
Ilya.
Boss just said that all of the reason he wouldn't ban the religion and not ban quote unquote, but get rid of religion and not the alternating institutions of economic stuff is
Yeah.
because the economic stuff is like the quote unquote utopia is in the real world, whereas religion one isn't. I hate to say this because it's sort of hurting my face, but like
Yeah.
fairy tale world.
Yep.
And then also
Well, could you acknowledge it?
Yeah,
the-
that is
also-
honorable. Yeah.
also the second point you made is that so the idea is you said that people would turn, so I said that people would turn to other like radical stuff, like radical arguments. I think this is what you were replying to, and you said that if you're not saying that you wanted to ban religion in the first place, you're not saying you wanted to ban religion, you're saying if it existed in the first place.
Wait,
I meant
I
by
don't.
that
Wait, no. Wait, sorry. I just want to correct that because maybe I missaid it. No, religion definitely had its path or its valuable. It's how valuable it was in the past. When I say erase, like a religion.
Also
The way,
exploits.
Oh yeah.
but overall, the creation or the adoption of religion throughout the world during a time where people had a lot of fucking questions and like people were questioning about the unknown, and religion comes along and just, regardless of having an answer, it has an answer, and any answer is better than no answer. Even I'm capable of acknowledging that, and it's what brought us, or
Human nature.
to a certain extent, Elias, but human nature can't answer questions like what happens when you die, or why did my sister
people stick
die.
to religion,
Yeah,
because we can't do it ourselves, and we want
we
to
know,
believe
Elias,
something
but
that makes sense.
the
So that's why
the argument for that would be
religious.
why I'm so antithetical towards fucking religion nowadays is because of, well, we have science, we have alternatives, we have things that can point to that giving us answers. Those can be our guides into the future. Yeah.
So wait, so I'm trying to understand what your argument.
Okay,
was.
so my argument is basically I acknowledge it's how valuable it was in the past. If I were to change something about religion, when I say abolish religion, it would be a peaceful process towards abolishing religion. In other words, people, I don't know, I'm putting hyphens right now and saying, let's just say, becoming more knowledgeable throughout the world would eventually lead to people stop becoming religion. I'm just giving a hypothetical there.
Yeah.
That would be something I'm cool with. Yeah.
And can I just clarify, this was
Yeah.
in response to my second argument,
Yeah.
which was about the radicalization argument. Like,
Yeah.
So my rebuttal to this is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to misrepresent your argument. But
No,
my
no,
point
no, it's fine.
stands. It would be the same principle in that even if religion went out peacefully,
Yeah.
people are still going to turn to other organizations such as communism, fascism, capitalism. Well, not capitalism as much because it's more. I
Yeah,
don't know,
I'm good
people
with
probably
that.
do.
I'm good with that. Yes.
And they will still convert to these like things, not convert, but they will still revert
There
to
are
these things
consequences. Yes.
to be radicalized.
Yeah, because
but I'm not
again,
saying that it's like,
yeah, because again, it's like, hey, I can close my eyes and go like this and just like guess and just like,
Yeah.
that's where we're going. Or I can go to the guy who's like barely can see, and he goes, he can still see though, and so he's like, he knows where he's pointing. He knows where he's pointing. And then somebody else who like essentially has their 10 out of 10 vision, and they're like, yep, that's where we need to go. They at least see where they're going. Like
and
yeah.
who decides who has the 10 out of 10 vision there? Like, how do you know who has the 10 out of 10 vision? Because if you're blind and
yeah.
you can't see and you're going to the person with 10 out of 10 vision,
Yeah.
how can you see that they have 10 out of 10 vision, and how can you see that they're not lying about having 10 out of 10 vision?
Because
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
sort
Go
of
finish.
coinciding.
Finish. Yeah.
It sort of coincides with what I've previously said, in that religion has been corrupted, and like there are bad people inherently, and so the religious institutions are bad. So these capitalist and communist institutions that claim to have the 10 out of 10 eyesight, that their eyes are open, they're still human. They're still going to corrupt it. There's still going to be corruption. There's still going to be people who withhold truth and mislead people. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So, original argument regarding ifs. I don't see it that way. So when you say that we are just as equal to religion, when we are basing things off ifs, if heaven exists, if the afterlife exists, if capitalism will become so, if communism, as far as I'm concerned, the only one who does ifs is religion. Like when I look at capitalism or I look at communism, no, that we have plenty of data to suggest that when human beings unilaterally agree upon a common goal, that as far as we're concerned, there are things that are outside of our scope, but the only reason they're outside of our scope is because we have a limitation in advancements or technology or something like that is usually where the answer to that lies. So essentially, no, it's not it's a calculated decision that if every person on the planet woke up tomorrow and said, hey, we're all going to follow communism, and everybody unilaterally agreed upon that, yes, sacrifices would be made. Yes, they could potentially fail half the way there. But given that they have chosen the right thing, and I'm going to qualify what the right thing is, then there's no reason to doubt that they're going to achieve that thing. Now, when we say utopia, what I'm essentially saying to you is a world where you have a set of values that are registered and are visible. So If it's fascism, you have companies that are adhering to the will of the government, and essentially they are working for the government, but they aren't regarded as corporations. Within communism, communism is a little bit different, considering that communism is the end goal itself. It's the descriptor of what happens when you reach utopia. So everything has been done, and like everything's perfect and sparkly and fresh, and now you expect that this authoritative figure is just going to step down, even though they've done all the work to get here. It's insane that you would even think that, but considering that everybody's on par with this, everybody goes with it, that will give it the greatest chance of succeeding. And does that mean no? No, it doesn't, but the chances are there. It is totally plausible, and the same thing can be said about capitalism or any other. Personally, I'm for capitalism because I see problems embedded within communism and fascism that are not present within capitalism, and that's considering we go with the extremes. So one, we definitely have an understanding that when it comes to human beings uniting and going under a common goal, which we can argue of how realistic that is, as far as I'm concerned, it's not very realistic as of right now, especially. But considering that that's the condition, which is possible, so it's not an if, we know that's possible. Second of all, is as long as that system takes into consideration the pros and cons, then there's nothing saying that that can't be achieved. Now, when we say utopia, utopia is perfection. Perfection cannot exist as long as we are not perfect beings. It's essentially like talking about achieving heaven on earth. It's not possible, considering we're not perfect beings in the first place. So mistakes can be made. We could fuck up somewhere along the way. But given that we all unite, we all agree on it, we all work together, and the system itself is functional by itself, within itself, it doesn't inherently have any flaws. Like, example, within fascism, it's like, okay, there is an incentive problem there. Within communism, there is an authoritative, again, an incentive problem there, because it's like, these people have done all the work, somehow they're just going to step down now. Welcome to reality. They're probably not going to, they're just going to control everybody. Within capitalism, though, you don't have those problems, which is what makes me a capitalist. And even though it's the extremes of the well, is it really the most extreme out of the three? I probably wouldn't argue that it is, considering communism, fascism are the other two. But yes, it's not an if. It's a matter of, as long as that happens, and we're talking about a big scenario, so I acknowledge that the chances of that happening are very limited. But once you have like nothing stopping you or preventing you from achieving that, it no longer becomes an if, but instead it becomes a when.
Can I reply to this?
Yeah, sure.
So you said
wait, so I just want to make it clear though. Sorry. And then why religion? Well, because so we're looking at two things. Sorry,
you cut out my Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, okay. So you've got two things. You've got communism, fascism, capitalism, all right? And we're assuming now that everybody is working together, all right? So that's the guarantee you have in this hypothetical, or at least that's how we're going to rule our lives. Again, if there's a good reason to believe that something can be achieved, and we all understand that, again, it's a knowledge thing there, it's a smart thing, whatever, education. As long as we all acknowledge that, we understand which one has the best chances of succeeding for the benefit of humanity as a whole, and we know all of those things, and human beings unite, then there's no reason to believe that any of those three things could not result in a better life for humanity and potentially advancements in who we are as a civilization. And you've got the other one, which says, regardless if everybody unites or not, the goal is not even achieved in this life. So you're essentially working for something, and you're refusing to acknowledge anything that is theoretically possible. Like, there's a good reason to believe that immortality is achievable, but you've got these people over here that, regardless if everybody unites, that's not even going to be on the table, because they're genuinely not interested in that, considering the end goal is heaven. Why the fuck would you try to extend your lifetime and move yourself away from heaven? So yes, it's completely like on the other side. It's like in a different universe. So yeah, that would be my argument for that one.
Do you remember your other arguments? So I can go now, or if you're not.
The other one would be, okay, well, regardless of how you're going to do it, like they're going to go towards capitalism, and my answer to that one was instead of like
Capitalism.
yeah, if it's like you get rid of religion essentially, or through education people like abandon religion, which was the peaceful process which I was talking to you about, or the natural process, let's just say, it's more fluid, then inevitably there wouldn't be that resentment, and it's not like a process of which you have something one day and you belong somewhere one day and then the next day you don't. It's like you slowly go away from it and you adopt or you assimilate within like capitalism or whatever it is, the communism, the fascism or whatever. And as far as I'm concerned, that's just
I don't think you understand my point.
Oh, okay.
My point is that if religion, okay, let's just say religion had never existed in the first place, we're in the exact identical world we live in today, right? Religion never existed in the first place. No one knows about God, blah blah blah. There's still going to be people have issues, right? People are going to create scapegoats for these issues. I mean, you can see throughout history with like the Great Depression, people create scapegoats for the issues. They created Jews, communists as the scapegoats, turned to Nazis. People are always going to have scapegoats, and people are always going to need someone to turn to so that can say that they can fix their problems. Such as the Nazis saying, "We'll put bread over your head, bread over your head, bread on your tables, and roofs over your head." Likewise, Pol Pot said, "We're gonna stop the American bombing. We're gonna give you food. We're gonna create a giant collective." So my point is,
it's just a fucking mind.
If religion is never there in the first place, there's still going to be radicalization, because people are going to get radicalized no matter what, because there's always going to be hard times. That's my point.
It's about to explode.
Like there's always going to be people who have hard times.
There are always going to be people that have hard times. The only problem with that is that essentially we're coming to the conclusion that all radicalization can be seen as negative.
Yes, everything.
Okay, so
everything is always bad, like always.
I don't disagree, Elias. The only problem is that life doesn't work in zeros and ones. There are different shades, and while you might pivot to one extreme and then to the other extreme, eventually, where does the pendulum end up? In the middle, the balance. Yes. So, yes, we understand that those consequences are going to arise, but you're gonna need to like weigh the pros and the cons, and eventually, what you come down to is which one is more cost effective. Is it keeping religion around, or is it living in a world where religion never existed in the first place? And inevitably, while it's very difficult for me to acknowledge this one, that it somehow results in where we are today, I'm just going with your hypothetical because I genuinely see the value in religion in the past. The only reason I'm so against religion nowadays is because, well, the whole foundation of what religion is there for, as an institution, as everything, is to give us answers to questions that we can't answer. And they try to assume that they can answer it. It's fine. I don't give a fuck about it. But nowadays,
I have something to add here.
Yeah, we have science and maths to explain these things. Yeah. Okay, I'm not finished with my point, Elias. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so that would be my thing, which is like, I get it, extremism, and people are going to have questions and bad things are going to happen. But depending on the system and how united people are in general, like you're assuming like an entire world population that is united for a common goal is somehow not going to figure out how one person or thousands or millions of people are going to deal with death, or how they're going to deal with certain events that arise throughout life. Like, I think that governance, science, maths, like our communities are more than enough to be able to deal with those types of problems. We've been dealing with them for them way, way, way before religion came about. The only reason why religion is so strong when it arose is because it did it better than anything else. Now it doesn't. And so if anything is going to give me guidance within life when things get tough, it's not going to be religion. Going to religion is essentially saying, I can't deal with this issue right now, so I'm just going to close my eyes and be faithful. But in reality, it's like, no, there's a logical reason for why the thing that occurred happened. And we can look at that. And this is literally like the number one way to deal with problems in life. It's not by closing your eyes and denying it. It's by addressing it and looking it directly in the eyes and saying, yeah, you're a problem. What the fuck are you? And then understanding it for what it is. So if your sister died, it's like, yeah, that seems fucking horrible. And she was like 7 years old. Yes, that's fucking horrible. Okay, so why? Well, she had a disease. She was born with a disease. Okay, where does the disease come from? It's a thing of the chromosomes. Okay, so why did the chromosomes? And then you just follow the path down, eventually like discovering something and like finding meaning within like what you want to do with the rest of your life, instead of just like saying, oh yeah, God works in mysterious ways. It's like it had its purpose. It was very helpful while it was around. Now it's like, bro, like let's get real.
Okay,
Yeah.
Can I ask one
Go
question?
for Elias. Go ahead. Go.
Alright, cool. Because I don't mean to offend religious people at all.
Yeah.
But this is what I really think. Because back in the days, like Middle Age, just like in the past, like very far in the past, people were not that bright because they didn't have access to internet and libraries and stuff, right? So I think religion was a way for very powerful executive, just powerful people to control the crowd.
Oh no.
And tax them and like make them behave in one certain manner. I really
Yeah,
think
another
that's the case.
person said the exact same thing.
Yes, and to a certain extent. But before you get all
It feels like
conspiracy,
that, you know?
yeah, we know, but we can say the same thing about everything. But no,
Yeah.
don't go to that extreme. I'm not a conspiracy. I'm not into that type of shit. To a certain extent, you're right, Elias. Yes, some people take advantage of it. But I genuinely want to believe that most of the reason why religious came about is because people genuinely had questions in life. And some people thought of the bright idea of, well, we don't really have the answers, so how about I just give some answers? I don't know. Maybe they sat on a rock and thought about the problem itself and faced it and was like, this kind of makes sense, and just writ it down. It's not really that complicated to think about. Yeah.
I watched this movie. I don't know what it was. I think it was about Martin Luther King.
A
And that
B
movie
is
just
deep.
completely portrayed the image of religion being a scam to like make people pay and stuff. It's really bad because that
Can
way
be
I can't
prayer.
really
Religion
respect
is
and
not.
stuff, you know?
Okay.
But, yeah.
So you said like with science and maths, we don't have to close our eyes.
Yep.
And like you see the value in religion.
Yeah.
And faith.
It used to. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You see the.
And the further we go into the
But-
future, the less relevant it becomes. Yeah.
I think so. My point is like the main point is that people are still gonna close their eyes, not to religion. Imagine God doesn't even exist. We can't blame God for our problems. People are still gonna close their eyes when they see some guy who's not religious, completely atheist. This is a completely atheist hypothetical where atheism is true. Everyone is atheist. They're still gonna close their eyes to people like Adolf Hitler, who's manipulating them, who like tells them to put the blind faith into him. So in parties like authoritarian parties such as communism, fascism, where the state is the god, people are still going to close their eyes. So my original point is, would you still ban these authoritarian parties such as communism and fascism, where the state is the god and it acts
I
as
wouldn't.
the god?
I wouldn't. Do you know why I wouldn't? It's because I believe in capitalism. I just know it's far superior. The only reason why capitalism hasn't entirely engulfed the entire planet is because, one, it was never really given a fair chance to begin with, considering that the first notice of a failure or a problem arising, human beings rose to the first opportunity to take advantage of the situation. And, well, we had no knowledge of what the consequences are when you entrust a certain amount of people to solve a problem for you. We didn't acknowledge that any problems could arise from this. We just thought, yeah, we'll just give them money and they will fix the problem. And we all unite in giving all our money together, and so we can accomplish a lot more that way. The only problem is that that happened again and again and again. And every time it happened, within wars, within poverty, within famine, within natural disasters, taxes is what I'm saying, and regulation. So they gain more authority, considering that now we need to make more decisions. We need to prepare now. We don't just need to deal with the current event. We need to prepare for the future. And so I'm saying, by adopting capitalism on a global scale, knowing what we know about the state nowadays, and again, everybody's united on it. Even though I'm allowing for communism and fascism to arise within those places, nobody's going to be fucking interested in them. That's why I'm saying we're going with capitalism. and why I don't give a fuck. It's not because I don't see them as a threat. They sure are a threat, just not when everything is dominated by capitalism. It's just inefficient.
Do you
I'm sorry, I have to go now. Something happened. Need to pick someone up. I hope
Take
I'll be
care,
back. I
Elias,
need to go
brother.
now.
Take
I
care,
might be
Elias.
back
Bye,
later, yeah.
bye, bye,
Goodbye.
bye.
Okay, so do you believe, can I just ask you, do you believe in a like perfect capitalist world where capitalism is functioning, but there are still classes, there's still a lower class and there's still homelessness, or do you think there's no homelessness?
Oh, yes. Like, there's definitely fucking
Okay,
homelessness.
so the people, the average okay, so I
Capitalism
wanna
is
make- I wanna-
brutal, brother. I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm
yeah.
not portraying capitalism to be. No, if you want, like,
I'm a
okay, yeah,
capitalist, don't get me wrong, I'm
yeah.
a capitalist as well. But what my argument would be is that people who are on the lower end, who are worse off, are still gonna feel envy. They're still like, sure they may have a same set of same set of values
Mhm.
and registered to be visible, but you can't deny that there's still gonna be an inherent sense of jealousy and awe over the people above them, the people who've got more money
Mhm.
than them. And so these people are going to be thinking, like, it's why you have more socialists who are like worse off. These
Mhm.
people are going to be thinking, wow, these guys are so much better off than us.
Mhm.
Why is that fair?
Mhm.
And then they're going to see these communists and these fascist, like, built institutions that are saying, I have a solution for your problems. We will put bread, we'll empower you, we'll make you workers, blah, 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 blah. And then these people
Welcome
are
to
gonna
the
start
1800s. Yeah, that already happened, brother. We already know the consequences of doing that. If we decide to make the same decisions again next time, yeah, I'm sorry, humanity, but you just have it written out for you. No, we only get to make mistakes once. Second time, that's a decision. And as far as I'm concerned, considering that we now know the consequences, we didn't back then we're not going to make those decisions. Because even though at first it might look like a good idea, hey, just entrust these people, and hey, they might look amazing and really rich and whatever. Yeah, you're going to have a few people sway in that direction. But considering that capitalism is given a fair chance of the fight in the first place, nothing stands in its way. And wait, I remembered I had a direct thing. Okay, so the idea that they're blindly going to be trusting at some point, regardless of if the religion exists. So if religion doesn't exist, then people are going to essentially be blindly trusting something. My answer to that is no, because science and math doesn't do that. And logic, finding logic and reason to explain things in life, that's always going to be a more efficient way. So your hypothesis is assuming that we can't answer the questions that are being asked. But most of the questions that are being asked is not was K207 planet 7 like light years away from us is happening there. No, our questions are like, why did my relative die? Why the fuck did 1 million people die in a tsunami? Like why is there like over 100 million people starving in Africa? Why? Like, we can answer every single one of those questions. Yeah, there is no, like, when it comes to our problems and what we worry about in life, like, all of those answers, you can be given a logical reason for why they exist without any metaphysical, supernatural, spiritual thing. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Science
Yeah.
can explain the majority of issues that we do have.
Yeah.
But my point was that there are still going to be people, because of the science that explains that we are humans, we have our human nature, which we're naturally selfish, we're naturally greedy. There are going to be people who exploit the science, and then people. So you're going to have educated and uneducated. Now, the uneducated are going to be following the educated who know the science. But the educated, what's going to stop them from exploiting like what they know about the people? For example, and this is an actual real world example, it's not a hypothetical. You have the vet business, and I don't know how it is wherever you live. Where do you live? Sorry.
Oh, me? Oh, I live in Russia, brother.
Okay, so you have the vet business. I don't know how bad it is in Russia because I have no idea.
Wait,
about
you
Russia.
weren't expecting. Don't just brush that off like you were expecting that. There's no way you were expecting that. That is a
Hello, you might-
curveball.
wait, do you actually live in Russia? Was that a
Yeah,
joke?
I'm Greek. No, I'm Greek, but I do live in Russia. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so you have
Cyprus.
the vet
Cyprus is my home. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
You have the vet business,
hmm
right?
Yeah.
And the vet business in the UK is really bad because they exploit with the knowledge that they have, they exploit people and they make them pay more money for things that you can get, which are well overpriced rip-offs.
Mhm.
So my point is that, like, no matter what, even if we get rid of religion, there are still going to be people who are educated. Because don't get me wrong, the educated people, right? The people like me, I wouldn't say me, but maybe you might be educated.
No.
Like, we're a very small, minute bit of the population. The majority of the population aren't interested, and so they're going to follow blindly as to what the quote unquote educated people say. The educated people, such as the veterinarians, they are going to way overcharge. They're going to exploit their education based off the knowledge that these guys aren't going to know that I'm lying to them, and so they're going to exploit this idea that they have this because it's part of our human nature. As you said, the science, like, if we want to bring in the science and logical part, then fuck, I lost my words. Oh yeah, so as you said, and talking about losing the maths and science, these people can use the maths and science. You've also got to apply this to the people. You can't say that there's going to use the maths and science, but also the science is going to be fake because it's saying that human nature is, like, not greedy. If that makes any sense.
Okay, so you're. Oh, sorry. Yeah, keep going.
Also, I'd like to go back to my original rebuttal to your first point. Otherwise, it's just going to get lost. You said that it's the one about the utopia world with a set of values that are registered and visible. You said if everyone tomorrow united and communist, I'm not saying it happened, if everyone tomorrow united and communist said we're going to be communists, and the people in power who set it up set down, blah 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 blah, and there's evidence to prove that it could work if this happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a possibility of God existing or a higher power existing?
Definitely.
So
I acknowledge. Wait a minute. I'm agnostic. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm saying there's an equal amount of evidence to suggest it doesn't. Yeah.
Exactly. So, do you think there's an equal chance that everyone wakes up tomorrow and says, "I'm going to be communist. I'm going to go follow communism," and all these things of factors come into place? Do you think there's an equal chance of that happening as it not happening? I think it's a very, very low chance of it happening. Like,
what, like people waking up tomorrow and going, "I'm going to join communism."
That we're all communist and that it's going to turn into, like,
oh, the chances of that happening without any direct fucking influence from some external source is so fucking limited. So no, this would require an immense fucking action on humans' behalf. But I'm not talking about today, brother. I'm talking about like in 10, 20 years from now. Like you've got 10, 20 years to prepare for that movement that you're mentioning right now, where people do wake up, but it's only because they've heard about it. It's going to happen for the last 10 years, and now it's finally happening. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
that's the only way it would happen if it happened. Yeah.
Exactly. But the chances are still very low.
Extremely. Yeah. Well, actually, no, they are very low. Yes, I have to agree with you.
So the evidence points towards the thing.
But there is evidence. This is the key point here, right? There is evidence.
At the same time, there is evidence that God can exist, and there's evidence that God can't exist.
Yeah, whoa. Wait a minute. There's an equal amount of evidence. This is the difference, is when it comes to communism, is while the odds are not exactly in your favor right now, as of today, that's why we have the perspective, oh, it's so low chance. The more you work on it and the more you work towards it, and eventually it becomes like a known thing, and everybody's like praying for this, or not praying for it, just like wishing for communism to become the thing in the next 10 years, the closer you get to that goal, and the more people that are introduced to it, the more that people are taking actions, the probabilities increase. The problem with the God example is, guess what? Regardless of what happens in the next 10 years, there's still going to be a 50-50 chance of whether fucking God exists or doesn't. So that's the difference between those two things. One of them is a statistical bet that you can flip a coin. The other, and that doesn't change throughout time. It's not based on time. The other one is based on time. So the more that time passes, the higher your chances increase.
I would also say that the evidence points towards the fact that there are still going to be, even if everyone agrees that you want to like have the same, let's look at your definition of utopia, which is a world with a set of values that are registered and visible. And I typed that down.
So that's not utopia. That's
But
not
this is what you
no.
said. You said your idea of utopia, like what you meant by when you said utopia, is a world with
Yeah.
a set of values that are registered and visible.
Okay.
The evidence
That's what's
almost-
achievable through
Yeah.
for human beings. Utopia means not only just those two factors, but a whole bunch of others that make it really fucking complicated and impossible to even exist. Yeah, but yeah,
But
okay.
evidence, the
Yeah.
evidence that we have of human nature,
Mhm.
of what humans do, of how humans feel, of how
Mhm.
humans feel jealousy, overwhelmingly points. Like I can't even stress the overwhelmingness.
You really don't believe in human
Completely
beings, right?
overwhelms.
Yeah.
Completely overwhelms the idea of this being possible. So no matter how much you like educate people, there is still going to be people there's still going to be people with different values because they have different like views of things, and they're gonna have they're gonna be jealous that they're gonna be jealous, they're gonna want to do this, they're gonna want to do that.
Why are people jealous?
What of like so say I lived on this house and it's the same size,
Mhm.
but my neighbor lives on the house next door and his view is much nicer than me. This is a
Okay.
very small scale, but I'm still gonna
So
feel
if you had
jealous of him.
if you had his view, would you be jealous?
If I had his view, I'd find something else to be jealous of because we naturally want things.
And then you get that thing.
don't
Are
have.
you still jealous?
Yes.
Okay. And you get
Because
the
no
other
matter
thing.
how
And you
many
still
things-
okay.
No matter how many things you
Alright.
get, you're still going to be jealous. I mean,
Okay,
it's like
but-
if you look at people who are uber rich,
You can
they are still wanting.
you
more
can
money. They're
agree that for a moment in time you would not be jealous. Even if it is a short
yes,
glimpse in time, right?
Yes,
Okay, now look
I
at our hypothetical where we're talking about changing the fucking world essentially.
Mhm.
And you can imagine that glimpse resembling something like 100,000 years or some shit like that before we start becoming jealous of the next fucking system that we want to adopt. Now, if you're talking about individuals getting jealous, yeah, that's just a common occurrence. Now, does that mean that it's so much of a bad thing that inevitably it throws the whole thing off course, which essentially comes to your conclusion of how this thing is just surmountably impossible? Well, no, really, it's problems. And considering you live in a capitalistic society and you're incentivized to solve problems given that they are big enough and there is a demand for it, then you are the one who provides the supply for it. And this would be individual problems included as well. So at some point, once everybody or a lot of people become rich within a capitalistic society, guess what becomes a hindrance? The poor people. And so a demand rises up within the capitalistic society, even though it seems contradictive, to solve the poor people problem because they're just busting everybody's balls. So inevitably, the demand is going to rise, the supply will meet the demand. So yes, I genuinely don't look at these things as, oh, we're going to be thrown off course so much that it's the end of the world and we're never going to achieve anything. No, I have plenty of reasons to believe we are still here after millions of years and we are still adapting. And look at the fucking abilities of human beings. You don't understand how fucking insanely OP we are. And it's like, I remain with my mouth in awe at what humanity has been able to achieve. And so, no, the last thing I'm doing is doubting our abilities as human beings. And this is the last thing I'm doing. And guess what? If we die trying, then again, I'm going to apply the same thing as you originally asked me. What is your plan with the Twitch streams? Same thing. As we die trying, then that's all that matters. Because guess what? The alternative is, hey, we were working for the afterlife anyway. So now we're all in the afterlife anyway. So there's not really that much of a risk when it comes to why didn't we go down the religious route? Do you get why religion never is favored in this scenario? Like it's not.
Well, okay. So, I mean, I sort of see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But I also I hate to go back because I feel like I mean, what you said is very good, but I hate to go back.
I appreciate the acknowledgement at least. Yeah.
Do you think that the idea of quote unquote utopia, your definition where you have a set of values which are registered and visible, has a higher chance of happening than God existing? Because if we're
yes, of course, because that's happened before in time, brother. Like to a certain extent, maybe not to the extent that we're talking about 9 billion people and whatever, But
When
yeah,
has it
on
happened
smaller scales, yeah, definitely.
When has it happened before?
Bro, look at the achievements of human beings. Like again, I can minimize this down and then down and down again. You understand that inevitably this argument it doesn't really happen because when we're talking wait, let me just get it straight. What
Yeah,
are you
okay.
what are you asking me?
I was gonna say when, but like I'm gonna say when have we ever
Yeah.
had a set of values
Yeah.
that are like even on a small scale that are uniform, registered, and visible?
Yeah.
When have we ever in the history of humankind?
Wait, how are
I'm
you
not
saying that?
denying
That sounds interesting. Wait, what are you saying? Registered, invisible?
this is your what you said verbatim
Yeah.
because I wrote it down because I
Yeah.
knew I'd forget it. What you mean by utopia is a world with a set of values that are registered and visible.
Wait, did I say that?
You said that verbatim.
Registered invisible.
Verbatim.
Okay. Wait, that sounds intelligent. There's no way I actually said that. Okay. Okay, so I would say that essentially it's like yeah, there's a set of values that everybody unilaterally agrees with, right? And they all follow. Like that's what like and they all
And I'm asking you, when
Yeah.
has that ever been the case that everyone
that exactly? That exactly?
That's exactly.
Okay, that not, but a smaller scale can, which is the only thing I really need to prove to a certain extent. Because if I
But
can
when
prove,
have we ever had on a smaller scale
well,
time?
I mean, you could look at you can look at America. Everybody agrees that libertarian is the way to go, right?
No, not everybody agrees on that.
Well, in America,
In America, there are
yeah,
loads of people who disagree
bro, they
with
have
that.
the Constitution. What is higher than the Constitution in America?
Yes, but I'm talking about on like a personal scale.
What do you mean on a personal scale?
Okay.
You asked me if
I think I've
that's the set
misunderstood
of
your point.
values.
I think I've
Yeah.
misunderstood your point.
That's the set of values.
Do you mean like there's a set of values that like the Constitution and everyone follows the same Constitution, or do you mean that everyone, like every individual person, has
Yeah.
their own has the same set of values?
No, obviously there would be an overarching like ideology or something.
I'm so sorry, I've misunderstood your point.
Wait, did you think I meant just like everybody running around doing their own random thing?
No, I thought you meant that like there's gonna be a time like if we work hard enough that everyone has the same set of values.
Oh no!
so sorry, I
Oh,
completely
oh no! That's fucking heaven. That's heaven on earth right there. That's utopia. That's not ever happening. No, brother. That's not my. I would never have a take like that. That's essentially yeah. It would be like yeah, everybody like understands and recognizes the benefit of doing this, and they have enough substantial evidence to believe in this thing. Then yeah, like the only reason why anybody would go against it is because well, they would probably go against anything else anyway. So it's not really changing anything
Do
at
you
that
think
point.
there's ever gonna be a world like? Do you think there's gonna ever be a world where everybody understands that they can achieve this, or not achieve this, but everybody understands that this is beneficial, like this constitution?
If
this
I told you
world
that makes me sentimental, would you believe me?
What does sentimental mean?
Like genuinely, like I'm crying inside when you said that. Would you believe that? I'm not even joking right now. Like, yeah, that's how important it is to me. Even though I have a smile on my face, it's a smile of if you have faith in God. All right, I believe in humanity, like to extreme lengths. You have no idea how much I believe in humanity. So yes,
Do you think
I
there's
do.
ever gonna be a situation? Do you know what that sounds like?
Okay, no, wait a minute. Wait, 1 second.
you know what
1
this
second.
is?
Shut the fuck up. Right. Okay. The problem is that no. Wait a minute. I'll retract that. I'm retracting that. That doesn't need to be the case. That doesn't need to be the case. All right. Yes. Theoretically, or not theoretically, I don't believe that is ever going to 100% be the case. All right. That's utopia. Yes, obviously. Okay. What does 90% of that look like? Because right now we're sitting at like 10 to 20% potentially of that.
I think that's pretty high, to be honest.
What does okay, fine. What does 80% look like? What does 70, 60, 50% of that look like? It already is double, triple of what we have right now, right? We've already achieved immortality at that point. We've already harnessed like immense fucking power as human beings. Like, we don't need to go to 100% for us to realize progress, all right? We just need to move away from 20% to 21%. That's already progress.
What makes us human? Like what separates humans and robots?
Humans and robots? Well, don't ask me that fucking question. You know my answer is going to be. I think you know my answer.
Okay, well, here's what I would say, and you can correct me if
Yeah.
you think I'm wrong. But I think like
Nothing.
the
It was my
separation
answer,
of
by the way.
humans and robots is sentience. Like they
No,
have
no,
conscience and
yeah,
conscience.
we're not gonna do that one because you believe in the soul. I believe in the.
I don't believe.
Well, you
believe in
do
monism.
because if you're comes from a scientific perspective, according to science, the only reason why we have a conscious experience, which you would associate with the soul that goes on after life, well, in reality, science doesn't look at it like that way. The moment the brain dies, our conscious experience no longer exists. So
I'm talking about just a pure conscience, no soul involved. Do you think that like the separation of the human and robot is our conscience and our sentience, not like soul conscience? I'm not gonna lead this on to you. I'm not tricking you. This is not a trick question. This is not a trick question. I see the look on your face. This is not a trick question. Do you think like the separation between like the difference between humans and robots is that
Sorry, guys. Wait 1 second. I have to put your fucking volume up. Wait, all this time. No, okay. Obviously, the other guys don't have a problem. What's up, Chigadra? How you doing, brother? You should be able to hear him now. Yeah, go ahead, man.
okay? So would you agree that a key difference, let's say a key difference, because there's probably other differences if you want to get technical about it, but a key difference is the human conscience between humans and robots.
I don't acknowledge that, but you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, do you believe in a conscience? Do you believe that we have a moral conscience, and if we see something and we think it's wrong, this is
Okay, so you're talking about objective morality, I can imagine at this point, right?
No.
No?
This is just hear me out, okay?
Okay.
So I don't think that we're ever going to have a place where we have like a set of moral values that we all not quote unquote adhere to, or I don't think we're ever going to get any more. Because I think that we have a conscience that's shaped by our previous experiences. And I know that you and I have definitely had different experiences. So I know that our consciences are going to be different. I mean, it could be a slightest different emotion. Like you could see something and you could think, that looks totally amazing. And I could see it and I think that looks totally disgusting.
Yeah, sounds like reality.
So this is what I mean. I don't think that we're ever going to have like even come closer. I think it's going to be uniform forever to the point where we have a set of values that we all adhere to, because we all have a conscience shaped by our experiences, and we all have different.
What do we have similar though?
Pardon?
What do we have similar? Because 1 second, I want to clarify right now. The only reason why I believe these fucking insanely fucking universal concepts, and you have no idea. If you mention like me getting rich and like helping my family, bro, my family's chilling, bro. My family's absolutely phenomenally rich, but no, my dreams are essentially changing the world, and I'm not even fucking joking about that. So yes, I'm way out there. The only reason I believe in the things I do, brother, is because there is a reason to believe, okay? There's no reason to believe, and I couldn't explain this or find a logical explanation for why it is that this is a thing that is possible. The only reason we consider it impossible is because it hasn't been achieved yet. Okay, so the reason why I think this is logical, why I disagree with you, is that even though I'm not disagreeing to the point that it's 100%, is that even if it's 99% is the limit we can ever achieve, that's way more good enough for me. And as far as I'm concerned, moving away from where we are towards 100%, that's all that we need to keep doing. Is the reason that we all inherently adhere to certain principles. Death. We don't like death. And unless you are religious, then you don't like death. Okay? None of us do. We all love certain things. Now, we all might love different flavors of ice cream, but when it comes to children, legacy, we all love the idea of our soul or anything. Like, we've convinced ourselves that we will live on within our children, and even from a scientific perspective, they are a part of us. We are a part of their DNA. You don't need no like sentimental or sentient thing to explain this. So yeah, I genuinely believe because of that. So those, okay, I'll explain it like this. All right, here we go. Two people get married, a man and a woman, right? As far as I'm concerned, as long as they agree about the most fundamental parts of the relationship, so it's like both of us are not going to cheat. We don't like cheating.
Yep.
Both of us are going to value children above, anything else. So that's where we're heading. That's what we want to focus on. We don't like staying up too late. So okay, this is like getting into the specifics even. But as long as you agree on like no cheating and we want children, like as far as I'm concerned, like those are the two big ones. There's other ones where it's like finances. Hey, I'm the man. I want to be the leader of the house. Yes, there are good arguments for why in some relationships it would work the other way around. Not in my house. This is how I'm comfortable in this environment. As long as you're comfortable being my wife, and you want to play the role of helping out at home because I need your help. I can't do this alone. Then, as long as you agree with that, then we're all good to go. As long as we agree about all of these big fundamental things, then what are we going to eat tonight doesn't seem all that much important because you can deal with those things as you go along in life. At least that's something that I've learned when it comes to especially things like marriage. So I would apply the same type of logic. As long as we all agree that death equals bad, life equals good, we probably want a system where nobody is way too poor or something like that. Those are like the fundamental things. Like we already have the answers. We just they've been there for a while now. Yeah.
So my issue with this hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
Is that we can agree. So say me and my wife, we agree that no cheating, kids, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
This would be like true. Like this would happen, and this would work. If it was only us, like if we were only influenced by ourselves. However, I can go over and I can be with a woman, and this woman could be seducing me, she could be manipulating me, I don't know. But she could be manipulating me, and then eventually I could cheat on my wife, even though at the start I had agreed that I do not want to cheat on my wife.
Why?
Right?
Why'd you cheat?
Because I've been seduced into it.
Why have you been seduced?
Because let's say I was in a sad position, I was feeling really low. She took advantage of that.
So if you were not in a sad position, why were you in a sad position?
Work is not going great.
Why is work not going great?
Because the economy is not good.
Why is the economy not good?
Because there's a financial crash.
Why is there a financial crisis? Like, you get what I'm doing here. You're definitely more intelligent than me when it comes to this. So the idea is that there is a root cause to the problem, and given that root cause is dealt with before this event takes place, then this hypothetical you're mentioning ends up with you not cheating. You understand what that is? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So here's where I draw an issue to this, in that I have previously said that I think that this whole idea of us increasing
James is angry with me. Yeah, go ahead.
Because we're shaped by the experiences that happen to us. Like you said earlier with your discussion with Simon, you were like, I know this because in my 30 years of life, this is the experiences that have had an effect on me, and this is how I think, this is my point of view on the world. And then Zed has had a different experiences. He's encountered the Quran, he read the Quran, he found Islam. So he has a different point of view on the world because he had different experiences.
Yeah, you know the difference between the difference between that. Sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you because what I was insinuating to Xen is exactly what I mentioned to you previously about I've already developed my fundamental beliefs about life. Now, when it comes to the specifics, those can change, but those aren't, hey, do I think murder is bad? Which essentially would be a requirement for me to acknowledge like something like Sharia law or something like that, because that's what I would be required to change in order to go, oh yeah, actually, previously I thought Islam was like totally fucked up, but now it turns out it's really amazing. No, because what I'm being asked to do is essentially like rewire my entire fucking brain. We're not talking about specifications or minor details, which can change throughout life and will continue in my mind and in my personality, but not the fundamental ones. Life equals superior.
Why is murder wrong?
Why is
murder wrong?
Why is murder wrong? Yeah, because I'm essentially stripping the other person of their livelihood, their conscious experience for my own personal gain of some sort.
And why is that bad?
Because I have no control. It's not mine to take in the first place.
So
I only have control over mine. Like I feel like I have control over my body, but yeah.
Yep. So
this is amazing.
You feel this
life
way.
is amazing. Yeah. So it's like
you feel this way. You feel this way that life
Yeah.
is amazing. All this
Yeah.
blah blah blah. Sorry, I didn't mean to like be rude there. But
No,
you
it's
feel all
fine.
this way that life
Yeah.
is amazing because of your experience with life. That you think that life is like you think life is inherently valuable. And I'm not going to say some religious stuff here that God made us.
Yeah.
But then someone else, let's say, who has been born into, let's say you're in your capitalist idea where there's,
Yeah.
so I'm in the lower class, you're in the middle class, you've had a pretty decent experience of life so far.
Yeah.
I've been brought up with piece of shit parents who think it's okay to go and kill people, and they educate me from a young age that it's okay to kill people. My fundamental outlook on life and my fundamental moral outlook on life
It's a lot
is gonna be
different than
much
mine. Yeah.
far different. So this is my point, that we're shaped by our experiences.
Yeah.
And so even if you have more money than I do, you're going to
Yeah.
have different experiences than I do.
Yep.
So the idea that we all have a uniform set of like ideals that we all adhere to and we think they're okay. For example, cheating is bad.
Yep.
I want kids.
Yep.
Different people are going to have different experiences, which means that they're going to have different moral outlooks. So for example,
I'm going to disagree, but yeah, go ahead if you want.
if my parents have cheated on each other, I'm gonna have different outlooks on whether loyalty is okay. So I might have an open marriage where I think that cheating is okay, but the couple next door might have a closed marriage where they think cheating is bad. So my point is that we all have different standpoints, which is referring back to my original point that the idea that we can have a time where we all have a universal, like, that we can even get closer to it, but closer to an idea where we have a universal constitution per se
Yep.
that we all adhere to is completely impossible because we all have completely different experiences that shape our fundamental outlook
Yes,
on
and
life.
then you would be right if that's the what you're hinging on. It's the only difference. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think you're totally right when it comes to that. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that inherently, regardless of what system it is we have today, this is reality. We all regard, and this is with once you take religion out of the matter, considering that everybody else who's not religious and doesn't have a thing to point to in the afterlife or whatever, or if it's not something that is based on faith, then we all fear death. Okay, and that essentially guides our decision making. If we're looking at our natural instincts or whatever. So we do fundamentally already have at least one set of values or one value that we all acknowledge to be the case. And this is not theoretical, huh? We do.
Do we?
Well, if
Which is that value?
Okay, if you're saying, well, the fear of the unknown.
Okay, this to be fair.
For you, it's not because you're religious. This is the condition, which is why I'm saying to you that strip away all of these elements that human beings have created, and essentially you're left with all of human beings fear the unknown. So it's not whether we want to or not. It's just there. Because essentially, if you look at life, regardless of your experience of life, you acknowledge that, okay, my life might be really bad. Theirs over there, they're good. Like, we all can do that. Even like starving children in Africa are like jealous of like children growing up in America. So even the worst circumstances, you acknowledge that life is valuable. It's just it seems meaningless to you. That's what it comes down to. And so while we are not going to agree again about what we're going to eat tonight in that hypothetical, when it comes to what we do on a global scale, we all have a set of values, I believe. And I mentioned one so far. I can do the one for the opposite. So we've already got two, as far as I'm concerned. That's two more than enough. So we already agree with, we want to live. Probably if you value life and you are scared of death, then there's a pretty simple explanation for that, is stop death from occurring, considering, well, can that happen? Well, death is considered, in most cases, at least naturally speaking, comes from old age. Old age is a disease. Our bodies rot, they get rotten, and we die. That's how it works. So it's like, okay, was there a way to prevent that? Well, technically speaking, if we were mechanical, then all you would have to do is like exchange parts, like a car, and yeah, just update it every now and again. So yeah, okay, well that solves the problem. That problem at least. So it's like, yes, it is solvable. It's not even theoretical. It's like it's genuinely practical. Okay, so we can do that. Okay, awesome. So we've solved that problem, and well, now what's the question? Now your questions become relevant, because up until now, that your questions aren't relevant because we do inherently value the same things. It's just there are only a few of them. It's like death and life, and then the specifications of life, which is what we're going to eat today or what we're going to do. Those things we're going to argue about. There's no way around it. We're going to argue about those things regardless. That doesn't even change within religion or in any other thing. My argument is that when it comes down to it, we have to make a decision on what we do want to do in life. And when I weigh the pros versus the cons when it comes to religion or any other governance or economic system, like it seems like regardless of if we choose religion or not, we are aiming for the afterlife. And when it comes to the other ones, it's like, well, if we fail, we end up in the afterlife anyway. So it seems like it's a win-win. It's a win-win, honestly. Like there's no downsides to it. So yes, I'm going to fucking risk it. And well, guess what? Yeah.
So do you mind if I just clarify?
Yeah.
You believe that we have, like, humans, that we have the idea that we all have, like, that we have the value, that we value life. Do you believe that we have that value? That every human on the planet Earth has that value? Yes,
it's there. It's present. It's more present in some people than others. Yes, is what I would say.
Would you say they value life equally or unequally?
No, obviously not equally. When you say equally, it means that me and you value life the same?
No, I mean, like, I value your life just as much as I value my neighbor Bill's life. Do you think that everybody values life, like other people's lives, equally? Like, I value French people's lives just as much
Okay, I
as
get what
I
you're
value-
saying. No,
as
I don't
value
think so. No,
German
I don't think so.
Exactly. So there's not like an absolute
Yeah, but
morality.
value for life itself. Okay, now you're obfuscating, because at the end of the day, it's like I can value my life or I can value somebody else's life more. Regardless of that, I value life. That's
But I think
my
it's-
statement,
I think
though.
it's so. My issue with this is it's dangerous to say that everyone on the earth
Mhm.
has a value for life, because you'll also have
No.
like there will also be people who just think there's no point in life, that they don't value life because they don't think there is any
Yeah,
reason
but
for
in
life
order
to
for you
exist.
to prove me wrong, you would have to prove how they, even though they don't value their own lives, that they don't also value anybody else's life or life in general. Of a little baby being born right now, they were given in this person's hand and they say, I could literally just throw this fucking baby under a train and it could just die right now. Or
Well, I think there are
anything,
definitely
anything.
people who do think like that. I do think that, like, for
I don't
example,
think so.
people who have psychopathic disorder.
I know.
they-
I'm not naive. Like, you could literally talk about fucking Hitler right now. Guess what? Hitler also valued life. He valued his own life
Yeah.
immensely. He valued the
And-
life of his people immensely. So he definitely did value life. Everything he did was because he valued life. According to him, he was doing the right decisions for his people. That's what he was
However-
convinced of. I'm not that convinced he
my
was right.
issue-
Yeah.
My issue is that we don't. It's not like a common, how do you call it, a common value that we all have. I think that like we have, yeah, sure, we all value, quote unquote, life in general, but our valuation of different lives is always going to be different. We're going to have different values on different lives because we are shaped by the experience that we had. Maybe we got educated
Mhm.
in an area where they say that French people suck and our people are superior. So then,
Mhm.
therefore, you're going to value your lives more. And so I think this.
Wait, more or less, you still value it. Do you understand? To what
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
extent? I'm agreeing with you that we do value life. Is my sentence, but we
So
don't
would you
value it
say-
equally. Yeah.
So would you say that capitalism and communism are equal values?
Capitalism, and communism.
here's my point.
Yes,
because
yes,
both
yes,
capitalism and
yes,
communism
yes,
are
I would.
valuing
Yes, I
the
would.
idea. Oh, okay.
It's like regard we don't understand that we're doing it. It's like as far as capitalists are concerned, is this is the direct like this is what human beings are doing, right? We're all saying, hey guys, we all need to go this path. We all need to go this path. We all need to go to this path. As long as that path is not religious, okay? This is me going out there. You're all ending up in the same place. Like, I'm about to blow your fucking mind. Go down fascism, go down communism, go down capitalism. Doesn't matter. As long as you all unite and you all, like, do everything you potentially can to make this work, all right? You're all in it. And that essentially requires an unreasonable, which is why I choose capitalism. Because if you're going down fascism, you would essentially need the Jews to, like want to walk into the camp. Like, no, that's not realistic. If you're talking about capitalism, capitalism doesn't require anybody to jump into a fucking furnace. It requires people to essentially be like, well, I guess survival of the fittest. We're back to it again. Yeah, that's the condition right there. So yes, you know that you're going in, but again, everybody's heading in the right direction, heading in a direction. As far as I'm concerned, they end up in pretty much the same fucking place. They vary, they're different, but those places resemble, they're quite similar. Once you follow them to the end, like communism, fascism, like all of these, like even Islam, like ask Zen what his ideal utopia looks like. He's going to describe something that doesn't sound half bad. Everybody's in unison, everybody's happy, whatever, everybody's cool. Ask fascism, same thing. Ask communism, same thing. Capitalism, same thing. We all want to go in the same end goal. What we are arguing about is how to get there. Nonetheless, the end goal is the same. This is my point to you. So we do have a set of values that we all agree with because we all want to end up in the same place. Do you get how that works?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, like,
holy shit, we've been through a lot, haven't we? Holy fuck.
Yeah, bro, my brain
you've kept me entertained. Holy fuck. Good job, man. I like talking to you, that's for sure.
Thank you. This has been like the longest debate I've ever been in, so sorry, I've started to stutter towards the end. What was I gonna say? So, I think like I'm just gonna pull up the.
Right, morally, you're vegan. Morally, yes. But once you kill all the gays, all the women, all the trans, as long as you kill all of them, guess what's left? Awesome, based fucking Muslims with normal women that will do nothing but cook and clean and shut the fuck up, right? Okay, yeah. That sounds like utopia to them. Because that leads to what? Peace, harmony, everybody loves each other, blah, blah, blah. Same shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yes, that's where you all end up. Yeah. What's up, man? How you doing?
Like, so I still have the issue that I just
yeah.
I might just be keeping on going in circles here. Like,
Yeah.
Tell me if I am. But like my issue fundamentally is that I don't believe that we are ever going to come closer to having this thing, like this this set of constitution. I'm just going to call it constitution because I keep tripping.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
constitution. Okay. And I don't think we're ever going to come close to it because you just pointed it out. There are people who support Islam as the utopia. There are people who support communism as the utopia. There are people who support capitalism as the utopia. There are people who support fascism as the utopia. But here's the fundamental thing: they are all in disagreement. And my idea is, I don't think that we are ever going to be able to come closer to agreement because I think there are people's ideas, like fascists, communists, capitalists. Our ideas are based off of our upbringing of the. I'm going back in circles here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think this point has some value in that. It's all based off of the upbringing and the experiences they had. For example, if I was brought up in a school that's communist, I'm more likely, I'm not saying I'm definitely going to, but I'm more likely to be communist. Likewise, if I was brought up in a capitalist school. I'm more likely to be capitalist. So
Yeah, no, it's
my
very
point is,
difficult. Yeah.
I don't think we're ever going to come any closer because I think we're just always going to have conflicting ideals, conflicting views on things.
And that's fine, brother. I don't blame you. I think that's a very, very realistic and personal to have. If anybody's being idealistic right now when it comes to believing in human beings uniting under a certain set of values, the reason why I believe that, I don't think of myself as idealistic. I'm just going to mention it. I am more idealistic than you, is what I would say. But yours is like the absolute realist position. The only difference, the caveat that I include is I acknowledge that we already have certain values. We've mentioned 2 of them that we all unilaterally, whether we like it or not, agree with. And then we also have like our end goals also align, like they all are pretty much the same thing. What we are arguing about, or where it is we're going to disagree, like we are, and where we have before, is what we are eating for tonight. Where are we going tomorrow? What are we? We all agreed that we're going to go to work. We all agreed that we need to pay the bills. All of those things have been agreed. It's just because, again, we all are talking about economic and governance systems, so we all acknowledge some level of hierarchy. Even I, as a capitalistic, acknowledge an order that exists within capitalism that works as a governance structure. It's not ruled by humans, though. That's the difference. So it's like, we agree about so much shit. We just don't realize it. And as far as I'm concerned, the more we acquire knowledge, the more we're going to be able to understand each other. Actually, the reasons we're fighting for are minuscule when it comes to how many things that we agree about. And so that's why I see the potential for that to occur. Again, it's very difficult for that to occur. That's where I'm going to come to your side and I'm going to say, but with work, with effort, that is achievable, considering that you grow some kind of following, you expand that group, you keep expanding for an extended period of time, and eventually you promote this idea. I genuinely have a good reason to believe, considering that we have elections and shit, and we have a democratic process to be able to do these things. Yes, I genuinely believe that there is a good a high chance for this to occur. In my lifetime, in our lifetimes as well. That's why I but again, pay attention to the word I'm using. Believe.
Of course,
because that's what it is.
Beliefs, like,
it is a belief.
I believe that God exists, and
I have a good reason to believe it, though. There is a reason there. It's not like I'm blindly trusting. Again, my eyes aren't completely wide open. They might even be a little bit sharp, but nonetheless, they're still open.
But again, I take issue with this idea that my eyes are shut because I'm basing, like, I know I've said this so many times, but I'm basing my idea that God exists based off certain pieces of evidence. I want me to go into one of them. I believe in like the first cause argument, which is that everything has a cause. What caused the universe? There must be a first uncaused cause, which I believe to be God. So that's my piece of evidence. But again, it's based off belief because I believe in this evidence. So of course I'm not saying it's absolute.
Wait, what are you using as because you understand that the difference is that when the options are weighed again, at least from a probabilities perspective or statistically speaking, it's like when you have a 50-50 chance, and we're being like quite generous with that because it's like nonetheless it's like okay. But that statistic has not changed. This is the important part. That statistic has not changed since the beginning of religion. Like that's what the numbers were back then. That's what the numbers are today. Like, those numbers have not changed. It's always been that much, whether it's true or not true. We were just not capable of understanding that at the time. So in other words, we didn't have telescopes to observe like there is an observable universe and the some way it potentially ends. You wouldn't be able to like have all of these great questions that eventually lead you down the path of that might genuinely be a fucking creator. Like what the fuck? yes, it's like, well, yeah, they do lead us down there, but those numbers haven't changed. When it comes to like capitalism, whether capitalism functions, whether communism functions, or fascism, like, no, those numbers change all the fucking time. Whether they are probabilistically going to result in enough progress being made for humanity that it eventually leads us to a better future. Like, yes, they genuinely do. Like, we have charts, we have graphs to look at about poverty levels, about how better we are progressing as humanity. Like, we know all of this.
I have an issue with this
Yeah.
in that a bit ago you said that, say from day one, we had all followed capitalism. We like since the caveman Ooga Booga, we'd all been capitalistic. We would like it would be.
We
a lot
were
better overall.
capitalists, by the way. We just didn't realize it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that the probability of anything is changing. We just come closer to finding out the truth of it. So you're right in saying that the probability of God existing has been the same since the dawn of time. Likewise, I think the probability of capitalism working out has been the exact same. It's just in the overall picture, like the definite what's going to happen, it's going to be the exact same % chance of it happening because it's either it works or it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this is why I take issue with the argument, is that we're finding more evidence about capitalism, much like we've got philosophers who are finding, or maybe not philosophers, I forgot what they're called, theologians or whatever you call them,
Yeah.
who are trying to find evidence and gather evidence.
How well are they doing?
Much like you have economists.
How well are they doing?
They evaluate the universe, or not the universe. They evaluate.
Okay, I'm just trolling you at this point. Yeah, I'm just trolling you at this point. No, the point is the point.
I'm not a theologian.
Yeah, the point
but
is.
you know what I mean. You have economists.
No, I don't know what you mean. I think you're just like being biased now because you're religious. I'm just gonna be honest and tell you. But no, what I think is going on when it comes to religion is you have a lot of apologetics going on, and that's all there is. Because at the end of the day, there's only ever going to be one Bible, and there's only ever going to be one God, apparently. And so, whenever the Bible was written, whenever it was said, unless you want to change it, well, good luck now, because everybody who believes in the Bible, now you have conflicts internally because it's like, oh fuck, what are we doing? It's like, oh, we're changing the word of God, and the same thing can be applied to every other religion. So no, it's like you claim certain things. There are certain things that occur and are real and exist within the known universe, the observable universe, that we can observe and understand whether or not and how statistically likely this is to exist versus not exist. And, well, science says in it all by saying, while scientists themselves will go home and like mentally masturbate to the idea of a creator sometimes, some of them, no, science doesn't like acknowledge that a creator exists. It just won't do that. And it's already been like how many thousands of years since like the first evidence of religion. So no, the statistics haven't changed. It's just people didn't ask the right questions. Considering that those questions have already been asked now, and religions will do apologetics, they will pivot from blaming the Bible to God, and then from God to the Bible, from the Bible to the priests, from the priests to the Bible, but never to God. This is essentially what's been happening for like a very long time now. It's just anybody who's genuinely debating this is either religious versus religious, or somebody religious trying to get dibs on somebody who's too stupid to understand anything. Because any sophisticated person who knows about religion and goes out there and debates, they're not walking away the same as they came into the debate when they're religious. So no. Now, when it comes to capitalism, capitalism says we acknowledge certain problems within our structure, our governance structure, our economic system. And so the same thing can be said about communism and fascism, at least when you're engaging with somebody who's good faith. And as long as you get answers for those problems that arise within them, that increases the chances of this being a successful endeavor. And, well, we have history to observe and understand that, okay, we've come this far using these techniques, and considering that we have this blockage coming up in, at some point in the future, and we don't have an answer for it. If we were to be able to figure an answer for it, and theoretically it would be possible, then when applied, considering that we've been successful every other time, the chances of succeeding are actually quite high. So yes, statistically speaking, you're always going to be better off when it comes to making that sort of decision. At least that's how shit makes sense when it comes to like, how do you want to be governed as a society or a nation of people?
I'm sorry if I came across as biased. I probably am.
No, this is not a personal thing. This is just my when it comes to like religion and shit. It's not got to do with you. You've been the most good faith, honest, and respectable individual that has ever had a conversation with me about religion. So I absolutely admire you, and I honor your courageousness and your balls, my guy. So yeah, that's what I've got to say about that.
I mean,
yeah,
like, I don't know. I'm very tired, so I'm gonna imagine this is like a.
We're both tired, bro. We're both tired. We both need sleep.
I'm a circle round to
Yeah.
my closing argument.
Yeah.
Which and your original point was that you believe that religion is holding us back as a society. Am I wrong in saying that?
I think that it is, if not the worst, it is one of the worst. I would probably say the worst is like, obviously, we need to deal with fucking dictators first before we need to deal with religion. Once we deal with dictators, we probably need to deal with authoritarian regimes. Once we're done with those, we probably need to deal with the most extreme forms of like religion. Like, yes, like, don't worry, man. The Torah is not up and coming anytime soon. But yeah, we've got a question for you in chat. Can you ask him if he fears
I
being...
saw that I was going to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course I fear being wrong about my religion. It's my beliefs, just like I fear being wrong about any one of my political opinions, because obviously I know I'm not going to be right about everything. I mean, I'm not fucking arrogant. I know that I'm not going to be right about everything. In fact, I'm probably going to be wrong about the majority of things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I would say. Like, but anyway, so my closing argument would be that I personally am a libertarian.
Mhm.
I think that people should have the free will. I believe that people should have the freedom to expression under the Human Rights Convention. I believe people should have right to freedom of expression.
Yep.
I believe that religion, I don't think it's all that bad of a thing. I think that there are loads of examples. Like we tend as humans, I don't know if I'm being biased here, but as humans we tend to focus on the bad. Like if one bad thing happens but 20 good thing happens in a day, I'm more likely to focus on the bad thing.
Yep.
So I think if we're focusing on the bad, however, if we look at the countless amounts of community action that there are people who, like, if you go to a church, there are definitely like charities that they help out with poor people and they do all this. I think that religion actually does a lot of good to the world
Mhm.
that I think we've ignored in this. I'm saying I'm guilty of this as well.
Yep.
Like, we tend to ignore this.
Yep.
And so that's why I don't think that we should abolish religion, because to sum up, I'm a libertarian. I think people should have human rights
Mhm.
to have the right to freedom of expression and freedom of religion. And I also think that people need to remember all the good things that religion does for society. That would be my closing argument.
Awesome, man. I really appreciate the conversation, brother. It was very, very good faith. Like, it was a very enjoyable conversation. I was not expecting it, but yeah, I was really glad to have it with you. My closing argument would probably be something like, well, as long as it leads to progress for humanity and helps us achieve something potentially better for humanity, and as far as I'm concerned, yes, better is subjective, but considering we do have a set of values that we all agree to, regardless of whether we acknowledge it or not, yes, I'm going to probably say we aim in that direction, that we all agree before we ever try to agree about the things that we disagree with. Yeah. And
your idea that we all have the certain set of values,
Yeah.
the value of life. That's actually a very Catholic belief, because they believe in natural law, which is inscripted on our
Did
hearts.
you
and
know I was baptized Catholic?
Oh, it's probably why then. probably got the God speaking through you right
I've
now.
never stepped in a fucking church, brother. Like,
I
don't
hate to
worry
break
about
it to you.
it. Don't worry about
I
it,
hate to
man.
break it to you. You're what pluralist Christians call what's it called? An anonymous Christian.
Yeah. So if we inherently value life, I can imagine that we probably want to extend it to the most that we possibly can do that. And obviously that would be going against any sort of religion, which would be incentivizing us to go to heaven at some point, like abandon this mortal realm and go there. Yeah, so this was a great chat. I find this very interesting. Yo, everybody had good comments to say about it, by the way. Everybody enjoyed it for some reason. Usually we have these religious fucking debates and it's with Xen and nobody ever likes them. Everybody abandons the chat because we just end up killing each other.
One big issue I think religion
course,
have
course.
is that people like
Special
people in
pain.
religion,
Yeah.
as you said, like I do think there are a lot of people who do blindly follow religion, and so it's like it's impossible to converse with them because say I'm not saying you personally, but say you're an atheist and someone's religious, you have a completely different
Yeah.
like
It's very
view on the
difficult.
world.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to speak with an
you-
open mind.
Apart from the institution part, I just want to make this little thing. It's this here because as far as I'm concerned, I've said this many times about Zen specifically, but this applies to any religion that, like would condemn you challenging the word of God or what you've been taught by the Bible or whatever is essentially like you come to an end place where you've essentially realized something to be the case. But in order for you to take the next step to research into it, you could potentially be heading down a path of abandoning your faith. And essentially there are consequences for that. And the least consequences would mean that somebody like yourself would be willing to be more open to researching it and being like, yeah, you know what, if this does head in the right direction, I get the answers I'm looking for, then I'm willing to allow that to happen. But there are other places in the world where you essentially get killed if you do take that next step. And so those are the aspects of religion that I see as being toxic and as being as genuinely degenerative to society, which is why I have the view that I have. It's not because of like you enjoy reading the Bible and you get like certain values and morals from it, and that's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. That's awesome. It's like So
I
yeah.
completely understand.
All right, brother. Yeah, tell me.
So the trouble is,
Yeah.
what you do, like I don't think you realize this, but you preach a lot of things that a lot of like people who purely follow these religions, like people who purely follow the Bible, will always say that there are going to be people who are going to denounce, like who are going to take it. I wouldn't say out of context. They do take it out of context and they use it to their advantage to like influence people, and I think it's really bad, of course. But I think that if you're going to base that as your view on religion, I think that's dangerous, because then if we're going to
That's not that's not what I'm. I mentioned the institutions. I mentioned those extreme forms. Even if you follow it down, while we're not looking at death, you're looking at whipping, you're looking at jailing, you're looking at social exile from your society. You're being shunned from your friends and your surroundings. Like at the mild versions of it, like there are consequences all along the way. And then that's not even mentioning the triple down effects, ripple down effects, like fucking ISIS example, even though it's not essentially like inherently apart, like it is Islamic and had it. So yes, there are a whole load of things that eventually come down to, again, what are the pros, what are the cons? And I'm always going to be like, there's way too many cons today. Take it back 1,000 years, my opinion would be totally fucking different, because the values that it added, there was no science and math. Okay, not 1,000, but like 2,000-3,000 years. There's no science and maths there to be able to do those things. So you lose your positives, and now you're stacking negatives. It's just it gets worse and worse. But anyway, brother, I love the conversation. Take care, man. Take care. I'm gonna head out, and I'll see you boys tomorrow. Take care, man. Bye.
Sleep well, bro.
You too, man. Right, boy. Isn't the truth more valuable? I don't know. To me, it is. To me, it is, and I can imagine to my guy. I forget his name. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. He's. If for him, I can imagine that he's essentially got that position as well. That as far as he's concerned, he's seeking the truth. The only difference is that his truth might be found within the spiritual. I can imagine it's something like that, potentially, trying to steel man his argument, and my truth can be found within the physical. Like, I'm convinced that as long as you travel the entire universe of everything and nothing that exists and doesn't exist, then you should theoretically have all the answers. And there's no, yeah. But then that would insinuate traveling through the nothing, and yeah, but that sounds pretty spiritual, yeah. So yes, true is facts, right? Yeah. Yeah. The only problem with facts is there's only one truth. There are multiple facts. So while gravity right now is measured and explained in one way, if we were to travel to a parallel universe where gravity actually works the opposite way around, we will have to update our previous explanation for what gravity is. By doing that, we would assume that it was never right in the first place, that we missed a part of it. And so the facts change, but inevitably they lead to one truth, meaning once we've traveled the entire universe and seen everything and nothing that exists and done all of that, then we will know for sure what gravity is. We will know the truth. That's how you obtain the truth. In my calculation, I can imagine in the guy we were just talking with, the explanation is probably something like, well, through prayer or through faith, like being faithful to God and going to heaven or whatever. Yeah. But physics is the only way to find truth. As far as I'm concerned, yes, me and you agree, yeah, James. Yeah, that's what my conclusion would be as well. Right, boys, I hate you. I despise every single one of you. Fuck you all. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, and I still love you. So, suck a dick. Good night.